Vhumad God chapter 3307 to chapter 3390. Thinking of this, he sneered and decided to take the initiative to attack. With a flicker, he charged toward the force on the right. His speed was very fast. When he saw those figures, he instantly attacked. The vermilion bird palm slapped out. The monstrous flames turned into a vermilion bird and flew forward. Everything in front of him was burned. What terrifying flames! Could it be someone from Vermilion Bird Palace? A cry of surprise came from the front. In the next moment, a terrifying saber light tore through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. It slashed towards the Vermilion Bird. It's someone from Vermilion Bird Palace. Run! Those people were also sent flying. They hurriedly turned around and fled. Lin Xian snorted coldly and charged forward. At the same time, his eyes flickered. The flames on his body danced, enveloping all of his aura. At the same time, he transformed the flames into the form of a vermilion bird and enveloped his body. Since these people mistook him for someone from Vermilion Bird Palace, he did not explain. He would let Vermilion Bird Palace bear all of this grudge. In an instant, Lin Xian caught up to the other party. There were 5 people. When they saw that there was only one person charging over from behind, the 5 of them were stunned for a moment, then turned their heads. There was actually only one person. Don't hesitate, attack. They thought that it was a group of people from Vermilion Bird Palace. After all, forming an alliance was a very normal thing here. But now, there was only one person. In that case, they would not be polite. The 5 of them attacked one after another, but very soon, they discovered that they could not beat the person in front of them. The person in front of them was too terrifying. The flames were even more terrifying. They carried the power of laws and burned everything. Immediately, the 3 of them were sent flying. 2 of them were even ignited. More than half of their bodies were burned. They had to hurry and beg for mercy. Stop, we have no enmity. No enmity? So what? In front of Vermilion Bird Palace, you can kill whoever you want. But don't worry, I'm in a good mood today, so I won't kill you. But you've already lost the qualifications to compete. Suchin imitated Vermilion Bird Palace's tone. With a wave of his hand, he enveloped the 5 of them and threw them into the sky. With a boom, the Vermilion Bird enveloped the 5 of them and rushed out of the valley. No, they screamed like crazy, but it was useless. Soon, they fell out. The spectators outside exclaimed in surprise. Why did someone come out? In the next moment, they saw 5 figures wrapped in the flames. When the 5 figures came out, their expressions were also ugly. They had only been in there for a few days, and before they could do anything, they were thrown out. Furthermore, they were all injured. What's going on? Why did you guys come out? The elders and masters of these people all gathered around. That shouldn't be the case. With the strength of the 5 of you, you should be able to last for at least half a month. You might even succeed. When the 5 of them saw their master's elders, they hurriedly cried out in alarm. They were from the Vermilion Bird Palace. What? Vermilion Bird Palace. The masters and elders of these people sucked in a breath of cold air and fell silent. The Vermilion Bird Palace was not something they could afford to offend. However, following that, more and more people were thrown out. After these people came out, they looked in the direction of the Vermilion Bird Palace, not daring to say anything. Who threw you guys out? It was Vermilion Bird Palace. They were from the Vermilion Bird Palace. Voices rang out one after another. The spectators were in an uproar. The Vermilion Bird Palace was too domineering, directly throwing people out. Wasn't this slapping the faces of these families in public? Indeed, many people shook their heads. If they were really domineering, wouldn't it be over if they killed them in the valley? That way, no one could blame the Vermilion Bird Palace. But now, the Vermilion Bird Palace did not do that. They did not kill, but they ruthlessly trampled on them. That was a resounding slap in the face. All of the families that were thrown out had unsightly expressions on their faces. Their bodies were filled with anger. The Vermilion Bird Palace elders also frowned. However, at that moment, one of them said, "Ignore them. No one dares to attack us here." However, not long after, when the 2 women were thrown out, it caused an uproar. They were actually two disciples of the Skychin Palace. The moment they appeared, the elders of the Skychin Palace instantly came over. What was going on? The two women also had ugly expressions. It was the Vermilion Bird Palace who did it. What? It was the Vermilion Bird Palace again. The surrounding people were stunned. The Skychin Palace people were instantly enraged. They stared at the Vermilion Bird Palace people with a cold glint in their eyes. Damn it, this grudge will be returned sooner or later. These elders brought the two women away. The Vermilion Bird Palace people also frowned. But thinking about it, it was really possible that it was their people who did it. These people were all thrown out by Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian was currently pretending to be a member of the Vermilion Bird Palace. After walking for another half a day, suddenly, a scream came from ahead, and a terrifying energy vibration. Right on the heels of that, a figure slammed towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian's figure flashed and dodged. That figure slammed into the ground, blasting out a huge deep pit. Instantly, there was no aura. Lin Xian's pupils constricted. He frowned because he saw a figure rushing over here rapidly. Cloud Firmament Saint, Lin Xian was surprised and turned around to leave. Because he saw 3 laws hanging on Cloud Firmament Saint's body. Worthy of being a saint, to actually find 3 laws in such a short time. If it was outside, Lin Xian would not be afraid of Cloud Firmament Saint. But now, in this special space, his laws could not be used at all. Therefore, Lin Xian did not plan on getting into a conflict with the other party now. The most important thing now was still comprehending laws. Therefore, his figure flashed and instantly fled far away. Want to leave? Cloud Firmament Saint laughed coldly. His large palm enveloped the entire space. Lin Xian felt a tremendous pressure, wanting to push his body away. Humph, he snorted coldly, his body trembled, and he turned around. He just did not want to fight with the other party. Did they really think that he was afraid of the other party? Fire Law formed a law sword. A sword slashed forward. This sword was incomparably terrifying. It was like a bolt of lightning, instantly shattering his palm and arriving in front of Cloud Firmament Saint. Cloud Firmament Saint's expression changed. He extended 2 fingers, there were still 2 laws coiling around them, clamping this sword light. He was furious. Someone could actually threaten him. Who was it? Was it the murderer of the Yun family's prodigy? He stared at Lin Xian and realized that the flames on Lin Xian's body were monstrous. He could not see through the other party. The other party was very strange and suspicious. Cloud Firmament Saint's eyes shone with a piercing cold light. The 3 laws turned into divine chains of order and charged forward. Clattering sounds could be heard in the air. The entire world seemed to be controlled by the other party. Lin Xian was shocked and retreated. A saint was too terrifying. Although his combat strength was comparable to a saint's. He still could not compare to a saint's in terms of laws. Therefore, when he saw this scene, Lin Xian quickly retreated. However, he did not stop attacking. As he retreated, he pressed his palm against the ground. Suddenly, the ground beneath Cloud Sky Saint cracked open. Endless lava gushed out like a flaming beast and engulfed him. Boom, however, he only managed to kill an afterimage. The law of wind circled around Cloud Sky Saint's body, making him extremely fast. You still want to fight me? Go to hell, you ant. A cold voice came from behind Lin Xian. Then, a palm with a sky full of lightning struck towards Lin Xian's head. Lin Xian did not even turn his head. Instead, he punched towards the sky. Boom. The 2 of them collided, causing the sky to shatter. Lin Xian retreated, and so did Cloud Sky Saint. He was surprised that Lin Xian was able to block his attack. Who was he? One had to know that he was a sage. Facing these people, he could squash them like ants. Other than Yan Nantian and a few other top Skyprides who could fight against him, the others were no match for him at all. They could not even block one attack. However, the mysterious person in front of him could fight against him. He found it hard to believe. Lin Xian was powerful and mysterious. He felt that the person in front of him might be the culprit. You were actually able to block my attack. Cloud Sky Saint was furious. He felt humiliated and provoked. Another attack came. It was as if a thundercloud had descended. The lightning turned into a chain of lightning that wrapped around his palm and fell mercilessly. Get lost, Lin Xian was also furious. He punched out, and the law of fire on his fist turned into a millstone that could destroy the world. It was another shocking attack. The two of them retreated. Let me show you my holy realm world. Cloud Sky Saint's voice was cold. He waved his hand, and the law of fire in the sky formed a space that enveloped them. The space was too real. Lightning roared and ice spread, forming a small world. This was a unique technique of a saint. It was far beyond the domain of a king. In this world, Cloud Sky Saint was the ruler. With a cold shout, the lightning above his head struck down. This was the lightning tribulation of this small world, and it wanted to pierce through Lin Xian. Lin Xian roared, and the flames on his body surged to the sky. He turned into a vermilion bird and roared at the sky. At the same time, his right leg swept out to meet the incoming wind sword. The wind sword was too terrifying. It split the entire world into two halves. Lin Xian sent the wind sword flying with a single kick. His entire leg was numb. At this moment, a sky full of ice shrouded him, and 3 ice chains instantly nailed him to the void. Then, the space he was in was completely frozen. His entire body was also sealed in ice. The lightning sword and wind sword blasted over once again, completely shattering the space. At this moment, the people in the outside world all cried out in alarm. Heaven, what a terrifying attack! Did the Cloud Sky Saint make a move? It was most likely that the Cloud Sky Saint would make a move like this. It was probably one of the few top prodigies. Many people were discussing, and the Vermilion Bird Palace elders were all nervous. Could it be Yan Nantian? They did not know. In the Saint Realm small world, Lin Xian's figure appeared. He was hit by the violent power of the laws, and the flames on his body were mostly torn apart. There were also cracks on his body. A ray of golden light shone out from the flames. Although he could not use the laws of wood now, his body was still extremely strong. The longevity incantation in his body quickly circulated. The flames spread again, shrouding the ray of golden light. What's up with that golden body? Cloud Sky Saint frowned. Is he hiding his identity? His face darkened, and he struck again. The entire small world shook, and Lin Xian was once again in an extremely dangerous situation. Kill, Lin Xian roared, and the shadow of a giant shot up into the sky. It held a sword of laws in its hand, and a dragon's roar resounded. With a slash of the sword, a terrifying crack appeared in the sky above the Saint Realm small world. It was almost split open. However, it did not split open in the end. Damn it, what's wrong with this guy? Cloud Sky Saint was completely stunned. Although the laws that he had comprehended now were not his original laws, so the power of the Saint Realm small world was not as strong as before. But no matter what, it was still a saint's world. How could a half-saint split it open? He was completely enraged. He decided to capture the other party at all costs. The other party was too strange. With a cold shout, the crack in the sky healed, and the power of the Saint Realm small world became terrifying again. However, with a resounding boom, the Saint Realm small world began to tremble violently as it was cleaved into two. A voice floated out from the crack. Go, quickly. After hearing this voice, Lin Xian shot up into the sky without any hesitation. Damn it, seeing that his small world had split open again, Cloud Sky Saint was completely enraged. He reached out with his gale hand and wrapped it in all directions. However, it was pierced by someone in an instant. The only thing he saw was Lin Xian and another white-robed woman floating away. Yan Ryu? Cloud Sky Saint's face darkened, but he did not chase after them. This Yan Ryu was also very strange. She was actually able to split his small world. She must have a secret. After Lin Xian and the white-robed girl left, they flew for a while and landed on a mountain peak. The white-robed girl was Yan Ryu. At this moment, she turned her head and looked at Lin Xian with a smile. It's really you. I knew that you wouldn't die so easily. How did you recognize me so quickly? Lin Xian laughed. Then, the flames in the sky disappeared, revealing his true appearance. What do you think? Actually, when I just arrived at the Demon Cultivation Valley, I recognized you immediately. Lin Xian still wanted to ask. After all, he wanted to know what was going on with Yan Ruyu. Why did she change her name? Yan Ruyu stretched out a jade-like finger and pressed Lin Xian's mouth. Then, she shook her head slightly. Don't ask any more. You just need to know that I'm still me. I won't hurt you. Lin Xian did not ask any more. He knew that everyone had secrets, especially top prodigies like her. For example, he had many secrets that he could not tell others. Yan Ruyu was probably the same. How many laws have you comprehended? Lin Xian asked. 2. The law of ice and the law of lightning. I received some news. There are many ancient palaces of demon cultivation, but it seems that there are only 9 laws. The 5 elemental laws, wind, lightning, ice, and mist. These 9 laws make up this demon cultivation world. Among them, the most threatening one is Cloud Sky Saint. He is a saint himself. Other than him, there is also Yan Nantian. Yan Nantian should have comprehended the most laws. Of course, I have another news to tell you. Among them, there are 3 people who are very special. Although they were half saints, they had the clones of saints in their bodies. Their strength was much stronger than the top half saints. Although they were not true saints, they were definitely super terrifying. If you encounter them, you must be extremely careful. There were more clones of saints? Lin Xian was surprised. He did not expect that the Vermilion Bird list would attract so many saints. There was no choice. The Vermilion Bird Palace had taken out many good things, such as the Tao Stone. There were probably saints eyeing it. Hearing this, Lin Xian frowned. He would not let anyone snatch the Earth Tao Stone. What are your plans? Yan Ruyu asked. Obtain first place in the Vermilion Bird list and then kill Yan Nantian. Of course, if that Cloud Firmament Saint doesn't know what's good for him, I don't mind sending him to the Yellow Springs as well. Lin Xian's voice carried an extremely cold killing intent. Hearing this, Yan Ruyu was stunned. This fellow's ambition was really not small. Yan Nantian was the successor of a great emperor and definitely had countless Dharma treasures in his hands. She heard that just the escape talismans alone had several. If you want to kill him, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Probably even saints would not be able to kill him. Cloud Firmament Saint was also incomparably terrifying. His realm was very high, and his divine abilities were even more mysterious. It would not be easy for you to kill these 2 people. Cloud Firmament Saint did not care, but this Yan Nantian must be killed. No matter how many life-saving methods he had, he was not an immortal existence. If he did not die once, then kill him twice, 3 times, until he exhausted all his resources. Lin Xian's eyes bloomed with a cold killing intent. Yan Ruyu asked curiously. Why do the 2 of you have such a great enmity? It was very common for geniuses to compete for attention, but for Lin Xian's current situation, it was probably not a simple competition. Lin Xian said coldly. It was him who lured the great demon out to kill me. Do you think I can let him go? So that's how it is. Yan Ruyu understood. However, it was better not to act too rashly now. It was better to comprehend more laws first. Next, Lin Xian and Yan Ruyu joined hands and quickly searched. Finally, the 2 of them found 3 halls. The 2 of them had comprehended 3 types of laws. In addition to what they had comprehended previously, Lin Xian had 4 types and Yan Ruyu had 5 types. Not long after, they killed a few more people and seized a palace. However, they did not enter and were instead bounced back. What's going on? Lin Xian frowned. Why can't I go in? Yan Ruyu's eyes also flickered. It's over. I was too careless. There must be a condition to enter this place. Conditions? What conditions? We just went in casually. Suddenly, he was stunned. Could it be that there was a limit to the number of people who could enter? It was possible. For example, each palace could only allow a certain number of people to enter. Once the number of people reached a certain number, the palace would close. No one else could enter at all. The 2 of them discussed and quickly came to this conclusion. They remained silent, but at this moment, the entire Devil Cultivation Valley began to tremble. What's going on? What happened? Lin Xian and Yan Ryu felt the tremors as if they were facing a great enemy. The reason for that was because that aura was simply too mysterious and too terrifying. However, the tremors lasted for a short while before disappearing. However, when it disappeared, Lin Xian frowned. He realized that there were 4 more colors on his body. Yan Ryu had 5 colors on her body. What's going on? Why are there colors? The colors were like rays of sunlight that floated on their bodies. They transformed into colorful dragons that were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. Instead of disappearing, they were extremely dazzling. They could be seen from afar. These were the colors of the laws. Lin Xian was surprised. He had 4 types of laws, so 4 colors were displayed. Yan Ryu's 5 types of laws were 5 colors. They turned their heads and realized that the palace in front of them had a similar color on the wall. It was green. Lin Xian and Yan Ryu did not have such a color. It was indeed like that. Lin Xian understood. It seemed that there was a limit to the number of people who could enter. Now that there was a color, did it mean that they could obtain the qualifications to enter the Green Palace by killing those who had green laws? That should be the case. Yan Ryu's face was also cold. Next, the 2 of us will have to work together. That's right. I'm relieved to work together with you. Lin Xian nodded. Yan Ryu also revealed a beautiful smile. They raised their heads and looked into the distance. Indeed, there were also rays of light flickering in the distance. Some had 1, some had 2, some had 3, and the one with the most had 7. There was also one with 6, while the rest had 4 or 5. Who was the one with 7 colors? Was it Yan Nantian or Cloud Firmament Saint? Lin Xian did not know. However, he knew that a bloodbath was about to happen. Indeed, the others also noticed this change. Even the people outside of the Devil Cultivation Valley also saw the colorful lights moving around. They knew that there was a change in the Valley of Demon Cultivation. Next, there would be a large number of killings. Because at this moment, those who had colors became the target of everyone. I now have the gold, fire, wind, and lightning laws, which are yellow, orange, green, and purple. Yan Ryu had 1 more color than him. That was the ice law. The one closest to them had 3 types of laws. His body had a blue color, which was a color that they did not have. Therefore, Lin Xian and Yan Ryu prepared to make their move. The 2 of them were very fast as they rushed forward. At the same time, the person with 3 types of laws in front seemed to have seen it too. He was immediately scared out of his wits. He fled like crazy. He tried to hide the light, but he could not. The laws of heaven and earth made it necessary for the light to exist. Lin Xian and Yan Ryu instantly caught up to the martial artist with 3 types of laws. The martial artist's face became very ugly. He had white wings on his body and was flying rapidly. However, he was directly enveloped by a huge hand. He was scared out of his wits. Damn it. The person in front stopped. Lin Xian and Yan Ryu landed. After seeing the other party, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. The prodigy of the White Crane race. Moreover, he recognized the other party. The other party was also a genius on the Abyss rankings. However, in front of him, it was still not enough. The genius of the White Crane race also saw Lin Xian and Yan Ryu. At this moment, Lin Xian's face was still covered, so he could not see clearly. However, he recognized Yan Ryu. His pupils shrank and his face became very ugly. It turned out that it was Fairy Yan, a powerhouse of the White Crane race. He braced himself and greeted them. Yan Ryu said in a sweet voice. Since they already knew, they should quickly capture him. Don't kill me. I'm willing to use a law in exchange for my life. As he spoke, he roared and directly grabbed the blue light on his body and forcibly pulled it out of his body. This process was very painful, but the man of the White Crane race still managed to do it quickly. Soon, a blue light danced in the sky like a dragon. It carried a vast aura of the law of water. The law could actually be separated from the body. Lin Xian was surprised. It seemed that the laws here were really mysterious. However, this should be a protective law. Between life and law, one had to choose one. Yan Ryu smiled, seemingly very satisfied with the other party's approach. She turned her head to look at Lin Xian. Go get it. Seeing that Lin Xian still wanted to delay, Yan Ryu said, I don't have such a big target like you, and I don't have anyone to kill. So I can guarantee that I can pass the first round. You are different. If you encounter those two people, it will definitely be a life and death battle. Alright. Lin Xian did not stand on ceremony. He directly waved his hand and grabbed the blue law. However, he did not immediately comprehend it. Because that blue law was like a swimming dragon, coiling above his palm. It seemed that he had only obtained a qualification. A qualification to comprehend the law. And this prerequisite was that he had to find the Hall of the Law of Water. So that's how it was. Looks like he had to go find the hall. Lin Xian and Yan Ryu rushed into the sky. They disappeared into the void. After 2 days, Lin Xian found the Hall of the Law of Water. He went in to comprehend while Yan Ryu waited outside. At the same time, a few people targeted the two of them. Because the light on the two of them was really too eye-catching, at this moment, it was very chaotic. The figures with many colors of light were doing their best to eliminate others. Between each other, there was also a struggle. But among them, there was a clear distinction. Among them, there were those with 7 and 6 colors. No one dared to provoke them. Wherever the other party passed, others would retreat one after another. As for those with 3, 4, and 5 colors, the struggle was extremely intense. They knew that these were basically people with similar strength and had to be eliminated now. Otherwise, there would be an intense life and death battle in the future. There were even some people who had secretly joined forces. Among them, there were people who charged towards Lin Xian and Yan Ryu. The leader was a woman wearing a red robe embroidered with 2 mysterious patterns. She was a genius of the Vermilion Bird Palace. Her identity was very extraordinary. She was the Holy Maiden of the Vermilion Bird Palace. At this moment, there were 5 rays of light on her body. It was very eye-catching. Behind her, there were actually 5 people following, 5 powerhouses. The weakest had 3 laws. The strong one was the same as her, with 5 laws. The remaining 3 people all had 4 laws. The 5 people were very powerful. At this moment, they were actually working together. Inside the valley, the others retreated like madmen, not daring to approach. They knew that a huge hunt was about to begin. The people outside the valley also saw the scene. They couldn't see clearly, but they could see the 5 colorful figures quickly surrounding the other 2 people. He wondered who it was that was able to gather 5 experts. I was curious. Who were those 2 people? I'm afraid he's going to suffer. Looking at the glow on his body, he was definitely a top-notch expert. Unfortunately, 2 against 6, there was no chance of winning. At this moment, Lin Xian was comprehending the law of water. Yan Ryu frowned. She naturally saw the 6 figures rushing over. They were here to deal with both of them. She frowned. If she was alone, she could leave calmly, but not now. She had to protect Lin Xian. If these people attacked the palace and caused a commotion, Lin Xian would be affected. It was very likely that he would go berserk, which was very dangerous. It seemed like they could only fight. A sharp light appeared in Yan Ryu's eyes, as if he had made some kind of decision. At the same time, 6 figures arrived before him. It's you. When the 6 people appeared, many of them exclaimed. They recognized Yan Ryu at a glance. They didn't expect it to be Yan Ryu here. Then who was the other person? There was no one around. It was obvious that someone had entered the palace to comprehend. Who was with Yan Ryu? Was it the North Demon? They knew that Yan Ryu and the North Demon knew each other and were in the same world. Therefore, it was very likely that they had joined forces. The North Demon was very strong, but if the 6 of us joined forces, we wouldn't be afraid of him. A few of them spoke. The Vermilion Bird Holy Maiden, who was the leader, also laughed. Her sister was so beautiful. It wouldn't be good if such a peerless beauty was injured. Hand over the 5 laws on you, and we'll let you live. However, you don't have to care about the one inside. The others were silent. They were all experts, but it was obvious that they were led by the Vermilion Bird Holy Maiden. You want the laws on me, and now you want to attack my companion, do you have the right? Yan Ruyu's expression was calm, but his words were filled with disdain. You're courting death, although you're strong and ranked above Zhao Wuliang, so what? The 6 of us are all top geniuses, it seems that you don't know a few of us. Let me introduce you. The vermilion bird holy maiden's eyes were cold. It was obvious that she wanted to use the names of the people behind her to scare the other party away. I don't need to say anything. The one beside me, Lu Mu, is ranked 9th on the Abyss list. This one, Bei Sanqing, is ranked 12th on the Abyss list. I think you should know the 2 of them. As for the other 3? Although they weren't on the Abyss list, they were definitely not weak. This one, Ming Wangdong, is a top genius of the Nether King clan. This one, Sima Su, is one of the half-saints of the Sima clan. This one, Wu Ying, is also a top expert of the Anya clan. If we fight alone, the 6 of us might not be your match. However, if the 6 of us join forces, can you block us? How many attacks can you block? The vermilion bird holy maiden said. Therefore, I advise you not to waste your energy. Is that so? If Yan Nantian, Long Badian, Cloud Sky Saint, and the others join forces, I might retreat. However, you guys? I'm afraid you're not qualified. As soon as these words came out, the faces of the 6 people in front all sank. Indeed, compared to Yan Nantian, Cloud Sky Saint, and the others, they were indeed much weaker. If those people were in the first echelon, then they were undoubtedly in the second echelon, it could even be said that they were close to the first echelon. If the 6 of them joined forces, even Yan Nantian wouldn't dare to be careless, no matter how strong Yan Ryu was, could she be compared to Yan Nantian? Holy Maiden, it seems that this little girl doesn't know life from death. In that case, let's directly attack. Bei Sanqing's eyes bloomed with a touch of a biting cold light. Alright, then everyone would like to see what kind of ability Fairy Yan has. There's no need for all of us to attack, just the 3 of us are enough. Bei Sanqing stood out, and Lu Mu also slashed out. The other one was Ming Wangdong. As soon as the 3 of them appeared, a terrifying power rushed out from their bodies. Bei Sanqing took a step forward, and a powerful aura spread out from his body. The law behind him also danced quickly. He took out a flute and started to play. A sorrowful aura filled the air, filled with despair. This wasn't an ordinary song, but a peerless magical power called the Great Compassion Mantra. Anyone who listened to it without a firm mind would immediately commit suicide. The Great Compassion Mantra was very famous. It was said that 3,000 years ago, there was once a person who used the Great Compassion Mantra, causing a dozen half-saints to commit suicide instantly. This battle record had spread across many worlds. At this moment, combined with the 3 laws on Bei Sanqing's body, it was really terrifying. Lu Mu also made his move. He held a long spear and stabbed it forward. The spear was surrounded by the power of 4 laws. The last one was Ming Wangdong. He waved his hand and countless pieces of ice appeared. A terrifying world of ice instantly enveloped the area in front of him. The 3 of them attacked with shocking power. Behind them, the vermilion bird saintess and the other 2 sneered when they saw this. Perhaps they didn't even need to do anything to get rid of Yan Ryu. A cold light appeared in Yan Ryu's eyes. Her hand was extremely white and emitted a dazzling light. 5 laws surrounded her fingertips as she slapped forward. The palm technique was light as a feather, but the void was constantly collapsing. This palm had actually blocked the attacks of the 3 of them. Not only that, but it also forced the 3 of them back. How was this possible? Lu Mu and the other 2 retreated, their faces full of shock. Was the opponent so strong? The vermilion bird saintess and the others frowned. It seemed that they had underestimated her. The 3 of them should also attack. The other 2 beside them nodded their heads. At this moment, 6 people stood out. The 6 of them attacked together and used their super skills. They were much stronger than before. In their opinion, they could even fight against the Cloud Sky Saint, not to mention Yan Ryu. Boom, Yan Ryu didn't use any other techniques. Her white palm still emitted a whiter light. The 5 laws on it kept dancing, forming a divine chain of order. It wrapped around her jade-like fingers and slapped forward. An earth-shattering sound was heard. Yan Ryu was forced back. However, she didn't seem to be injured. How was this possible? She wasn't injured. The Vermilion Bird Saintess and the others were shocked. This woman was too strange. Hurry up and attack. The 6 of them rushed forward and fought with Yenryu. 1 against 6. This was definitely a one-sided battle. Yenryu was indeed suppressed and was at a disadvantage. However, she was very strong. Even if she was at a disadvantage, she wasn't seriously injured. Put in more effort and take her down. Someone shouted coldly. The Vermilion Bird Saintess's eyes were filled with malice. She wanted to take this opportunity to kill Yenryu. She was too terrifying. She was a huge threat to her. 6 terrifying super skills again. Yenryu was forced back again. Blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. She frowned and wanted to use that thing in her body. A terrifying and mysterious power gushed out from her body. Heaven and earth shook, and the faces of the Vermilion Bird Saintess and the others changed. Could it be that the other party is going to open some kind of treasure? Thinking of this, their eyes were filled with killing intent. It seemed that they would have to use their secret techniques or take out their half-saint tools to kill the other party. However, at that moment, an explosion sounded from the palace behind them. Then, a figure walked out. The people inside were coming out, the Vermilion Bird Saintess and the others were stunned. Even Yenryu was stunned. This was much earlier than she had imagined. It wasn't the North Demon. They were stunned. They discovered that the person walking out from the front was extremely hazy. They couldn't see clearly at all. Who exactly was it? But clearly, it wasn't the North Demon. They knew the Northern Yao, but this person was clearly different. Yenryu wasn't with North Demon. Who was she with? They were curious and puzzled. Yenryu asked, "Why did you come out? Could it be that the battle here alarmed you?" "Don't worry, I can handle 6 people." Lin Xian shook his head. He had finished comprehending, so he came out. He didn't expect to see the battle outside. 6 against 1? Lin Xian's face darkened, and a cold light appeared in his eyes. Although the 6 of them weren't as terrifying as Yan Nan Tian, they were still a force to be reckoned with if they worked together. Even Long Zhao Tian and the others would have a headache if they saw them alone. With such strength, they could probably fight against a saint for a few moves. "Let's work together," Yenryu said. However, Lin Xian shook his head. "You should rest for a while. Let me handle them." He stood out and didn't intend to work together with Yenryu. It seemed that he wanted to fight the 6 experts alone. What? He wants to fight alone, but he wants to give us a handicap. The 6 people in front were also stunned. Among them, Bei Sanqing and the others sneered. The Vermilion Bird Saintess sneered. Where did this idiot come from? However, what surprised them was that Yenryu actually retreated, as if he wasn't worried at all. Their hearts skipped a beat. Who is this person? Is he also a terrifying existence? But I don't know such a mysterious person. Come, let me see what you 6 shameless people are capable of. How dare you work together to bully my companions? He stepped out, and a domineering aura rose from his body. The Vermilion Bird Saintess and the others frowned. This person has such a terrifying aura. He's probably not a simple person. But so what? With the 6 of them working together, no matter how strong he is, they would still dare to fight against him. However, Lu Mu's eyelids twitched, and a trace of shock appeared in his eyes. This scene reminded him of someone. "I withdraw from this battle," Lu Mu said. What? The Vermilion Bird Saintess and the others were stunned. Bei Sanqing said, "Lu Mu, what are you doing? Are you afraid?" "No, I just don't want to fight anymore. It's meaningless. I'm going to explore other places." Lu Mu turned and left. The Vermilion Bird Saintess and the others were stunned. Did Lu Mu recognize him? But who is he? Who can make Lu Mu leave? You want to leave? Did I allow you to leave? Lin Xian snorted. He didn't know if Lu Mu recognized him, but he didn't plan to stop. Lu Mu was stunned. He frowned and said, "It was my fault for attacking you." He forcibly extracted the 4 nomological laws from his body and returned them to Lin Xian and Yenryu. I don't want to be your enemy. This scene stunned the vermilion bird saintess and the others. Heavens, what's going on? Lumu pulled out 2 laws? Is he begging for mercy? They couldn't believe it. After all, this was Lumu, although he was only ranked 9th on the Abyss list. It was rumored that he had fought with Yan Nantian when he fell into the abyss. At that time, Yan Nantian had just finished the test and fought with Lumu. Both of them were tied. After that, Yan Nantian's strength improved by leaps and bounds, reaching an unbelievable level. However, one could imagine that Lumu was also very terrifying. Even if such a person couldn't be compared to Yan Nantian, he wasn't far off. But now, Lumu was begging for mercy. He was begging for mercy to a mysterious stranger. Then, who was this mysterious person? They even suspected that it was Yan Nantian. Fine, I'll spare your life. Lin Xian took the 4 laws and gave them to Yan Ruyu. However, since you hurt my woman, you'll have to take one of my palms. He struck out with his palm. Boom, Lumu was hit and flew out while vomiting blood. His body cracked and disappeared in the air. Yan Ruyu felt warmth in her heart. The vermilion bird holy maiden and the others were stunned. However, they were awakened by Lin Xian's cold-killing intent. Damn it, let's kill him together. The vermilion bird holy maiden's face darkened. Although Lumu had left and his actions had shocked them. However, they did not think that the person in front of them was worthy of their fear. The 5 of them could still take him down if they worked together. Therefore, the 5 of them attacked crazily. Their auras instantly rose. Hee, I'd like to see what qualifications you have to scare Bei Sanqing away. Sima Su sneered and walked out. His palm was glowing like a heavenly blade. With a boom, he slashed forward. It directly shattered the void. He was also an expert and did not think that Lumu was weak. Now that Lumu had escaped, he felt humiliated. Therefore, he had to quickly finish off the person in front of him. Looking at Sima Su, Lin Xian's expression was cold. A terrifying flame bloomed from his body and soared into the sky. In the next moment, he threw out a punch. Boom, the law blade was shattered by a punch. Sima Su was stunned. He did not expect the opponent's physique to be so terrifying. Buzz, Lin Xian's big hand grabbed Sima Su and pulled with force. Ah, a miserable cry rang out. Sisa's body was actually torn into 2 halves. Since you're not begging for mercy, then die. Lin Xian's cold voice rang out. He could let Lumu live, but it did not mean that he could let the others go. Sima Su screamed like a madman, causing the people behind him to be even more shocked. Not good, this person is terrifying. Let's work together. The vermilion bird holy maiden and the others did not dare to be careless and attacked crazily. Lin Xian was also enraged. He took a step forward, and the flames on his body burned fiercely, turning into a sea of fire that spread out. On his body, there was the image of a flame giant. It raised its head and roared. Flaming sword chi flew out from the giant and slashed forward. In the blink of an eye, the remaining 5 members of the vermilion bird were completely separated. Not good. These 5 people's faces changed. Originally, they had planned to attack together, but they did not expect the other party to be so strong. The sword chi made their hair stand on end. They could only attack crazily, shattering the sword chi first before converging. However, Lin Xian didn't give them a chance. After separating the 5 of them with the sword chi, he made his move. Using Dragon Step, he quickly charged towards Sorrow 3 Lives. This person was previously injured, and his strength was the weakest among the 5. Therefore, Lin Xian had to be dealt with first. In an instant, he appeared in front of Sorrow 3 Lives. Not good. Bei Sanqing's expression changed, and then he became angry. What was the meaning of this? Underestimating him, this was too much. Sorrow 3 Lives immediately used the Great Compassion Mantra, and a strange sound came out of her mouth. The world was incomparably desolate, as if it wanted to make people commit suicide. What a strange melody. Lin Xian frowned after hearing it. After listening to it too much, one would definitely lose their will. Immediately, he shouted coldly. The great dragon sword soul in his body roared, and a dragon-shaped sword chi enveloped him. It completely isolated him from the Great Compassion Mantra. At the same time, his palm slapped down. Boom, the world-destroying demonic disc directly smashed Sorrow Three Lives into pieces. The other party wanted to escape, but Lin Xian's sword pierced through his soul. With a scream, Sorrow Three Lives' soul was destroyed. Before he died, he finally knew why Lumu wanted to escape. The other party was too strong. Damn it, is Sorrow Three Lives dead? The Vermilion Bird Holy Maiden and the others were horrified. They could not feel the other party's aura. What was going on? Winter night. At this moment, Ming Wangdong roared. He formed a seal with his palms and opened his mouth to spit out a storm. The terrifying laws of wind danced and froze everything. The flaming sword chi was frozen, and the monstrous sea of fire was extinguished. In the next moment, they saw Sorrow Three Lives' corpse being torn into pieces. His soul had been destroyed. Dead. Was he really dead? Their scalps went numb, and they attacked crazily. This time, the four of them were very fast. They finally joined forces and launched a terrifying attack. Facing the four of them, Lin Xian did not dodge at all. He did not retreat either. Instead, he took a step forward. His powerful physique crushed the void and cracked the earth. Two fire dragons flew out from his palms as he stretched out both of his palms. Roar! The dragon's roar resounded through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The two fire dragons circled incomparably and knocked away the four's divine abilities. The four of them flew backward and vomited large mouthfuls of blood. Their faces were filled with fear. How was this possible? The other party had injured the four of them by himself. Who was this person? What kind of physique was this? Who were you? Who exactly were you? Why? Do you really want to know who I am? Lin Xian formed a seal with his palms. A formation flew out from his body and enveloped the area. In the next moment, the flames on his face disappeared, revealing his true appearance. Not only that, but the flames on his body also changed. They were no longer fiery red, but golden. A golden body appeared in front of everyone. These flames. His face, this aura, this was the successor of the 9 suns. At this moment, the Vermilion Bird Holy Maiden and the others heard a voice in their hearts. This was the appearance of the 9 suns' divine physique that they had seen before. Impossible. The successor of the 9 suns was already dead. How could he appear here? Who exactly were you? Who told you that I was dead? Did you see it with your own eyes? Lin Xian sneered. His body swayed, and he instantly appeared in front of Ming Wangdong. He slapped out with his golden hand. Ming Wangdong was scared out of his wits. Ice wings appeared on his back, and ice armor appeared on his body. An ice scepter appeared in his hand. With a wave of the scepter, a huge ice wall formed in front of him. The law of ice danced. It was used to resist Lin Xian's fist. With a loud bang, a huge tremor sounded. Cracks appeared on the ice wall, and it collapsed. Ming Wangdong was also sent flying by the huge force. He spat out a mouthful of blood. However, at this moment, he made use of the ice on the ground and in the sky to form a new divine ability. Ice Seal. The space in front of him was completely frozen, forming an ice crystal world. Lin Xian's body was also frozen. Seeing this, Ming Wangdong smiled. He didn't care about wiping the blood on his body. He shouted coldly, "Break for me." Cracking sounds could be heard. Everything in the ice crystal world was shattered. This kind of great divine ability was too terrifying. Everything that was sealed in ice was turned into ashes with this sound. The space around Lin Xian was shattered. His body was also affected by the divine ability, causing his body to shake violently. However, the shaking soon calmed down. Everything in front of him was shattered, but Lin Xian wasn't injured. How could this be? Ming Wangdong was stunned. How could Lin Fan be unscathed under his divine ability? The others were also stunned. They knew about the Ice Seal divine ability. They had even seen it with their own eyes. Ming Wangdong had frozen 3 half-sages. When the Ice Seal world shattered, the 3 half-sages were also torn apart. Even their souls were destroyed. But now, such a terrifying divine ability had lost its effect. Lin Xian's body burned with flames, melting all the ice. He looked ahead and sneered. Divine ability is good, but you're too weak. Let me tell you, How should I use this divine ability? Lin Xian's great dragon sword soul roared and started to use the divine ability. Lin Xian stomped his foot. Instantly, the earth was covered in flames, forming a golden sea of fire. In an instant, the sea of fire enveloped Ming Wangdong. Ming Wangdong screamed crazily. The ice armor on his body released an icy aura, trying to resist. But soon, he was burned and turned into snow. He melted on the ground and evaporated. Explode, with a cold shout, all the flames in the sea of fire in front of him roared violently and exploded. That power caused everything to turn into ashes. The effect was similar to the ice seal, except that the ice had turned into flames. Damn it! Block it for me, Ming Wangdong roared crazily. 3 ice crystals appeared beside him. The 3 ice crystals were white and formed a triangle to protect him. He wanted to resist the force, but in the next moment, the 3 ice crystals exploded under the force of the flames. Ming Wangdong's body was also torn into pieces. His soul was also shattered in an instant. With another move, Ming Wangdong was destroyed. The remaining 3 people went crazy. They finally believed that the person in front of them was the successor of the 9 sons. Although they didn't know why he was still alive, he was too terrifying. Run, the vermilion bird saintess screamed and fled. She wanted to announce to the world that the successor of the 9 sons was still alive. This was definitely an earth-shattering news. You want to escape? Stay. Lin Xian snorted. He waved his hand and a black spear appeared. He waved his arm and 3 terrifying black torrents shot forward. Pung pung pung. The vermilion bird saintess and the other 2 stopped in midair. They looked down at their bodies. A black shadow appeared in their hearts. They had been pierced through. They were nailed to death in the void. The great, great spear of destruction. They said these words with great difficulty. Then, they tilted their heads and stopped breathing. That's right, the great spear of destruction. The great destruction spear of the great demon fell into the void. For the next 3 years, it was covered by an endless amount of demonic qi. No one dared to get close to it. In the end, he was taken away by Lin Xian. This was a vicious weapon that had been stained with the blood of countless saints. Its power was extremely great. Back then, it had posed a huge threat to Lin Xian. If not for the fact that Lin Xian possessed the great dragon sword soul, it would have been very difficult for him to withstand the great destruction spear. The great spear of destruction could even kill a saint. How could the 3 of them block it? It was settled. Behind him, Yan Ryu also walked up. She was also incomparably shocked. She didn't expect that his strength had already reached such a level. Right now, your strength is much stronger than when you were fighting against the great demon. I'm really looking forward to seeing Yan Nanshan's expression when he sees you. He will definitely be shocked. Lin Xian said. However, I'm looking forward to fighting with him. I want to see how strong the successor of a great emperor is. Let's go. Lin Xian obtained the chains of law from these people and flew to the next palace. At the same time, outside the demon cultivation valley, the vermilion bird palace elders' faces changed. In the next moment, they roared at the sky. No. Damn it. Who was it who dared to kill the vermilion bird palace saintess? They roared crazily. The surrounding people were all stunned. What's going on? Was the vermilion bird saintess killed? Heavens! Who did it? Was it the cloud sky saint? Or Long Zhaotian? They didn't know, but they could see that the 6 figures of law in the valley below had disappeared. It was those 2 people. It shouldn't be. 2 against 6, and they were still completely annihilated. It was too shocking. Wait, one of them had escaped, and the other was still alive. They had to find out who did it. The vermilion bird palace elders roared crazily. The elders trembled. They had no choice but to enter the valley below. One of them had already started to move. His body flashed, and light filled the sky as he charged down. However, he was quickly pushed back by an aura. Once the demon cultivation valley opened, it would become a world of its own. In less than a month's time, those outside couldn't enter. They would either be killed or thrown out. Other than that, there was no other choice. Damn it, this is too damn it. The Vermilion Bird Palace elders were so angry that they wanted to vomit blood. Originally, they wanted to use the Demon Cultivation Valley to restrict others. But now, they were the unlucky ones. In the valley, a figure quickly flew out with a shield. Everywhere he passed, countless trees grew, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. They were like demons, completely blocking the path and space. However, very quickly, a terrifying vibration came from behind. The ground split open, and a biting cold saber light shone, cutting all the trees to pieces. The figures behind him were extremely fast. At the same time, a roar rang out. Northern Devil, you can't escape. The person running in front was the Northern Devil. At this moment, his face was gloomy, and his body was surrounded by the law of wood. The surrounding trees all seemed to listen to his orders. He began to attack. However, the people chasing after him were simply too powerful. Even he was unable to withstand them. That was because the one chasing him was a man covered in scales, with boundless strength, Long Zhao Tian. The other person was covered in white light, like a celestial being. Zhao Wuliang. The last one was abnormally ferocious. He had 9 heads, and each of them was extraordinarily mighty. He was a prodigy of the 9-headed lion race. He didn't seem any weaker than Zhao Wuliang. The other person was riding the waves, revealing a ferocious shark head. Fish scales flickered on his body, and his eyes released a biting cold light. He was Black Shark of the Shark King race. 4 top experts surrounded the Northern Devil. If it was a one-on-one fight, the Northern Devil could definitely fight against any one of them. But now, there were 4 of them against 1. He wasn't a match at all. He could only run for his life. Fortunately, he had the 10,000 devil body, and he was also a wood martial artist. His vitality was strong, and he could control the surrounding plants. Otherwise, he would have been killed many times over. Even so, he wasn't a match for them. If he couldn't escape, then it was only a matter of time before he was killed. Damn it, he really deserved to die. The Northern Devil's face was gloomy. Why were these people gathered together? Indeed, if anyone else was here, they would be shocked. Because they couldn't believe it. Zhao Wuliang and Long Zhao Tian, as well as 2 top experts, would team up. It was beyond everyone's expectations. You can't escape, roaming dragon. Long Zhao Tian roared. The dragon blood in his body surged, and a dragon shadow rushed out. This power was too strong. Nothing could stop it. 10,000 trees descend, feeling the terrifying power behind him, the northern demon flew while using his mystique. A sky-piercing divine tree appeared in the sky and quickly descended, blocking his path. It blocked roaming dragon. There was a loud explosion, but at this time, the other 3 attacked. Black Shark rushed forward with seawater, forming a whirlpool. Did he want to swallow the sky-piercing divine tree? The 9-headed lion's 9 heads roared. The roar shook the world and affected people's souls. The northern demon was affected. His body trembled, and he slowed down. Zhao Wuliang took the chance and slashed. The flower addict's 33 blade slashes were sharp enough to destroy a level of heaven. Boom, 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 the northern demon spat out blood and flew back. There were many cracks on his body, but his 10,000 demon body quickly healed. He gritted his teeth and flew again. However, this was the 5th time he healed. His power and aura had decreased too much. If he couldn't shake these people off, his life would be in danger. I said, you can't escape. Long Zhaotian's group quickly chased after him. The reason why the 4 of them had joined hands was so that they could sweep through everything. They wanted to eliminate the other people who were a threat to them. 3 days later, the North Demon stopped because he was stopped by someone. Long Zhao Tian, Zhao Wuliang, the 9-headed lion, and Black Shark surrounded him. Escape? Let's see how you can escape this time. The 4 of them teamed up. The laws on their bodies intertwined, forming a domain that covered the sky. The northern demon's expression became ugly. It seemed that he could only fight to the death. He waved his hand, and the laws of wood floated. Countless trees around him grew wildly. A sky-piercing divine tree appeared behind him again. The 10,000 trees flower bloomed. 7 flowers formation. The green nocturnal battle armor appeared on the northern demon's body. The heaven-reaching divine tree on his back began to bloom, forming a terrifying flower. Countless flower petals floated around them, forming a terrifying formation that absorbed the power of the four people. "Humph," Long Zhaotian shouted coldly. Dragon fighting in the wild, a giant dragon phantom appeared on his body. It roared and rushed forward, able to destroy everything. The world's 8 blades. Zhao Wuliang brandished his long saber. The piercingly cold saber light soared into the sky. Lion roar divine skill. The 9-headed Lion King let out a roar, and terrifying divine fire surged forward. Black Shark blended into the void and carried out the assassination. The 7 flowers formation was instantly shattered by the attacks of the 4 top experts. The sky-reaching divine tree behind them also emitted a rumbling sound. Many cracks appeared on the divine tree, but the huge divine flower still hung down, scattering its pollen forward. The pollen was extremely poisonous. Long Zhaotian and the other 3's faces changed as they hurriedly defended themselves. However, the attacks from the 4 of them caused the petals to tremble repeatedly. Many cracks appeared on the northern demon's body. He spat out a mouthful of blood, but he could still hold on. However, at that moment, a shadow appeared behind him. A person held a shadow dagger and slashed at his head. With a splurt, blood spurted out. The northern demon was scared out of his wits. He used all his strength to dodge. However, his neck was still cut in half. Just a little bit more and his head would have been sent flying. A large crack appeared on the azure nocturnal armor. The myriad would divine vine. The northern demon roared angrily, and his myriad demon body began to heal. At the same time, he counterattacked. The branches of the myriad demon tree drooped down and turned into 2 divine whips that lashed out behind him. The void was shattered in an instant. Clang, Black Shark raised the shadow dagger in his hand to block, but he was sent flying by a force. However, it seemed that he was not seriously injured. After that attack, Black Shark was slightly injured, and the other 3 were forced back. However, the northern demon was seriously injured, and his head was almost cut off. Seeing that, Zhao Wuliang and the others sneered. The northern demon would definitely die today. They estimated that they would be able to kill him in less than 5 moves. As expected, in the second move, the northern demon was even more seriously injured. A large crack appeared on half of his body, and he was almost cut in half. In the third move, the northern demon was cut in half. He healed again, and his face was even paler. "Let's see how many more times you can survive." The 4 of them attacked again. The battle was extremely terrifying, and the surrounding people all fled. At the same time, the 2 figures quickly flew over. Actually, they had sensed a few powerful forces a long time ago. They quickly flew over with their shields. It was obvious. This was a huge battle, and there were several forces involved. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. One of them was very familiar to Lin Xian. He could even see a huge tree flashing in the distance, and its terrifying phantom covered the void. The heavenly tree was the northern demon's mystique. What was going on? Was the northern demon being chased? Let's go and take a look. Yan Ryu also frowned. She and Lin Xian quickly flew forward. When they arrived nearby, Lin Xian used his soul to capture the situation in front of him. His expression immediately changed. It was a siege again, and it was very similar to the scene he encountered before. But there was a difference. Previously, the Vermilion Bird Holy Maiden and the others were considered to be on the second level. But now, the ones attacking the northern demon were Long Zhaotian, Zhao Wuliang, and the others. They were definitely the top prodigies on the first level. Damn it. Lin Xian was instantly enraged. He realized that the northern demon's situation was very bad. Attack, Lin Xian shouted coldly and sent out a vermilion bird. It rushed down. Yan Ryu stretched out her white palm and pressed down. A black hole appeared in the void and kept shattering. Boom. Boom, below, Long Zhaotian, Zhao Wuliang, and the others smiled sinisterly. Hee, die. They could tell that the northern demon was about to die. They estimated that they could kill him in 2 more moves. But at that moment, their expressions changed. Two terrifying attacks surged towards them. Scram, the four of them turned around and roared crazily. They attacked with their mystiques and collided with the two attacks. The sky was torn apart, and violent energy surged. The northern demon retreated, and so did Long Zhaotian and the others. Who dares to interfere in our business? Their gazes swept across the area. Soon, they saw two figures descending from the sky. Yan Ruyu, it's you. Long Zhaotian and the others recognized Yan Ruyu first. But the other person made them frown. They couldn't see his face clearly. For against one, you're really shameless. Yan Ruyu snorted coldly. On the other side, Lin Xian had already begun to check on the northern demon's injuries. He frowned. He was heavily injured, but fortunately, he came in time. Any later and the northern demon's life would have been in danger. They're very strong, the northern demon said. He did not recognize Lin Xian at first. Hurry up and leave. He did not look like he wanted to fight. After all, he was heavily injured. Although there were two of them, the other side still had the advantage. Don't worry, rest well. Leave this to me. Lin Xian patted the northern demon's shoulder and injected some energy into him. Then, he took out a bottle of pills and handed it to him. Then, he walked over and stood beside Yan Ruyu. Leave Long Zhaotian and Zhao Wuliang to me. You have no problems with the other two, right? No. Yan Ruyu shook her head. Her eyes were cold. It was obvious that this peerless beauty was angry. On the other side, Long Zhaotian, Zhao Wuliang, and the other three were stunned. What did they just hear? These two wanted to fight the four of them 1-on-2, what a joke, the four of them sneered. They were the top elites. They were not afraid of anyone in a 1-on-1 fight. Now that it was 2 against 1, they could easily kill the other party. One had to know that the four of them had chased after the northern demon just as a precaution. If they really fought, the two of them could kill the other party. Although these two were strong, they were probably only on par with the northern demon. Since there were still people who did not know their limits, they would kill them together. Zhao Wuliang sneered. Long Zhaotian and the other two nodded. Indeed, their goal this time was to eliminate the strong enemies. The northern demon was one of them. Yan Ruyu was also their target. As for the last mysterious person, although they did not know him, they would kill him together. You want to get rid of me? Let's see if you have the ability. Lin Xian took a step forward. Flames erupted from his body. However, it was no longer gold or fiery red. It was pitch black. The ink-black flames burned fiercely. Lin Xian did not intend to reveal his true identity right now. Therefore, he used the great dragon sword soul to directly transform her flames. At this moment, he was like a demon king, looking down on everyone. Lin Xian and the great demon had fought for half a year. He was very familiar with his opponent's mystiques. If he used the dragon sword soul to manifest them, they would not be any weaker than the great demons. What a terrifying demonic chi, Long Zhaotian and the rest frowned. Who was this person? Were they from the demon race? However, before they could think any further, a large black hand rushed over, carrying with it a torrential hellfire. Immediately, he formed a demonic disc that could destroy the world and struck out. The terrifying power shattered the void in front of him completely. That power enveloped Long Zhaotian and Zhao Wuliang. Courting death, the two of them were enraged. The other party really dared to fight the two of them alone. What a joke. Get lost. Long Zhaotian was the first to get angry. He was a powerhouse of the dragon clan. He didn't even put Yan Nantian in his eyes, let alone this person in front of him. The scales on his body emitted an incomparably terrifying light. He punched out with a fist that was like a giant dragon streaking across the sky. Boom! The terrifying dragon collided with the world-destroying demonic plate, causing the heavens and earth to shatter. However, Long Zhaotian let out a muffled groan as cracks appeared on his fist. Bang bang bang, he took 3 steps back and withdrew his fist. His eyes were filled with shock. His opponent had actually injured him. How was this possible? Damn it, who the hell are you? The person who will kill you. Lin Xian's eyes exploded with a cold light. The black flames on his body danced. At this moment, he was truly arrogant to the extreme. Courting death, Long Zhaotian was furious. Roaming dragon's body bloomed with light and formed an eagle that charged forward. It formed a peerless immortal light. Lin Xian laughed, not afraid at all. The large black hand drew a circle in the air and instantly turned into a black hole. It swallowed the giant dragon. At the same time, his left hand struck out like a black sun and charged toward Zhao Wuliang. Zhao Wuliang frowned, pulled out his long saber, and slashed out. On the long saber, there was terrifying lightning. That was the law of lightning, and it had the power to destroy everything. The saber collided with the black fist, causing an earth-shattering sound. The black fist was repelled, but it instantly turned into a palm and directly broke the lightning saber in half. The terrifying power caused Zhao Wuliang to retreat a few steps. His face was gloomy. On the other side, Long Zhaotian was also repelled by the other party. The nine-headed Lion King and He Sha were stunned. The other party really did it. With the power of one person, he repelled Long Zhaotian and Zhao Wuliang. Who was this person? Could it be another kind of hidden saint? Ha 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 ha, you're just SOSO. Unable to withstand a single blow. Lin Xian laughed and stepped forward. The black flames on his body covered the entire sky. Demon swallows the world, the flames turned into black holes one after another, enveloping Long Zhaotian and He Sha. At the same time, the nine-headed Lion King and Shadowless were also enveloped. Courting death, the four of them were completely enraged. Did the other party still want to attack the other two? They charged forward in a frenzy. Yan Ryu was also stunned when she saw this scene. Then, she shook her head slightly. This guy is really arrogant. He wants to fight four of us alone? Fine, I'll just watch. Originally, Yan Ryu still wanted to use some trump cards, but now it seemed that she was not needed. If there was really danger, it would not be too late for her to make a move. Therefore, she came to the Northern Demon. The Northern Demon's recovery was terrifying. Therefore, his injuries were already healed. However, his strength had not recovered yet. He swallowed a pill and looked in front of him. The scene was extremely shocking. Who was this person? He could actually fight four of them alone. One had to know that he was being chased by four people and was almost killed. Who was this person? The Northern Demon turned around and asked. Yan Ryu smiled. An old friend. You'll find out after the fight. Old friend? The Northern Demon was stunned. It seemed that the other party was very close to Yan Ryu and should know him. But who was it? If it was an old friend, they should belong to the same world. But who could be so strong in that world? Yan Nantian was impossible. Then, was it Yi Wudao? He thought of the holy body. He did have such power, but Yi Wudao did not have monstrous demonic qi. Was it Wu Chen or the one from the Gu family? He shook his head. He could not think of it. It was not that he did not think of Lin Xian, but he knew that Lin Xian had the nine-yang divine body. Previously, the news of the nine-yang divine body dying together with the demon had spread throughout the ancient path of stars. He would never have thought that it was Lin Xian. While the Northern Demon was puzzled, the battle in front of him was unusually intense. It was as if Lin Xian had turned into a demon king at this moment. He attacked without any reservations. The other four were furious and roaring. The four of them joined forces, but they could only fight to a draw. They could not do anything to the other party. They were going crazy. When did such a terrifying monster appear on the ancient path of the starry sky? Why hadn't they heard of it at all? Moreover, looking at the monstrous demonic aura and the world-destroying millstone, they all thought that the great demon had resurrected. Damn it, he must be related to the great demon. Even if he wasn't a great demon, he must be from the demon race. These people roared crazily. The two of you, don't hold back anymore. Attack with all your might, Zhao Wuliang said coldly because he realized that although the other party was attacking the four of them, he was constantly using killing moves on him. It made him break out in cold sweat. Zhao Wuliang was actually very depressed because not long ago, one of his clones was killed and his strength was greatly reduced. If he hadn't paid a huge price recently, his strength wouldn't have been able to recover. This made him gnash his teeth for a while. However, he still couldn't find out who killed his clone. Now, he even encountered a demon-like figure. The recent emergence of powerhouses and geniuses shocked him. He was worried that he wouldn't be able to keep his position, so he roared angrily. He didn't want the others to hold back and kill the other party with all their might. He took the lead. A terrifying aura spread out from his body. The law of thunder rushed into the clouds, forming a thundercloud in the sky. It emitted an extremely terrifying pressure. Boom boom boom, in the thundercloud, the law of order revolved and then descended. This was a lightning tribulation, and it struck directly at Lin Xian. Lin Xian laughed loudly. The flames on his body danced and turned into a black giant. It was like a demonic sound. He opened his mouth and swallowed all the lightning in the sky. Puff, then, he aimed at Zhao Wuliang and spat out. Endless lightning was spat out by him, and there was also the power of fire on it. It directly enveloped Zhao Wuliang. Zhao Wuliang screamed miserably as he was pierced by the lightning. He flew backward, his body charred black, and he was in an abnormally sorry state. Die. However, at this moment, Long Zhaotian's attack also arrived. His 5 fingers seemed to have turned into 5 divine swords with 5 types of laws on them. They were incomparably dazzling. In an instant, they pierced through the void and directly enveloped Lin Xian. With a puff, he cut open the black flames on Lin Xian's body. He had succeeded. Seeing this scene, Long Zhaotian smiled. The other 3 also heaved a sigh of relief. This attack could definitely pierce through the other party. Next, they would make him suffer a fate worse than death. Clang, an earth-shattering sound rang out, but the faces of Long Zhaotian and the others turned ugly. The reason for that was because they discovered that there was no blood. In other words, although their opponent had been knocked back, his body was not injured. How was this possible? At this moment, their eyes were filled with fear. They couldn't defeat him. They realized that they couldn't defeat him. Roaring divine art, a terrifying sound wave rushed forward, but it was shattered by a slap from the other party. He Sha also silently appeared behind the other party. The shadow dagger in his hand slashed towards the other party's neck. Previously, it was his sneak attack that almost cut off the North Demon's head. But this time, his arm was numb from the impact. He didn't hurt the other party either. This was definitely the body of a saint. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to be so strong. Black Shark screamed like a madman, wanting to retreat. In an instant, he retreated from Lin Xian's side, but in the next moment, he screamed. A pitch-black spear pierced through his body. Ah, He Sha screamed. How could this be? He had already merged with the void long ago. How did the other party find him? Buzz, the spear flashed, and Black Shark's body was torn into pieces. Blood dyed the ground red. A saint. Could it be a saint? At this moment, Zhao Wuliang and the others were about to despair. There was actually a saint. Other than Cloud Sky Saint, were there other saints? Among them, Long Zhaotian looked at the black weapon and screamed in fear. The Spear of Annihilation, could it be that you're really a great demon? You're not dead. They had seen the recording array of the battle between the Nine Suns' successor and the great demon, so they naturally recognized the pitch-black weapon. Was it the Spear of Annihilation? That was something that only the great demons could possess. Even if the person in front of them wasn't the one who had died, he was probably a new great demon, right? Moreover, they felt that this great demon was even more terrifying than the previous one. What was going on? They didn't know anymore. Lin Xian charged out with the Spear of Annihilation in his hand. A terrifying light tore through the void and charged towards Zhao Wuliang. Zhao Wuliang was scared out of his wits. The world's edge 8 blades slashed out with his saber light, but it was pierced through. The Spear of Annihilation knocked away his saber and pierced through his shoulder. He was nailed in the void. That ice-cold killing intent wanted to tear him into pieces. Explode, Zhao Wuliang gritted his teeth. His body split open to escape the attack. Run. They quickly retreated. Lin Xian sneered. You still want to run? Golden light appeared in his eyes and scattered into the void. Then, the Spear of Annihilation stabbed out. He Sha screamed again. He was hit again. Soul Annihilation, the Spear of Annihilation danced and instantly annihilated his opponent's soul. A dignified peerless expert was killed so easily just like that. Seeing this scene, the other three ran away crazily. Buzz. Lin Xian threw the Spear of Annihilation. It instantly pierced through the nine-headed Lion King's body. The nine-headed Lion King trembled and its 9 heads roared at the sky. The terrifying roar shook heaven and earth, but this sound wave couldn't do anything to Lin Xian. Lin Xian directly rushed over. His big hand tore through the sound wave that filled the sky and slapped the other party into meat paste. He picked out the other party's soul and pierced it with the Spear of Annihilation. Ah! The nine-headed Lion King's soul let out a sharp cry, but it was carried by Lin Xian and charged towards Zhao Wuliang again. Zhao Wuliang was scared out of his wits. He couldn't dodge the spear anymore. It couldn't be helped. The other party was too strong. When he didn't use the Spear of Annihilation, they weren't his match. Now that he took it out again, how could they resist this peerless murderous weapon? This was definitely the combat strength of a saint. At this moment, Zhao Wuliang was very decisive. He once again created a clone to die in his place. As for his real body, he burrowed into the ground and used the law of earth to escape. How could Lin Xian let him escape? With one strike, he pierced through the ground and cut off Zhao Wuliang's path. Zhao Wuliang had no choice but to change direction. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up into a smile. Next, he attacked a few times. This made it so that Zhao Wuliang and Long Zhaotian couldn't escape separately. They could only escape in the direction he chose. Lin Xian chased after them. The great pursuit began again, but this time it was different. Lin Xian was chasing after Zhao Wuliang and Long Zhaotian. Wherever he passed, mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. The others also noticed this scene, and their eyeballs almost popped out. Were Zhao Wuliang and Long Zhaotian escaping? Then who was it? Was it Cloud Sky Saint? Heavens, the saint was going to start a massacre. For a moment, they were extremely terrified. Lin Xian didn't kill them directly. He was like a cat playing with a mouse, constantly attacking and chasing after the two of them. The two people in front were terrified and desperate. They were exhausted and felt that death was better than living. At that moment, Lin Xian's voice floated out from behind. Why? Are you in despair? When the four of you joined forces to hunt down the North Goblin, did you ever think that you would be hunted down like this one day? If you want to kill others, you have to be prepared to be killed. Lin Xian's mocking voice sounded. In front, everyone's expressions were ugly. Long Zhaotian's lungs were about to explode from anger. Damn it, I'll fight it out with you. Wah! He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of dragon blood that turned into a dragon saber. The dragon blood saber slashed down with monstrous killing intent and terrifying power. The sky was dyed red as the saber was split open. Lin Xian sneered and waved the Spear of Destruction to meet the attack. With a clanging sound, the dragon blood saber was pierced through. Long Zhaotian had another wound and spat out blood as he flew backward. He was truly in despair. He was no match for his opponent at all. Just now, 1/3 of his dragon blood had been sucked away. The dragon blood saber formed with the secret technique of the dragon race could destroy everything. It could even threaten a saint. However, it was shattered by his opponent in one strike. It was not that he was too weak, but that the enemy was too strong, especially the Spear of Destruction. That was a murderous weapon stained with the blood of countless saints. Perhaps only a true sacred artifact could fight against it, therefore, there was only one thing they could do now, and that was to escape with all their might. If they could escape the first stage, they would be able to save their lives. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days of pursuit. Lin Xian chased them for a total of 7 days. During these 7 days, Zhao Wuliang and Long Zhaotian felt despair and hellish life. Their hair was disheveled, and their eyes were bloodshot. To be honest, for a moment, they even wanted to die just like that. However, very quickly, their hope was ignited because in front of them, 7 rays of light flickered. It was a figure with 7 laws. Who was it? It was either Cloud Sky Saint or Yan Nantian. They hurriedly flew in that direction, wanting to kill someone with a borrowed knife. At the very least, they had to block the demon behind them. 7 rays of light? Who was it? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes, sneered, and chased after them. Now that he had 5 nomological laws, it was enough. Coupled with the great spear of destruction, what could Cloud Sky Saint do? He could still put up a fight. In front of them, Long Zhaotian and Zhao Wuliang sped up again. They passed through several mountain ranges and finally found a figure in front of them. It was Yan Nantian. They were overjoyed and quickly rushed over. That's right, it was indeed Yan Nantian. Yan Nantian relied on the map in his hand and his powerful strength to obtain the 7 laws. It could be said that in the entire Devil Cultivation Valley, he was the person with the most laws. When he saw Zhao Wuliang and Long Zhaotian walking towards him together, Yan Nantian was stunned. Could it be that the 2 of them wanted to join forces to kill him? The corner of his mouth curled up in disdain. Now, even if the 2 of them joined forces, he would not be afraid. However, he soon realized that something was wrong. The 2 of them didn't seem to be here to kill him. Instead, they seemed to be running for their lives. This was because he discovered that their faces were pale, and their eyes were red. Their bodies were covered in wounds, and their blood was a ghastly sight. Someone was chasing after these 2. Who was it? Yan Nantian was very surprised. Other than him, perhaps only Cloud Sky Saint could hunt down the 2 of them. Could it be Cloud Sky Saint? Was Cloud Sky Saint finally going to make a move? Yan Nantian's gaze was solemn. However, he was soon stunned because he discovered that behind Long Zhaotian and Zhao Wuliang was not Cloud Sky Saint, but a pitch-black figure that looked like a demon. You want to escape? Can you escape? That person let out a cold voice and instantly streaked across the void, charging towards the 2 of them. He gently waved the weapon in his hand, forming a terrifying light that blasted Long Zhaotian and Zhao Wuliang away. Yan Nantian, this person is also here to kill you. At this moment, Zhao Wuliang hurriedly exclaimed. He wanted to drag Yan Nantian down with him. This was the only way for them to survive. Yan Nantian was stunned. A wisp of aura appeared on his body. He snorted coldly and took a step forward. Although he did not know who this person was, he really wanted to fight him. Scram! Lin Xian shouted coldly and the great destruction spear flew out. The target was Yan Nantian. Yan Nantian's face instantly darkened. The other party actually dared to attack him? An incomparable light erupted from his body. However, in an instant, his expression changed and he was blasted away. The light on his body quickly shattered. Boom! Yan Nantian landed on a mountain range in the distance and shattered all 5 peaks. What? Yan Nantian can't block it. Long Zhaotian and Zhao Wuliang's faces turned pale when they saw this scene. This person is too powerful, isn't he? Ah! The mountain range in the distance shattered and a figure rushed out. Yan Nantian's expression was cold and his eyes were like divine swords that swept across the surroundings. Damn it, damn it. How dare the other party injure me? This is unforgivable. Yan Nantian, be careful. That person is using the Great Destruction Spear. It's not an ordinary weapon. Long Zhaotian also reminded him. What? The Great Destruction Spear? Yan Nantian was stunned. Isn't that the weapon of the great demon? Why does the person in front of me have it? Moreover, the person in front of me has a monstrous demonic chi. Could it be that Demang isn't dead? What about the successor of the 9 sons? Is he dead? He thought of many things in an instant. Soon, he shook his head. Impossible. The great demon is dead. There's no way he's still alive. The aura of the person in front of me is different from the great demon. He's much stronger than before. Could it be that a new great demon has appeared? Damn it, how could this be? His expression was uncertain. At this moment, Lin Xian attacked again. The great destruction spear pierced through the sky and transformed into an endless black dragon. Its monstrous aura tore the void apart and instantly pierced towards Yan Nantian. Humph. So what if the great demon has revived? I'm not afraid of anyone now. I can even trample on a saint. Yan Nantian's voice was grand as the aura on his body suddenly erupted. The phantoms of the 4 divine beasts quickly circled around him. Buzz, among them, the vermilion bird phantom opened its mouth and spat out a sky full of raging flames that danced quickly like the sunset. That red light contained a terrifying power that could incinerate all living things. The terrifying blazing fire instantly enveloped the Great Destruction Spear. However, Yan Nantian did not stop. The Great Destruction Spear was a murderous weapon. Its power was naturally terrifying, so he attacked again. After the vermilion bird, the azure dragon also attacked, spitting out waves that filled the sky. The black tortoise was as heavy as a mountain and pressed down like a heavenly eye. The white tiger phantom was even more terrifying. It mainly attacked, turning into a peerless blade that descended from the sky. Its power was simply too strong. It was much more terrifying than Zhao Wuliang's World's Edge 8 blades. Boom, a violent explosion sounded. The Great Destruction Spear was simply too terrifying. At this moment, Lin Xian was using it. Lin Xian's physical strength, coupled with the Great Destruction Spear, was absolutely terrifying. In an instant, it pierced through the sky full of light and raging flames. Frenzied Blade was also sent flying. He had pierced through all the mystiques and was still charging over in a domineering manner. Yan Nantian's expression changed and he quickly dodged. On the other side, Long Zhaotian and Zhao Wuliang's scalps went numb. It seemed that even Yan Nantian might not be able to subdue the other party. The two of them had better run, therefore, the two of them turned around and fled. Where could they run to? Lin Xian waved the Great Destruction Spear and drew an eternal black crack that directly swallowed the two of them. Then, he reached out his demonic hand and grabbed the nomological laws on the two of them. With a forceful tug, all 5 nomological laws were removed from their bodies. Ah, miserable screams were heard. The two of them were in excruciating pain. At that moment, the black hand slapped down again and smashed their bodies into pieces. It's over. Are the two of them going to die here? Long Zhaotian and Zhao Wuliang's faces were filled with despair and regret. However, at that moment, Yan Nantian made his move. A red feather appeared in his hand. He gently danced and a terrifying fire erupted again. This time, the power was even stronger than before. It directly melted the black hand and separated everything. How dare you stop me? Lin Xian turned his head and looked at Yan Nantian with a cold expression. Not only will I stop you, but I'll also kill you. Yan Nantian was also furious. The other party's domineering attitude and powerful strength made him very unhappy and a little uneasy. Such a person had to be dealt with quickly to avoid endless trouble. Long Zhaotian and Zhao Wuliang took advantage of this opportunity to quickly escape with the blood mist wrapped around them. Lin Xian ignored them. Although the two of them were powerful and invincible in the eyes of outsiders, they were no different from ants in his eyes. They posed no threat to him at all. However, Yan Nantian in front of him was not necessarily the same. The other party was the successor of a great emperor and had many tricks up his sleeve. It would not be easy to completely kill him. However, this time was also a good time to find out how strong Yan Nantian had become. Since you want to fight, then let's fight. Lin Xian snorted coldly and fixed the Great Destruction Spear in the void. With a boom, the void within 1,000,000 miles was quickly shattered. It could not withstand this attack at all. No one can stop me. Yan Nantian was also very confident. The fiery red feather in his hand bloomed with an unparalleled brilliance. The vermilion bird divine feather? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He could see that the feather was very mysterious and had terrifying Dao runes on it. It should be one of the vermilion bird's treasures. Who would have thought that it would end up in Yan Nantian's hands? Looks like the Vermilion Bird Palace truly valued Yan Nantian to the extreme. The vermilion bird divine feather waved, and suddenly, the entire world trembled. Flames danced about, turning into an enormous vermilion bird. It soared into the sky, spreading its wings and covering heaven and earth. This scene was simply too terrifying. Everyone in the Devil Cultivation Valley saw this scene. They raised their heads and looked at the sky, feeling incomparably terrified. Who was it? Was it Yan Nantian? The gigantic vermilion bird also had the law of fire. It instantly enveloped Lin Xian. That unparalleled power could suppress everything. Humph, Lin Xian coldly snorted. The black flames on his body also burned fiercely. At this moment, he fully released his 9-yang divine body. Like a black god of war, the Great Destruction Spear in his hand danced wildly. Boom. Boom, boom. 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 Countless lightning bolts surrounded the sky. The great destruction spear carried with it a terrifying law of fire. In the blink of an eye, it turned into an enormous black dragon and collided with the vermilion bird's phantom. The two behemoths were crazily fighting. Their power spread all over the place. Even the people outside the Devil Cultivation Valley were stunned. They naturally felt the terrifying aura. Who was fighting? Was it Yan Nantian and Cloud Sky Saint? No. Why do I feel a monstrous demonic aura? Could it be a demonic creature that originally existed in the valley? They were all stunned. The people of the Vermilion Bird Palace also had serious expressions because they felt the aura of the Vermilion Bird Divine Feather. It was obvious that one of them was Yan Nantian. But who was the other person? They didn't know. The battle was extremely intense. The two exchanged more than 100 blows. The Vermilion Bird Phantom was torn apart, and Lin Xian was incomparably powerful. He charged over with the Great Destruction Spear. He was too powerful. The void around Yan Nantian quickly shattered. Yan Nantian had no choice but to form a hand seal and enlarge the Vermilion Bird Divine Feather in his hand. It was like a wall of fire blocking in front of him. With a clang, the Great Destruction Spear collided with the Vermilion Bird Divine Feather, making a shocking sound. That sound wave was simply too terrifying. Everything in the surroundings was quickly reduced to ashes by the sound wave. Even Yan Nantian's body trembled violently. Many cracks appeared on his body. Ah! He roared angrily. The phantoms of the 4 divine beasts on his body instantly enveloped him. The cracks on his body quickly healed. He raised his head and looked forward. Suddenly, his pupils shrank. Damn it, his opponent seemed to be fine. Under such a powerful sound wave, his opponent's body didn't crack. What kind of physique was that? A supreme demonic physique? How could it be so strong? Although he didn't have a bloodline physique, he had a great inheritance. After the inheritance, he cultivated the Great Emperor physique, which was also incomparably powerful. However, at that moment, in front of the sound wave, his physique cracked, but his opponent was unscathed. There were only 2 possibilities. First, his opponent's physique far surpassed his of the same level. Second, his opponent's physique surpassed his in terms of realm. That was the physique of a sage. Could it be that his opponent was really a sage? Was there another hidden sage other than the Cloud Sky Sage? Yan Nantian's face was a little ugly. However, he soon snorted. So what if he was a sage? This was a world of its own. He had 7 nomological laws. Even if he was a sage, he could still kill him, sun and moon splitting the sky. Yan Nantian roared angrily. The power on his body suddenly transformed into the sun and moon. They kept spinning above his head. The 2 powers seemed to be able to split the sky and earth. The sun and moon splitting the sky was a kind of great magical power that caused the world to fantasize. Yan Nantian used this magical power to attack Lin Xian. Chaotic Demon Fist, Lin Xian held the Great Destruction Spear in one hand and kept waving his other fist, throwing out countless fist shadows. Each of them was like a black sun that collided with the sun and moon. Boom. Boom, boom. Lin Xian's 9-yang divine physique was definitely not inferior to a sage's physique. His power was terrifying. Coupled with the black phantoms that he deliberately created, it was really terrifying to the extreme. For a moment, the two were in a stalemate. Lin Xian was surprised. As expected of the great emperor's successor. Interesting. One had to know that Long Zhaotian and Zhao Wuliang couldn't resist his punch at all. However, his opponent could actually block it. Moreover, it looked like he was handling it with ease. One had to admit that the great emperor's magical power was indeed terrifying. He could actually resist a sage's physique? But thinking about it, a great emperor was a super existence that could suppress the universe. Every great emperor was the most powerful and terrifying expert in the world. How could his inheritance be weak? Yan Nantian was also shocked. The inheritance of a great emperor was so terrifying that he had never failed. Especially in recent years, his strength had improved by leaps and bounds, reaching an unbelievable level. He was confident that he could kill even a saint. But now, he couldn't do anything to his opponent. What kind of power did his opponent have? An apocalyptic strike. At this moment, Lin Xian attacked again. This time, he used the Great Spear of Destruction. The demonic aura on it surged into the sky, transforming into a millstone of destruction. This was also a great demon's ability. When Lin Xian had used it previously, he had beaten Long Zhao Tian and Yan Nan Tian until they screamed in pain. But now? He had used the power of the Great Spear of Destruction to evolve it. Its power was definitely more terrifying than before. Sure enough, the Great Spear of Destruction fell with the phantom of the apocalyptic demonic millstone. With a boom, it sent the sun and moon splitting open, the sky flying. The battle between the two was earth-shattering. However, there were three figures hiding in the dark, secretly observing. These three people were not together. Instead, they were standing in three different directions and were on guard against each other. The auras of the three of them were incomparably hazy, but they were also very powerful. They didn't care about the energy storm at all. The laws on their bodies flickered with incomparable light, forming vortexes one after another. Yan Nantian was indeed the successor of a great emperor. He was so powerful. But who was the person holding the Great Spear of Destruction? A saint's body. Could it be that he was the same as us and had his saint's clone forcefully taken away? The last person only narrowed his eyes and stared at Yan Nantian. Sun and moon splitting open the sky. So he had obtained the inheritance of great Emperor Hongwu. If this guy grew up, he would be incredible. The three figures were like ghosts, hiding in the void, watching silently. The battle between Lin Xian and Yan Nantian was getting more and more intense. The two of them had exchanged thousands of moves, and all kinds of divine abilities emerged one after another. Yan Nantian enlarged the vermilion bird divine feather and turned it into a flaming divine sword to fight back. In the end, Yan Nantian used the great emperor's secret technique to reach Lin Xian's side. With a slash of his sword, he slashed apart the demonic qi on Lin Xian's body. It landed on Lin Xian's body. With a clang, the longsword pierced into his flesh. However, Lin Xian used his powerful strength to clamp down on the sword. He did not let the vermilion bird divine feather sink into it again. Are you finally going to fight me? But do you think you can run away after injuring me? Lin Xian smiled. Even though he was injured, so what? The Great Spear of Destruction in his hand pierced through Yan Nantian's body. Blood splattered everywhere. Both of them were injured. However, Yan Nantian was clearly more seriously injured. His body had been pierced through. Lin Xian only suffered a small cut. Lin Xian snorted coldly as the illusions of the four divine beasts pulled him away from the great obliteration spear. At the same time, he withdrew the vermilion bird divine feather. After retreating far away, the wound on Yan Nantian's body began to heal. Countless laws shrouded the wound. Lin Xian's body shook as well. The laws of wood, the art of longevity, and the power of the nine yan divine body quickly healed his wound. You're quite strong. Unfortunately, I didn't use my full strength just now. After Yan Nantian's wound healed, his expression turned cold. 9 ancient runes appeared on his body. The runes shone brightly and completely enveloped his body, increasing his defensive power once again. These 9 emperor runes could not only defend, but also attack. They had endless magical uses. Even a true sage would have to be careful if they encountered them. Is that so? Do you think I've used my full strength? Lin Xian also smiled. Inside his body, the great dragon sword soul roared again. His combat power increased again. The great obliteration spear charged forward. This time, its power was doubled. Yan Nantian also waved the 9 runes and charged forward. Clang, the sound of a collision was even more terrifying than before. At this moment, even the expressions of the 3 figures hiding in the void changed, and they quickly retreated. Damn it, what's going on? These 2 people didn't use their full strength before. Their strength was so terrifying that the 3 of them were extremely shocked. At the same time, another figure came and watched silently. The aura on his body was even more terrifying because he was Cloud Sky Saint. Cloud Sky Saint's gaze was firmly fixed on the 2 figures below. He had no intention of attacking. After hundreds of moves, Yan Nantian's expression turned ugly. He had used the 9 Emperor runes, but they were still evenly matched. Damn it, how was this possible? The Dharma treasure in his opponent's hand was also so terrifying. What kind of secret technique did the other party use to be able to be mentioned in the same breath as it, Emperor runes? Not bad indeed. Lin Xian sneered. The great dragon sword soul roared again and attacked 81 times in a row. The terrifying black light turned into a torrent and blasted the 9 Emperor runes. Intense collisions were heard. In the end, something shocking happened. A crack appeared on one of the Emperor runes. Damn it, how was this possible? Yan Nanshan's eyes widened in disbelief. These were Emperor runes. Although he couldn't use all of his power in his current realm, just the power that he could use was enough to contend with a sage. The other party had actually broken it. How did he do it? Damn it, 81 attacks, all hit the same place. This guy's control was quite precise. Yan Nantian hurriedly waved his hand and the 9 Emperor runes revolved. Crack crack crack, countless lightning bolts appeared between the 9 Emperor runes and connected with each other, completely enveloping Yan Nanshan's body. At this moment, Yan Nantian seemed to have become a thunder god's body. Thunder god transformation, this was naturally a very terrifying superpower in the Great Emperor's inheritance. It was even more terrifying than the sun and moon splitting the sky. Although Yan Nanshan's thunder god's body was created by a superpower, he was confident that it wouldn't lose to any body constitution. Whether it was the supreme demon body or the sacred body, he was confident that he could contend against them. This was the means of a great emperor. Buzz, after transforming into a thunder god's body, Yan Nanshan's speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Lin Xian. In an instant, he attacked 100,000 times. Terrifying lightning bolts, combined with the vermilion bird divine feather, attacked crazily. Boom boom boom, Lin Xian didn't show any signs of weakness. The great destruction spear danced, destroying everything. So what if his opponent had transformed into a real thunder god's body? His 9 Yang divine body wasn't afraid of anyone. The vermilion bird divine feather and the great destruction spear constantly collided. The two's bodies were also constantly clashing. Every blow could turn a half-sage into ashes. After thousands of collisions, the two retreated. Lin Xian's body was still filled with demonic aura. On the other side, several cracks had appeared on Yan Nanshan's body. Although they weren't big, at a glance, it was a ghastly sight. Seeing this, Lin Xian laughed. He waved the spear of destruction again and activated the snap of fingers. The great destruction spear rushed out, carrying with it the power to annihilate everything in the blink of an eye. Yan Nantian snorted and attacked. He still used the body of the thunder god and the vermilion bird divine feather. However, the power of the snap of fingers spread out and shrouded Yan Nantian. Not good, Yan Nanshan's face changed. He found that there were more cracks on his body. Not only that, the lightning on his body dissipated quickly as if it was flowing in reverse. In the end, all the lightning disappeared. Yan Nanshan's body of the thunder god was broken. Buzz, another snap of fingers. Yan Nantian was injured again. Many cracks appeared on his body as if he was going to turn into ashes. Damn it, Yan Nantian roared. The body of the thunder god was formed again. At the same time, the sun and moon danced wildly and attacked. In addition, he used an extremely terrifying divine ability from the great emperor's inheritance. Sky-destroying finger, Yan Nantian stretched out a finger. 7 laws danced on it and intertwined, forming a terrifying Tao pattern. A terrifying aura spread out between heaven and earth and gathered on the finger. It was as if the finger could pierce the sky and destroy everything. At this moment, the other martial artists in the demon cultivation valley were trembling in fear. Although they did not know what was happening, the aura was too terrifying. Damn it, it's the sky-destroying finger, this Yan Nantian, he even learned this move. Among the 3 figures, one of them exclaimed. This was an extremely powerful great mystic power. Back in the day, the great emperor Hongwu could destroy hundreds of starry sky worlds with a single strike of the heavenly finger. It could be said that its power was terrifying. Lin Xian naturally sensed the danger as well. His opponent's finger posed a great threat to him. Therefore, he did not hesitate to use his divine ability. On the spear of destruction, flames danced and formed a black lotus. Fiery lotus of destruction. Lin Xian brandished the great obliteration spear and smashed the black lotus away. At the same time, his opponent's sky obliteration finger was also unleashed. One was a great emperor superpower and the other was a law superpower. When the two collided, the power was too terrifying. At this moment, the three spectators and Cloud Sky Saint all retreated. A huge black hole appeared in the Devil Cultivation Valley. The people outside the valley were stunned when they saw this scene. What's going on? What kind of divine ability was this? Heavens? Could it be that two saints were fighting? The two great divine abilities clashed in the air with incomparable radiance. Lin Xian and Yan Nantian both felt a violent impact. Block for me. The 9 monarch marks on Yan Nantian's body spun continuously as lightning once again surrounded his body. Body of the Thunder God. On the other side, Lin Xian also pushed his 9 Yan divine body to the limit. Countless forces hit his body, producing clanging sounds. After the first strike, the two of them charged forward again. It was the Extermination Fiery Lotus against the Heaven Extermination Finger. The two of them clashed 3 times. Their bodies were injured, and cracks were all over. In the blink of an eye. Sun and moon under the heavens, the sun and moon rose in the sky. Another 2 great divine abilities appeared. Lin Xian used a law superpower again. Yan Nantian relied on his body of the Thunder God and used the sun and moon again. The combination of the two was also a terrifying great divine ability. The two of them attacked without any regard for their lives. Everywhere they passed, mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. At this moment, everyone hid. In the Devil Cultivation Valley, those who were weaker directly fainted. Some were even affected by the shockwaves. Their bodies split into a bloody mist. I surrender. Screams rang out one after another. They were thrown out by a huge force. Those who were weaker all left. There was no other way. Although they were unwilling, they didn't want to be blasted to ashes by this force. Long Zhaotian and Zhao Wuliang had already escaped to a safe place. At this moment, they were looking into the distance at the apocalyptic scene and the terrifying power. Their bodies were all trembling. It was too terrifying. These two people were really terrifying. In their opinion, they were both top half-saints. They even thought that they could compete with Yan Nantian. They could even trample on the other party. But now, they found that they were wrong. Yan Nantian might not have been as good as them a few years ago, but now, he had surpassed them. This was definitely the combat strength of a saint. This time, it was impossible for them to win the championship. It would be good enough if they could guarantee to be in the top 5. In front of them, countless destructive cracks spread rapidly. Lin Xian and Yan Nantian's figures appeared. Both of their bodies were damaged. Countless bloody holes appeared on Yan Nantian's body. His entire body was riddled with holes. There were also several large cracks on Lin Xian's body. One of the slashes almost cut him in half. The successor of the great emperor? He was indeed extraordinary. Lin Xian found that Yan Nantian was indeed very strong. He was not weaker than the great demon at all. As expected of the successor of the great emperor. On the other side, Yan Nantian was also extremely shocked. Damn it, the other party was actually evenly matched with him. Perhaps even an ordinary saint could not do this. Who was this person? Could it be that he was also a successor of the great emperor? Damn it, I admit that you are very strong. But unfortunately, I still won this battle. Speaking of this, a bright light appeared in Yan Nantian's eyes. The 9 runes around him suddenly changed. They turned into 9 light vortexes and began to madly absorb the power of heaven and earth around them. Then, they poured into his body and repaired his injuries. I have the great emperor's superpower. No matter if it is attack, defense, or recovery, they are all unparalleled in the world. Although your strength is comparable to mine, what about recovery? I can recover in an instant. What about you? Can you compete with me? Seeing the bloody holes on Yan Nantian's body quickly healing, Lin Xian also smiled. You are too confident. You are underestimating the world. Today, I will show you my superpower. Nirvana rebirth. Lin Xian's eyes burst with a piercing light. He formed a seal with his fingers. Suddenly, the black flames around him jumped. They turned into a monstrous fire and enveloped him. A mysterious and terrifying power erupted. Lin Xian seemed to have been reborn from the fire. The cracks on his body were also quickly repaired. Moreover, his speed was not slower than Yan Nanshan's, in fact, he was even faster. There were still 3 holes on Yan Nanshan's body that had not healed. On the other side, Lin Xian took a step forward. The Great Destruction Spear in his hand rushed out again. This time, Lin Xian mobilized the Great Dragon Sword soul in his body and integrated it into the Great Destruction Spear. Suddenly, the Great Destruction Spear seemed to have been given a soul. It came alive and trembled non-stop. It turned into a giant dragon that was thousands of feet long and rushed over. In an instant, it engulfed Yan Nantian. Boom! Boom, boom, boom. The Valley of Demon Cultivation shook violently as if it was about to break apart. The terrifying energy caused the people outside of the Devil Cultivation Valley to tremble. Not good, Yan Nantian was in danger. They could feel the demonic aura below them, and Yan Nanshan's aura seemed to have weakened. The faces of the Vermilion Bird Palace elders changed. Boom. Boom, boom. The violent energy in the Valley of Demon Cultivation lasted for a long time before it slowly disappeared. Yan Nantian had been smashed into pieces and turned into a bloody mist. More than half of his head had been shattered. His eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. He had almost been killed. It was over. Lin Xian waved the Great Destruction Spear again and rushed over. The remaining half of Yan Nanshan's head screamed. Damn it! Just you wait. I won't let you go. A beam of light shot out from between his brows. It shattered the void and then drilled into it, disappearing without a trace. He had escaped. The people who were secretly watching the battle were stunned. Yan Nantian, the successor of the Arch, had been beaten half to death. Had he escaped? This scene was simply too dreamy. Lin Xian took a deep breath and kept the Great Destruction Spear. He then rushed into the sky. He disappeared into the void. Let's go. Yan Ryu said to the Northern Devil in the distance. The Northern Devil nodded. He knew that Yan Ryu had brought him to meet that person. He was just curious. Who was that person? He had an answer in his heart, but he couldn't believe it. Lin Xian landed on a mountain. Yan Ryu had brought the Northern Devil over. Looks like you succeeded. Yan Ryu smiled. Lin Xian shook his head. He had used up the Arch Regeneration Talisman this time. However, he didn't know how many the Arch Regeneration Talismans he had. Lin Xian had seen the Arch Regeneration Talisman before. Back in Skyfire City, Yan Nantian had tried to take the Great Destruction Divine Furnace. In the end, he had almost been killed by the furnace. Yan Nantian had used the Arch Regeneration Talisman once. However, there shouldn't be too many of them. If he allowed the other party to exhaust him once more, the other party would most likely not be able to escape when the final ranking was decided. If he was lucky, he might be able to kill the other party. Oh right, who are you? Yan Ryu told me that we knew each other. Who are you? The North Demon asked. Lin Xian smiled. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly frowned and pulled out the Spear of Annihilation, stabbing it into the void behind him. With a loud boom, a huge black hole was pierced through the void behind him. A silhouette left quickly, leaving behind a trail of blood. Within the blood, there were traces of the power of laws. It was extremely terrifying. Someone was there. Seeing this scene, the northern monster was shocked, and Yan Ryu's expression was grave. Lin Xian repelled that person. Then, a golden light appeared in his eyes as he looked in 2 other directions. Why aren't you retreating? Do you really want me to attack? It was quiet all around, not a single sound could be heard. It was as if there was no one around. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Through his heavenly secret god eyes, he could see that there were 2 more figures hiding in the surroundings. And they were hidden really well. Even he could only see a blurry figure. But that was enough. He would use the Spear of Annihilation to strike out 2 more times, causing endless black holes to appear in those 2 directions. Only then would the 2 of them leave. After the three of them left, Lin Xian snorted coldly. The auras of the three of them were not ordinary. They had already surpassed Zhao Wuliang and Long Zhao Tian. He reckoned that they wouldn't be too far off from Yan Nan Tian. After the North Demon heard this, he took a deep breath. What was going on? Why were there such terrifying experts again? Yan Ryu said. They should be the three fellas who had their clones of the saints sent down. Their powers were really strange, and they could even use some special mystic skills. Don't let them sneak up on you. Don't worry, if we were to fight one-on-one, they wouldn't be a match for me. But I have my ways. Lin Xian's voice was cold. Were these people here for him? Or for the Spear of Annihilation in his hand? In this battle, the Spear of Annihilation was too dazzling. It could easily defeat a half-saint like Long Zhao Tian. Even Yan Nan Tian had escaped. One could imagine that everyone's eyes would be on the Spear of Annihilation in his hand. Even saints would be jealous of such a peerless weapon. Lin Xian retracted his gaze and looked at the North Demon again. You should have guessed who I am. That's right, your guess is the answer. Lin Xian did not remove the black flames on his body because he was afraid that someone would peep at him from the side. The answer was very obvious. Is it really you? After the North Demon heard this, he took a deep breath. He was really shocked. He did not expect Lin Xian to not only not die, but his strength had also increased greatly. He even obtained the treasure of the Great Demon, the Spear of Annihilation. It was really unbelievable. The North Demon heaved a sigh of relief. No wonder. I knew it. You wouldn't die so easily. You wouldn't die so easily. Are you sure? At that moment, a cold voice sounded. Then, the surrounding void shattered and the ground cracked open. A figure descended forcefully. The North Demon's pupils constricted. Yan Ryu's expression also changed. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Endless black flames rose from his body and turned into a black canopy that blocked the attack. The figure faced the canopy. The aura on his body was extremely terrifying. Cloud Sky Saint! Yan Ryu exclaimed. He did not expect the other party to attack so quickly. I can hold him back for a while. Hurry up and leave. It's not easy to fight now. Yan Ryu stepped forward. The North Demon said, I can hold on for a while. He also stepped forward. In their opinion, Lin Xian had just experienced a life-and-death battle with Yan Nan Tian. He was probably much weaker. If he fought with a saint now, he would be at a disadvantage. However, Lin Xian said, there's no need. I'm fine. Moreover, my combat strength has returned to its peak. Previously, he had suffered serious injuries. However, he had used the law of divine ability and the Nirvana rebirth technique to recover his body. Moreover, after the battle, he had used another law of divine ability to recuperate. Therefore, he had basically recovered to his peak. Even if he faced a saint, he would not be at a disadvantage. Above, the Cloud Sky Saint revealed a disdainful expression when he saw the three of them fighting to attack him. Ignorant ants. I'm not someone that trash can compare to. I'm a true saint. The divine chains of order on his body rattled. It was very terrifying. He stared at Lin Xian. Although I don't know who you are, you're very suspicious. You might be the murderer of the Yun family's prodigy. However, that's not important now. I've taken a fancy to the Spear of Annihilation in your hand. Hand it over and I'll give you a quick death. Not good, the other party is also here for the Great Destruction Spear. Yan Ryu and the Northern Devil's hearts sank. They knew that this treasure would definitely make the sages go crazy. If you want the Great Destruction Spear, let's see if you have the ability. Lin Xian instantly attacked. The Great Destruction Spear turned into a ray of black light that shot into the sky. At the same time, he said, you two back off, I can handle this. Yan Ryu and the Northern Devil retreated once again because they knew that this battle would not be any weaker than the previous one. Cloud Sky Sage did not take it head-on. In fact, he was like a cloud in a painting, instantly disappearing and dodging the attack. In the next moment, countless clouds of mist condensed in the distance and his figure appeared. Useless brat, I let you escape last time, but I won't let you escape this time. He waved his hand and activated his saint domain. It enveloped Lin Xian. In the next moment, an incomparably terrifying light surrounded the area, shocking everyone. The people in the demonic cultivation valley heaved a sigh of relief, thinking that the battle was over and they would be safe. However, they cried out in alarm once again. Another wave of power that was the same as before erupted, sweeping through the 9 heavens, causing them to almost go crazy. Heavens, who's fighting who this time? The people outside the demonic cultivation valley were also stunned. What's going on? Why is there another battle? Could it be that Yan Nantian has returned? In the Saint Domain, Cloud Sky Sage became a dominating existence and began to surround Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian was extremely terrifying. He actually pierced through the Saint Domain and flew in a certain direction. You can't escape, Cloud Sky Sage chased after him. The two of them were very fast, turning into streaks of light. Everywhere they passed, a terrifying wave of energy swept over like a wave, causing everyone to run away. In front, Lin Xian sneered as he flew. Running away? What a joke, he was not running away. Instead, he thought of a way to suppress Cloud Sky Sage. Previously, when Lin Xian had used the Great Spear of Destruction to summon the demonic qi, he had sensed that something had changed in the Valley of Devil Cultivation. The demonic cultivation valley, from the name, one could tell that it was related to demons. Lin Xian's use of the Great Destruction Spear might have alarmed some unexpected changes in the mountain valley. Now, he was using this change to deal with Cloud Sky Saint. Holding the Great Destruction Spear, Lin Xian carefully sensed his surroundings. At the same time, he activated his heavenly secret god eyes and scanned his surroundings. His speed was extremely fast. In an instant, he had completely left the surroundings and flew towards the depths of the Devil Cultivation Valley. Cloud Sky Saint followed closely behind. He did not care. In his opinion, there was nothing that could threaten him. Found it. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He discovered that in the depths of the Devil Cultivation Valley, there was a devil pond. On both sides of the demonic pond, there were 2 ancient palaces. It was similar to the palace they had cultivated in before, but it was even more majestic and ancient. Lin Xian arrived in front of the ancient palace and turned around. Cloud Sky Saint followed closely behind and also landed. He looked at the 2 palaces in front of him, narrowed his eyes, and asked. Is this the grave you chose for yourself? It's not bad to have 2 palaces with you. However, since you dared to run so far, I'll destroy your body and soul. Terrifying laws rose from Cloud Sky Saint's body. His sacred region descended from the sky, wanting to envelop Lin Xian once again. Lin Xian sneered and retreated. Cloud Sky Saint chased after him. When he retreated to the middle of the 2 palaces, Lin Xian stabbed the Great Destruction Spear into the demonic pond below. Boom, a terrifying tremor spread out. It seemed like the Great Destruction Spear had awakened something. Buzz, a black aura instantly rushed out and completely enveloped Lin Xian and Cloud Sky Saint. Then, it pulled them into the demonic pond below. Break, Lin Xian roared. The Great Dragon Sword Soul instantly merged with the Great Destruction Spear and pierced through the sky to escape. He was always prepared, so his reaction was extremely fast. Cloud Sky Saint was one step too late. He had never expected that there would be a trap here that could threaten him. By the time he reacted and wanted to retaliate, it was already too late. He was pulled into the demonic pond. Gurgle gurgle. The demonic pond splashed and then became extremely calm. Lin Xian was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. He turned around and left. Who knew what was inside? But it could definitely threaten a saint. This way, he should have gotten rid of this guy, right? Lin Xian returned. On the other side, Yan Ruyu and the North Demon were extremely anxious. They did not expect that Lin Xian and Cloud Sky Saint would leave after exchanging a few blows. Did Lin Xian lose? They did not know, so they chased after him to take a look. But halfway through, they realized that Lin Xian had returned. Are you okay? Yan Ruyu asked with concern. Lin Xian said. I'm fine. The North Demon asked if the battle had ended. He did not sense any powerful aura. Where was Cloud Sky Saint, him? I don't think he will come out again. Lin Xian said with a smile. Hearing this, Yan Ryu and the Northern Devil both sucked in a breath of cold air. Won't come out again? What did that mean? Could it be that Cloud Sky Saint was dead, a saint had fallen just like that? He was easily killed by Lin Xian, the two of them did not dare to believe it. Lin Xian was powerful, but Cloud Sky Saint was not bad either. He was even stronger than Yan Nantian. Lin Xian saw their confusion and said, I didn't do it. I lured that guy into the depths of the demon cultivation valley. There seemed to be a terrifying existence there that swallowed both of us. I used the great spear of destruction to escape. That guy probably didn't manage to escape. It turned out to be like this. The two of them heaved a sigh of relief. But at the same time, they were puzzled. There was actually an existence that could threaten a saint. It was really frightening. Let's not wander around. Basically, no one is my match now. The others have also been cleaned up. We just need to wait a few days for the first stage to end. Yan Ryu said in a low voice. Okay. Lin Xian and the North Demon did not refute. The three of them worked together and settled down. The three of them were comprehending. Once they left the demon cultivation valley, the laws they comprehended would disappear. Now was the best time for them to comprehend these laws. The remaining few days were extremely quiet. Even if there were battles, they would not be that intense. Because even someone like Yan Nantian was injured, the others probably would not dare to make a move. Finally, the day that the Devil Cultivation Valley opened once again arrived. Everyone left in a frenzy. At the same time, they heaved a sigh of relief. They knew that everything was over. Not only would they survive, but they would also be able to participate in the second stage. Buzz, the first to rush out, was Yan Nantian. The four divine beasts circled around him. His face was extremely cold. In an instant, he rushed out and met up with the elders of the Vermilion Bird Palace. What's going on? The elders of the Vermilion Bird Palace asked. Seeing that Yan Nantian was fine, they all heaved a sigh of relief. However, Yan Nantian's expression was very cold. There was a person below with demonic energy and a great destruction spear in his hand. He had to find him. Kill him and snatch the great destruction spear. After hearing this, the Vermilion Bird Palace elders' pupils shrank. Their faces were filled with shock and surprise. Wasn't the great destruction spear something that belonged to the great demon? Why would it appear here? Don't ask, capture that guy first. Yan Nantian transmitted his voice and used his soul to transmit the other party's image into the Vermilion Bird Palace elders' minds. These elders saw a man whose entire body was pitch black like a devil. In his hand was the great destruction spear. I know, I'll inform the palace lord and have him send experts to suppress him. Yan Nantian said. There was no need for half-sages to come. Saints should attack directly. Otherwise, he would definitely be able to escape. All right. The Vermilion Bird Palace elders quietly hid themselves. They probably went back to call the saints to capture him. The others didn't know that the elders and seniors of the various clans and sects heaved a sigh of relief when they saw the cultivators on their side come out. Great, they knew that they could enter the second stage. Where was that kid? The dark rainbow divine dragon looked down, but it still didn't see Lin Xian's figure. The Devil Cultivation Valley opened. Lin Xian and the other two opened their eyes. They could finally leave. They heaved a sigh of relief. It was really dangerous this time. What about you? Yan Nantian probably wouldn't let this go. Yan Ryu was a bit worried. Lin Xian said. It's fine. I can change my appearance and aura. Then we'll separate. He won't be able to find us. Alright, you leave first. We'll leave later. Lin Xian nodded. Then the demonic energy on his body disappeared and he became ordinary. His appearance also changed. Some beard even grew on his face. He seemed to have become a 2,000 to 3,000 years old middle-aged man. Yan Ryu was still worried. She even observed him and realized that she really couldn't find him unless she used some trump card. However, this trump card was very precious. She guessed that the Vermilion Bird Palace elders wouldn't be able to find it. Even saints can't find you like this. Unless there's a special saint artifact. Alright then, I'll be leaving first. See you in the third stage. Lin Xian said. Then, he flew out and left with the crowd. Outside, the Vermilion Bird Palace acted very quickly. When the elder spread the news, the Vermilion Bird Palace master arrived. Accompanying them were two other figures. Of course, these two figures were hidden in the void. They didn't release any aura, but their cold eyes were mercilessly looking down on the entire Devil Cultivation Valley. Sages, two sages. The Vermilion Bird Palace was truly generous. Although they didn't see anyone, the surrounding people did feel an indescribable pressure. There seemed to be some kind of colossus beside them. Many of the older generation's expressions changed. Perhaps there really were some powerful cultivators from the Vermilion Bird Palace here. It should be at the level of a saint. They quickly quieted down and discussed in low voices. Some people wanted to leave, but they were stopped by the elders of the Vermilion Bird Palace. Everyone, please wait a moment. Our Vermilion Bird Palace master is going to announce the second stage. When these words came out, the crowd couldn't leave. They stayed there, uneasy. Long Zhao Tian, Zhao Wuliang, and the others gritted their teeth and looked down. Why hasn't that guy come out yet? They found it hard to believe. Could that guy be hiding inside and not coming out? Next to them, there were screams. No, damn it, how is that possible? They realized that their family's geniuses had been killed, the Nine-Headed Lion King clan. The Black Shark clan. The Dark Shadow clan. In short, most of the geniuses that everyone was familiar with had been killed. This made many people feel that the end of the world was coming. Heavens, there were so many people at the top of the Abyss leaderboard. Had they all died? Who was the one who did it? They didn't dare to believe it. At the same time, Lin Xian also flew up with the remaining people. He narrowed his eyes as he felt two gazes from the void shrouding him. He didn't open his Tianji divine eye, nor did he show any abnormalities. Instead, he concealed his aura. At the same time, he snorted coldly in his heart. There were two sages here. That damned Yan Nantian and the Vermilion Bird Palace sent out two sages to capture him. Fortunately, he was prepared in advance, so he was very calm now. Following the gazes of the sages, Lin Xian flew out, safe and sound. Next, after waiting for a while, the North Demon and Yan Ryu also came out. When the two of them came out, Long Zhao Tian and Zhao Wuliang became nervous. Yan Nantian burst out with a biting cold light, and the phantoms of the four divine beasts soared into the sky, letting out a terrifying howl. They're here, his expression was serious. The palace master of the Vermilion Bird Palace's eyes lit up, and so did the two sages in the dark. They quietly opened their saint domains and enveloped the area. Even a saint would not be able to escape their pursuit. However, they were soon stunned because they realized that other than the North Demon and Yan Ryu, there was no one else. What was going on? Where was that person? Long Zhao Tian and Zhao Wuliang were stunned. Lumu also frowned, and Yan Nanchan's expression darkened. He didn't come out. What was going on? Could it be that he guessed that they would send experts to hunt him down, so he hid in the valley and didn't come out? Humph. Thinking of that, he sneered. He secretly transmitted his voice to the palace master of the Vermilion Bird Palace. One of the sages moved out. He entered the valley below and probed in all directions with his soul. However, he found that there was no trace of anyone else. Everyone had come out. What was going on? They were stunned. Even the elders of the Vermilion Bird Palace went down and searched frantically. The others looked at each other. What was going on? Was the Vermilion Bird Palace still looking for someone? They didn't know. However, those who had participated in the first round were very puzzled. They discovered that there was indeed someone missing. A person with monstrous demonic chi was missing. That shouldn't be. Who was fighting with Yan Nantian? That person? At the same time, another scream was heard. Where was the patriarch? The people of the Yun family went crazy. Everyone came out. The people of the Vermilion Bird Palace went down to search, but their Cloud Sky Saint didn't come out. What was going on? The others naturally noticed and immediately began to discuss. No way, Cloud Sky Saint didn't come out. Could it be that the people of the Vermilion Bird Palace were looking for Cloud Sky Saint? He was a dignified saint who was even more powerful than Yan Nantian. How could there be a problem? Could it be that they found some treasure below? Yan Nantian frowned. That's right, why didn't Cloud Sky Saint come out? However, they weren't looking for Cloud Sky Saint. Not long after, the elders of the Vermilion Bird Palace came out. The saint also came out. His powerful saint aura suppressed heaven and earth. Everyone exclaimed. They thought that Cloud Sky Saint had returned, but they realized that it wasn't. It was an unfamiliar saint. However, it seemed that he was from the Vermilion Bird Palace. What was the Vermilion Bird Palace's saint doing here? Everyone was even more puzzled. No, the Vermilion Bird Palace's saint frowned. What is going on? The people of Vermilion Bird Palace looked at Yan Nantian. Yan Nantian's expression changed. Impossible, he couldn't have disappeared. Damn it, he hid, he must know we are looking for him. He is hiding among these people. Yan Nantian looked around. His gaze was as sharp as a knife. He scanned these people, but he couldn't figure out who they were. Although many people had been eliminated in the first trial, there were still about 500 people left. He couldn't eliminate them one by one because that would anger them. After all, too many geniuses had died in the first trial. At this moment, all the large families and sects were very angry, especially now that the Cloud Firmament Saint had mysteriously disappeared. If they dared to use force, these people would go berserk. Although they weren't afraid of anyone on planet Suzaku, these people weren't from planet Suzaku. They were from other worlds. Some of them were even very terrifying. If they were to join forces, they wouldn't be able to handle them. Don't worry, he won't be able to escape. He will definitely give himself away in the second and third trials. Once he appears, we will lock onto him. At that time, we will slowly deal with him. Yan Nantian's voice was cold. The others nodded. It looked like that was the only thing they could do. The Vermilion Bird Palace's palace master stood up and said loudly, "There are a total of 505 people who passed the first trial. Next up is the second trial. The second trial is very simple. It is to ascend the Vermilion Bird platform. You have half a day. Those who successfully ascend the Vermilion Bird platform within half a day will advance to the next trial. Those who fail will be eliminated." What? The Vermilion Bird platform. The moment he said that, everyone's expression changed, especially the 500 people who passed the first trial. Their expressions became ugly. The Vermilion Bird platform, the place where the Vermilion Bird Saint comprehended Tao? That place wasn't that easy to ascend. The Vermilion Bird platform had 99 floors. It was a very famous building on planet Suzaku because it was the place where a very terrifying Vermilion Bird Saint comprehended Tao. The Vermilion Bird platform was filled with the aura of a saint, so it was very terrifying. Kings couldn't even get close. Only half-saints could go up there. However, reaching the top was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. The 99 levels of the Vermilion Bird Terrace. Most people would be exhausted after a dozen or so levels. They would not be able to withstand that terrifying aura. Perhaps only a true saint or an extremely terrifying half-saint could reach the 99th floor now. Either that, or they had special magical treasures or bloodlines that could counteract that terrifying aura. It seemed that there were not many people who could pass the second stage. The 500 contestants all had serious expressions on their faces. Lin Xian didn't care. "Now, follow me to the Vermilion Bird Terrace." The Vermilion Bird Palace's palace master said coldly. He waved his hand and took the lead to soar into the air. The others could only follow. The two saints did not leave either. Instead, they firmly locked onto the crowd to prevent anyone from escaping. At the same time, they also sent experts from the Vermilion Bird Palace to guard this place to see if the other party was really hiding here. In the beginning, everyone was flying very quickly, but planet Suzaku was very big. Later on, one of the saints activated his saint domain and enveloped everyone, causing their speed to reach an extreme. After flying for about half a day, the group finally came to a stop. The saint domain retracted, and everyone looked around. On the brown ground, there was a tall platform that reached into the clouds. There were mottled patterns on it. From afar, it looked like many vermilion birds that had been reborn from the fire. This was the legendary Vermilion Bird Terrace. As soon as they arrived, everyone could feel the terrifying pressure from above. Immediately, those people's hearts sank even more. Now, I'll give you 4 hours to recover. After 4 hours, the second stage will begin. What? That short of a time? The expressions of the 500 contestants changed, and they quickly sat down. The elders around them also took out pills with special effects and fed them to them. Lin Xian also sat there without showing anything. It seemed that as long as he entered the platform, everything would be fine. This way, there was no need for him to be too conspicuous. He would wait until the third stage to reveal his identity and kill Yan Nantian. At that time, with so many people watching, the Vermilion Bird Palace would not dare to be too arrogant. After making up his mind, Lin Xian calmed down. He did not have anything to say, but he still put on an act and swallowed 2 pills. The Crimson Dragon also followed the crowd and did not meet up with Lin Xian. He had already received Lin Xian's voice transmission. He mixed in the crowd and watched silently, ready to provide support at any time. 4 hours quickly passed. Everyone stood up and came to the front of the Vermilion Bird Terrace. The Vermilion Bird Palace Lord waved his hand. With a whoosh, everyone rushed forward. Yan Nantian took the lead. His speed was too fast, to the extreme. The pressure on the Vermilion Bird Terrace was nothing to him. In an instant, he passed through the 30th floor. In the blink of an eye, he reached the 50th floor. Then, his speed slowed down. However, in the eyes of the crowd, it was still extremely terrifying. That was the successor of the emperor, Yan Nantian. He was really too strong. However, at the same time, they were even more curious. Who was the person fighting with Yan Nantian? Was he hiding among the 500 or so people? After Yan Nantian, there were a few people who were also very fast. Among them, Long Zhaotian and Zhao Wuliang had already recovered. Long Zhaotian roared. His body was powerful, and the dragon's shadow that surrounded him tore everything apart. Zhao Wuliang was like a peerless divine blade. The two of them were very fast and very eye-catching. After all, the two of them were the hot favorites to win the championship. Of course, there were also some hot favorites to win the championship, but they were nowhere to be found. They knew who had fallen in the first round. At the thought of this, countless people shook their heads and sighed. It was too tragic. They did not expect to lose so many geniuses and powerhouses in the first round. In addition to Long Zhaotian and Yan Nantian, Yan Ruyu and the Northern Demon also attracted the attention of the crowd. That was because the two of them were very strong. Apart from that, Lu Mu and the others were also very eye-catching. However, there were still 3 figures that exceeded everyone's expectations. That was because the 3 figures were very fast, even faster than Long Zhaotian and the others. They were closely following Yan Nantian. Who were those 3 people? They exclaimed in disbelief. That was because those 3 people were very unfamiliar. They were not on the Abyss leaderboard, nor were they the top geniuses of the various great worlds. But the strength of these 3 people was extremely shocking. In the void, the 2 sages stared at the 3 people with bright eyes. Then, they revealed a trace of surprise. They actually felt the same aura. It seemed that the 3 of them were not simple. Palace Master. The Elder Kings looked at the Vermilion Bird Palace Master. The Vermilion Bird Palace Master was very calm. It should be the clone of a saint. It was not a threat to Yan Nantian. She thought that the only threat was the Cloud Sky Saint, but now that he had disappeared, another person with the Great Destruction Spear had appeared. As long as she found that person and got rid of him, no one would be able to threaten Yan Nantian. Yan Nantian was the first to reach the 99th step. He stood at the top like a god, looking down. After him, it was not Long Zhaotian, nor was it Zhao Wuliang. Instead, it was 3 unfamiliar faces. The 3 of them arrived at the high platform with cold smiles on their faces. This scene surprised Yan Nantian. He stared at the 3 of them as if he wanted to confirm if the person he was looking for was among them. However, he couldn't be sure at all. Moreover, the appearance of 3 experts was something he hadn't expected. After them were Long Zhaotian, Yan Ruyu, Zhao Wuliang, Northern Demon, Lu Mu, and the others. In the end, only 12 people reached the 99th step of the Vermilion Bird platform. The others all stopped. These people sighed incomparably, but they had no choice. They could not go up at all. When the surrounding martialists saw this, they shook their heads and sighed. Out of 505 people, only 12 would be able to successfully enter the third stage. It had to be said that it was really too cruel. Yan Nantian scanned his surroundings. Apart from the 3 people he didn't recognize, he recognized the rest of the people. However, he also frowned at the last 3 people. One of them was a man with a beard. Of the other 2, one was a beautiful woman. She was from the Skychin Palace. The other was dressed in a black robe. His aura was very cold and he would occasionally laugh sinisterly. It made one's hair stand on end. This strange scene made Yan Nantian frown. He seemed to want to see through this. However, he still did not find anything strange. He laughed coldly. Let's see how you hide when the third stage begins. Next, the 12 people had a day to rest and recover before entering the final ranking battle. The rest of the people waited patiently as spectators. The final battle was in a place called the Ancient Battlefield. This place was left behind by ancient experts. It was very sturdy and even saints could not break it. Therefore, it was very suitable for this battle. As the person they were looking for had yet to be found, the 2 Vermilion Bird Palace saints decided to travel together. They used their saint domains to envelop everyone and bring them to the Vermilion Bird archaic battlefield. The supreme ancient immortal realms was filled with killing intent. The atmosphere was extremely stifling. When the crowd arrived, they did not even dare to breathe loudly. The onlooking martial artists were in the distance. The 12 people participating in the battle came to the front. There were 12 stone platforms in front of them. Everyone jumped up and stood on one. The 12 of them looked at each other from afar. Their eyes glowed brightly as their auras clashed with one another. The palace lord of the Vermilion Bird Palace said coldly as he floated in the air and looked down. The final battle was the ranking competition. The initial ranking was based on the order of the second stage of the Vermilion Bird Pavilion. If anyone was unconvinced, they could issue a challenge. This time, there were no restrictions. They could use any weapons, means, and secret techniques. They could also kill people. This is a battle of honor. The person who obtains the final ranking will receive a generous reward from my Vermilion Bird Palace. Furthermore, your strength will also be witnessed by the powerhouses of the myriad worlds. Therefore, I hope that you won't hold back in this battle. Show me your true strength. After saying those words, the Vermilion Bird Palace's palace master no longer said anything. An elder walked up as the referee. Lin Xian sat cross-legged on a stone platform and looked around. This time, there were simply too many people around him. Experts from many worlds, as well as the representatives of various major forces, were all present. They were the center of attention because after this battle, the people around them might extend an olive branch to them and invite them to join the different factions. As expected, some people's eyes flashed. They wanted to prove themselves, but Lin Xian did not care. He did not care about joining any faction. All he wanted was the reward for first place, the Earth Dao Stone. There were 2 sages and Yan Nantian around. Although it was dangerous, with Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon's methods, it was not impossible for them to leave this place. He had already secretly sent a voice transmission to the Crimson Dragon, telling him to start laying down arrays around them. So when the time came, he could still leave if he wanted to. Thinking of this, he did not hold back. After the 12 people participating in the battle heard the rules, they also took a deep breath and exploded with a biting cold light. Their aura spread out. In the final battle, they naturally would not hold back. Among them, many people looked at Yan Nantian. Because Yan Nantian was first in the initial rankings. If no one defeated him, then the final ranking would probably be Yan Nantian's. Among them, the 3 people who had the sage's clones looked at Yan Nantian and sneered. Long Zhaoyan and Zhao Wuliang's expressions were a little ugly. Previously, they were full of confidence. However, after being injured by the mysterious person, their confidence had taken a hit, so they did not dare to act rashly now. As for the others, Beiyao looked at Yan Nantian with flickering eyes and sighed. He was no match for Yan Nantian now. Yan Ryu was very calm. She probably did not care too much about the final ranking. At this moment, a man in a black robe said coldly. In that case, let's clean up the trash first. He stood up and an unparalleled power erupted from his body. The black aura was like dark clouds that covered the 9 heavens. Seeing this scene, Long Xiaoyan and Zhao Wuliang's expressions changed. Could it be that person? Yan Nanchan's eyes also exploded with a cold light. The people of Vermilion Bird Palace stared at the other party. Was he the person who had the great spear of destruction? They had finally found their target. The black-robed man stood up, and a blood-red light flashed in his eyes. Who should he eliminate first? He stared at a middle-aged man with a long beard. Then, he would eliminate him first. He was currently ranked 10th, and the person he was targeting was ranked 12th. Normally, in a challenge like the last round, one would challenge someone who was ranked higher than them, but this person was challenging someone weaker than them. This scene caused an uproar among the surrounding people. What was this person doing? Damn it, did he come specifically to bully the weak? This was a madman. It would definitely not end well for anyone who was targeted by him. It was over. The bearded man in the last place was probably going to suffer. The 12 people participating in the battle were also stunned, but they soon understood what the other party meant. This person was cleaning up the battlefield and eliminating those who were not qualified to be ranked. However, ordinary people did not need to do that because ants were not worthy of their attention. However, the black-robed man did not seem to care about that. The bearded man in the 12th place narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "Are you sure you want to attack me?" The bearded man was none other than Lin Xian. After changing his appearance, he was ranked 12th along with the rest. Don't pretend to be mysterious, kid. Don't scare me with those words. I can sense that your aura isn't strong. That's why I'm eliminating you first, because you don't have the right to be ranked on the Vermilion Bird leaderboard. I didn't want to attack you, but since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. How dare you threaten me? I'll make you wish you were dead later. The black-robed man's figure flashed and arrived at the battlefield. There were 12 stone platforms around the battlefield. In the middle was a vast land that was enough for these people to fight. The black-robed man instantly arrived on the ground. He stepped on the red ground and raised his head to look ahead. The aura on his body turned into demonic clouds that covered the sky. Lin Xian took a step forward and came to the front of the battlefield. After he arrived, his appearance quickly changed. He no longer had a big beard. Instead, he had a monstrous demonic aura. The demonic aura on his body was even more terrifying than that of the black-robed man. With a boom, he pulled out the great destruction spear and stabbed it into the ground. The entire ground shook non-stop. It was as if an ancient demonic beast had awakened. What? What a terrifying demonic aura! The spectators from afar were stunned. The prodigies on the 12 stone platforms were also stunned. Yan Nanchan's pupils constricted as he stood up abruptly. Long Zhaotian and Zhao Wuliang looked as if they had seen a ghost. Their bodies trembled. He's here. He's really here. He's hiding among them. The Vermilion Bird Palace master's eyes lit up. The 2 sages also snorted coldly. Has he appeared? They stared at the other party. It was indeed the great destruction spear. A hint of greed appeared in their eyes. This kind of weapon was incomparably precious to them. Kid, you've really appeared. Yan Nantian shouted coldly. The aura on his body burned. It seemed that he also wanted to attack. Lin Xian looked at him. Don't be anxious. According to the rules, you can't fight now. But don't worry. Once I'm done with this person, it'll be your death. Everyone was shocked. Arrogant. He's too arrogant. How dare he challenge Yan Nantian? Isn't he afraid of being killed? However, the people participating in the battle were terrified. They remembered the nightmare of the first stage. What's going on? Why are you trembling? The others didn't know what was going on, but they quickly understood. It was very likely that this person was the one who had fought fiercely with Yan Nantian and successfully injured him. And the weapon in his hand was very likely the legendary Great Destruction Spear. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. The Great Spear of Destruction. Could it be that the great demon had been revived? These people were incomparably excited. As for the black-robed man, he was so scared that he peed his pants. His body began to tremble and his face turned pale. Wait, I don't want to fight you anymore. I admit defeat. To be honest, he even had the heart to die. He originally thought that the 12th place was a piece of trash that he could easily eliminate. But from the looks of it now, that wasn't the case at all. This was a demon king, this was a giant that could even injure Yan Nantian. How could he dare to fight with such a person? He hurriedly begged for mercy. Lin Xian said. Begging for mercy is impossible. I gave you a chance just now, but since you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. Your great spear of annihilation will pierce through everything. No. Damn it, the black-robed man was scared out of his wits. He quickly dodged and used a powerful divine ability to tear through the void, wanting to escape. The great spear of destruction pierced through his body. With a forceful shake, the black-robed man was torn into pieces. Even his soul had been destroyed. A peerless powerhouse who had successfully reached the 3rd stage couldn't even block a single attack from the opponent. The surrounding people were dumbfounded. The people from Vermilion Bird Palace also frowned. What a powerful strength. Who is this person? After Lin Xian killed his opponent with a single spear, he looked around. Who else dares to challenge me? A cold voice sounded, and the surrounding people all fell silent. Long Zhaotian and Zhao Wuliang trembled, their faces filled with despair. They didn't even have the courage to challenge him now. Yan Ruyu's lips curled into a smile. The northern demons were extremely shocked. The Skychin Palace's genius, Lu Mu, and the others also had serious expressions. They even lowered their heads under Lin Xian's gaze. The scene was silent. Lin Xian raised his head and looked at Yan Nantian. Now, we can start. Before he could finish his sentence, a man sneered. Wait, I'll fight you. Why is there someone else? Everyone thought that after Lin Xian used the great spear of destruction, he would be able to suppress everything. Yan Nantian was probably the only one who could fight him. However, they didn't expect that halfway, another person would appear. They hurriedly looked over. That person stood up. It was an unfamiliar person. Originally, Yan Nantian was already impatient. It wasn't easy for him to fight, but he was suddenly stopped. He was very unhappy. He wanted to see who was so bold. However, when he saw that person, he was stunned. It's him. Yan Nantian narrowed his eyes. He realized that the person who stood up was one of the 3 unfamiliar faces. The others were also very puzzled and exclaimed. It's that person. He's so unfamiliar. Yes, I don't know who he is, but I remember that in the 2nd stage, he was second only to Yan Nantian and was even faster than Long Zhaotian. In that case, he's also an expert. That's right. However, I don't know if he can contend against that demon. Everyone discussed. Even the people from Vermilion Bird Palace frowned. Lin Xian turned his head and looked at the other party. Oh, you want to fight? Do you know the consequences of fighting me? Humph, kid, others are afraid of you, but I'm not. Buzz, as he spoke, that person came to the front. It was a gloomy young man. His face was pale and a little sickly, but his gaze was sharp. After he arrived on the field, he smiled. After hiding for so long, it's time to show my true strength. Buzz, the aura on his body erupted and swept through the 9 heavens. An incomparably terrifying power spread out. The laws in the sky danced, and it was abnormally terrifying. What? A saint, it's actually a saint. Those people in the distance all screamed. Even Long Zhaotian and the others were stunned, there was a saint hidden among them, they really found it hard to believe. One had to know that Cloud Sky Saint had already made them feel pressured. Now that Cloud Sky Saint had disappeared, they heaved a sigh of relief in their hearts. However, they didn't expect that other than Cloud Sky Saint, there were actually other saints. Haha, kid, do you still dare to be arrogant in front of me now? The pale-faced man sneered. A mere clone of a saint dares to be arrogant in front of me? Lin Xian sneered. I'm not even afraid of a real saint, let alone a clone. What? A saint's clone, so he wasn't a real saint, but that was still very terrifying. He had already surpassed Long Zhao Tian and was second only to a real saint. How would he compare to Yan Nantian? But it was definitely terrifying. Could that demon king really be defeated? Everyone was discussing. The sickly man sneered after hearing that. I didn't expect you to have some eyesight and recognize my origin. However, this isn't an ordinary clone. This body of mine can unleash about 70% of my strength. You definitely won't be able to block it. The pale man's lips curled into a cold smile. Cut the crap. Let's fight and we'll know. Lin Xian held the Great Destruction Spear in his hand. His voice was sonorous and the demonic chi on his body was unparalleled. Reckless brat. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. The pale man sneered and then waved his finger. Purple laws filled the sky and danced quickly. Divine chains of laws intertwined to form a purple gourd. The purple gourd bloomed with incomparable light. The flame aura on it was very terrifying. It was even misty. Purple cloud law. This was a very terrifying law. It had the power of both the cloud and fire laws. At this moment, it was really terrifying. Buzz. The purple gourd grew bigger and the laws on it quickly revolved, forming a purple vortex. It could burn everything and seemed to want to suck Lin Xian in. Lin Xian roared and waved the Great Destruction Spear. It carried the metal and annihilation laws. Boom, the metal law was incomparably sharp. The annihilation laws could melt everything. With this attack, they shot straight into the sky. The attack landed on the purple gourd. The purple gourd kept shaking. The metal law and the power of the Great Destruction Spear caused the gourd's light to dim. The annihilation laws caused the flames to quickly disappear. After that attack, the purple gourd was sent flying. You're just SOSO. Lin Xian sneered. The pale man opposite him changed his expression. Damn it. How could he be so powerful? It must be because of the Great Destruction Spear. I want this thing. He reached out his hand and attacked. At the same time, the purple gourd floated above his head, spewing out purple flames. In front of them was a sea of fire, and the mist was hazy, making it hard for them to see clearly. They could only use their great gods to forcefully see. However, the more they watched, the more shocked they became. Lin Xian was really too powerful. The great spear of destruction struck out, causing the surrounding heaven and earth to buzz and tremble. Countless cracks spread out, and in the end, the purple gourd shattered and pierced through the man's body. Ah, the pale-faced man screamed crazily, trying to break free. However, the Great Destruction Spear was an extremely terrifying weapon. How could he possibly break free? The purple cloud law quickly revolved around his body. Like a cloud, his body became faintly discernible and dim. Only then did he escape from the Great Spear of Destruction. His body permeated the sky as if he had turned into a world of his own. A cold voice rang out. Brat, I want you dead. However, in the next moment, he screamed. Lin Xian's great dragon sword soul surged out from his body. It had the power to destroy everything. Together with the Great Destruction Spear, it directly pierced through the purple clouds. Immediately, fresh blood flowed out. A miserable cry rang out, causing one's scalp to go numb. The pale-faced young man's body appeared from time to time. Sometimes, it would condense and sometimes turn into clouds. It was very strange. How is this possible? You actually broke my laws. He was too shocked. Zhao Wuliang and the others were terrified. That was a great divine power of a saint. It could transform one's body into a world of its own. It could be said that its power was unparalleled. Those below the saint level could not do anything about it. However, the other party had done it. The other two saint clones also frowned. Their eyes emitted a biting cold light as they stared fixedly at Lin Xian. Yan Nantian also sneered. The others were stunned. The two saints of the Vermilion Bird Palace also frowned. I've said it before. I don't care about mere clones. Even if your true body comes, I can still kill it, let alone you. Lin Xian's voice was sonorous as he attacked again. He was too strong. He carried a sky full of demonic chi and charged over again. The pale-faced man was so angry that he roared crazily. As expected, he had never been treated like this before. He was a saint's clone. No one below the saint level was his match. The saint domain flew out, and the entire world turned purple. Terrifying energy roared. He wanted to use his powerful strength to suppress Lin Xian. The great dragon sword soul in Lin Xian's body rumbled. Gray flames danced on his body. The great destruction spear pierced through heaven and earth, directly piercing through the saint domain. In the end, the pale-faced man was pierced again and nailed to the ground. The tail of the great destruction spear shook, shattering heaven and earth. The miserable cry made one's scalp go numb. If we fight again, I'll destroy your body and soul. I admit defeat. The man hurriedly begged for mercy. There was no choice. He was no match for the other party at all. Perhaps it was as the other party said. Perhaps only his true body could do this. Hearing that the other party had admitted defeat, Lin Xian withdrew the great destruction spear and stood in the void. The man absorbed the power of heaven and earth and returned to the stone platform. His expression was extremely ugly. Who else? Lin Xian asked in a clear voice. I'll do it. The other saint's clone stood up. Although he knew that the other party was powerful, he had to try it himself. Otherwise, he would be even more unwilling. Lin Xian looked at the other party and said in a deep voice. He looked at the two saints' clones. Damn brat, how dare you look down on us? The two saints' clones were instantly furious. Join forces to attack others? They disdained to do so. The others also felt their scalps go numb. What is this guy doing? Isn't he too arrogant? That's right. One clone might not be as strong as a real saint, but two clones joining forces is definitely not weaker than a real saint. Does this guy really think that he can resist them? Everyone was discussing. They all thought that Lin Xian was too arrogant. Being young and arrogant is probably not a good thing. Lin Xian said. If the two of you join forces, you still have a chance to fight against me. Otherwise, you're not my match at all in a one-on-one fight. You're not worthy to fight against me. Good boy, since you're courting death, don't blame us. The two saints' clones stood out. The two of them were very strange. One of them looked like a middle-aged man in his 40s, while the other looked like a young man in his late teens. Although their appearances were different, they were undoubtedly two old monsters. At this moment, they were the clones of two saints. Join forces to take him down. Then fight Yan Nantian. An extremely cold light burst out from their eyes. Everything was law. The young man, who was about 18 or 19 years old, roared angrily. Ghostly chi suddenly emerged from his body. His face also became incomparably ferocious. A ghost realm flew out from his body and danced non-stop. This person actually comprehended the ghost Tao laws. Many people exclaimed and felt their hair stand on end. Everything was law. Everything in the world could be comprehended into law. It just depended on whether you could comprehend it. However, most of the 5 elements were the easiest to comprehend. They were also the most basic laws. Of course, they were also the most difficult to cultivate to the top. Apart from that, there were also the evolved laws of the 5 elements, such as wind, thunder, and ice. These laws were also very common. Of course, if a saint was powerful, it was very likely that they would comprehend rare laws, such as the ghost Tao laws, or laws that were similar to synthesis. Once cultivated, the power would be extremely terrifying. At this moment, the ghost Tao laws were truly terrifying. The entire world seemed to have become the ghost Tao world. 10,000 ghosts ate the heart. The young man became the ruler of the ghost Tao world. With a command, countless evil ghosts appeared around Lin Xian. They wanted to tear his body apart and steal his heart. You overestimate yourself. Lin Xian sneered. An ocean instantly appeared around him, swallowing the evil ghosts. One after another, blue vortexes revolved around him. The ghost Tao and the water Tao laws collided, producing a sonorous sound. Tao laws fragments. Looks like you're still a half-saint. You can't do anything to me. 100 ghosts parade, kill them all, the young man sneered. Suddenly, a terrifying black shadow appeared in his ghost Tao world. The black shadow wore ancient black battle armor and held a black spear. It seemed that this was the leader of the 100 ghosts. Behind him, there were 99 extremely terrifying evil ghosts. The small ones were the size of a palm, and the big ones were the size of mountains. Each of them was incomparably ferocious. When the 100 ghosts attacked, they could bite everything to pieces. Even a saint's scalp would go numb. As expected, the Vermilion Bird Palace people's expressions changed. On the stone platform, the 12 prodigies looked as if they were facing a great enemy. However, it was not over. This time, the 2 saints joined forces. Another saint who looked like a middle-aged man also attacked. This person comprehended the Ice Dao laws. His 4 domains also enveloped Lin Xian. Their domains overlapped. Monstrous ice erupted, freezing the demon qi around Lin Xian. The 2 vortexes of the law of water also froze into ice sculptures. Lin Xian's body was frozen. Great, white ghoul. Kill them all. The other sage's avatar laughed sinisterly. When the 2 sages' avatars joined forces, it was truly terrifying to the extreme. Not good, that person is in danger. Yes, he was too arrogant. He had underestimated the saint's clone. If it was just one attack, he might be able to block it easily. However, if 2 were added together, it would not be as simple as 1 + 1. It would definitely exceed his imagination. This person was probably going to be killed. An expert in the distance spoke. A cold smile appeared on Yan Nanshan's face. That was good too. It saved him the trouble of making a move. The northern monster became nervous. Yan Ryu frowned. However, at this moment, a cold voice came from the 2 sanctuary realm in front. Is that all you've got? What a disappointment, boom. Boom, boom. Following his voice, the 9 heavens and 10 earths shook. The 2 sanctuary realm also shook. An extremely terrifying and low voice sounded. Then, boundless flames burned fiercely. Lin Xian's body shone with a boundless light. Then, the 2 sages' avatars were sent flying. Their sanctuary realm was broken. White Ghoul's night parade and ice world were all shattered. The 2 of them fell to the ground and vomited blood. Their faces were filled with fear. How was this possible? How could the other party be so powerful? As for the others, their expressions all changed. What was that? Oh heavens, why was there a golden light? Wasn't that demon qi? They were all stunned. The people of Vermilion Bird Palace also frowned. Yan Nanshan's pupils shrank. Could it be him? He stared straight ahead. His eyes were like divine blades that could cut through everything. The sanctuary realm in front of them was broken. A figure soared into the sky. The demon qi on his body disappeared. The golden light was like the sun. It scattered down, shining so brightly that everyone could not open their eyes. I've said it before. A mere sage's avatar is not enough. You are not my match at all. Lin Xian's sonorous voice sounded. The 2 sages' avatars trembled in anger, but there was nothing they could do. However, Yan Nanshan's expression changed drastically. He screamed, "It's you. Damn it, you're not dead." He looked as if he had seen a ghost. To be honest, he was too shocked. If the person in front of him was really the great demon, he would not be too shocked. After all, the great demon was too terrifying. But now, it was not the great demon, but the great demon's sworn enemy, the successor of the 9 sons. How could he not be dead? If the great demon was dead, how did he survive? That's right, it's me. Yan Nantian, are you disappointed? Are you surprised? Do you think that if the great demon is dead, I will die with him? You dare to kill with a borrowed knife? You will definitely die today. Lin Xian's voice resounded through the world. At this moment, the experts on the 12 stone platforms, as well as the surrounding spectators, were all stunned. Heavens, who is this person? Soon, they learned from Vermilion Bird Palace. The successor of the 9 sons, it's him. What? The successor of the 9 sons? Didn't he die with him? Heavens, he did not die and even obtained the great demon's weapon. He had fought with the great demon before, so it was probably not difficult for him to transform into the great demon's appearance. Everyone understood why the demonic aura was so overwhelming. Why did he have the great spear of destruction? Why did he have to kill Yan Nantian? It turned out that the other party was not the great demon, but the successor of the 9 sons. And from the looks of it, the great demon seemed to be in cahoots with Yan Nantian. That was why the successor of the 9 sons wanted to kill Yan Nantian. Damn it, kill him. We have to kill him later. Vermilion Bird Palace's palace lord sent a voice transmission. The 2 sages' eyes were cold, but they did not immediately take action. If they took action now and the news spread, they would probably be under a lot of pressure. After all, the successor of the 9 sons could not be alone. There was a faction behind him. However, if Yan Nantian killed him, then even if the faction behind the successor of the 9 sons found out, there was nothing they could do. It was normal for geniuses to die in a battle. I'm really surprised that you're still alive, but so what, since the great demon can't kill you, then I'll kill you myself. Yan Nantian rose to his feet. The illusions of the 4 godly beasts carried him and floated forward. At this moment, the geniuses on the 20 platforms also retreated frantically. They had completely left the battlefield and arrived near the spectators. They knew that an earth-shattering battle of life and death was coming. It would probably surpass everything. It was actually him. Long Zhao Tian and Zhao Wuliang trembled. They finally knew why they couldn't defeat the other party. It was the successor of the 9 sons. Damn it, successor of the 9 sons. The 3 sage clones gritted their teeth. It seemed that after this battle, they had to send out their true bodies. After all, everyone wanted the great spear of destruction. Kill! An angry roar pierced through heaven and earth. Lin Xian's body shone with a golden light as if he was a golden god of war. The great spear of destruction in his hand was pitch black. As he danced, he charged forward. This scene was extremely shocking. It was as if an emperor golden immortal king was fighting with a black dragon. This scene was something that these people would never forget for the rest of their lives. Boom! On the other side, Yan Nantian also made his move. The 4 divine beasts became more and more corporeal as if they had been revived and circled around him. A terrifying aura swept through heaven and earth. That power caused everyone to tremble. Boom! The great spear of destruction transformed into a black dragon and rushed over, shaking the 9 heavens. At this moment, Lin Xian's strength was unparalleled. Fortunately, this was the primordial battlefield. Otherwise, they would have fallen long ago. Damn it, how could he be so strong? The people in the distance retreated once again and completely left the battlefield. They still had lingering fear in their hearts. The 3 sage clones also had ugly expressions. They did not expect that the other party had not used his full strength when fighting with them. Now, the other party's aura was even stronger than before. Was this the successor of the 9 sons? It was too terrifying. They felt that the successor of the 9 sons in front of them had surpassed the past. Indeed, the sage of the Vermilion Bird Palace frowned. The others were also discussing intensely. Although the successor of the 9 sons was strong and had one of the strongest physiques in the universe, he was not the strongest. There were many who could compete with the successor of the 9 sons, such as his old enemy, the Great Demon. In many previous battles, the Great Demon had suppressed the 9 sons' bloodline. Therefore, in the eyes of everyone, the successor of the 9 sons was not an invincible existence. If they wanted to kill him, the Great Demon clan could do it. But now, the successor of the 9 sons in front of them had shocked everyone. He had killed the Great Demon and obtained the Great Demon's weapon. Now, his combat strength was even more shocking. He had even defeated the successor of a great emperor. He was too strong. He was so strong that they found it unbelievable. Boom! Boom! In front, the 4 divine beasts attacked, trying to surround the great spear of destruction. The great spear of destruction danced crazily, bringing with it an incomparable murderous aura. Blood burst out from it. There were even all kinds of illusions. Those were the corpses of saints. It was rumored that the spear of great destruction was stained with the blood of saints. This illusion really made one's scalp tingle. Puff, the azure dragon and vermilion bird phantoms were pierced through, and the white tiger phantoms were knocked back. Only the black tortoise phantoms were able to withstand the attack with its powerful defense. The 4 illusions retreated. Yan Nantian's expression changed. His opponent's aura had become even stronger than it had been in the valley. The 4 divine beast phantoms were no match for him at all. Yan Nantian, show me your true strength. This time I won't let you off. Lin Xian's voice was sonorous as the golden glow on his body became even more piercingly cold. 9 Sun Sword Technique. Lin Xian used the spear as a sword and quickly danced. Rays of 9 Suns Sword Qi rushed out from the great spear of destruction. The 9 Suns Sword Technique was a sword technique of extreme yang. It destroyed everything. The entire ancient battlefield was enveloped by the golden sword Qi. This aura made everyone feel despair. Even the 2 vermilion bird saints had grave expressions on their faces. True strength? Fine, I'll let you see it, Yan Nantian roared. In addition to the 4 divine beast phantoms, 9 more emperor runes appeared beside him. Each of them was incomparably terrifying and connected to heaven and earth. The runes of the earth appeared. The people in the distance exclaimed. The 3 saint clones' eyes were burning with passion. Even the vermilion bird palace's saints' eyes were shining. Xianxia stared at the runes, wanting to see through the mysteries within. The 2 of them clashed like 2 immortal kings. Terrifying energy spread out in all directions on the ancient battlefield. At this moment, everyone was in a daze. It was as if they had returned to the ancient era. The 2 geniuses in front of them had turned into primordial god fiends. Such an intense battle was like a dream. Perhaps even the powerhouses of the ancient era were no match for them. Boom. Boom, boom. After more than 1,000,000 collisions, Yan Nantian's body trembled. His expression was gloomy and the blood in his body kept churning as if it wanted to rush out. He was about to go crazy. He was being suppressed by his opponent. How was this possible? The Great Spear of Destruction. It must be the Great Spear of Destruction. Do you think I don't have anything to subdue you, Saint Chariot? With an angry roar, a Saint Chariot rushed out of his body. It was a true sage artifact. As soon as it appeared, it brought with it a powerful divine might that suppressed the surroundings. Kill him. After using the sage artifact, Yan Nantian's strength increased exponentially. He once again clashed with the Great Spear of Destruction. The 2 of them fought until the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Not long after, Yan Nantian's expression turned ugly again. Damn it, he still couldn't beat his opponent. Now, the weapon's enhancement had been cancelled out. Could it be that his opponent was really stronger than him? How was that possible? He was the successor of a great emperor. No matter how strong his opponent was, so what? No successor of the 9 Suns had ever become a great emperor. At their strongest, they were only great sages. How could that kind of inheritance be compared to a true great emperor's inheritance? Was he weaker than his opponent? How was that possible? Yan Nantian was so powerful and his talent was terrifying. He thought that he was definitely not weaker than his opponent. What was that? The great dragon sword soul. Only then did he remember that his opponent was not only the successor of the 9 Suns, but also the successor of the great dragon. The successor of the great dragon had a precedent of becoming a great emperor. That was because the first successor of the great dragon, Ximen the Great, was very powerful. However, after Ximen the Great, the other successors of the great dragon could not become great emperors. Not to mention this generation, he did not believe that the great dragon sword soul contained any great emperor's inheritance because there had never been such a legend. Damn it, I'm the successor of a great emperor. I'm destined to become a great emperor in the future. I'm invincible. I won't fail. Go to hell. Yan Nantian roared crazily. Lightning god's physique, the 9 suns and countless lightning interweaved, causing Yan Nantian to transform into the thunder god's body. The powerful lightning body pierced through the 9 heavens. Those who were watching from afar were extremely envious. Heavens, the thunder god's body was not weaker than the 9 suns' divine body. It was forcefully evolved from a divine ability, probably only a great emperor's divine ability could do that. It was really a creation of heaven and earth. Sun and moon splitting the sky. After displaying the thunder god's body, Yan Nantian raised his hands high. Immediately, runes soared into the sky, blooming with incomparable light. They turned into 9 suns and moons, rotating in the sky. Coupled with the great emperor's divine ability, it was extremely powerful at this moment. It was much more powerful than the power in the valley previously. Even Lin Xian was forced to retreat quickly. That power was enough to shock him. Lin Xian retreated, but he didn't stop attacking. He unleashed his nomological mystique, the destructive fiery lotus. A huge lotus flower flew forward. With an aura that could destroy everything, the two collided. The sun and moon split open the sky, and the 9 suns quickly dimmed and then collapsed. The destructive fire lotus also dissipated in this energy. After that, the two retreated. Damn it, I don't believe it. Yan Nantian roared like a madman, but Lin Xian sneered. If I can kill you once, I can kill you again. Let's see how many Emperor Regeneration talismans you have. He held the spear of destruction and rushed out quickly. The dragon sword soul roared and rushed out of Lin Xian's body, fusing with the spear of destruction. Instantly, the power of the murderous weapon increased to an unparalleled level. At this moment, even the saint's expressions changed. Not good, Yan Nantian is in danger. A Vermilion Bird Palace saint frowned, and the Vermilion Bird Palace elders also had ugly expressions. Yan Nantian's pupils shrank. He naturally felt the threat. Last time, he was almost killed by the other party. If not for the Emperor Regeneration Talisman, he would still be seriously injured. Now that he was facing the same situation again, could he withstand it? Yan Nantian snorted coldly. Kid, I was careless when you ambushed me last time and didn't use my full strength. Don't even think about hurting me this time. He pushed the saint chariot to the limit. The chariot became huge, and completely enveloped him. This was a saint artifact, and it could definitely protect him. With a wave of his hand, the 9 Emperor runes reappeared beside him. Sky-destroying finger. Endless laws turned into divine chains, circling around Yan Nantian's finger, forming a finger that reached the sky and fell from the sky. When the finger fell, the bodies of the surrounding people were about to split open. Not good, retreat quickly. Those people screamed crazily. This move was too terrifying. The Vermilion Bird Palace elders also split open, and blood gushed out. Even the Vermilion Bird Palace master's expression changed. However, at this moment, the 2 saints of Vermilion Bird Palace opened their saint domains, blocking the terrifying energy waves. Only then did the people of Vermilion Bird Palace calm down. The surrounding people all hid behind the sacred domain. This Yan Nantian was too powerful. The 3 saint avatars had solemn expressions on their faces. Long Zhao Tian and Zhao Wuliang had ugly expressions on their faces. They were no match for him at all. 9 suns opened the sky. Lin Xian brandished the Great Destruction Spear and unleashed a world-shaking sword technique. Yin Yang Locket, the heaven-destroying finger, was pierced through by the Great Spear of Destruction. Yan Nantian once again used a powerful divine ability. At this time, Lin Xian had just finished using his ultimate move. His body was completely exhausted, and the energy he had gathered was unable to completely surge out. Therefore, Yan Nantian seized the opportunity. Between heaven and earth, the nomological fragments danced, forming 2 black and white divine ropes that instantly enveloped Lin Xian. With a crack that sounded like a clap of thunder, the black-white divine lock locked Lin Xian in the air. In an instant, it was as if he had been fixed in place, unable to move at all. The power in his body had been completely sealed. What was going on? Everyone exclaimed. Yan Ryu also frowned. She felt that this divine ability was too terrifying. Some of the older generation figures screamed. The Yin Yang Lock, oh heavens, isn't this the legendary divine ability? Rumor had it that once the Yin Yang Lock was used, it could seal all things in the world. Even a saint could not escape. That kid was unlucky. What? So powerful. Many people gasped when they heard that. There were also experts who were like living fossils whose eyes flickered. I finally know which great emperor's inheritance Yan Nantian obtained. The heaven-destroying finger, the Yin Yang Lock, these were the inheritances of Great Emperor Hongwu, the great emperor who pacified the 8 desolates? Everyone screamed. Great Emperor Hongwu was a very famous great emperor. When he became a great emperor, the myriad worlds were ruled by the dark demonic beasts. Back then, he rose to power and defeated the dark demonic beasts, regaining control of the myriad worlds. It could be said that he was extremely powerful. Who would have thought that his inheritance would be obtained by Yan Nantian, the successor of the 9 sons, was really in danger? He definitely could not escape from the Yin Yang Lock. Not to mention that he was only a half-sage, even a true saint would not be able to escape from the yin yang lock. Sighs could be heard. Everyone fell silent. Yan Ryu frowned. The northern demon was also very nervous. Should we make a move? He asked. Yan Ryu shook his head and looked again. In the crowd, the Crimson Dragon was also anxious. He gritted his teeth. That damn kid, he should be fine. He was not too sure because the yin yang lock was too famous. The yin yang lock? Lin Xian was sealed in midair. He looked at the black-white divine lock on his body, which was like a suit of armor, tightly covering his entire body. At the same time, it sealed the power in his body. He felt that he could not use any power at all. Lin Xian's body shook, trying to break the yin yang lock. However, after trying for a long time, the yin yang lock did not move at all. It's useless. Stop struggling. Even if you're a saint, you can't break free. I'll get rid of you now. Yan Nantian drove the saint chariot over quickly. Boom, in an instant, Lin Xian was sent flying. Boom. Boom, the ground trembled. Lin Xian was knocked down, blood splattering everywhere. It was a saint artifact. It was extremely terrifying. Lin Xian vomited blood, and cracks appeared on his body. Those people were stunned. After being knocked down like that, a half-saint would definitely be turned into ashes. Even a saint would probably be smashed into pieces. However, this kid's body only had cracks. Not good. Yan Ryu screamed. The Crimson Dragon almost activated the array, but they held back. Lin Xian stood up and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Break for me, he tried to use the nine-yang body again, but he still could not break it. The yin-yang lock was indeed a Thearcha's ultimate skill. It was really amazing. It suppressed all of Lin Xian's power. Even Lin Xian felt that the power of the great dragon sword spirit was also suppressed. Damn it. He was too careless. He did not expect Yan Nantian to have such an ultimate skill. If he knew about the yin-yang lock, he would have saved some energy to keep an eye on him, to prevent him from using it. However, he did not know that at all. Therefore, after shattering the heaven-destroying finger, he was locked down by the yin-yang lock. It's useless. I said stop struggling. Yan Nantian drove the saint chariot over again. The saint chariot was absolutely terrifying. With a single strike, the mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. A huge crack appeared on the ancient battlefield. Lin Xian was smashed into a deep pit. Buzz, Yan Nantian rode the saint chariot. His body was surrounded by 9 Dharch runes and the phantoms of 4 divine beasts. He was like a celestial Dharch as he rushed over. He arrived in front of Lin Xian. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the great destruction spear. Then, he forcefully snatched it. Lin Xian was now locked down by the yin-yang lock and had no power at all. Therefore, he was directly taken away. Blood flowed from his palm. Yan Nantian laughed at the sky. Ha 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 ha, is the successor of the 9 sons very powerful? What can you use to fight me now? Yan Nantian held the great spear of destruction in his hand and his aura erupted endlessly. Everyone trembled. He was too powerful. This was the successor of a great emperor, far surpassing the successor of the 9 sons. Even a true saint would not be able to survive in his hands. Is that so? I haven't lost yet. Lin Xian stood up and said in a sonorous voice. Haven't lost yet? Go to hell. Yan Nantian stopped laughing and flew out. The great spear of destruction instantly transformed into a poisonous dragon and stabbed towards Lin Xian. With a puchi, he pierced through Lin Xian's body. Then, he raised Lin Xian high into the air. Lin Xian's blood flowed wildly. Golden blood dripped into the void, shattering everything. It turned into a golden sea of blood. Now, do you still dare to say that you haven't lost? You're already in the air. I can kill you at any time. But don't worry, I'll torture you to death bit by bit. I want to find out your secrets. Yan Nantian revealed a demonic smile. He naturally knew that Lin Xian had many secrets. Moreover, he was extremely tempted. If he could get them out, he would cultivate. By then, no one in the universe would be his match. Oh no. Yan Ruyu's expression changed when the northern demon approached. The crimson dragon gritted his teeth and a cold killing intent appeared in his eyes. He could not help but want to make a move. The snow-white monkey was also so angry that he scratched his ears and cheeks. He even moved his little claws and was about to transform. However, at that moment, Lin Xian's voice floated out and resounded in everyone's ears. I told you, I haven't lost yet. Hearing that, Yan Nantian sneered. The people of Vermilion Bird Palace were also disdainful. You haven't lost yet? Who are you kidding? However, they were soon stunned because they realized that a mysterious aura had appeared on Lin Xian's body. Then, the world changed drastically. In the sky, endless thunderclouds enveloped the primordial battlefield. That aura made even the saint's hair stand on end. Needless to say, the others were so scared that their bodies trembled. Some were about to pass out. Heavens, lightning tribulation, was he going to transcend the tribulation? Could it be that he was about to break through? No, it wasn't Yan Nantian. It was the successor of the 9 sons. What? Those experts screamed. This was a sage tribulation. Was he going to break through and become a sage? Damn it, you want to break through? You want to break through to become a saint? To turn defeat into victory. Yan Nantian's expression also changed. This was truly a difficult enemy to deal with. The slightest carelessness would cause the other party to turn the tables. But you won't have the chance. I'll seal you away completely. The 9 monarch patterns around him floated out and hovered around Lin Xian, connecting with each other. Countless bolts of lightning interweaved, forming a starry diagram. Yin-Yang Heaven Sealing Formation. With the Yin-Yang locket as the center and the 9 monarch inscriptions as support, they could form a peerless formation. Rumor had it that the Hongwu Great Emperor had used the Yin-Yang Heaven Sealing Array to seal off the endless void, sealing countless experts in the universe. It could be said to be terrifying to the extreme. Although Yan Nantian was only a half-saint, with his means and the Yin-Yang Heaven Sealing Array, it would not be a problem for him to seal a sage, let alone Lin Xian. However, he had underestimated Lin Xian. Lin Xian had been through hundreds of battles and narrowly escaped death. His experience was extremely rich. Therefore, the speed at which he detonated the heavenly tribulation was extremely fast. Yan Nantian's Yin-Yang Heaven Sealing Array had just been formed when the sage tribulation had already descended. It directly struck Lin Xian's body, causing Lin Xian to grimace in pain. This was a sage tribulation. It was extremely terrifying. If one was not careful, even a sage would die. Moreover, Lin Xian's sage tribulation was not an ordinary one. It varied according to one's strength. Lin Xian was the successor of the 9 sons and the successor of the great dragon. He even had the mysterious heavenly secret godly eyes. How could his sage tribulation be weak? It was definitely extremely powerful, therefore, in this round, he did not use any divine abilities to resist. He could only rely on the strength of his physical body. For a moment, the 9 sons' divine body was charred black. Yan Nantian was also affected. The 4 divine beast phantoms on his body rotated and a crack appeared on them. Damn it, why was this lightning tribulation so terrifying? Yan Nantian frowned. The surrounding people were even more frightened. The terrifying scene of divine lightning filling the sky made people tremble. They had never seen such a terrifying arena. Even the 3 sage clones and the 2 Vermilion Bird Palace sages were stunned. However, in this situation, they did not dare to act rashly. The 2 sages hesitated. If they attracted fire and a lightning tribulation struck them, it would probably be a disaster for them. Because if they attacked during the tribulation, with their strength and aura, they would probably attract an even more terrifying heavenly tribulation. At that time, they would definitely be reduced to ashes. For a moment, everyone left the primordial battlefield. Yan Nantian also wanted to leave. He did not want to be struck by lightning for no reason. Moreover, it was a special kind of lightning tribulation. However, he could no longer leave because he was too close to Lin Xian. At this moment, he was holding the Great Destruction Spear in one hand, and Lin Xian's blood had already dripped onto his hand. Therefore, in an instant, he was also enveloped by the lightning tribulation. Damn it. Yan Nantian instantly stopped and pulled back the Great Destruction Spear. However, the Great Destruction Spear was caught by Lin Xian's body. He had no choice but to give up and leave first. After the lightning tribulation, he would come back to snatch the Great Destruction Spear and Lin Xian's corpse. Do you want to leave? Can you leave? Although Lin Xian had everything sealed, even if his divine body was sealed, his pure physical strength was incomparably terrifying. Yan Nantian had just moved when Lin Xian caught up to him. At this moment, the sage tribulation had already completely descended. Endless lightning turned into a sea of lightning, and each bolt was as big as a mountain. They carried an extremely terrifying aura of destruction. The sage tribulation had erupted. Ah, Lin Xian's voice rang out. Golden blood splattered in all directions. At the same time, Yan Nantian's crazy roar could be heard. Damn it, get out of my way. It was obvious that he had also suffered a violent impact. In the distance, everyone looked at this scene and felt their scalps go numb. It was too terrifying. The successor of the 9 sons was actually undergoing the tribulation at this time. This was not good. If he could survive the sage tribulation and become a sage, the situation would be reversed. Everyone was discussing. The Vermilion Bird Palace elders, palace masters, and sages all had extremely ugly expressions. However, they could only wait now. Yan Ryu and the North Demon heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that Lin Xian was indeed strong enough to be able to turn the tables under the Yin-Yang locket. The Crimson Dragon had a worried look on his face. Damn, is this kid really going to break through? Don't play too big. He did not believe that Lin Xian would break through to become a sage at this time. He knew that Lin Xian was extremely ambitious. He wanted to condense the 5 elemental laws. How could he only break through the fire laws? His guess was right. Lin Xian wasn't trying to break through. Instead, he wanted to use the power of the sage tribulation to break the Yin-Yang locket on him. The Yin-Yang locket was very powerful. It was a great emperor's mystique. Most importantly, it could seal and suppress everything, making Lin Xian powerless. With his own power sealed, he could only rely on external forces. The most powerful external force was the heavenly tribulation. It was a sage's heavenly tribulation. When the endless lightning spread and wrapped around him and Yan Nantian, Lin Xian smiled. The monstrous lightning was very terrifying. It directly penetrated his body. Not only him, but Yan Nantian's body was also full of holes. He screamed in pain. Golden blood flowed out of Lin Xian's body. It was a shocking sight, but he was smiling. Because he felt the Yin-Yang locket on his body tremble. Some cracks had appeared on it. It wouldn't be long before it completely shattered. Boom. Boom, boom. Lin Xian's body was getting more and more damaged. He was basically unrecognizable. At this moment, there was a cracking sound. The Yin-Yang locket had completely shattered. Success, Lin Xian's eyes shone with a sharp light. The power in his body surged out like a tsunami. In the next moment, he immediately stopped breaking through. He used the Great Dragon Sword Soul as an array to seal the power that wanted to break through again. Then, he used his mystique in Nirvana Rebirth. Boom. Boom, boom. The heavenly tribulation between heaven and earth seemed to have lost its target, so it gradually dissipated. In the distance, everyone was terrified. At the same time, they were very confused. What was going on? Why did the heavenly tribulation disappear? Could it be that he had become a sage? That couldn't be right. The few sage clones and the 2 sages from Vermilion Bird Palace frowned. They had passed the heavenly tribulation. It couldn't have happened in such a short time. Moreover, the heavenly tribulation just now was so terrifying. It was much more terrifying than theirs. How could such a heavenly tribulation disappear just like that? But soon, they realized that the heavenly tribulation had really disappeared. However, there was a golden sea in front of him. Inside, there was a golden silhouette that was being reborn from the flames. It was the successor of the 9 sons. Everyone screamed. Yan Ryu, Crimson Dragon, and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Not good, that guy actually didn't die, and his recovery ability was actually so strong. The faces of the people from the Vermilion Bird Palace changed. Where was Yan Nantian? They quickly began to search, and soon found Yan Nantian off in the distance. His imperial tattoos were still swirling around him, and he was rapidly absorbing the energy of heaven and earth. However, that speed was still slower than rising from the ashes. Therefore, Lin Xian recovered in an instant. The spear of great destruction was seized by him, and he charged forward. With a loud boom, Yan Nantian's body, which had yet to fully recover, was pierced through and shattered into pieces. What? Had Yan Nantian been split open? These people were all crazy. Their minds were a little blank because the changes in this situation were too strange. Just a moment ago, Yan Nantian had picked on Lin Xian, making it impossible for Lin Xian to resist. But in the blink of an eye, Lin Xian displayed a domineering attitude. Rising from the ashes, he beat Yan Nantian into pieces. This scene was like a dream. It was unbelievable. After shattering Yan Nantian's body, Lin Xian once again waved the Great Destruction Spear and used it. In an instant, the power of annihilation surged out. Under the support of the Great Destruction Spear and the Great Dragon Sword Soul, it was extremely powerful. Therefore, Yan Nantian's shattered body began to rapidly dissipate. Even his flesh and blood disappeared. What kind of power was this? It was so terrifying. When everyone saw the black light of the laws and the disappearing flesh and blood, they all gasped and felt their bodies turn cold. Yan Nantian also screamed in fright. It was this power again. Last time, he was almost destroyed by this power. He didn't expect to encounter the same situation again. Damn it, the Yin-Yang locket was broken by the other party. It was really unbelievable. Escape. Yan Nantian summoned the 9 imperial tattoos. They bloomed with light and enveloped him. He escaped into the void, trying to dodge this attack. Great emperors had endless means and were incomparably mysterious. If it was a sage facing Yan Nantian, he might really be able to escape. However, Lin Xian wouldn't. Lin Xian merged the Great Dragon Sword Soul into the Great Destruction Spear. With a sword, he could cut through mountains and rivers. The power of the Great Dragon Sword Soul destroyed everything. The void was cut open and Yan Nantian was deeply shaken out. Like I said, you can't escape. A loud and clear dragon roar resounded in the world, resounding throughout the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Kill, the terrifying dragon roar mixed with the black light swept forward. Yan Nantian was once again attacked. Damn it. Yan Nantian's face was incomparably ugly. He was severely injured in the lightning tribulation and had yet to fully recover. Then, he was torn apart by Lin Xian. Now, he was being chased by Lin Xian. He couldn't recover to his peak. Even though Lin Xian was injured earlier, his aura was even more terrifying than before due to the rebirth of desire. Sky-destroying finger. Steel of sun and moon, Yan Nantian used the sky-destroying finger with his left hand and formed a seal with his right hand. Above it, the sun, moon, and stars revolved, as if a heavenly monument was suppressing. The 2 peerless Abhijanas charged toward Lin Xian at high speed. Destruction Fiery Lotus, 9 suns opening sky. Lin Xian also used his divine ability. The terrifying sword technique swept across heaven and earth. The 4 divine abilities collided in the sky, erupting with dazzling light that swallowed everything. At this moment, Yan Nantian smiled. He formed another seal with his palm and an unparalleled aura burst out from his eyes. Yin-Yang Locket. Between heaven and earth, the yin and yang qi flickered and turned into 2 divine locks that quickly shrouded Lin Xian. As long as the yin-yang locket succeeded, Lin Xian wouldn't be able to use any divine abilities no matter how powerful they were. Oh no, it's the yin-yang locket again, Lin Xian was probably infected. Yes, could he attract another heavenly tribulation? Everyone exclaimed. Yan Ryu and the Crimson Dragon were extremely nervous. The people of the Vermilion Bird Palace laughed. They knew that Yan Nantian wouldn't lose. The yin-yang locket was very strange. In an instant, it appeared in front of Lin Xian out of thin air, wanting to seal him completely. Lin Xian snorted coldly. You're too naive. Do you think I won't be prepared this time? Buzz, the fragments of the Law of Earth revolved around his body, forming two large stone palms. Each of them was like a huge mountain that pushed forward forcefully. Boom boom boom, the sound of an intense collision shook the 9 heavens. The light that filled the sky made people tremble. It was like a demonic light that could destroy the world. The Yin-Yang locket was very terrifying. Ordinary law fragments couldn't break it at all. Therefore, the two stone beasts only lasted for a moment before they were pierced by the Yin-Yang locket. However, this short moment was more than enough for Lin Xian. His body soared into the air like a giant dragon, soaring upwards. The great spear of destruction in his hand moved, erupting with dazzling light. It turned into a fiery lotus, enveloping yin and yang. Boom, the yin-yang locket was shattered by this destructive force. Was it dodged? Countless cries of surprise rang out. The expressions of the people from Vermilion Bird Palace changed. Yan Nanshan's heart sank. Damn it, his opponent actually dodged his attack. To be honest, although he didn't want to admit it, if he couldn't lock down the other party's strength, he seemed to be unable to defeat the other party. The great emperor's mystiques were extremely powerful. In the past, he could easily kill his opponent with just one of them. Regardless of whether it was the thunder god's physique, the sun and moon splitting the heavens, or this finger of extermination, they could basically destroy the enemy with ease. Even against a saint, 2 or 3 of them would be enough to deal with him. Now, he had basically used everything he could. There were still some exceptional superpowers that he could not use because his cultivation was not high enough. That was something he was prepared to cultivate after breaking through to the Saint realm. It seemed that he could only fight to the death. Hongwu opened the heavens and Zhang Xian returned. The aura on Yan Nanshan's body exploded to an unbelievable degree. The 9 monarch marks revolved around his finger as he pointed forward. This finger was not aimed at Lin Xian, but flew towards the 9 heavens. Boom, in an instant, a huge hole was pierced in the sky. It was pitch black and seemed to be connected to the outer universe. Everyone could see the faint twinkling starlight inside the pitch black hole. At that moment, the 9 great emperor runes were floating in the black hole. They were bobbing up and down like 9 stars. They were shining with dazzling light. Below him, Yan Nantian continued to form hand seals. The 9 monarch marks above him rotated rapidly, forming a marvelous star map. The star atlas rolled and shone brightly, forming a strange Tao pattern. A terrifying and vast aura was emitted from it. As soon as this aura appeared, all living beings in the 9 heavens and 10 earths trembled. Below, countless people were pressed to the ground, their bodies trembling. Long Zhaotian, Zhao Wuliang, and the others were the same. They resisted with all their might, but many cracks appeared on their bodies. The 3 saints' avatars screamed crazily as they hurriedly opened their sacred domains to defend themselves. The people of the Vermilion Bird Palace were also heavily injured. Those elders couldn't hold on at all. The 2 saints' expressions changed drastically. He opened up his saint domain like a madman and said, "If you don't want to die, get out of here." Everyone retreated madly. 10 million miles, 20 million miles, all the way until they were 50 million miles away. Only then did they stop. However, even with that being the case, that frightening aura still caused their bodies to turn ice cold. What's going on up ahead? This place was already somewhat blurry, but how powerful were the 2 great sages? Using the array, they immediately projected the scene in front of them. Everyone raised their heads and looked at the sky, only to see the star map churning with a powerful force. Even Lin Xian reacted as if he was facing a great enemy and quickly retreated. He placed the spear of great destruction in front of him, and the terrifying sword chief formed a lotus flower that enveloped him. On the other side, Yan Nantian was not in a good state either. His body was also cracked, and he even spat out blood. Clearly, it was still too much for him to use this ability at the moment. "Although it's a bit exhausting, you're dead for sure, kid. I don't believe you can survive this attack." Yan Nanshan's cold voice was heard, and he laughed. At the same time, the expressions of the people in the distance changed. Even Lin Xian's pupils constricted. Because he realized that something had appeared in the star map above. It was the shadow of a pagoda. It was very blurry, and only the shape of a pagoda could be seen. However, the aura emitted from it was too terrifying. Is it the desolate pagoda? Lin Xian was extremely shocked because he felt as if he was facing the desolate pagoda of the Jade Lake's sacred ground. However, the desolate pagoda was an extreme weapon. Damn it, could it be that Yan Nantian has an extreme weapon? Sure enough, the 3 sage clones in the distance screamed crazily. This aura had surpassed a sage weapon, it's an extreme weapon, damn it, does Yan Nantian have the emperor weapon of Emperor Hongwu? What? Emperor Hongwu's extreme weapon? Rumor had it that Emperor Hongwu had a terrifying extreme weapon, the hidden immortal pagoda. Could it be that the pagoda was the hidden immortal pagoda? When these words came out, everyone was stunned. An extreme weapon was the most powerful weapon in the universe. It was the exclusive weapon of a great emperor. Even if a great emperor died, an extreme weapon would not disappear. Some extreme sage truths had extreme weapons, but they did not expect it to be in Yan Nantian's hands. Everyone swallowed their saliva and some even wanted to run away. Once an extreme weapon was used, it could definitely pierce through this world. If it was stronger, it could destroy the entire Suzaku planet and turn everything on it into ashes. No one doubted it. Damn it, do we really have to let that guy turn the tables? The Crimson Dragon clenched his teeth in anger. Although he had been comprehending the heaven puzzle and had set up a peerless formation around him, it was impossible to use such a formation to resist an extreme weapon. However, one person only frowned and then sneered. An extreme weapon, however. It was not a real extreme weapon. It was just an illusion formed by a wisp of aura summoned from the starry sky of the universe. The one who spoke was Yan Ruyu. At this moment, her body was emitting a mysterious green light. There seemed to be a terrifying force in her body that was about to erupt. However, it was being controlled by Yan Ruyu. As soon as she said that, everyone around her was stunned, especially the 2 sages and the 3 sages clones. They all cried out in surprise. It was not a real extreme weapon, but an illusion that was summoned. They carefully sensed it and then screamed. It was indeed the case. This news caused a huge commotion. It seemed that the hidden divine pagoda was not in Yan Nantian's hands, but in a corner of the universe. At this moment, Yan Nantian used Great Emperor Hong Wu's peerless spell to summon the extreme weapon in the corner of the universe, thus creating an illusion. However, even if it was just an illusion, it was still extremely terrifying. Because the 3 sages and the 2 sages were facing a powerful enemy. Even if they faced it, they would not be able to stop it. They could only run away like crazy. An illusion? Lin Xian's eyes flashed with golden light. He naturally saw that the blurry pagoda was not a real weapon. Kid, don't be arrogant. Even if it's the illusion of an extreme weapon, it's not something you can stop. So, you can die now. Yan Nantian's hand suddenly moved downward. More cracks appeared on his body, but he did not care. He revealed a hideous smile. In the sky, the illusion of the immortal burying pagoda suddenly descended from the star map. This attack was too terrifying. The entire ancient battlefield trembled violently, and many large cracks appeared on it. One could imagine how terrifying the surrounding force was. Lin Xian's sword Chi Lotus instantly shattered. Lin Xian also kept retreating. He felt great danger. The 9 suns' divine fire on his body was suppressed, and even cracks appeared on his body. Golden blood once again floated out. So terrifying. This should be your final trump card. Lin Xian saw Yan Nantian spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. He knew that Yan Nantian must have used a peerless divine ability by force. Thinking about it, this should be the strongest divine ability that Yan Nantian could use at the moment. Thinking of this, he let out a roar. So what if it was the illusion of an extreme weapon? He had fought against a true extreme weapon before. Hidden immortal pagoda? Lin Xian's eyes shone with a piercing cold light. Then, the dragon sword spirit flew out from the great destruction spear and quickly condensed in front of him. Lin Xian, on the other hand, let out a roar as he sucked in all of the formless energy from all directions into his mouth and infused it into the great dragon sword soul. The light on the dragon sword spirit became even more terrifying. It was incomparable. A loud dragon roar shook the 9 heavens. At this moment, the dragon sword spirit's appearance was also changing. It also turned into the shape of a pagoda. It was incomparably exquisite, and there was even rust on it. However, the aura it emitted was also extremely terrifying. What is this? After the dragon sword spirit transformed into a pagoda, the aura immediately swept through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. The martial artists watching from afar changed their expressions again. They felt as if their hearts were about to be crushed. Impossible. Could it be that this guy also has the illusion of an extreme weapon? They were all stunned. However, the northern monster, Yan Ruyu, and the others all cried out in alarm. The reason for that was because they recognized what Lin Xian had transformed into. The ancient Desolation Pagoda. This was the extreme weapon of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground, the ancient Desolation Pagoda. As expected, Yan Nantian also recognized it. The ancient Desolation Pagoda? You think you can transform it into the ancient Desolation Pagoda? Can it be compared to my hidden immortal pagoda? You're overestimating yourself. Let me tell you how terrifying an extreme weapon is. Yan Nantian roared. Everyone heard it. What? What the successor of the 9 suns had conjured was also an extreme weapon. Before they could figure it out, a shocking collision occurred in front of them. The hidden immortal pagoda and the desolate pagoda, the two illusions clashed together. The 9 heavens and 10 earths were collapsing. The immemorial battlefield immediately cracked open. Lin Xian and Yan Nantian were also sent flying backwards, engulfed by the torrent of energy. Retreat quickly. After retreating 50 million miles away, the crowd retreated again until they were 80 million miles away. Only then did he look ahead. They waited for about a day, but the energy in front of them still hadn't dissipated. It was still chaotic. No one dared to approach him. Even the saints could not see through him. It was only at this moment that they began to wonder why the successor of the 9 suns was able to conjure the ancient desolate pagoda. Furthermore, that power was so terrifying. Could it be that the divine dragon behind the successor of the 9 suns also had a powerful weapon? Thinking of this, everyone was shocked. The people of the Vermilion Bird Palace had extremely ugly expressions. After waiting for another 3 days, the violent energy in front of them slowly dissipated. In front of them, the sounds of intense fighting could be heard. Lin Xian and Yan Nantian were fighting again. It seemed that the hidden immortal pagoda that Yan Nantian summoned had been destroyed. Impossible. Damn it. How was this possible? Yan Nantian was going crazy. What he summoned was a real phantom of an extreme weapon. It wasn't an illusion. However, the aura of an extreme-grade weapon was enough to kill everything. Even if a saint came, he would still die here. However, it was blocked by the other party. Damn it. Was the ancient desolate pagoda that the other party had conjured really comparable to an extreme weapon? How could this be? The people in the distance were also stunned. They also couldn't understand how the phantom that Lin Xian summoned could be compared to the hidden immortal. These people flew forward again, wanting to observe more carefully. They even wanted to see through Lin Xian's secret. To be honest, Yan Nantian's injuries were very serious. His body had been damaged by the impact of the energy just now. If he hadn't mastered her secret technique, he probably wouldn't have been able to recover. However, Lin Xian recovered faster than him. Yan Nantian even wanted to use the Emperor Regeneration Talisman to quickly revive and kill the other party. However, he resisted in the end. The Emperor Regeneration Talisman was a life-saving technique. It was extremely precious. Even he didn't have many left. Unless it was a last resort, he wouldn't use it again. In front of them, the battle was still extremely tragic. Lin Xian was too strong, and he had an indomitable aura. Yan Nantian was also very strong. However, it seemed that this battle and the situation of almost being killed had made him flustered and exasperated. Now that the hidden immortal pagoda couldn't kill the other party, his confidence was shaken. Naturally, his aura was weakened. Therefore, how could he be a match for Lin Xian? In the end, his heart cracked. The spear of destruction arrived in front of the other party. Yan Nantian used the sage chariot to block it, but he couldn't block the dragon sword soul in the spear of destruction. The dragon sword soul turned into a flying sword and instantly cut open his head. Even his soul was injured. Yan Nantian screamed like a madman and used the Emperor Regeneration Talisman to escape into the distance. The peerless sword light of the dragon sword soul had yet to disappear, but Yan Nantian was already escaping. An ancient emperor talisman, the size of a palm, wrapped around him and flew quickly. The emperor talisman emitted an unparalleled light, causing Yan Nantian's aura to recover rapidly. As for Lin Xian, he held the spear of destruction and chased after him. "No, stop him," Yan Nantian screamed. The emperor regeneration talisman needed some time to recover. If he was caught during this time, he would be finished. That's not right. The emperor regeneration talisman should be able to recover instantly. Why does this guy still need time? Below, the crimson dragon was very surprised. Yan Ruyu's eyes also flickered as she stared at the escaping light. Soon, they all smiled. This was because they realized that the emperor regeneration talisman wasn't as good as before. There were broken corners on it. It seemed that it wasn't a complete emperor regeneration talisman. No wonder it needed some time to recover. Seeing this, the two vermilion bird sages moved. One of their saint domains enveloped Yan Nantian. They protected him. The other slashed forward like a heavenly blade. In an instant, they cut off Lin Xian's path and charged towards Lin Xian. With a clang, they collided with the spear of destruction. Lin Xian was knocked back and stopped his pursuit. The other people in the surroundings all rushed over. One of the sages stared coldly at Lin Xian. Lin Xian was not afraid at all. Flames filled the sky, and his killing intent was extremely strong. What? Is the Vermilion Bird Palace trying to break the rules? You want to interfere in the final battle? That's the center of attention. Lin Xian sneered. The others were also in an uproar. That's right, this is the battle to determine the final ranking of the Vermilion Bird leaderboard. The battle between the two of them will determine who is first on the Vermilion Bird leaderboard. But now, a sage is interfering. Is the Vermilion Bird Palace cheating? Humph, the Vermilion Bird sage snorted. A battle is a battle. Who allowed you to kill? You can't kill. What a joke. Lin Xian sneered and waved his finger. Suddenly, the illusion of the Vermilion Bird Palace Master speaking appeared in the sky. That was the rule that the Vermilion Bird Palace Master had mentioned before. In this battle, any means could be used, and killing was allowed, regardless of life or death. The appearance of the illusion was a slap to the sage's face. The sage's face darkened and his body trembled in anger. Suddenly, two divine consciousnesses flew out of the holy realm and turned into divine light that pierced forward. However, Lin Xian used the great spear of destruction to cut them in half. Lin Xian's eyes were like rainbows as he looked into the distance. He knew that it was impossible to kill Yan Nantian this time, and he did not plan to kill him so easily. Therefore, he said loudly that he wanted someone to interfere. This meant that Yan Nantian had lost. I've won this battle, now, who else dares to fight me? Lin Xian did not pay attention to these people. Instead, he looked at the participants below. After these cultivators felt Lin Xian's gaze, their scalps went numb and they all shook their heads. Lin Xian looked up at the sky. Alright, the first on the Vermilion Bird leaderboard is mine. He waved the great spear of destruction and shattered the 9 heavens. Lin Xian's aura rose to the extreme, and no one dared to look him in the eye. Even the sage standing opposite him frowned. Behind him, Yan Nantian's figure appeared in the holy realm. At this moment, he had completely recovered, but his face was still extremely cold. He stared straight ahead. When Lin Xian saw the other party, he laughed coldly. What's wrong? A coward who only dares to stand behind a saint? Do you dare to come over and fight to the death, absolute your sister? Yan Nantian almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He wanted nothing more than for the two Vermilion Bird sages to attack and kill the other party. However, even the Vermilion Bird Palace wouldn't have the face to do such a thing in front of so many people, right? If this were to spread to all the swords in the heavens, they would be utterly humiliated, therefore, he could only snort coldly and refuse to reply. At this moment, the crimson dragon below sneered. What's going on? Was the Vermilion Bird Palace a sore loser? Now that victory and defeat had been decided, could it be that he still wanted to renege on his debt? That's right. If I knew this was going to be a competition like this, I wouldn't have come either. Northern Demon also shouted coldly. Immediately, the surrounding people started discussing. Many people were already hostile towards the Vermilion Bird Palace because their disciples had been thrown out by the Vermilion Bird Palace. This had long caused dissatisfaction. Now all kinds of talk are going on. Palace Lord, what should we do? The elders of the Vermilion Bird Palace quickly asked. They didn't know what to do about this situation. The Vermilion Bird Palace master's face was terrifyingly dark, but there was nothing he could do. He said that the successor of the 9 sons had won this round. When these words were said, everyone was in an uproar. Northern Demon and the Crimson Dragon, on the other hand, laughed. Yan Ryu also revealed a beautiful smile. However, Yan Nanchan's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He didn't say a word. The other participating prodigies also sighed and shook their heads. It seemed that they hadn't expected this result. The final winner wasn't Yan Nantian, but the successor of the 9 sons. Is there anyone else who isn't convinced and wants to challenge me? Lin Xian's voice was sonorous as he looked at the remaining participants. The remaining participants all shook their heads. Even Yan Nantian wasn't a match for him, let alone them. Since you don't want to challenge me, I'll be the champion of the Vermilion Bird leaderboard. Do you have any objections? Everyone shook their heads without any objections. Lin Xian smiled in satisfaction when he heard that. He raised his head and looked at the Vermilion Bird Palace. Could they announce the final result? Nonsense. You're the only one on the Vermilion Bird leaderboard. What's the big deal? The others haven't been announced yet. Oh, is that so? Alright then, let them do it. Lin Xian looked at these people. However, Northern Demon, Yan Ryu, and the others shook their heads. I've decided to withdraw. I'm not interested in participating anymore. Other than the 2 of them, the rest of the participants also gave up. To be honest, after watching Lin Xian and Yan Nanchan's battle, they felt even more defeated. So what if they were in second place now? They knew that they were still no match for the 2 of them. They were left far behind. This kind of despair made them lose the mood to fight. It seemed that they didn't want to fight, so it was better to announce the results. Lin Xian looked at the Vermilion Bird Palace again. The elders were so angry that they vomited blood. The Vermilion Bird Palace master was also so angry that he gritted his teeth. He swore in his heart that he would find a chance to kill the other party. However, at this moment, Yan Nantian spoke. How arrogant. As expected of the successor of the 9 sons, and the successor of the Great Dragon, right? Don't you think so, Lin Wudi? Yan Nanchan's words were surprising, but his words were even more shocking. The news was like a clap of thunder that resounded in all directions. Everyone was stunned. What did he say? The successor of the 9 sons or the successor of the Great Dragon? What did he call that person? The successor of the 9 sons was called Lin Wudi. Heavens, wasn't Lin Wudi ranked first on the Abyss leaderboard, on par with Di Ling, so, he was the successor of the 9 sons. Exclamations and discussions sounded. If Yan Nantian was right, then this matter was too serious. They finally knew why Lin Wudi was so terrifying. It turned out that he was the successor of the 9 sons. However, some people screamed because they felt that another piece of news was even more shocking, and that was the successor of the Great Dragon. The successor of the Great Dragon, the successor of the Great Dragon sword? Heavens, that was an inheritance that was even more terrifying than the 9 sons. They didn't expect him to get it too. No wonder he could defeat Yan Nantian. Some people were at a loss at first. What was the successor of the Great Dragon? However, when some of the older generation spoke, they were extremely shocked. The Great Dragon sword, one of the 5 swords of the world, had appeared? They stared at Lin Xian with burning eyes. This was a legendary offensive saint art. Didn't they see how he defeated the successor of a great emperor with the Great Dragon sword? If they got it, their battle strength would increase rapidly. Not good. The Northern Demon, Yan Ryu, and the Crimson Dragon's faces changed. Damn it, this guy actually leaked Lin Xian's secret. In fact, this wasn't much of a secret. Almost everyone in the true spirit world knew that Lin Xian was the successor of the 9 sons and the successor of the Great Dragon. However, Lin Xian was the palace master of the Immortal Palace back then, and there was a super sage behind the Immortal Palace. Lin Xian even had a good relationship with the Jade Lake Sacred Ground and the Yi family. Who dared to touch him back then? But now, it was completely different. Lin Xian left the true spirit world and stepped on the ancient star road. Moreover, he went on the road alone without a protector. There were countless powerful cultivators on the ancient path of stars, and the large sects and families were as numerous as the stars in the sky. If these people wanted to attack, it would really be dangerous. Moreover, it would be even more dangerous if they alerted some terrifying great sage or super sage from all the worlds in the universe. It was over. The situation was getting difficult. Unless this kid joined a faction and sought protection, such as Yan Nantian joining the Vermilion Bird Palace. Apart from the fact that the Vermilion Bird Palace could provide more resources, it could also provide protection and deterrence. After all, if a sage attacked, Yan Nantian would probably not be able to escape. However, joining a large faction would be a deterrent. As expected, the three sage avatars' eyes were burning. It seemed that their true bodies had to come immediately. The two Vermilion Bird sages also had the same idea. For a moment, everyone was eyeing Lin Xian covetously. Lin Xian also frowned. That damned Yan Nantian really knew how to cause trouble for him. However, since he dared to fight Yan Nantian, he had already thought of this and had the Crimson Dragon set up a peerless array around him. Therefore, he remained calm. The next moment, he said in a deep voice, "Since you've decided that I'm the champion, then give me the champion's reward. There's no rush for the reward. Lin Gongzi is the champion of the Vermilion Bird list, so he hopes to come with me. The Vermilion Bird Palace will treat him well." The other contestants also went together. The Vermilion Bird Palace Lord chuckled. Lin Xian's expression changed. The Crimson Dragon also panicked. Damn it, no. If Lin Xian entered the Vermilion Bird Palace, he would definitely be trapped. If he wanted to come out again, he would probably die. Therefore, he definitely couldn't enter. Yan Ryu and the others also became nervous. Lin Xian's expression also changed. Damn it, to be honest, he didn't want to go either. However, what if the Vermilion Bird Palace really didn't give him a reward? He came this time for the Tao of Earth Stone. If they didn't give him a reward, everything he had done before would be wasted. Could it be that he really had to go in? However, the price of going in was too high. Who knew how many saints were waiting for him in the Vermilion Bird Palace? F***CK, Vermilion Bird Palace, Yan Nantian, I'll remember this. One day, I'll tear you to shreds. Lin Xian gritted his teeth. Just as he was in a dilemma, a voice rang out. There's no need to go to your Vermilion Bird Palace. Lin Wudy came with me this time. After he gets his reward, I have to send him back. As soon as this was said, everyone was in an uproar. Was someone going to stand up for Lin Wudy? They wanted to see who was behind Lin Wudy. In an instant, everyone turned their heads to look. Even the people from Vermilion Bird Palace frowned. In the next moment, they saw a figure rise into the air. This was a middle-aged man. He wore a starry robe and looked very dazzling. He came to the void and countless starry arrays flashed under his feet. What a mysterious aura. The surrounding people were all shocked. However, the Vermilion Bird Palace's palace master cried out in surprise. Langia Palace. You're from the Langia Star. Yes, I am. The man in the star robes nodded his head calmly. The people around him started to cause a ruckus. Was he from the Langia Star? The Langia Star was actually behind Lin Wudy. Everyone was very shocked by the Langia Star. They were not unfamiliar with it because the Langia Star's reputation on the ancient path of stars was much greater than that of Vermilion Bird Palace. Countless people wanted to go to the Langia Star to seek answers to their questions. Lin Xian was also stunned. He had not expected the Langia Star to appear at this time. It seemed that the Langia Star had been following him silently in order to test his strength. The person in front of him must have seen everything that had happened in the previous battle. Now that he had confirmed his strength, he had come to save him. After all, he still had to go to the Void Ocean for the Langia Star in the future. Therefore, he nodded at the person from the Langia Star. So it's a friend from the Langia Star. You've come all the way here. Why don't you stay in the Vermilion Bird Palace for a few days? The Vermilion Bird Palace's palace master spoke again. However, the man in the star robe shook his head and said, "There's no need. Hurry up and give us the reward. We still have things to do." At this point, he changed the topic. Could it be that the Vermilion Bird Palace wants to go back on their word? Or do you want to be blacklisted by the Xianxia star? As soon as he said this, the expressions of the people from the Vermilion Bird Palace changed. Both sides were super factions, but the other side did not need to deal with them at all. However, that was not necessarily the case for them. Perhaps they would need to use the Xianxia star in the future. Therefore, it would not be good for them to have a direct conflict now. They had no choice but to take out the reward in the future. The Vermilion Bird Palace's palace master took out a storage ring and said that all the rewards were inside. There was also a token, which was proof of identity to enter the Void Ocean. When the time came, Lin Gongzi could go to the Void Ocean. The man in the star robes did not move. Lin Xian took the storage ring and scanned it with his soul. Indeed, he found a Dao stone inside. The Earth Dao stone, Lin Xian smiled. He didn't care about anything else, but he definitely had to get his hands on the Earth Dao stone. He immediately took the Earth Dao stone out of the storage ring and placed it in the black earth. Then, Lin Xian descended and summoned the Crimson Dragon to his side. Then, he spoke to the North Demon and Yan Ruyu. "I still have something to do, so I will take my leave first. I will contact you when the time comes." They exchanged sound transmission arrays. Then, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon rose into the sky again. Next, the powerhouse from the Xianxia star and the star robes left with Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon. Everyone was in an uproar when they saw the news. They were extremely excited. However, the faces of the people from the Vermilion Bird Palace were terrifyingly dark. Damn it! They had not expected that the battle they had carefully arranged to build up Yan Nanshan's popularity would be intercepted by someone else. More importantly, the person they had wanted to capture had been forcibly taken away by the people from the Xianxia star. The Vermilion Bird Palace had never suffered such a setback before. This really made them gnash their teeth in anger. "Don't worry, that kid won't be able to escape." Yan Nanshan's face was cold. "I am about to break through to the Sage Realm. When I break through to the Sage Realm, my strength will undergo an earth-shattering change. I will finally be able to use some mystiques. When the time comes, I will kill him like a dog." Yan Nanshan's eyes shone with a piercing light. Indeed, the Sage Realm was a watershed. When one stepped into the Sage Realm, they would truly transcend the heavens and earth and be able to control the laws of all things. It would be different if they were to use some powerful mystiques. "Let's go." The people from the Vermilion Bird Palace quickly left. Although Yan Nantian had been defeated this time, they still had absolute confidence in him. He was a genius with a boundless future. He would definitely become an emperor in the future. After the people from the Vermilion Bird Palace left, the others discussed spiritedly. This battle was really too exciting. They believed that it would not be long before the news spread throughout the ancient path of the stars. They probably had to hurry up and prepare. In an instant, everyone left. The three sage clones looked uncertain, as if they were making some kind of decision. Yan Ryu said goodbye to the North Demon and quickly left. The North Demon also left. Long Zhao Tian and Zhao Wuliang's expressions were ugly. So he was Lin Wudi. They had looked down on him before, but he was too powerful. But who would have thought that the other party was really too powerful? Even when the two of them joined hands, they were still not a match for the other party. "Sage, I must become a sage." Their eyes shined brightly. The only way to surpass Lin Wudi was to become a sage. These people all left. Some made up their minds to not come out until they became sages, while others went to spread the news like crazy. Some only sighed and their faces were filled with despair. That was because their elite geniuses had already been killed in the first round. In fact, they didn't even know who the murderer was right now. The most depressed were the people from the Yun family. Their patriarch of the Yun family, a saint, had mysteriously disappeared here. They were terrified and had to quickly return to discuss countermeasures. After everyone left, planet Suzaku seemed to have returned to normal. However, at this moment, an earth-shattering roar came from the Demon Cultivation Valley. "Ah, damn brat, I won't let you go." This voice pierced through the 9 heavens and soared into the sky. He had transformed into a sage and was filled with killing intent. It was Cloud Sky Sage. At this moment, Cloud Sky Sage was still covered in mud. His eyes were as red as blood. Monstrous killing intent filled the 9 heavens as he broke free from the demonic pond. After he came out, he looked around and caught a person. He asked coldly, "Who are you?" That person was from the Vermilion Bird Palace. He was originally retreating from the demon Cultivation Valley, but now he was caught and scared out of his wits. Cloud Sky Sage didn't hold back and forcibly collected the information he wanted to know. Soon, he withdrew his hand, but his face was terrifyingly gloomy. He actually defeated Yan Nantian and became the champion of the Vermilion Bird ranking. Moreover, not only was he the successor of the 9 sons, but he was also the successor of the Great Dragon. Cloud Sky Sage was simply too shocked. He realized that the person he had trapped was actually the successor of 2 top inheritances. Moreover, that person had the Great Destruction Spear. If he could capture such a person, not only could he obtain the Great Destruction Spear, but he could also obtain the 9 sons and Great Dragon inheritances. Thinking of this, he was so excited that he trembled. "Lin Wudi, you can't run away." Cloud Sky Saint's eyes shone with a cold light. He was searching, but he couldn't find Lin Wudi. Lin Wudi had been taken away by the people of Xianxia. The Xianxia? Cloud Sky Saint's eyes flickered, but he did not care. He knew that it was impossible for her to spend the rest of her life with the saint of the Xianxia. As long as they were separated, he would find an opportunity to strike. He would capture the other party and then go into seclusion for a few hundred years. He would only come out after his strength had greatly increased. At that time, with 2 great inheritances in his hands and a peerless weapon in his hands, who could be his opponent? At the thought of this, he could not wait to tear open the void and quickly flew toward the outer realm. He was not the only one who had such thoughts. Others also had such thoughts. Among them, the most powerful ones were the 3 clones of the saints. After they found out about Lin Xian's true identity, they immediately communicated with their original bodies. At this moment, the true bodies of the 3 sages were rushing over with haste. The 3 of them were not in the same group, but their goal was the same. Lin Xian and the Dark God Dragon followed the elites of the Xianxia and left Suzaku Star. They were returning to the Xianxia. They had been gone for a few days. Lin Xian also understood the elites of the Xianxia. He was indeed a saint of the Xianxia. The other party's name was Mubai. He was very powerful and had specially come to check on Lin Xian. "Little guy, you are very powerful. Your future is definitely limitless." This was Mubai's evaluation. Lin Xian smiled. "Senior, you are too kind. I wonder what you are going to do in the Void Sea." He was very puzzled by the Xianxia's request. "This is not the place to discuss matters. I will tell you everything when we return to the Xianxia." Lin Xian nodded. Next, he began to cultivate in seclusion. After all, as a genius, his strength did not come for free. He had cultivated it bit by bit. Therefore, whenever he had time, Lin Xian would not give up on cultivating. The Crimson Dragon also began to study the chess game. This heaven-crippled chess game was mysterious and unpredictable. There were many changes in it. The Crimson Dragon was very happy. After traveling for another 2 days, Saint Mubai suddenly opened his eyes and frowned. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon also woke up from their cultivation. "Senior, someone is following us," Lin Xian said. Saint Mubai nodded. "Ignore him. I will change the direction. The 2 of you can cultivate as much as you want." After saying that, he steered the spirit boat and changed its direction. The array on the spirit boat flashed and directly jumped through space. In an instant, it disappeared into the cold void. In the next moment, the spatial rift disappeared. At the same time, 3 powerful souls swept over. They left? These were the souls of the 3 saints. It was obvious that the 3 saints had made a move. Moreover, they were almost locked onto. "Let's go and chase." They chased along the way. They did not know that the Cloud Sky Saint was behind them. The 4 saints began to chase. However, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon were very calm. They were not worried about being caught at all. That was because Lin Xian was very strong. It was not a problem for him to kill a saint. Although the Crimson Dragon was also a half-saint, it was also not a problem for them to trap a saint together. In the end, it was not a problem for Saint Mubai to fight someone of the same level. They did not take the three saints seriously at all. However, it seemed that Saint Mubai did not want to fight with them. Instead, he changed his path from time to time. The array on the spirit boat was very powerful. Therefore, the time they took to reach the Xianxia star was greatly reduced. About half a month later, they arrived near the Xianxia star's star field. In a flash, they directly entered the Xianxia star. Behind them, the three saints saw this scene and all stopped their pursuit. They had no choice. Although they were strong, they did not dare to attack the Xianxia star. Therefore, they could only stop nearby. When the Cloud Sky Saint arrived, he also saw the scene and frowned again. However, the four of them did not leave. I don't believe that you can hide in the Xianxia star forever. They revealed a cold smile. The four saints hid near the Xianxia star. They were completely dormant, waiting for the opportunity to hunt. On the other hand, Mubai led Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon down to the first zone. At this moment, the Xianxia Palace Master and a group of elders were waiting for Lin Xian. What a large scale! The Crimson Dragon narrowed his eyes when he entered. He did not expect the reception this time to be so grand. After greeting the seniors, Lin Xian did not act arrogantly after entering. Instead, he cupped his fists and looked around. Lin Gongzi did not need to be overly courteous. The Xianxia Palace Master smiled and walked down personally. Lin Xian also looked up and was surprised. The Palace Master of the Xianxia Palace looked like a young man in his 30s. He had a handsome face and his eyes were as deep as the stars. He didn't look like a leader but a top young genius. The surrounding elders were also wearing star robes and emitting a mysterious aura. Lin Gongzi is a young genius and powerful. He won first place on the Vermilion Bird leaderboard and defeated Yan Nantian. He was just lucky. Lin Xian smiled. The Palace Master of the Vermilion Bird Palace said with a smile. This battle can't be explained by luck. We know that Lin Gongzi is powerful. Perhaps he can really help us complete this mission. Oh, right, what mission is it? Lin Xian asked curiously. The Palace Master of the Xianxia Star said with a smile. There's no hurry. We promised Young Master that when Young Master becomes the champion of the Vermilion Bird leaderboard, we will give Young Master a big gift. This is the Metal Dao Stone. The Palace Master of Xianxia Palace flipped his hand and a golden stone appeared. It was emitting an extremely cold aura like a divine sword. The void around them kept shattering. Metal Dao Stone. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed. He took it without hesitation. He already had 4 in his hands, he was already very close to his goal. According to the agreement, we will also give Lin Gongzi the whereabouts of the Water Dao Stone. We will also give Young Master an additional message. These were all agreed upon before. Hearing this, Lin Xian nodded. That's right, I will also help you complete the mission according to the agreement. However, Lin Gongzi, is our relationship really just a mission? Doesn't Young Master want to go further? What do you mean? Lin Xian was surprised. The Palace Master of the Xianxia Palace smiled. I naturally want to invite Young Master to join our Xianxia Star. Young Master should know about the relationship between Yan Nantian and the Vermilion Bird Palace. Moreover, this is just an exception. There will be more and more peerless powerhouses and geniuses joining the various top forces. I think Young Master will be no exception in the future. Why don't you join our Xianxia Palace? The Xianxia Star was relatively famous in the myriad worlds. It was not inferior to the Vermilion Bird Palace. To be honest, Lin Xian was really tempted. It seemed that joining a powerful force was the general trend, and he couldn't resist it. Otherwise, he would be at a disadvantage when competing with those people in the future. And joining a place like the Vermilion Bird Palace was probably too strict. Lin Xian didn't want to be restricted. Lin Xian was tempted by the Xianxia Star, which occupied a star world and focused on divination and deduction. Moreover, it had great resources. Moreover, the Xianxia Star had always had a good relationship with him and had even entrusted him with missions. Therefore, Lin Xian nodded. This was not impossible. Seeing that Lin Xian was tempted but hesitant, the Langya Palace's palace master added, I know what young master is worried about. Don't worry, we won't restrict the young master too much. A prodigy like the young master must be a powerhouse who can compete in the myriad worlds. We will provide you with resources, information, and necessary help. What we are betting on is young master's future. One day, when young master reaches the peak and becomes a great emperor, our Langya star will naturally rise as well. I understand these principles, but isn't your Langya star afraid that one day, I will bring endless disaster to you? Lin Xian asked. He knew that he was being targeted by a mysterious force. Who knew when it would erupt? Since it was a gamble, then while enjoying the fruits of victory, he would definitely bear a monstrous risk. We know this. Not only do we have to bear it, but everyone has to bear it. For example, the Vermilion Bird Palace was already so close to Yan Nantian. It was fine if Yan Nantian became a great emperor, but if he couldn't or died halfway, the other forces would definitely suppress him. The other forces would definitely suppress the Vermilion Bird Palace madly, and might even destroy it. Lin Xian nodded. That was true. For example, he was already at odds with Yan Nantian and the Vermilion Bird Palace. If he killed Yan Nantian, he wouldn't let the Vermilion Bird Palace off either. Alright, since that's the case, I'll join the Langya Star. Hearing this, the elders in the hall all laughed, the Langya Star's palace master also laughed. Good. The few times young master came to the Langya Star, he was always in the 8th palace. Why don't I make young master the 8th palace master? Thank you, palace master. Lin Xian cupped his fists. The Langya Star was divided into many areas. For example, the things that Lin Xian asked before were all in the 8th palace. Therefore, after he became the palace master, everything in the 8th palace was under his control. This wasn't an empty title, but an elder with real power. It could be seen that the Langya Star valued him very much. However, Lin Xian wasn't interested in managing things like this. Therefore, even if he became the palace master of the 8th palace, he would let others do it. Since he had become a member of the Langya Star, Lin Xian wouldn't be polite. He asked, Palace Master, what did you go to the Void Sea to get? The Langya Palace Master said, it's a long story and it's related to you. You fought with the great demon and in the end, you summoned the first-generation demon Shadow and used demon swallowing the world to seal the endless starry sky. The Langya Star was also sealed in it. In the end, the Langya Star formation blocked it. However, there were still some places that were broken. One of the places was filled with demonic chi and it hasn't disappeared yet. This isn't ordinary demonic chi. It's very difficult to erase. More importantly, there's a sleeping green demonic vine in our Langya Star. If we remove the demonic chi and alarm the green demonic vine, or if the demonic chi and the green demonic vine fuse together, we'll be in trouble. I'm afraid that the entire Langya Star will be in danger. Hearing this, Lin Xian's expression became solemn. Green demonic vine, he didn't expect to hear about such a terrifying demonic creature here. It was a very terrifying thing. Once it grew up, it could destroy the entire star world. Ordinary saints would have to become nourishment for the other party. Back then, the green demonic vine erupted in crisis in the universe. Many star worlds were quickly shattered. In the end, a great emperor took action and forcefully erased it. Only then did the disaster stop. In the end, there were very few green demonic vines in the universe. He didn't expect that there would be one on the Langya Star. In addition, he also found one on the North Demon. I see. What should I do? He asked again. The Langya Star's palace lord said. After some time, the Void Sea will open. It's a land of endless treasures. We deduced that there's a statue of a great sage in the Void Sea. It cultivates the righteous chi of heaven and earth, which specializes in restraining demonic creatures. Take out that statue and use it to suppress the demonic chi on the Langya Star. It'll be able to resolve this crisis. So that's how it is. Lin Xian nodded. I understand. The water Taoist stone that you're looking for is also in the Void Sea. Moreover, it won't be long before the Void Sea opens. Many major forces and elites will enter. Firstly, it's a trial in the ancient star path. Secondly, it's also a treasure hunt. There's an age restriction to enter the Void Sea. Only those under 1,000 years old can enter. Those over 1,000 years old can't enter. Of course, some special methods can be used, but there's a price to pay. Moreover, with Lin Gongzi's help, we're more at ease. Palace Master, how long will it take for the Void Ocean to open? Half a year. There was still half a year left. The Void Sea would open and they would be able to enter then. Lin Xian thought for a moment and then asked, "Oh right, I still need information about the magnetic stones." As soon as he said this, the elders in the hall exclaimed in a low voice and discussed animatedly. "What's wrong?" Lin Xian was surprised. How could it cause such a huge commotion? The Palace Master of Xianxia Palace said, "It seems that our guess is right. You want to cultivate the 5 elements into one. Only this kind of law would require a large number of Dao stones." "That's right." Lin Xian nodded. Since he had already joined the Xianxia Star, he would not hide it. Hearing that, the people in the palace hall all sucked in a mouthful of cold air. The 5 elements into one was very rare. Perhaps only the young man in front of them dared to do so. The Palace Master of Xianxia Palace said, "I will help you deduce the matter of the magnetic mountain. We have previously deduced that it is not in the Void Sea. It should be somewhere else." "All right." Lin Xian was not in a hurry. He would go to the Void Sea and obtain the Water Dao Stone first. The news of Vermilion Bird Palace spread like a hurricane. Many people in the world knew about it. They were extremely shocked. They did not expect that the Vermilion Bird Palace, which had spent so much effort to organize the Vermilion Bird list, would end up benefiting someone else's disciple. The people of Vermilion Bird Palace would probably be angered to death, right? It turned out that Lin Wudi was the successor of the 9 sons. Moreover, he was the successor of the Great Dragon. He was too powerful. I reckon that it was very likely that he would become a great emperor. Yes, if nothing unexpected happened. However, I reckon that many people have their eyes on him now, right? Do you think he will go to the Void Sea in half a year's time? Who knows? But I'm definitely going. Everyone in the universe was talking about it. Lin Wudi's name once again resounded throughout the starry universe. Those young geniuses were all envious and looked up to him. The older generation figures also nodded repeatedly. Of course, some peerless powerhouses were also jealous and even prepared to take action. At the same time, the news of the Void Sea also spread. Many large factions in the universe were preparing to head to the Void Sea. Some of the top geniuses even felt that this was a good opportunity to become a sage. After all, there were many treasures in the Void Ocean. If they could enter and obtain it, the time they needed to become saints would be greatly reduced. In this way, they might be able to compete with Lin Wudi. All of a sudden, everyone began to move. Those who were a little further away had already set sail. The Void Sea was a sea in the void of the universe. It was very strange. The seawater here was unusual. It could swallow people, and even half-saints. Of course, if the void was still open, there would be a certain amount of time for people to enter. That was why everyone was waiting for this opportunity to open it. Some warriors who had arrived early were already wandering around the Void Sea. Those peerless experts and elders were staring at the Void Sea with sparkling eyes. Some of the youngsters felt their scalps go numb because they saw corpses and bones floating out of the waves of the Void Ocean. These were the corpses and bones of those who had come to the Void Ocean in the past to search for treasures. The Void Sea had always been rumored to contain treasures, so since ancient times, many people had come here to search for treasures. Boom! Boom, boom! Heaven and earth trembled and the endless darkness turned fiery red. A vermilion bird spread its wings and soared into the sky like an ancient divine beast. The people around the Void Ocean were all shocked. How terrifying! Could it be that the ancient divine beast had been resurrected? The youngsters exclaimed. The elders were also shocked. No, the people from Vermilion Bird Palace had come. Indeed, the huge vermilion bird had arrived near the Void Ocean and occupied a part of the starry sky. The vermilion bird spread its wings and soared into the sky. There were many people standing on it, each of them with prominent horns and powerful auras. Obviously, they were all geniuses. Standing at the front was an extremely handsome man. He was Yan Nantian, the successor of the great emperor, Yan Nantian. There were also elders and geniuses from Vermilion Bird Palace. Exclamations of surprise could be heard. Many people were secretly sizing up Yan Nantian. Previously, Yan Nantian had been rumored to be the most likely candidate to become the great emperor. However, he had been defeated by Lin Wudi in the Vermilion Bird List battle. Therefore, they wanted to see what Yan Nantian was like. But soon, they began to scream in pain. Yan Nantian snorted coldly. The phantoms of the four divine beasts circled around him, causing those who tried to peek to bleed from their eyes and fall from the sky. He was too powerful. Many people retracted their gazes. There was awe in their expressions. Even if the successor of the great emperor had been defeated, he was not someone ordinary people could provoke. Vermilion Bird Palace had come aggressively this time. In addition to Yan Nantian, there were many half-saints. There were even a few whose auras were very obscure. Could it be that the clones of the saints had been forced? Many people were solemn. Next, more and more forces and families came. They stood in a part of the starry sky. Fortunately, this was the universe and there was endless space. However, those who occupied the most advantageous positions were a few top forces. Vermilion Bird Palace was one of them. No one dared to approach where they were. In addition, a few forces that were on par with Vermilion Bird Palace had also come. For a moment, the atmosphere near the void ocean was very tense. Unexpectedly, the opening of the void ocean this time had attracted so many people. In the void of the universe, a spirit ship was flying quickly. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon stood inside, their eyes shining. Beside him was Saint Mubai and a few elders of Langya Palace. There were not many people. Even the Langya star did not send those young genius disciples. Was it because those people were not good at fighting, or did the Langya star have other intentions? When they came near the void ocean, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon looked at the light screen in front of him. The surrounding array had already reflected the images of the surroundings. Lin Xian saw that there were countless figures around the void ocean. Their auras were very strong. Some of them were young geniuses and were very strong. There were also those of the older generation. They were all sitting there cross-legged, staring at a part of the world. Lin Xian knew that apart from the young geniuses, only a small number of strong cultivators had entered. Because there was an age limit. Of course, he could not rule out the possibility that some people had forced their way in. However, such people were definitely in the minority. Lin Xian did not take them seriously. While Lin Xian was sizing up the people outside were also alarmed by the aura of the spirit ship. They saw a ray of light rushing over, followed by an ancient spirit ship. Immediately, there were exclamations. It was the spirit ship of the Langya star. Many people exclaimed when they saw the pattern on the spirit ship. The pattern of the Langya star was a starlight pattern. In the middle was an incomparably bright star, surrounded by many other stars, forming a star field. It was very strange. People could recognize it at a glance. At this moment, countless exclamations sounded. The spirit boat of the Langya star continued to move forward without stopping. Obviously, with the strength and status of the Langya star, it had to stop at a position closer to the front. As expected, the figures in the positions near the front of the void sea also turned their heads and exclaimed. Those on the huge vermilion bird turned their heads and looked over. In the next moment, many people's expressions changed. Damn it, it's the people of the Langya star. The spirit boat stopped in the void. Then, a few figures rushed out of it. The person in the lead was a young man in a red robe. He had a handsome face, and there was also a divine dragon following beside him. He looked extraordinarily mighty. Following closely behind were Saint Mubai and a few elders. As soon as they appeared, they attracted the attention of everyone. Damn it, it's you. A cold voice rang out. Above the 9 heavens, endless thunder and lightning descended. It pierced through all directions. Everyone below felt their hair stand on end. What a terrifying aura. Who dared to make a move at this time? Countless people quickly looked around. Soon, they found that the person who spoke was Yan Nantian. Yan Nantian's murderous aura surged and shot into the sky. That aura was so terrifying that even a half-saint would tremble. His eyes burned with a fiery red light as he stared straight ahead. He didn't expect to meet his sworn enemy in the Void Sea half a year later. Yan Nanshan's face was terrifyingly gloomy. Between heaven and earth, a terrifying murderous aura surged, making people's scalps tingle. Lin Xian also glanced at Yan Nantian. Then he laughed. Isn't this the loser I defeated? How dare you come out? Let me tell you, I'm going to the Void Sea too. So, you'd better take your people and get lost. As soon as he said that, everyone's eyes popped out. They didn't even dare to breathe. This was a fight between immortals. As expected, the Vermilion Bird Palace's people's expressions were extremely ugly. Quite a few people's eyes were emitting flames. The overflowing flames transformed into flaming tornadoes that engulfed the 9 heavens. That damned brat, how dare he look down on us? Many of the Vermilion Bird Palace's geniuses clenched their teeth. The Vermilion Bird Palace's elders also had unwavering expressions, as if they were about to attack. What? Do I have to make a move just because I want to be outside? I don't mind playing with you guys. Lin Xian's body flashed and he stomped his foot. Suddenly, the surrounding void shattered and turned into a terrifying black crack. A terrifying pressure pressed down on the surrounding people, causing their faces to turn pale and their blood to almost freeze. The flames that filled the sky were instantly torn to shreds. Those from the Vermilion Bird Palace gulped. No one dared to make a move because they knew that the person in front of them was no ordinary person. He was the number 1 on the Vermilion Bird leaderboard, someone who had suppressed Yan Nantian. However, a Vermilion Bird Palace prodigy still sent a voice transmission. Elder, why don't we attack and kill him? We have a saint on our side anyway. However, when the Vermilion Bird Palace's elder heard that, he snorted coldly. Shut up and don't mess around. We have a saint, but so does he. Try it if you dare. If you want to kill him, you can go in. There will be plenty of opportunities, but not here. Hearing that, that prodigy stopped talking. Indeed, if they had a saint on their side, how could the Langistar not have one? Especially in such a situation, the elders around Lin Xian were probably here to protect him. Boom. Boom, boom. Everyone was still waiting. Finally, a powerful aura surged over from afar, and dragon roars resounded through the 9 heavens. Everyone's bodies were about to split open. Their scalps went numb. Heavens, the powerhouses of the dragon race were here. Even the people from the Vermilion Bird Palace were on guard as they held their breaths. Only Yan Nantian snorted coldly, not caring at all. Lin Xian turned his head curiously. Are they from the dragon race? There were indeed dragons in the myriad worlds. I wonder how they compare to the nest of 10,000 dragons? In the distance, a huge dragon flew over quickly like a mountain range. Many figures stood on the huge dragon. They were all in the form of dragons. Of course, there were also a few who didn't seem to be bothered to transform into dragons. They appeared in their dragon forms. Their horns were ferocious, and their auras were powerful. With their strong physiques, they could shatter the void with a light shake. They were from the Dragon Valley. Many people exclaimed. Obviously, this was also a major force, and it was from the dragon race. Dragon Valley? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. The crimson dragon beside him also sneered. On the huge dragon, the powerhouses of the dragon race stood there, ignoring everyone. Suddenly, one of them frowned. His huge eyes looked down and stared at the place where Lin Xian was. Instantly, the void in that place turned into a black hole. How terrifying. What's wrong with this person? Why did he attack Lin Wudi? The surrounding people were shocked. However, the people from the Vermilion Bird Palace were delighted. Could it be that this kid has also provoked the Dragon Valley? If that's the case, there's going to be fun to watch. They all had gloating expressions on their faces. The faces of the people from the Langistar changed. Even Sage Mubai was on guard. However, Lin Xian didn't care. Beside him, the crimson dragon roared. The dragon's roar reverberated through the 9 heavens, causing the bodies of the people above to tremble slightly. What's going on? The people from the Dragon Valley stopped and stared at the crimson dragon with unfriendly expressions. The others were also stunned. There's still a dragon race? Which world are you from? The powerhouse of the Dragon Valley asked coldly. You people don't have the right to know. The Crimson Dragon snorted. Lin Xian rolled his eyes. This guy probably doesn't even know which world he's from. Humph, let's go. The people from the Dragon Valley looked at them and ignored them. They naturally knew that they weren't the only branch of the dragon race. There were other worlds that had them. However, if they really went to the Void Ocean and fought for treasures, even if the other party was from the dragon race, they wouldn't show mercy. The people from the Dragon Valley dominated this world. After this, more powerful forces came. The Dark Moon Palace. The Eight Baron Pavilion. The Seacone family was a major force that was on par with the Dragon Valley and the Vermilion Bird Palace. The elites in the Eight Baron Pavilion were also very terrifying. And this time, there were leaders leading the way. Even when facing Yan Nantian, they didn't show any fear. One could imagine that they were very confident and powerful. That guy. Among the people of the Dragon Valley, there was a figure with a gloomy expression. It was Long Zhaotian. He was originally from the Dragon Tribe, so he had joined the Dragon Valley in the past half a year. He had become a member of the Dragon Valley and was valued. On the other side, there was also a pale person from the Dark Moon Palace. He stared at Lin Xian with a cold murderous look in his eyes. He was Zhao Wuliang. He had joined the Dark Moon Palace. In addition to these people who were hostile to Lin Xian, there were also some people who were greedy for the treasures on Lin Xian. Among them, there were 4 sages hiding in the dark. One of them was the Cloud Sky Saint, but they must have hidden in order to secretly enter the Void Ocean. He couldn't find them for the time being. However, Lin Xian could feel that there were a few powerful auras lingering nearby. Humph, he snorted coldly and didn't care at all. As long as these people dared to come, he would make them regret it. Brother Lin. The North Demon walked over from afar and greeted him. Yan Ryu was also here. The 3 of them attracted the attention of countless people. Yan Ryu only brought 2 people with her this time. 2 of them were dressed in green robes. One of them was an old lady with a walking stick. The other was a middle-aged man with a white face and no beard. They stood there silently as if they didn't exist. The North Demon came with his sister. He hadn't joined any forces yet. Ever since the Vermilion Bird trial, he had gone into seclusion and only came out recently. Why don't you join the Langiastar directly? Lin Xian said. Hearing this, the Langiastar's sage and elder raised their eyebrows. These 2 people were top prodigies. Yan Ryu smiled and said, even if I don't join, can't you help me? The North Demon nodded. Sure, but I have to bring my sister along. Hearing this, Lin Xian glanced at Sage Mubai. Sage Mubai smiled and said, no problem. He was too happy. The North Demon was also a top prodigy. At this moment, Lin Xian added. Elder Mubai, my brother is not simple. He has a battle armor on him, which is the Green Nocturne. If Brother North Demon grows up in the future, he might be able to control the Green Nocturne. Hearing this, Sage Mubai's eyes lit up. He looked at the North Demon with even more joy in his eyes. Someone who could control the Green Nocturne? To them, that person was like a savior. Of course, he also looked at Lin Xian gratefully. If it weren't for Lin Xian, the North Demon probably wouldn't have joined the Langiastar. It seemed that betting on Lin Xian's future and fully supporting him was the right choice. The North Demon also heaved a sigh of relief. He waved his hand and called for his sister. Then, he said, you can follow me first. These seniors can wait outside. The Void Ocean is too dangerous. It's not suitable for you to enter now. Alright, brother, be careful. The North Demon nodded and started to fight with Lin Xian. They began to wait patiently. Boom, they waited for about 10 days before an earth-shattering sound came from the front. Waves rose from the Void Ocean. Each wave was 10,000 miles high. It was impossible to see them clearly in the darkness. However, the 8 waves spun rapidly, forming a huge vortex that looked as though it was going to devour everything. However, the experts waiting here all revealed smiles as they looked at the vortex. Good, it's finally open. They can enter now. Hearing this, everyone took a deep breath. Was it finally going to open? Many people clenched their fists. This time, they had to come out alive and successfully bring out the treasure. Sage Mubai also looked at Lin Xian and the northern demon and said in a low voice, "Be careful." He looked at Lin Xian. "Especially you. I reckon that many people will make a move on you this time. I'm guessing that among them, there must be a saint who sneaked in. Don't worry, I can handle it." Lin Xian smiled. Then, he turned around and walked forward with the Crimson Dragon, Northern Witch, and Yan Ruyu. The surrounding people all moved out and entered the black vortex, disappearing without a trace. However, at that moment, two muffled groans were heard. Two figures were sent flying, and their blood dyed the void red. Then, they turned into a sea of blood. It was the blood of a saint, many people exclaimed. There were indeed saints among them. However, it seemed that the two saints were not strong enough. They were sent flying and were seriously injured. Damn it! The two saints cursed softly. They were instantly covered in blood and flew into the distance. Sage Mubai looked at this scene and sneered. What a stupid guy. He didn't even ask around before coming to the void ocean. How dare he barge in? Seeing this, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Were the saints injured? It seemed that there were special restrictions. Thinking of this, he stopped hesitating and quickly walked forward. Soon, they were engulfed by the darkness. The seawater washed their bodies, forcing them to defend themselves. However, it was too dark. It seemed that the abyss could devour all light. Therefore, they couldn't see clearly at all. Everyone was not worried. They just waited for them to enter. Suddenly, a scream was heard. Oh no. The voice was very sweet. Lin Xian heard it and asked coldly, "What's wrong?" It was Yan Ruyu's voice. However, at the next moment, he was sent flying by a huge force. Boom. Oh no, I've been set up. Someone is setting up a trap. Lin Xian instantly understood. Fortunately, his physique was strong. Although this attack landed on his body, it didn't pierce through it. The blood in his body was boiling. He forcefully suppressed it and shouted coldly, "Someone is setting up a trap. Don't make a sound." He was reminding the Crimson Dragon, Yan Ruyu, and the North Demon. However, his reminder exposed his position again. Suddenly, there was an extremely terrifying energy fluctuation in the void. However, there was no light at all. Boom, boom. Boom, Lin Xian took the attack head-on and was forced to retreat. His blood was boiling. However, he did not act rashly because he could not find Yan Ruyu and the others. If he hurt them, it would be troublesome. He had to survive this period of darkness first. All of this happened in an instant. Then, light appeared in front of him. Everyone was wrapped in seawater and rushed out. They had completely entered the void ocean. This was a scene at the bottom of the ocean. It was like an underwater dragon palace. There were all kinds of marine plants and fish. Those were all demonic beasts. The water was heavy. However, those who could enter were at least half saints. Some of them were clones of saints, and some were hidden saints. Therefore, the pressure of the seawater was not a threat to them. It only affected them a little. Lin Xian, are you okay? Yan Ruyu and the others walked over and asked with concern. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light. In the next moment, he nodded. He realized that it was really Yan Ruyu this time. The North Demon and the Crimson Dragon saw that Lin Xian's robe was a little tattered and some parts were charred. They asked nervously, "What's going on?" "Someone attacked me in the dark." "What? Did they attack so soon?" The Crimson Dragon gritted his teeth. The North Demon and Yan Ruyu were shocked. They looked around cautiously. There were some people around, but most of them left quickly after landing. The North Demon glanced and said, "Something's not right. There are much fewer people here than before. It seems that they were randomly assigned." "Humph, you actually dared to come in. You really don't know what's good for you. Wait and see. When the time comes, none of you will be able to leave." At that moment, a sneer came from behind. The North Demon and the others turned around. In the next moment, they frowned. It was the people of the Vermilion Bird Palace. Not only was Xianxia not here, but it seemed that he was not teleported here. He must have been teleported somewhere else. What should we do, kid? The Crimson Dragon asked. The North Demon said, they have a lot of people and we're here to find treasures. Let's not get into a conflict with them. Lin Xian frowned. Golden runes flashed in his eyes as if he was confirming something. Soon, he sneered. So it was you, since that's the case, go to hell. The aura on his body burst out and swept through the entire area. The surrounding seawater started to churn crazily, creating a vacuum zone. There were still some people around. When they saw this scene, they shrunk their necks in fear. God, we just entered and Lin Wudi wants to start a war with Vermilion Bird Palace? It's you. The North Demon and Yan Ruyu wanted to say something, but Lin Xian suddenly attacked. The golden palm reached forward. In an instant, it covered all the people from Vermilion Bird Palace. However, there was a golden sword aura in the palm that pierced towards one of them. Poof. Ah. It was too fast. In just an instant, there was a scream. Then, one of the geniuses from Vermilion Bird Palace was split open. The corpse fell to the sides and the soul escaped screaming. Damn it, you really dared to attack. The people from Vermilion Bird Palace roared crazily. They were furious. Although Lin Wudi had defeated Yan Nantian, so what? Even a saint didn't dare to start a war with Vermilion Bird Palace. Vermilion Bird Palace was very powerful, but now, the other party killed one of their geniuses without hesitation. The soul of the genius floated in the air and screamed crazily. Damn it, you dare to attack me? He was so angry that he was going crazy. Lin Xian sneered. Why wouldn't I dare to attack you? You attacked me first, right? You were the one who attacked me at the entrance. You think I can't sense you just because you hid your aura? Since you dared to attack me, you must be prepared to die. Lin Xian's sword aura soared into the sky, pressing down on the soul until it almost dimmed. Damn it, how dare you attack my Vermilion Bird Palace? Kill. Suddenly, one of them charged over. Vermilion Bird Seal. He formed a seal with his palm and transformed into a huge vermilion bird that charged towards Lin Xian. At the same time, the other person drew a long saber with a clang. It was as red as fire and looked like the feathers of a vermilion bird. Although it was not as good as the feather in Yan Nantian's hand, it was still extremely terrifying. In an instant, the surrounding seawater was split apart. At the same time, the other person also made his move. The flames on his body overflowed into the sky, covering all the seawater. They formed two large flaming palms and grabbed Lin Xian's legs, preventing him from escaping. The three geniuses struck out at the same time, displaying their ultimate skills. It was truly ferocious. Haha, die for me. The vermilion bird seal rushed towards Lin Xian's head, while the vermilion bird feather longsword stabbed towards Lin Xian's heart. Both were fatal attacks. Boom. Boom, an earth-shattering collision sound rang out. Terrifying flames and violent energy engulfed Lin Xian. The aura of the Crimson Dragon and the others burst out, tearing everything apart. Their eyes were cold, and the surrounding warriors retreated like crazy. They had just entered and encountered such a thing, so they did not have time to react. Some of them were even sent flying by this force. Humph, I don't believe you can block it. The Vermilion Bird Palace people sneered. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh! The seawater surged, and the surrounding sea demons were all blasted into pieces, scattering all over the ground. Lin Xian's figure appeared, stunning the Vermilion Bird Palace people. Damn it, how could he not be injured? How could he not be injured? These people found it hard to believe. Although they had only seen Lin Xian's power, personally fighting and watching were two completely different things. 3 of you ganging up on me? Very good, your Vermilion Bird Palace really has guts. You actually dare to attack me. Lin Xian's body emitted crackling sounds, and a thunderous golden light shone so brightly that no one could open their eyes. With a stomp of his foot, the 2 large flaming palms that bound him were instantly torn apart. Ah! The genius opposite him screamed and retracted his hands. There were countless cracks on his palms, and even his bones could be seen. His face was filled with shock. Too strong. The other party only shook his body, and he could not withstand that force. Does your hand hurt? Don't worry, the pain you will suffer will be 10,000 times more painful than your hand. A cold voice sounded in front of him. The genius raised his head, scared out of his wits. He did not know when the other party had appeared in front of him. A large palm reached out and slapped his face like a mountain. Boom, a violent explosion sounded, and the earth cracked. A large crack appeared on the seabed. The Vermilion Bird Palace genius's body fell to the ground. His body was torn apart, and his face was smashed into pieces. Eye technique, soul stab, Lin Xian formed a hand seal, and the heavenly secret divine eye erupted. A golden light pierced the other party's soul. Immediately, the other party's soul let out a miserable shriek, as if he was in great danger. The sound was so terrifying that it made one's scalp tingle. You dare to stab my heart with a sword? Trash, let me tell you how to use a sword. Lin Xian raised his head and looked at the other person. A ray of sword chi appeared on his fingertip. It streaked across the sea, and a sword mark appeared on the other person's forehead. Blood immediately flowed out. What a fast sword. That was the only thought he had. Bang, the corpse fell to the ground. The sword had directly destroyed the other party's body and soul. The soul of the first man, who had suffered great pain, also died. In the blink of an eye, two geniuses were completely destroyed. Lin Xian turned to the third person. The Vermilion Bird Seal, so weak. Let me tell you how to use the Vermilion Bird Seal. He formed a hand seal, and the golden flames on his body danced. They turned into a golden vermilion bird, and he pushed it out with his palm. This power was much stronger than before. It was as if the primordial vermilion bird had been revived. Boom. Boom, that person was blasted into pieces, and his soul managed to escape. However, Lin Xian used his heavenly fate god eyes on the soul that had attacked earlier and this soul that had attacked earlier. The terrifying light made the two of them scream. Another two souls fell. In an instant, all four of them were killed. Everything happened so quickly that the people from the Vermilion Bird Palace could not react. In the distance, the martial artists passing by were scared witless. Lin Wudi was too strong. They should not provoke him unless they were a saint. They quickly fled. Damn it, how dare you attack us? I'm going to. Before a genius from the Vermilion Bird Palace could finish his words, he was slapped to the ground by the leader. Shut up, all of you King leave, they turned into a stream of flame and fled. It was too terrifying. They did not have a saint's clone, nor did they have Yan Nantian. How could they fight against the other party? It was better to escape first. Wait until they met up with the main group, then discuss how to kill the other party. Kid, are you going to let them escape just like that? The Crimson Dragon looked at the other party and asked quickly. Lin Xian shook his head. Don't worry, they can't escape. They will definitely find the experts from the Vermilion Bird Palace and come back. I'll leave a mark on them. When the time comes, I'll use them to find Yan Nantian. Then, I'll kill them all. Now, we don't have time to chase after these clowns. Let's go and see what's so magical about the Void Sea. The group quickly set off. Nobody dared to provoke them wherever they went. That was because their lineup was too powerful. None of them were weak. Suddenly, a huge shadow appeared in front of him. At the same time, an extremely terrifying aura came from it. Yan Ryu and the dark red divine dragon both sucked in a deep breath. That was demonic aura. What a terrifying demonic aura, the North demons had the body of 10,000 demons. Although the Crimson Dragon was a dragon, it could be said to be the leader of 10,000 demons. Yan Ryu had once joined the Demon King Palace, so she should be related to the demons. Therefore, they were the most sensitive to the demonic chi. Lin Xian's soul was strong, so he naturally felt it too. The aura was too terrifying. It even carried the aura of a saint. Could it be a demonic saint? There was actually a demonic saint here. Let's go. They sped up and rushed forward through the waves. Soon, they approached the huge shadow. However, they realized that it was not a shadow, but a corpse that was as big as a mountain. Its bones were blue like stars. They were very hard and could not be broken at all. After such a long time, the flesh and blood were gone, but the bones were perfectly preserved. It was the best material for refining weapons and armor. Why didn't anyone want it? Hee, Ben Huang won't stand on ceremony. The crimson dragon stretched out its claws and grabbed forward. In front of them, the demonic saint's corpse was as big as a mountain. However, so what if it was huge? The crimson dragon's claw contained a part of the world. It could take in any mountain. However, he soon realized that something was wrong because he could not take it in at all. It was too strange. It was fixed there and could not be picked up at all. Damn it, it's so strange. The crimson dragon mumbled and tried a few more times, but it was useless. Therefore, he could only give up. Yan Ruyu's beautiful eyes flickered as she looked around. He said, "This shouldn't be the first time the Void Sea has opened, right? In the past, there must have been strong cultivators like us. The treasures that could be seen at a glance would have been taken away by our ancestors. It's not even our turn." This was an explanation for the crimson dragon. The crimson dragon gnashed its teeth in anger. Damn it, Ben Huang was so angry that he kicked the huge corpse fiercely. Clang, an earth-shattering sound rang out, causing everyone to frown. The crimson dragon also let out a roar. Damn it, Ben Huang was in so much pain. What kind of broken thing was this? How could it be so hard? Lin Xian said, "Alright, stop messing around. Let's go see what other treasures there are. Little White, it's up to you." Lin Xian gave Little White 2 spirit fruits. Little White hugged the spirit fruit and squeaked, "Let me see." Before he could finish his words, the water around them began to circulate rapidly, forming a water prison that completely enveloped them. Not good, someone is attacking us again. The crimson dragon let out a strange cry. Could it be someone from the Vermilion Bird Palace? They discovered that it wasn't. Look at what it is, the northern demon frowned. In the distance, many black shadows swam over. Yan Ryu said, "Not good, let's go." They bombarded the water prison and shattered it. However, the black shadows still surrounded them. Finally, they saw clearly what these black shadows were. They were terrifying fish, and they were all demon fish. The aura on their bodies was terrifying. Their teeth and scales were sharp enough to pierce through everything. If there were only 1 or 2, Lin Xian and the others wouldn't care at all. However, there were tens of thousands of them. God knows how many there were. Not good, these are ghost fiend fish. They are very terrifying. Their attacks are very strong and crazy. Let's go quickly. Break out of the encirclement. Don't fight them head-on. Yan Ryu said quickly. Lin Xian and the others nodded and struck out with their palms. It was like a school of fish. Instantly, the ghost fiend fish were sent flying. Lin Xian's fist was terrifyingly harmonious. The ghost fiend sharks in front of him were all turned into ashes. They turned into a bloody mist. However, the blood stimulated the ghost fiend sharks. Immediately, they released endless bubbles and stared at Lin Xian. They rushed over quickly. Like blue divine arrows, they crashed into Lin Xian's body, making sonorous sounds. Although Lin Xian's body was strong, he couldn't withstand the impact of so many fish. He could tell that if a saint was trapped here, he would probably die. Therefore, he stomped his foot. Like a coiling dragon, he split the world with his foot. Boom! Yukun was cleaved open, creating a vacuum. Let's go. Taking the lead, Lin Xian unleashed a barrage of attacks in all directions. The Crimson Dragon, Yan Ryu, and the Northern Demon followed closely behind. During this time, the Crimson Dragon roared in all directions. It wanted to use the prestige of the dragon race to suppress these demon fish. However, the ghost fiend sharks were not afraid. Lin Xian was extremely surprised. The Northern Demon was also surprised. What kind of demon beast is this? It can actually ignore the suppression of the bloodline. They ran all the way until they escaped the pursuit of the ghost fiend sharks. Then, their expressions turned ugly. Damn it, this void sea is too strange. Yan Ryu said. These ghost sharks were bloodthirsty. They must have eaten the corpse of the previous demon saint. That was why they became so terrifying. Moreover, that demonic saint was probably not ordinary. His flesh and blood contained a trace of the will of a saint, so these ghost fiend sharks were affected. You insulted the demonic saint just now, which attracted these ghost fiend sharks. Alright, Ruzalong, be careful. Don't touch it again. Lin Xian said. The Crimson Dragon shrugged helplessly. Damn, how would I know that this place was so strange? Alright, I'll be more careful in the future, let's go. Lin Xian waved his hand. Then, they asked Little White. Little White jumped into Yan Ruyu's arms and ate the spirit fruit. Its big black eyes blinked in all directions. Then, it pointed in a direction with its furry paw. Over there. They set off quickly. After walking for about a day, they had completely entered the void sea. The surroundings were no longer the same as when they first entered. This was simply an underwater world. Moreover, it was an underwater forest. The seaweeds were hundreds of meters long and rooted at the bottom of the sea. They were connected like trees, making it impossible for people to see clearly. Some of them had even cultivated into demons and could sneak attack people. The Crimson Dragon and the others were attacked. They were instantly wrapped up by the seaweeds. If not for their strength, they would have died here long ago. As expected, in these days, they heard screams from time to time. Blood dyed the sea red, and then it was washed away. Obviously, many of the people who came in had died in the mouths of these sea demons. This was definitely a very dangerous place. Boom. Boom, boom. There was an abnormal current in front of them. The northern demon frowned. It seemed that some demon beast was coming. His 10,000 demon body sensed it. Lin Xian and the others instantly hid in the seaweed and concealed their auras. Even their heartbeats were gone. They were like boulders, hiding themselves. The black shadows in front of them flew over quickly. They were blue beasts that were as deep as the sea of stars. From afar, they looked like ferocious flood dragons or cheilants in the sea. However, they were not flood dragons or cheilants. They were seahorses. They were all demonic beasts that had cultivated into spirits. Each of them was hundreds of meters long, and one of them was even thousands of meters long. They were like the overlords of the sea. Wherever they passed, countless water demons prostrated themselves as if they were welcoming their king. Lin Xian and the others stared at the gigantic seahorse king in shock. There was actually such a terrifying sea demon. However, the seahorse king seemed to have sensed something. It turned its huge head, bringing with it a powerful wave. Its eyes swept over the area. Instantly, Lin Xian and the others became nervous. They realized that it was not an ordinary seahorse king, but a saint. It was the seahorse saint. Moreover, he did not look like an ordinary saint. He must have cultivated for many years and was surrounded by countless half-saint seahorses. He was definitely an overlord in the void ocean. Lin Xian and the others did not want to provoke such an existence. Therefore, they lowered their auras to the lowest. The seahorse saint glanced at them and did not pay any more attention to them. Then, he left. In his opinion, even if he had discovered them, they would only be weak. With such a weak aura, it was probably just like a bug. He wouldn't care about it at all. After the seahorses had left for a long time, Lin Xian and the others heaved a sigh of relief and quietly extended their souls. When they found that there was nothing strange around them, they walked out of the seaweed. They walked for another 2 days and went deeper. Suddenly, the little white monkey cheered. Ah, there's something ahead. It's good. Hearing that, Yan Ryu, Lin Xian, and the others' eyes lit up. They sped up. Soon, they arrived in front of them. Then, they were stunned. There was an underwater canyon in front of them. Seaweed grew in the canyon and emitted a dazzling light. They danced in the water like chains of laws. The aura emanating from it was simply too shocking. Spirit medicine, and it should be a 10,000-year-old spirit medicine. This was a real king of medicine. There were more than 10 of them. The Crimson Dragon was drooling. Ryu and the Northern Demon's eyes were burning. Such a king of medicine was extremely tempting even to a saint. Attack, Crimson Dragon and the others rushed forward to grab it and pull it hard. However, after pulling a few times, they found that they couldn't pull it off. What was going on? How could there be such a hard king medicine? They were all top-notch experts. This was especially true for Lin Xian, who was extremely strong. But now, he was actually unable to grab it, which surprised him greatly. The crimson dragon waved its claws a few times and hit the bottom of the canyon. Then it frowned. It was so hard. Why did it feel like it was similar to the corpse of the demon saint? What? Hearing this, Lin Xian frowned. He activated his Tianji god eyes, and a pair of golden eyes looked down from the sky. Soon, he was surprised. It was really the corpse of a demonic beast. He didn't know what kind of demonic beast it was. It was too long. This canyon was actually filled with its corpse, however, it seemed that its corpse had been split open. He didn't know that it was split open by an external expert. Or was it split open by the pure energy of the void ocean? This canyon was actually a demonic beast corpse, and these king medicines were growing on the corpse of a demonic beast. Yan Ruyu and the northern demon also exclaimed when they heard this. This king medicine was at least 10,000 years old, which meant that the corpse had existed for at least 10,000 years. The void ocean was really terrifying. According to the corpse of the demon saint, its bones were very hard. It wouldn't be easy to get these king medicines. Let's hurry up and do it bit by bit. Ruyu, don't do anything. You stay outside and guard. We'll set up an array. Alert us if there's any danger. Yan Ruyu nodded. Then, the Crimson Dragon set up an array to cover the surrounding scene. Otherwise, the 10,000-year-old spirit medicine would definitely attract the attention of other experts. It might even attract other sea demons. The Crimson Dragon was still puzzled. The sea demons should have been able to find this place. How could it be preserved? Soon, they found out. The corpse of the sea demon below was really too terrifying. Even though it had been dead for so many years, it still emitted a terrifying aura. As soon as Lin Xian and the other two stepped on it, a cold murderous aura enveloped them as if it wanted to tear them to pieces. Lin Xian sighed. He knew that it wouldn't be so easy to get the treasures. Usually, there would be demonic beasts guarding them. There were more than 10,000-year-old spirit medicines here. Without the protection of a powerful sea demon, one could imagine that there was something wrong with the corpse. As expected, it was very strong. Ordinary half-saints couldn't withstand it. They roared and began to resist with all their might. They not only had to resist the terrifying aura of the demon saint corpse below, but they also had to try their best to get the 10,000-year-old spirit medicines. It was very difficult. On the outside, Yan Ruyu was checking the surroundings. Although the array covered everything, she was still not at ease. After about half a day, Lin Xian had plucked 6 of them, and there were still 5 floating there. Damn it, Ben Huang is exhausted. But the harvest was not bad. Looking at the 10,000-year-old spirit medicines, the Crimson Dragon was very excited. However, at this moment, Yan Ruyu shouted. Someone was coming. Hearing that, Lin Xian and the other two frowned. Yan Ruyu said, "You guys continue. I'll deal with it." She didn't move immediately. Instead, she stared ahead. A group of people walked over. There were a total of 5 people, and Yan Ruyu knew one of them. Zhao Wuliang. It seemed that they should be from the Dark Moon Temple. If it was only Zhao Wuliang, Yan Ruyu wouldn't be worried. But now, Zhao Wuliang was only one of the 5 people, and he was obviously not the leader. There was another person in front of Zhao Wuliang. He looked like a boy, but it was obvious that he was the leader. Yan Ruyu frowned. It seemed that the other party was not a young genius, but a sage, or an existence that had been sent down by a sage's clone. Zhao Wuliang and the others didn't notice anything, but the boy sage in front of them stopped. His eyes were filled with a strange light as he looked in all directions. Soon, he sneered. There was actually an array here, and it was a concealment array. It seemed that the treasure should be here. He stretched out a large hand, which covered the sky and covered the earth. It was like a blood-colored cloud, and it slapped forward. Oh no, I've been discovered. Yan Ruyu sighed. Sages are indeed powerful. She could only walk out of the array. Similarly, she slapped towards the sky with her fair hand. Boom! boom, boom. The fair hand collided with the blood-red hand, producing an earth-shaking sound. The blood-red hand was blocked, and Yan Ruyu also took 2 steps back. There was indeed someone. The boy sage sneered, and the expressions of the 4 Dark Moon Temple powerhouses behind him changed. Zhao Wuliang exclaimed, Yan Ruyu, it's you? Oh, you know her? The child saint turned to look at Zhao Wuliang. Zhao Wuliang nodded. That's right, elder. This person is Yan Ruyu. She's very strong and is ranked above me, second only to Long Zhao Tian. So she's Yan Ruyu. The child saint understood. It was clear that Yan Ruyu's reputation had also resounded throughout the myriad worlds. Not bad, she's indeed a peerless beauty. The child saint didn't look old, but a fiery light appeared in his eyes. Seeing the child saint's fiery gaze, Zhao Wuliang's lips curled into a cold smile. He knew that Yan Ruyu was dead meat. The boy beside him was not ordinary. He was also an elder in the Dark Moon Divine Palace. His strength had already reached the sage level, but in order to enter the void ocean, there were some restrictions. Even so, he had surpassed the half-sage level. Moreover, the child saint liked beautiful women very much. He had never failed to capture anyone he set his eyes on. No matter how strong Yan Ruyu was, she was only slightly stronger than him. How could she be a match for an elder? Thinking of this, Zhao Wuliang said again. Yan Ruyu and Lin Wudi were very familiar. They might even be lovers. Since she was here, it meant that Lin Wudi should also be nearby. Perhaps he was in the hidden array, snatching the treasure. Hearing this, the child saint's eyes lit up. Lin Wudi? He naturally knew that Lin Wudi was the successor of the 9 sons and the successor of the Great Dragon. He also had the Great Destruction Spear. If he could capture him and get the treasure in his hands, his future would be limitless. He might even be able to go further. At his age, he didn't dare to think about becoming a great emperor, but he could still break through to the great sage, sage king, and so on. Thinking of this, his eyes were burning. Then I'll capture this girl first, then break the array. The people and the treasure inside are all mine. Damn Zhao Wuliang, he was obviously adding fuel to the fire. Yan Ruyu frowned. She glanced behind. Lin Xian and the other 2 were trying their best to seize the 10,000-year-old spiritual herb. They couldn't be disturbed. Moreover, if the news of the 10,000-year-old spiritual herb leaked, it would definitely alarm them. It would definitely alarm these people. If these people came together, they would definitely have sound transmission arrays in their hands. If the news got out, it would be really bad for them. Therefore, Yan Ruyu took a deep breath and took a step forward. Her delicate body blocked everyone's path. If you want the treasure, you'll have to get past me first. What a reckless woman. Zhao Wuliang sneered. The child saint also narrowed his eyes. Not bad, I like this personality. The other 2 experts from the Dark Moon Divine Hall laughed. Elder, there's no need for you to do it yourself. Although we're no match for her in a one-on-one fight, the 2 of us can definitely take her down easily. Alright, go ahead then. The child saint nodded and stood in the void with his hands behind his back. He seemed to be sizing up his prey. Zhao Wuliang didn't make a move either. However, the 2 experts from the Dark Moon Shrine beside him stepped forward. These 2 were also top-notch half-saints. It was just as Yan Ruyu had said. No one was a match for Yan Ruyu in a one-on-one battle. But if the 2 of them were to take action, they were confident that they could do it. The power of the 2 of them exploded in an instant. Water Dragon Prison. One of them waved the law of water and directly controlled the surrounding seawater to form a sea dragon. Like a cage, it completely enveloped Yan Ruyu. The other person's body turned pitch black. Like a shadow, he quickly charged over. Like a shadow. The 2 experts, one of whom was a water-type expert, had a boost in strength in the sea. Their strength was very terrifying. Yan Ruyu was instantly surrounded by an inescapable net. They wanted to completely suppress her. Beside them was a shadow-level assassin. How dare 2 mere half-saints try to kill me? You're overestimating yourselves. She shouted and suddenly pushed out her jade-like hand. Suddenly, the surrounding seawater violently tumbled and formed 2 giant sharks. They opened their mouths and completely shattered the 8 water dragon pillars. Not only that, but the great white shark even bit the shadow. Boom, the shadow exploded, forming thousands of phantoms and directly piercing through the seawater. At the same time, the other person's face darkened. Damn it, you also have the law of water. Yes, not only do I have the law of water, but I'm also more proficient in it than you. Yan Ryu pressed forward with her palm. Suddenly, the surrounding seawater changed. The water-type half-saint of the Dark Moon Temple was instantly enveloped by a huge blue wave. The wave was extremely terrifying and had mysterious Tao patterns on it. As it tumbled, it made him vomit blood. The law of shadow? But in the sea, how can you compare to my doppelganger? Yan Ryu's beautiful eyes shone with a piercing light. Then, she formed a seal. The law of water danced non-stop. The power in her body also surged out as if she had become the master of the sea. In the endless seawater, Yan Ryu's beautiful face appeared. The number was much more than the black shadows in the sky. Kill. With a shout, the countless beautiful faces opened their red lips and a terrifying sound wave swept through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. The sound wave contained a terrifying killing intent, causing the countless black shadows to shatter. The half-saint of the dark shadow was also forced back. He vomited blood and his face was extremely pale. Damn it, a sound wave soul attack, his soul had been severely injured. Zhao Wuliang and the others were also frightened. The sound wave was too terrifying. They were caught off guard and almost got hit. Fortunately, there was a child saint standing beside them. At the critical moment, he opened his saint domain and blocked the sound wave. Elder, this woman is too strange. Let's ask the elder to deal with her personally. Zhao Wuliang whispered at the side. If 2 half-saints couldn't take her down, it would be useless to send another one. He also didn't dare to act rashly. Therefore, he hoped that the child saint would act quickly. The child saint also narrowed his eyes. She has some tricks. Alright, I'll do it personally. He looked forward and said coldly. The seawater is too blue. I don't like it. I like red. As he spoke, the surrounding seawater tumbled and turned red as if it was dripping blood. A monstrous blood aura rushed towards them. Yan Ryu instantly frowned. What a terrifying blood-colored aura. This person cultivated the blood fiend Dao. This was the law of blood. As expected, the blood around them was too terrifying. The aura could make an ordinary half-saint faint instantly. Surrender obediently. I don't want to hurt you. Otherwise, if I really attack, I'm afraid you'll suffer. My blood-imbibing blade hasn't drunk the blood of a peerless beauty for a long time. As he spoke, a blood-red long blade appeared in the seawater. It shone with a demonic light. The blade of law, moreover, it wasn't an ordinary blade of law. Yan Ryu's expression instantly became incomparably solemn. They could also condense a law weapon. However, there were 2 types of such weapons. One was condensed in an instant and dissipated between heaven and earth after the battle. The other was condensed in the body and used the body's power to cultivate it over a long period of time. This kind of law weapon was almost the same as a true sacred artifact. In fact, if a powerful saint cultivated a law weapon for thousands of years, its power would probably be even more terrifying than an ordinary sacred artifact. Of course, law weapons still had their shortcomings. If you didn't continue to give it power, its power would become weaker and weaker. In the end, it would dissipate between heaven and earth. However, a sacred artifact was different. Once it was refined, its power wouldn't change and would even become stronger. Therefore, as long as one was a saint, they would dream of having their own sacred artifact. However, a sacred artifact? It was also extremely precious. After all, the materials used to refine a sacred artifact had to be very top-notch. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to withstand the power of the Tao patterns. The child saint in front of her clearly didn't have a true sacred artifact. Moreover, looking at the power of the law weapon, Yan Ryu guessed wrong. It wasn't 1,000 years old, but only 500 to 600 years old. However, it was only 500 to 600 years old, and it was already not something that those half-saints could resist. Yan Ryu also felt a great sense of crisis. Sure enough, with a slash, the divine ability around her was split in half. She instantly moved away, and the afterimage was shattered. The robes on his body also began to flutter. Seeing this scene, Zhao Wuliang and the others all laughed. As expected, no matter how powerful the other party was, it was impossible for him to be compared to a true saint. Moreover, it was a 500-year law weapon. It was quite fast, but you can't dodge my attacks. I was just casually attacking just now. The child saint seemed to be enjoying this fun and wasn't in a hurry to make a move. Yan Ruyu's face darkened. A mere 500-year law weapon dared to be arrogant in front of her. Fine, I'll let you see my methods today. She shouted, and a green light rose from her body. A terrifying and monstrous power instantly erupted. Between heaven and earth, there seemed to be a behemoth awakening, causing Zhao Wuliang and the others to feel the blood in their bodies freeze, and they couldn't breathe. Damn it, what was that? Zhao Wuliang and the others went crazy. They didn't expect Yan Ryu to have such a trump card. The child saint's face, Yan Ryu. A blood-red light burst out from his eyes, turning into two blood-red vortexes, and he stared at Yan Ryu. It was as if he wanted to devour her. What a terrifying aura. Could it be a sacred artifact? She actually had a sacred artifact in her body. What a pleasant surprise. If I capture you, I might be able to obtain a true sacred artifact. The child saint was overjoyed. He no longer hesitated. With a wave of his arm, he grabbed the blood-imbibing saber and slashed down. The power of the saber strike was boundless. A half-saint simply couldn't block it. Yan Ryu shouted and pushed out her palm. At that moment, her body was completely enveloped by the azure color. Even her eyebrows and hair seemed to have turned azure. The strange palm was also covered with green lines that looked like runes. The mysterious power instantly gushed out. With a boom, a shocking sound rang out. The surrounding seawater was split apart, spreading for who knew how many tens of thousands of li. The sky fell and the earth cracked. The violent roar shook all directions. Inside the formation, Lin Xian and the others had long noticed this. When they saw this scene, their expressions changed. They could not help but worry. But soon, Lin Xian smiled and said, "Ryu is fine. Let's hurry up and get the remaining 3 out." Ka ka ka, there was a shattering sound between heaven and earth, followed by a cry of surprise. How could it be? My blood-imbibing saber, how could it be broken? When the light in the sky disappeared, the child saint's face was full of horror. The blood-imbibing saber in his hand had been torn apart, leaving only the hilt in his hand. Zhao Wuliang and the others were dumbfounded. This was a 500-year-old law blade, but it was broken in the collision just now. How could it be? Could it be that her palm was a sacred artifact? Damn it, what exactly is that green light in his body? Their scalps were numb, and the child saint's face was gloomy. How dare you destroy my 500-year-old law weapon? I will make you suffer a fate worse than death. He was truly furious. Killing intent spread rapidly from his body, and a monstrous sea of blood quickly revolved around him. At this moment, the child saint was like an Azura. Just one look at him could make people faint. Do you really think you are my match? Yan Ryu shouted. 2 green runes appeared in her eyes. It was extremely strange. The green light on her body was even more terrifying, as if a green figure was attached to her body. Boom, her palm slammed out, the green light flew out with an unparalleled aura, causing the whole world to shake. On the other side, the child saint also shouted angrily, "Suppress!" He used his sacred domain. As long as he could pull the other party into his sacred domain, he would be the ruler. No matter how strong the other party was, they could not do anything to him. The monstrous sea of blood turned into a small world, enveloping Yan Ryu. Success! The child saint smiled. He would make the other party suffer a fate worse than death. But in the next moment, his smile disappeared from his face. Because his opponent's palm had created a hole in his sacred domain. Guh, he spat out a mouthful of blood, his face was dazed. How could it be? His sacred domain was also pierced by the other party. What kind of power was this? The other party was only a half-saint. Even if she had a sacred artifact in her hand, she could not unleash its full power. But why was there such power? He did not know, he could not understand. However, in the next moment, he was sent flying, many cracks appearing on his body. Ah, a miserable cry rang out. Zhao Wuliang and the other four were dumbfounded, they could not help but tremble. The power of a half-saint, even inside the formation, the Crimson Dragon and the others could not help but be surprised when they saw this scene. Northern Demon looked as if he had seen a ghost. When did Yan Ryu become so powerful? The Crimson Dragon said, I have long felt that there is a mysterious power in this girl's body that I can't figure out. Now it seems that it is indeed so. This power is very strong, kid, it is not weaker than the thing in your body. Lin Xian was also surprised. The thing in his body was the dragon sword soul. Could it be that there was also a supreme power in Yan Ryu's body? He did not know, but he could feel that when Yan Ryu used that power, the dragon sword soul in his body had already roared excitedly. It wanted to rush out. If not for him suppressing it, it would have already been filled with sword chi. Something that could cause the dragon sword soul to react so strangely was definitely not ordinary. At this time, Lin Xian and the others also took out the last 3 10,000-year-old spiritual herbs. Then, they waved their hands and removed the array formation. Outside, the screams stopped. The child saint's body had healed, but his expression was extremely ugly. As for Zhao Wuliang and the other 4 Dark Moon Temple experts, they were also terrified. At this time, they saw the array formation in front of them disappear. Then, 3 figures walked out. When he saw one of the figures, Zhao Wuliang looked as if he had seen a ghost and almost knelt on the ground. Lin Wudi, it was him. He was really here. Zhao Wuliang was really scared. If he was full of confidence before and thought that they had a saint on their side, they could definitely kill the other party. But now, he didn't dare to think so. Just Yan Ryu alone had the power to injure a saint. In addition, there was Lin Wudi, the North Demon, and a dragon race powerhouse. This lineup was too strong. Even if they all attacked, they probably couldn't do anything to the other party. Instead, they might have to face death. Elders. In an instant, they looked at the child saint. The child saint's face was cold. He stared at the 3 new figures and then stared at one of them. It was Lin Wudi. Hand over the treasures on your body and I can spare your life. Haha, Lin Xian laughed. You're already beaten up like this, and you still dare to think about the treasures? You must be tired of living. Or have you been a saint for too long and don't know the changes in the outside world? Do you think you have the right to be arrogant in front of us? Lin Xian's words were full of disdain, which made the child saint furious. Damn it, a mere half-step saint dared to be arrogant in front of him. He was a saint who transcended heaven and earth and was above a half-step saint. When a half-step saint saw him, they had to bow their head respectfully. Who dared to be impudent in front of him? Even Zhao Wuliang had to be respectful to him. But the person in front of him dared to mock him. It was really intolerable. Die for me, the surrounding blood sea instantly changed. 2 blood-red vortexes, which looked like 2 gigantic canopies, slashed towards Lin Xian. If he could hit him, he would be able to cut Lin Xian into 3 pieces. When the Crimson Dragon and the North Goblin sensed the blood-colored energy, their bodies shook and they quickly retreated. Lin Xian sneered. Pulling out the Great Destruction Spear, the 9-yang divine body completely erupted. It swept across and formed a black torrent. In an instant, the 2 blood-red vortexes were sent flying. He laughed coldly. A saint was nothing more than this. Great Spear of Destruction. The boy saint's pupils constricted as he stared at the pitch-black weapon. Was this the Great Spear of Destruction? It was indeed very strong. It was definitely a saint artifact. Furthermore, it was an extremely terrifying saint artifact. Brat, the only reason you can block my divine ability is because of the Great Annihilation Spear in your hand. Without this weapon, you are nothing in front of me. The child saint said coldly. Lin Xian sneered in disdain. Is that so? I relied on my weapon, then what did you rely on? I am not even 100 years old this year, but what about you? You are at least 2,000 to 3,000 years old. You have lived 2,000 to 3,000 years longer than me. Did your cultivation go to waste? If you weren't a saint today, I would be able to destroy your body and soul with a single slap if we were on the same level. Do you still have the right to be arrogant in front of me? Lin Xian was really disdainful. The child saint was so angry that he vomited blood. He did not expect that not only would he fail to act cool in front of the other party, but he would also be ruthlessly slapped in the face. Was the other party really less than 100 years old? If that was the case, then it was too terrifying. He had to quickly kill such a peerless genius. Otherwise, he would be his nightmare in the future. Attack together and kill him. Hearing the child saint's words, Zhao Wuliang and the others hesitated. Yan Ryu and Lin Wudi both had the combat strength of a saint. Would they be able to fight them? But they did not dare to resist. Otherwise, they would be immediately killed. Therefore, Zhou Wu and the others could only bite the bullet and charge forward. Among them, Zhao Wuliang charged towards the North Goblin. It seemed that he could only defeat the North Goblin. As for Yan Ryu and Lin Wudi, he did not dare to fight. Seeing where Zhao Wuliang went, Lin Xian sneered. Trash, you don't even have the courage to face me. What is a trash like you still living in this world for? The great spear of destruction carried a terrifying demonic aura and terrifying power. A dragon's roar resounded through the world. No, elder, save me. Zhao Wuliang was scared out of his wits. He used all his strength and struck out with a shocking attack. At the same time, he screamed crazily. He did not expect that he would still have to face Lin Wudi. Moreover, he realized that the other party's attack was too strong. It made him feel as if he had fallen into a 10,000-year-old ice cave. In the next moment, a shocking collision sound rang out. Zhao Wuliang felt his hands shatter. Then, it was his arms, and then his body. They all collapsed into pieces. A black light pierced through his heart. Then, there was a scream of pain. Zhao Wuliang was scared out of his wits. His soul instantly left his body, hugged a piece of jade, and fled into the distance. The direction he ran in was the child saint's direction. He wanted to inform the saint to save his life. Courting death. The child saint was also furious. Although Zhao Wuliang had just joined their Dark Moon Temple, his talent was definitely not bad. Such a person could definitely become a saint in the future. But now, their genius couldn't even withstand a single attack from the other party. What was even more despicable was that he saw the other party holding the great spear of destruction and attacking again. Courting death. The child saint struck out with his palm. On his palm, there was a monstrous blood-colored law that transformed into a divine chain of hell, wanting to send Zhao Wuliang to the 18th level of hell. Buzz, Lin Xian did not hold back. The great dragon sword soul surged into the great spear of destruction, and its power erupted. With one strike, it pierced through the blood-colored palm. Saint blood floated down, piercing through everything. This was the blood of a true saint. The energy contained in it was too terrifying. The crimson dragon took out a blood-colored gourd and began to absorb the saint blood. In the future, these could be used as materials to create array formations or other things. Lin Xian forcefully pierced through the saint's palm and then arrived in front of Zhao Wuliang's soul. Zhao Wuliang was scared out of his wits. He hurriedly knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Spare my life, spare me. I won't dare to go against you in the future, spare you? Sure, I'll plant a slave mark on you and make you my slave from now on. Are you willing? Lin Xian's voice was sonorous. Zhao Wuliang was stunned. What? Become his slave? Never to be able to rise again. In that case, he might as well die. Since you're unwilling, then go to hell. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Golden runes scattered from his eyes. A soul attack instantly caused Zhao Wuliang's soul to scream. It seemed that he had been hit by an eye technique and would probably be tortured for hundreds or thousands of years. Gradually, Zhao Wuliang's screams became weaker and weaker. They were directly extinguished by Lin Xian's palm. Dead. In just a few breaths of time, the terrifying peerless genius, Zhao Wuliang, was killed in body and soul. This scene dumbfounded the other four powerhouses of the Dark Moon Temple. Was this really a half-step saint on the same level as them? How could there be such a terrifying half-step saint in the world? Run! They screamed crazily and fled in all directions. At this time, who cared about the saint's orders? It was better to run for their lives first. If you want to escape, leave it to Ben Huang. The Crimson Dragon sneered and rushed out. On the other side, the North Demon also made a move. Both of them were top half-step saints. It was definitely not a problem for the two of them to deal with four half-step saints. Therefore, Lin Xian did not care about the four of them anymore. Instead, he turned his head and stared at the child saint. The child saint was already very aggrieved to deal with Yan Ruyu. Now that he felt Lin Xian's gaze, his eyelids twitched. Damn it, what do you want to do? 2 against 1? You are also top geniuses. Don't you think it's too embarrassing to join forces to attack me? Are you worthy of your title as peerless geniuses? He roared crazily. He really couldn't win against 2 against 1. Hearing this, Lin Xian sneered. We are not worthy of our identity and title, but are you worthy of it? You are a dignified saint who has transcended heaven and earth. When you attacked us before, did you think about your identity? Did you think about your face? Why are you talking about your face and identity to us half-step saints now? We are 2 against 1. That's enough respect for you, right? No, damn it, you can't do it. I am an elder of the Dark Moon Temple. If you attack me, you will become an enemy of the Dark Moon Temple. You have to think carefully. The Dark Moon Temple? Yan Ruyu also laughed. It was said that it was founded by a saint king in ancient times. We won't kill you. We will give you a chance to live. Give us the inheritance of the saint king and we will let you live. Hearing this, Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. The saint realm was also divided into 9 levels. In the first 5 levels, one's strength would become stronger and stronger. At the 6th level, one would be titled as a small saint. The 7th heaven was the Saint Venerable. The 8th heaven was the Saint King, and the 9th heaven was the Great Saint. A great sage could be said to be the most terrifying existence in the sage realm. Basically, he was already very close to becoming a great emperor. As long as he took another step, he would be able to break through and become a great emperor. As for the Saint King, it was the 8th level of the Saint Realm, an existence second only to the Great Saint. Who would have thought that the Dark Moon Temple was founded by a sage king? However, after thinking about it for so many years, it was basically impossible for the Dark Moon Temple to have a sage king. However, he definitely had the inheritance of the sage king. Yan Ruyu's words caused the child saint's expression to completely change. He hurriedly said, I'm only a first-layer saint. How could I have the chance to learn the Saint King's inheritance? I'm not qualified enough in the Dark Moon Divine Palace, and I can't get in touch with the core things. If the 2 of you let me go, I will definitely not be your enemy in the future. There was no inheritance of the Sage King? In other words, there's no point in keeping you alive. Since that's the case, why don't we just kill you? We won't let the tiger return to the mountain. Lin Xian held the Great Spear of Destruction. On the other side, Yan Ruyu's body was also surrounded by a green light. Damn it, 2 juniors, you've gone too far. I'll fight it out with you. The child saint roared as if he had gone mad. However, how could he be a match for the 2 of them? He might not even be able to defeat the 2 of them in a one-on-one fight, let alone being besieged by the 2 of them. Therefore, after dozens of moves, the child saint's body was pierced and torn into pieces. His soul held a blood-red knife and quickly flew out as a shield. Stay here for me. Lin Xian waved the Great Spear of Destruction and directly cut off the other party's path. The dragon roar on the Great Spear of Destruction rumbled, and the soul kept rolling and turning dim. At this moment, Yan Ruyu added another palm strike. With a boom, the other party's soul was completely shattered. A saint's body and soul were also afraid of being destroyed. Great, clean up the battlefield. The Crimson Dragon and Yan Ruyu also killed 4 half-saints. They used the blood gourd to collect the blood of the saints and refined it. Lin Xian, on the other hand, took their storage rings. This was a great harvest. Not only did they obtain 11 10,000-year-old king herbs, but they also obtained a saint's storage ring and 5 half-saints storage rings. Come, let's quickly distribute the spoils of war. Lin Xian and the others waved their hands, enveloping the surrounding scene. Then, they began to distribute the spoils of war. The Crimson Dragon was extremely excited. The North Demon and Yan Ruyu also smiled. This time, they had really gained a lot. Lin Xian found some spiritual fruits in the saint's storage ring and gave them to Little White. Little White ate happily. Then, he obtained some pills. These pills were all for the saints to cultivate. Lin Xian also distributed some. He didn't keep them for himself because he was almost able to cultivate saint-level pills. It seemed that after leaving the limitless ocean and becoming a saint, he would have to open the great void divine furnace again. At this moment, in another place in the limitless ocean, a great battle was breaking out. One of the men held a long spear and his expression was cold. However, blood was flowing from his body, and there were several terrifying cracks on his body. His body had nearly split into two halves. Lu Mu, you can't escape. You're not our match. Hurry up and kneel down and submit to us. Then, we might let you live. As for the treasure, it's ours. You don't have the right to take it. Many people around him sneered. Among them, there were people from the Vermilion Bird Duke, people from the Dark Moon Temple, and even people from other families and forces. Beside Lu Mu was a young woman. She was his junior sister. At this moment, she was also covered in blood. Her face was filled with despair. Lu Mu clenched the long spear in his hand and gritted his teeth. Long Zhao Tian, are you really going to kill us all? Among the few people in front, one of them was standing there. It was Long Zhao Tian. He had a sinister smile on his face. So what if I'm going to kill you all? To be honest, you're not my match in a one-on-one fight. Now, there are so many other experts. There were a total of 7 people here. It was already surprising that Lu Mu could last until now. Senior brother, don't worry about me. Hurry up and run. You're burning your life. It won't take long. The woman in green said quickly. She knew that the reason Lu Mu could withstand the attacks of the 7 people wasn't because his strength had increased by leaps and bounds. It was because he had used a secret technique. It was a technique that burned one's life and blood in exchange for unparalleled power. However, this power couldn't last for long. Once his blood and life ran out, Lu Mu would be like a lamp without oil. He wouldn't be able to resist anymore. Junior sister, it's my fault. I shouldn't have let you follow me. Maybe I should join a big faction. Lu Mu sighed. His eyes were filled with despair. The girl in green beside him shook her head. No, senior brother, leave. Don't worry about me. You're alive. You're a genius. You'll become a saint sooner or later. There's no need to sacrifice yourself for me. Lu Mu took a deep breath as a look of love appeared in his eyes. How could I abandon you? Junior sister. Io, this is really touching. Long Zhao Tian sneered. Why don't you go to hell together and be a couple, brother Long? That's not right. That girl is so beautiful. It's a pity to kill her. Why don't you give her to me? At this moment, someone from Vermilion Bird Palace said with a smile. The flames on his body turned into the shape of a golden crow. It was terrifying. It seemed that he had the golden crow bloodline. If you like her, I'll give her to you. Long Zhao Tian laughed. Lu Mu's expression changed. The girl in green beside him also had an ugly expression. Damn it, you dare to touch my junior sister? My Ryu family won't let you go. He clenched his teeth and shot a green light into the sky. To be honest, these people were very powerful. Lu Mu didn't want to drag his family into this. But now, these people wanted to attack his junior sister. He had to do this. This signal was to summon the family's experts. Seeing the other party attack, the youth with the golden crow bloodline sneered. The flames on his body were like a sun, instantly enveloping the green light. Then, it was engulfed and burned. You want to ask for help? You won't have a chance. Attack, don't give this kid a chance to fight back. Long Zhao Tian said coldly. The surrounding experts also walked over and laughed sinisterly. Senior brother, leave. The girl in green screamed. But Lu Mu roared again. His blood and chi burned. He was burning his life force. His combat power became stronger again. An intense battle broke out. Long Zhao Tian sneered. Let's see how long you can last. They moved and surrounded the other party. Finally, Long Zhao Tian found a chance to use dragon roaming the world. A powerful force exploded. Against Lu Mu's attack, the others also went up to injure him. Hee, igniting his bloodline power? Those people sneered. Lu Mu suddenly burst forth. The long spear in his hand drew out a stream of light. With the power of laws, it pierced into the void. Wang, he stabbed the man from the Golden Crow clan. The man was scared out of his wits and tried his best to dodge. In the end, the long spear brushed past his body, leaving a bloody mark. Courting death, Jin Wu-Lai roared furiously. His palm turned into the phantom of a demonic beast and rushed out. The monstrous law of fire was waved and hit Lu Mu directly. Boom, a hole appeared in Lu Mu's chest and blood kept flowing out. Damn it, you actually dared to injure me. I'm going to play your junior sister to death in front of you. As he spoke, Golden Crow Lai waved his hand and a powerful golden claw enveloped the girl in green. The towering flames ignited the aura of the woman in green. Many parts of her green robe were tattered. No, Lu Mu was in despair. The green-robed woman also screamed like a madwoman. However, at this moment of crisis, a palm descended from the sky. In an instant, Jin Wulia was sent flying. Boom, he vomited blood and flew backward. Half of his face was asleep. Who dares to interfere in my business? Jin Wulia roared crazily. The flames on his body burst out like a demonic beast, hovering in the air. 7 people ganging up on 2 people. How shameless! A sneer was heard, followed by 4 figures descending from the sky. Who are you people? Jin Wulia roared furiously. However, his eyes lit up when he saw that the first person to descend was a woman in white. What a beautiful woman! He realized that the woman in white was much more beautiful than the green-robed woman from before. She could be said to be devastatingly beautiful. However, Long Zhaotian's expression changed. Yan Ruyu, it's you. He looked behind him again. In the next moment, he was scared out of his wits. Lin Wudi, the northern demon. Heavens, Lin Wudi is here as well, damn it, run. Long Zhaotian turned around and fled without another word. He looked as if he had seen a ghost. The people from the Dark Moon Temple and Vermilion Bird Palace were also stunned. Some of the people from the other families were also looking at them with an adorable expression. They all knew who Long Zhaotian was. He was a powerhouse in the Dragon Valley. Who could have defeated him? Could it be that one of the people in front of them was a sage? They sensed carefully but did not find anyone with the aura of a sage. The people from Vermilion Bird Palace did not recognize Lin Xian either. After all, not everyone was there to watch the battle. They only knew of Lin Wudi's name but had never seen him in person. Therefore, they sneered. If that's the case, I won't hold back. After being rescued, the green-robed woman looked at Yan Ryu gratefully. Lu Mu was trembling with excitement. You're here. You're here. He naturally recognized Lin Xian and the others. Lin Xian looked at the other party and frowned slightly. The other party's aura was very weak. It seemed that he had fought with his life on the line. There was probably no way to save him. Lu Mu looked at Lin Xian and opened his mouth slightly. Lin Xian walked over. What do you want to say? He squatted down and asked. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to die here. There are treasures below. You must protect my junior sister. Lu Mu stretched out a trembling hand and placed it in front of Lin Xian. Then, his aura became weaker and weaker. Finally, his gaze moved away from Lin Xian and looked at the green-robed woman with a smile. In the next moment, his aura was gone. No. Senior brother. The green-robed woman screamed crazily. Lin Xian sighed and took the key from her hand. Then, he stood up and nodded. Don't worry. I'll help you fulfill your last wish. I'll protect your junior sister. I'll also help you kill these people. You can rest in peace. As he spoke, he turned around and looked forward. The green-robed woman hugged Lu Mu's corpse and cried bitterly. Yan Ryu and the others frowned. Was there no way to save him? Lin Xian shook his head. He had burned his own life as the price to display his super strength. Fortunately, he had used up too much energy. There was no way to save him. Now, he could only avenge him. Lin Xian's eyes were filled with killing intent as he looked forward. You still want to kill us? You still want to avenge Lu Mu? You really don't know what's good for you? The people of the Dark Moon Temple sneered. In addition, the people of the other families stared at Lin Xian. Kid, what did Lu Mu give you just now? Hand it over and we'll spare your life, Jin Wulia laughed sinisterly. Cut the crap. Attack together and kill him, that white-robed woman is mine, I'll kill you first. Lin Xian stared at Jin Wulia. The aura on his body erupted and turned into a golden fist. It was burning with raging flames and rushed out. His fist turned into the shape of a golden crow. Despicable human, who do you think you are? How dare you use my golden crow's divine ability? Jin Wulai was furious. He had the bloodline of the golden crow, so the phantoms on his body carried the aura of the golden crow. How dare his opponent use the divine ability of the golden crow? He was courting death. The raging flames on his body surged forward. Die. He wanted to burn his opponent to death with his flames. Although he was a genius of the Vermilion Bird Palace, he had the bloodline of the golden crow, so the flames on his body were extremely terrifying. He was confident that he would not lose to Yan Nantian in terms of fire attribute divine ability. However, his good luck came to an end. He met Lin Xian. Lin Xian's nine-sun fist turned into a golden stream of light and rushed into the sea of flames. It bombarded all directions. The surrounding flames surged and a hole was punched out. A golden fist came in front of Jin Wulai. How is this possible? Jin Wulai's expression changed. How can his opponent be so powerful? He wanted to escape, but his head was blown off by the punch. He wanted to escape with his soul. The nine-sun divine fire ignited his soul in an instant. Miserable cries rang out. In just an instant, his soul was extinguished, and his headless body fell down with blood gushing out. The surrounding experts were all stunned and swallowed their saliva. Is Jin Wulai dead? Was he killed by a punch? Who is this person? Even if Jin Wulia wasn't the strongest among them, he was at least in the top 3. But now, he could not even block a punch from his opponent. Who are you? The other experts asked in a trembling voice. I am Lin Wudi. You should all die. What? Lin Wudi? You are Lin Wudi? The surrounding people were all stunned, and their faces were full of horror. The person in front of them was Lin Wudi? He was the one who suppressed Yan Nantian. Now they finally knew why Long Zhaotian had fled at the first moment. He had already recognized him. Damn it, don't you people of the Vermilion Bird Palace know him? The people of the Dark Moon Temple roared crazily. The faces of the people from the other clans also turned ugly. The people of the Vermilion Bird Palace were filled with regret. How could we know him? We didn't participate in that battle. We only knew his name. Why are you complaining? Run. They fled in all directions as if they had gone mad. This method of escape was the most effective because there was always someone who could escape. Trying to escape? Lin Xian stomped his foot, causing the earth to tremble. Endless waves rolled and turned into sea dragons that rushed out. Lin Xian also knew the law of water, so his strength was equally terrifying in the sea. Boom. Boom, how could these people be a match for Lin Xian? Therefore, in an instant, they were torn apart by the sea dragon, and even their souls were devoured. Screams of agony rang out, and then they all disappeared. Blood dyed the bottom of the sea red, spreading in all directions with the current. Lin Xian turned his head and looked at Lu Mu's corpse. I've already killed your enemy for you. There's still Long Zhaotian left, but I won't let him go. As for your junior sister's safety, Before Lin Xian could finish, his pupils shrank. The surrounding people also exclaimed in surprise. The woman in green hugged Lu Mu's corpse, her face full of tears. Suddenly, she pulled out a dagger that shone with a cold light and stabbed it towards her own heart. Poof, blood spurted out, and the woman in green fell into Lu Mu's arms. Senior brother, I'll accompany you on the road to the Yellow Springs. You won't be lonely. No, how could it be like this? Yan Ryu hurriedly squatted down and tried to save her. But the woman in green said, it's useless. The dagger is coated with poison. Anyone below the Saint Realm will die. If you don't need it, save me. Damn, how could it be like this? The Crimson Dragon also let out a strange cry. Lin Xian frowned and took a deep breath. The law of wood rushed out. At the same time, the power of the great dragon sword soul also rushed into the woman in green's body, destroying all the poison. Miraculously, the woman in green's aura was declining, but it quickly recovered. How could it be? I'm not dead. The woman in green screamed. She found it hard to believe. She couldn't even die now, Lin Xian said. I promised you that I won't let you die. Moreover, you shouldn't die. I think Lumu doesn't want you to die either. As he spoke, Lin Xian waved his hand and made the woman in green fall asleep temporarily. Then, he sent her to the spirit boat. At the same time, he asked He Tu to take care of Lumu's corpse. Then, he flipped his hand and took out the simple key. This was given to me by Lumu when he was alive. Moreover, he guarded this place to death. I think there should be a treasure nearby. Behind, I saw the cave entrance. The Crimson Dragon pointed to the back and said. Alright, let's go in and take a look. Lin Xian and the others took a deep breath and walked forward. There was indeed a cave abode in front of them. After going deeper, they found a bronze door. The bronze door was covered with Dao runes and flickered with unparalleled power. It was obvious that this was the cave abode of a sage. Moreover, it was very difficult to open it with external force. No wonder these people wanted to snatch this key. Lin Xian put the key in his hand into the bronze door and then turned it forcefully. Suddenly, a clicking sound was heard and the bronze door slowly opened. Let's go in. Everyone, be careful. Lin Xian said as layers of light appeared on his body. The others also activated their defenses. After entering, the bronze door closed again. Lin Xian and the others looked around. This cave abode was not complicated. There was only a large hall. In the middle, there was a skeleton sitting cross-legged. It was a colorful skeleton. There was no flesh and blood, but the skeleton was still sitting there cross-legged. It seemed to have died during cultivation. The Crimson Dragon went forward and observed carefully. Then, he said, it should have reached the end of its lifespan and died of natural causes. Hearing that, the others nodded. At that moment, the northern demon exclaimed, Look, there's something on the wall. They looked towards the wall. Indeed, there were patterns painted on the wall. There were 4 walls, and each wall was painted with many patterns. Lin Xian and the others glanced at it and realized that it should be a kind of divine martial art. Moreover, it was an extremely profound divine martial art. The Crimson Dragon even said excitedly, it might be a nomological divine martial art. Let's quickly find one to comprehend. Each of them stood on a wall and began to comprehend with all their might. Lin Xian came to the northern wall and looked at the Dao runes carved on the wall. He gradually became shocked. At first, he could not see anything. But gradually, Lin Xian realized that the surrounding Dao runes were all flowing. Then, he seemed to see a boundless pitch-black sea, and a colossal creature charged out. It was a fish, a black fish. It was extremely terrifying, like a black demonic mountain. It rose into the air and began to transform. It grew golden wings and seemed to transform into a huge golden bird that soared into the sky. This is? Kuan Peng. Lin Xian sucked in a breath of cold air. He was stunned. The Kuan Peng was a divine beast of heaven and earth. It was extremely powerful and not weaker than the Qilin race. Could it be that this skeleton was an expert of the Kuan Peng race when it was alive? And what was engraved on the wall was also a divine ability of the Kuan Peng race. Lin Xian had no idea. He could only activate his heavenly secret divine eyes now. In front of him, the Kuan Peng began to soar into the sky. It was extremely fast. It was a movement technique. Lin Xian was shocked. He memorized the illusion of the Kuan Peng in his mind. He closed his eyes and carefully comprehended it. When he opened his eyes, the illusion of the Kuan Peng on the wall had disappeared. Even the nomological Dao patterns had disappeared. He exclaimed. Yan Ruyu and the others also exclaimed from the other 3 walls. It had disappeared. Obviously, the 3 of them had also comprehended the divine ability on the wall. And it seemed that this divine ability could only be comprehended by one person. After one person comprehended it, it had disappeared. What did you guys comprehend? The Crimson Dragon asked. Lin Xian said. I saw a Kuan Peng. It should be the Kuan Peng movement technique. Kuan Peng, the Crimson Dragon screamed. The northern demon and Yan Ryu gasped. They were all related to the demon race. Naturally, they knew what the Kuan-Pung represented to the demon race. It was a powerful existence that was not inferior to the dragon race. And now, the Kuan-Pung was very rare. There were far fewer of them than the dragon race. However, no one doubted the strength of the Kuan-Pung. So when they heard that Lin Xian saw a Kuan-Pung, they were shocked. Was it not the Kuan-Pung divine ability that they saw? Lin Xian was also surprised. He thought that the sage here was a sage of the Kuan-Pung race. Now, it seemed that it was not. The northern demon shook his head. I saw a wood elemental saber technique called the longevity saber. I saw a palm descending from the sky. It was like the palm of a god. When it slammed out, it froze everything. It was the heaven double palm. Yan Ryu said. The Crimson Dragon said, what I saw was the heavenly dragon divine claw. However, it was just a dragon that was cast by a human expert. If Ben Huang were to cast it, it would definitely be more powerful than him. It seemed like the four of them saw different things. Also, it was unknown whether it was a coincidence or some other reason, but what they saw was very suitable for them. Looking at this power, it should be a law mystical ability. Even if it wasn't, it was close, because it was really too difficult to comprehend. The Crimson Dragon screamed. The others nodded as well. They were overjoyed. For nomological mystical abilities? What an unexpected surprise. A law divine ability was much stronger than an ordinary divine ability. Since we obtained the nomological mystical abilities here, we should express our gratitude. After all, it was a divine ability cultivation method left behind by the senior. Lin Xian suggested. The four of them nodded. Then, they came in front of the five-colored skeleton and bowed deeply. Thank you, senior, for bestowing the nomological mystical abilities to us. We will definitely bring them to greater heights. Crack, suddenly, a sound rang out. A stone platform suddenly rose from the ground where Lin Xian or the five-colored skeleton crystal was. There were actually 4 crystals on it that flickered with incomparable light. These were divine crystals. Everyone was puzzled. They weren't surprised by the divine crystals. They had many in their hands. However, Yan Ryu exclaimed. These were law divine crystals. Look, there were many nomological Tao patterns carved on them. Indeed, they could tell at a glance that these weren't ordinary divine crystals. The Tao patterns contained on them were really too complicated. Although they couldn't compare to real Tao stones, they were much more precious than divine crystals. There were a total of 4 pieces, 1 for each person. Everyone didn't stand on ceremony and took 1 each. They still wanted to investigate if there were any more treasures around. Suddenly, a violent rumble sounded from outside. The sky and earth shook, and the entire cave shook. However, it didn't shatter. The cave abode of a saint was actually so easy to shatter. But it was obvious that someone had already arrived outside. Let's go out and take a look. Lin Xian said. The others also nodded. They used the key to open the bronze door. Then, they walked out. When they just went out, they realized that there were a few figures in front of them. Their auras were very powerful, and there was even the aura of a saint. At this moment, the cave behind them rumbled and completely sank into the bottom of the sea, disappearing. This scene surprised Lin Xian and the others. It seemed that this cave could only be entered once. When the people outside saw the people inside coming out, they were ecstatic. But when they saw that the cave had actually sunk into the bottom of the sea and disappeared, they became anxious. Damn it, they came to the cave this time to obtain the treasures, but the cave was gone. What should they do? For a moment, countless gazes stared at Lin Xian. They had entered the cave before, so the treasures were with them. They had to capture them. Lin Wudi, you guys won't be able to escape. Hurry up and hand over the treasures you obtained. Perhaps I'll give you a quick death. At this moment, a figure in front of them let out a sinister laugh. It's you. Lin Xian and the others were stunned. Then, they laughed coldly. You ant, how dare you come back? The arrogant person in front of them was Long Zhao Tian. Beside him were a few powerhouses from the Dragon Valley. One of them was a real saint. The saint was an old man. He had a dragon head and a human body. There was a pair of dark golden wings on his back. The aura of a saint spread out in all directions. The pressure between heaven and earth became very heavy. The Dragon Valley was originally from the dragon tribe. The dragon tribe was powerful and had a terrifying bloodline. They were originally stronger than other tribes of the same level. At this moment, the dragon tribe saint was naturally even stronger. Beside him, there were a few powerhouses from the dragon tribe. Each of them was extremely strong. At this moment, one of them said coldly, "Did you guys get the treasures in the cave?" "That's right, we got it." Lin Xian nodded without hiding anything. The powerhouses from the dragon bone were ecstatic. "Great, since you guys got it, hurry up and hand it over. Otherwise, you guys will die a horrible death." Long Zhaotian jumped out again. This time, other than the dragon tribe saint, there were a few clones of the saints. The saints of the dragon clan were not comparable to the average saints of the human clan. So what if Lin Wudi was strong? He definitely couldn't beat them this time. Therefore, Long Zhaotian continued to be arrogant. "Kid, I know you're strong. You can defeat Yan Nantian and have the Great Destruction Spear. But the Dragon Valley saints are not ordinary saints. You can't resist at all. Hurry up and kneel down. Hand over the treasures, the Great Destruction Spear, and the 2 great inheritances. If we're in a good mood, we can leave you with an intact corpse." If you dare to resist, Long Zhaotian was still arrogant. Suddenly, he was slapped away by a golden palm. Lin Xian made his move. The golden palm covered the sky. Even in the sea of void, it was extremely strong. A slap landed on Long Zhaotian's face and sent him flying. "Arg!" Long Zhaotian screamed in agony. His face was shattered and his body was covered in cracks. It was a terrifying sight. "Who do you think you are? Even if you call yourself a sage, do you think you can be so arrogant in front of me?" Lin Xian sneered. The people of Dragon Valley were stunned. How dare Long Zhaotian attack Long Zhaotian in front of them? Where did he get his confidence from? Just because he could defeat Yan Nantian, they admitted that Yan Nantian's future was limitless after using the successor of the earth. But so what? No matter how strong Yan Nantian was, he was just a young man. They had been cultivating for thousands of years. Their dragon tribe bloodline was strong and they could even suppress Yan Nantian. Did he really dare to go against them? Long Zhaotian was stunned by the slap. His head was still smashed and his body kept shaking. He could not heal it immediately. The Dragon Valley sage's face fell. This time, he had come to support Long Zhaotian. At the same time, he wanted to obtain the treasures in the cave. But now, someone dared to injure Long Zhaotian in front of him. This was a slap to his face, a slap to the Dragon Valley's face. "You're courting death." One of the Dragon Valley elites was furious. "How dare you attack us in front of us? How arrogant!" Long Zhaotian came to his senses and quickly recovered his head. Then, he screamed like a madman. "Elder, kill him. You must kill him. Capture him and skin him alive. Use our dragon tribe's fire to burn his soul. Let him suffer a fate worse than death." His voice was so vicious that it made the North Demon and the others gasp. On the other hand, Lin Xian laughed coldly and sent a slap out. "How dare you threaten me? Do you really think I won't kill you?" The slap tore Long Zhaotian's body into pieces. Blood and organs flowed all over the ground. It was a ghastly sight. "You're courting death." The elites of Dragon Valley were enraged. A person shouted coldly and stretched out his hand. It was a black dragon expert. His pitch-black claws carried an incomparably gloomy and cold aura. The slap shattered the void and formed a large black hole that swallowed Lin Xian. "I'm not afraid of you." In the face of his opponent's attack, Lin Xian did not dodge at all. Instead, he raised his fist and directly pushed it forward. There was nothing fancy about this punch. Clearly, it was pure physical strength. Boom, their fists collided in the air, producing a sky-shaking sound. Lin Xian's 9 sons' divine fist did not have any abnormalities. As for the black dragon's claw, it trembled slightly and retreated. "Where are you going?" 9 sons opened his palm and grabbed forward again. This time, his palm was like a golden 5-fingered mountain. It quickly rushed over and grabbed the other party's black dragon claw. Then, he used his strength to break it. Crack, the sound of bones breaking could be heard. Following that was a muffled groan. Lin Xian exerted some force in his palm and tore off the other party's arm. Pung pung pung, the black dragon from the Dragon Valley quickly retreated. His expression was extremely unsightly, and he was even trembling slightly as he held on to his wound. The other powerhouses from the Dragon Valley were stunned. The one who attacked was not an ordinary person. It was a black dragon powerhouse who was sent down by a saint. His physique was so strong that he could even compete with a saint. But now, he was injured in one move by the other party. Even his arm was torn off by the other party. How could the other party's physique be so strong, as expected of the Nine Suns' divine body? His physique was indeed very strong. At this moment, the old saint from the Dragon Valley spoke. However, no matter how strong you are only a half-saint. Can you really be compared to me? The dark golden wings on his back trembled slightly. Immediately, countless cracks spread in all directions. Endless precepts transformed into divine chains that circled around the area. A terrifying sage's aura descended from the sky. Feeling this aura, the Crimson Dragon and the others frowned. Yan Ryu was also surprised. She and Lin Xian had killed a saint before. The aura of that child saint was too weak compared to the current dragon powerhouse. Be careful. Yan Ryu reminded him. Lin Xian nodded his head and looked at the other party with a cold smile. A saint of the dragon race? You are old, and this era does not belong to you. So, hurry up and get lost. Otherwise, if you piss yours truly off, yours truly will break your bones. Hearing this, Yan Ryu was speechless. Didn't she say to be careful? The other powerhouses from the Dragon Valley looked terrible as well. Damn it. How dare the other party talk to their saint in such a manner? How arrogant, elder, I'll go kill him. At this moment, the other person spoke again. He quickly charged over. Lin Xian laughed coldly. A saint's clone? What's the big deal? Get lost. This time, he lifted his foot and kicked forward. The sole of his foot seemed to have turned into a sharp heavenly blade, cleaving everything in its path. With a boom, the saint's clone was sent flying. Enough. Go to hell. Seeing this, the Dragon Valley saint was enraged and slapped out with his palm. His palm was dark golden color, and the aura it gave off was enough to send chills down one's spine. The northern demon and the others retreated hurriedly. Lin Xian hollered out coldly as well. His fist flew out and turned into a kuan pung. The golden fist spread its wings and clashed against the dark gold palm. Clang, the sound of an intense collision rang out as Lin Xian retreated. His arms were numb. But soon, the energy within his body surged out, and his fighting strength soared once more. A saint? That's all there is to it. Elder, this fella is strange. You must give it your all. Long Zhao Tian fought once more. Noisy. Go to hell. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a sharp glint. The great destruction spear flew out and pinned Long Zhao Tian to the ground. With a burst of strength, Long Zhao Tian's soul was torn apart. This time around, he was completely dead. Old man, let me see what capabilities you have to be so arrogant in front of me. Lin Xian took out the great destruction spear, and his aura soared. At this moment, he was like a peerless king. With a stomp of his feet, the earth cracked. Kill, Lin Xian attacked fiercely. The great destruction spear charged forward with a piercing sword chi. Boom. 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 The Dragon Valley saint waved his dark gold dragon claw and turned into a sky full of dragon shadows to fight back. Shocking sounds of collision rang out. But soon, the saint was enraged. He was courting death. It was obvious that he did not gain any advantage in the collision just now. In fact, he was at a disadvantage. This scene left the remaining powerhouses of the Dragon Valley dumbfounded. Did their elders and saints suffer a loss at the hands of the other party? It was hard to believe. Well, I only wanted to kill you with pure physical strength. But it seems that you have some strength. Well, then, you will die under my laws. Behind him, the dark gold wings danced. Suddenly, dark gold flames appeared and danced. As soon as the flame appeared, Yan Ryu and the others trembled, revealing a look of horror. the fire of law. The other party had comprehended the law of fire, and it was not an ordinary flame. It was a very strange flame. Great, the elder is serious. That kid is dead. The Dragon Valley expert sneered and retreated to watch the battle. Lin Xian also frowned. Dark golden flame? The law of fire, the other party's flame aura, made him a little shocked. Buzz, the Dragon Valley sage opposite him moved. The dark golden flame turned into streams of light, like two dragon swords, and rushed over. Lin Xian sneered. With a flash of his body, he mysteriously disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already beside the old man. The great spear of destruction pierced the pair of dark golden wings. What fast speed! The powerful beings of the Dragon Valley cried out in shock. Even the saint of the Dragon Valley was shocked. This speed was so fast that he almost couldn't react. This guy is so fast. The Crimson Dragon was also surprised. He had spent a lot of time with Lin Xian, and naturally knew of Lin Xian's strength. But he did not expect this speed to shock him. Yan Ryu said. It should be the law supernatural abilities that he said he comprehended on the four walls just now. It should be the Kuan-Pung movement technique. The Kuan-Pung movement technique was so fast that even the sage was shocked. Boom, the great spear of annihilation struck the dark golden wings with great force. The dark golden wings kept shaking, and the flames on them drifted out. What a strong physique. Lin Xian was surprised. If it was an ordinary half-saint, the spear would have pierced through. But the dark golden wings were unharmed. Lin Xian was surprised, and the dragon race expert was even more shocked. He was a sage, and a half-saint could not even get close to him, let alone attack him. But now, the young man in front of him broke all the rules and crashed into the dark golden wings. Although his wings weren't broken, the tremendous force caused his blood to boil. Courting death. He counterattacked like a madman, and the two of them engaged in a fierce battle. The dark golden light and the black torrent kept colliding. Every strike was earth-shattering. The other half-saints of the dragon tribe had to stay far away. Yan Ryu and the others also retreated to the side. Buzz buzz buzz. Suddenly, Lin Xian's body was covered in a layer of strange flowing light. His feet flickered, and his speed increased to the extreme. In the blink of an eye, 108,000 attacks were unleashed, all of them converging on a single point, causing an earth-shattering collision. The Dragon Valley Saint was sent flying, and a crack appeared on his wing. Then, with a cracking sound, a piece of his wing fell off. Blood instantly sprayed out, and the dark golden flames evaporated the surrounding seawater. Ah, you dare to hurt me, damn it! The Dragon Valley elder roared like a madman. He pretended to be crazy, and his eyes were red. The experts of the Dragon Valley were also stunned. Was their elder injured? What did they see? A half-step sage had injured a sage. Was this a dream? You want to kill me? You're not qualified. Lin Xian was incomparably strong. What's so great about a sage? It's not like I haven't killed one before. Boom, the great dragon sword spirit roared again, fusing with the great destruction spear. His battle strength rose to the extreme, and with one strike, the black torrent was like a peerless sword light, splitting the entire world. Boom, the Dragon Valley elder was also sent flying. He screamed, and the fire precept on his body was monstrous. A dark golden saint domain rushed out and shrouded Lin Xian. At the same time, Lin Xian shouted coldly, Ryu, you guys go and finish off the others. Yan Ryu and the others looked at the other experts of the Dragon Valley. Hee, it's a good opportunity to test Benhuang's heavenly dragon divine claw. The Crimson Dragon walked out and looked at the experts of the Dragon Valley with a cold smile. The people of the Dragon Valley frowned. You dare to attack us, Ant? Dragon blood surged in their bodies, but the Crimson Dragon was not afraid. With a dragon roar, it shocked the half-saints of the Dragon Valley. Damn it, the other party's bloodline seemed to be much stronger than theirs. Fine, then I'll test my longevity blade. The North Demon also activated the body of 10,000 demons. He was not afraid of the dragon race's bloodline at all. Yan Ryu slapped out her white hands. It was like the palm of a celestial emperor. The surrounding seawater was instantly frozen. Skyfrost palm. Boom. Boom, boom. A half-saint of the Dragon Valley was instantly frozen. His body was shattered into pieces along with the ice. Although he was not killed, he was seriously injured in an instant. He retreated like crazy. Damn it, what's wrong with this woman? How can she be so strong? The other 3 half-saints of the Dragon Valley were also sent flying by the Crimson Dragon and the North Demon. The dragon claw in the sky was too terrifying. It was like the heavenly dragon's claw. On the other side, the green blade light was like an indestructible longevity blade. After it was shot out, its aura was continuous. In an instant, the 4 half-saints of the Dragon Valley were beaten until they screamed. Damn it, how can it be like this? The Saint of the Dragon Bone roared like crazy. He could not understand why these half-saints were so strong. Yes, it's that cave. They must have found a peerless treasure in the cave. These techniques were very strange. They were like magical laws. Capture these people. I must capture them. Do not let any of them go. The eyes of the Saint of the Dragon Valley turned red. Boom, dark golden flames danced on his body. His body kept growing until he turned into a dark golden dragon. He spread his wings and covered the sky. He was extremely powerful. Roar, he opened his mouth and spat out endless dark golden flames. They turned into a golden storm that swept in all directions. The terrifying law of fire spread out. In an instant, the entire space collapsed. It could not withstand this power at all. Lin Xian used the Kuanping movement technique and dodged quickly. He kept shuttling through the golden flames in the sky. Buzz. Suddenly, his body shuddered as a dark golden sky came crashing down on him. It was the other party's eyes. The other party's eyes were like 2 dark golden suns. They firmly locked onto him and imprisoned him. The Saint Domain instantly enveloped Lin Xian. Damn it, kid, melt for me. The dark golden flames were very terrifying. The old man's law and realm were also very terrifying. Therefore, under the Saint Domain, everything was turned to ashes. It would not be a problem for him to kill a first heaven saint, let alone the other party. Lin Xian was enveloped by the dark golden Saint Domain. Raging flames burned him. As expected, many cracks appeared on his body. It had to be said that the power of the other party's law was too strong. Even among the first heaven saints, it was extremely powerful. Kill, Lin Xian held the great destruction spear and roared. The 9-yang divine body continued to emit light. Dragon roars resounded through the sky. At this moment, Lin Xian's body seemed to have changed. He turned into a huge black fish that kept tumbling in the flames. Every tumble brought about a huge force. This was the same scene he saw when he was comprehending the Kuanping movement technique. At that time, he saw a black fish tumbling in the Black Sea. Then, it soared into the sky and soared into the 9 heavens. This scene had a huge impact on him. Therefore, he transformed into the Kuanping form. On his body, the fragments of the law of water kept dancing. As he tumbled, they created an unusually strong destructive force. After 9 tumbles, cracks appeared on the dark golden sacred domain. At the same time, Lin Xian's body suddenly bounced up and flew up quickly. It was like a Kuanping flying out of the sea and soaring into the 9 heavens. The momentum of this attack was simply too powerful. Lin Xian held the great destruction spear and rushed up. Boom, the sacred domain was blasted open. Pfft, the Dragon Valley sage vomited blood. His huge body kept trembling. His face was full of horror. How could this be? How could his opponent break open his sacred domain? This was unbelievable. This person could go against the mortal world and attack a sage. A sage was an existence that transcended heaven and earth. They suppressed everything. Everyone below the sage was an ant. This saying was not wrong. But now, an ant could go against the heavens and attack a sage. It was unbelievable. In the next moment, he was scared out of his wits. This was because Lin Xian's speed soared again. It was unbelievably fast. Even he could not catch up. How could he be so fast? The Dragon Valley sage could only summon his sacred domain back to his side to defend and look for an opportunity to counterattack. To be honest, he had never been so aggrieved, especially in the hands of a half-saint. Lin Xian was getting more and more familiar with the use of the Kuan-Peng movement technique. Therefore, his speed was getting faster and faster. At the same time, Lin Xian used his nomological mystique again. In the blink of an eye. It was too fast. He used it dozens of times in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the power of annihilation from all directions enveloped the Dragon Valley sage. The sages of the Dragon Valley tried their best to resist, but the power of the Great Destruction Spear and the Great Dragon Sword Soul was unstoppable. As a result, his dark golden flames were quickly extinguished, and the light on his body dimmed significantly. In the end, many cracks appeared on his body again. Blood flowed out from his enormous body, making him look exceptionally terrifying. Roar, Skyfire Flying Feather Saber, his two pairs of enormous wings transformed into extremely terrifying heavenly sabers that danced non-stop. It was a peerless saber technique that carried golden flames as it descended from the sky. This kind of saber technique was too violent and destructive. Countless saber lights, which were entwined with divine chains of laws, shot forward. Lin Xian executed the Kuan-Peng movement technique and kept dodging. At the same time, a flaming lotus appeared on the Great Destruction Spear, spinning non-stop. Every rotation brought with it a soul-stirring destructive force, as if it could destroy everything in the world. It was the law divine ability, destructive flaming lotus. The flaming lotus flew out and collided with the golden saber light in the sky. Both of them had destructive auras, so when they collided, the underwater world within 1,000,000 miles instantly collapsed and spread in all directions. In an instant, the space within 50 million miles shattered and then spread to 70 million miles. It was chaos. In the distance, the other experts were swept away by a violent current before they knew what was going on. It was too terrifying. It was definitely the work of a sage. Run quickly. There were also some people who wanted to investigate what had happened. Immediately after, their bodies were torn apart by an even more terrifying destructive power. Not good. The Crimson Dragon, Yan Ruyu, and the others were also shocked. They had just finished off the 4 half-sages of the Dragon Valley, and now they were in danger. It was over. This force was too terrifying. Ben Huang could not set up the heaven-crippling chessboard in time. 10,000 trees descended. The Northern Demon activated the body of 10,000 demons and executed a peerless divine ability. A huge heaven-reaching divine tree appeared in front of them, blocking all the energy. But soon, many cracks appeared on the heaven-reaching divine tree, and it was about to shatter at any time. Damn it. It's so powerful. The Northern Demon's face turned pale. At this moment, Yan Ruyu stood up. She said, "Hide behind me." She formed a seal with her palms, and a layer of green light appeared on her body. It was getting stronger and stronger. A terrifying rune appeared between her eyebrows. It was extremely mysterious and terrifying. It blocked the destructive aura. The Northern Demon and the Crimson Dragon were behind her. They were surprised when they felt the power. Especially the Crimson Dragon. This aura was too terrifying. Could it be that the thing in his body was that thing? Damn it. That was impossible. Yan Ruyu activated the trump card in her body and blocked the destructive aura. Then, the 3 of them retreated in an orderly manner. The berserk energy in front of him was still ongoing. Immediately after, a dragon's roar could be heard. "Junior, take my desolate dragon fist." There was an angry roar. Then, in the endless sea between heaven and earth, a dark golden fist lit up. It was too bright. Even from tens of millions of miles away, they could see that the fist was extremely powerful. It kept swinging, turning into fist shadows that filled the sky. Desolate Dragon Fist, heavens, that was the ultimate skill of the Dragon Valley. The powerhouses in the distance were shocked when they heard it. Judging from the laws and power, it was definitely a sage. The sage of the Dragon Valley was attacking. Who was he attacking? Was it another sage? They didn't know, but they could imagine that the person who could fight against the sage of the Dragon Valley was definitely a sage. Boom. Boom, boom. The desolate dragon fist was too powerful. It contained a primordial power that could destroy everything. Even though Lin Xian had the Kuan-Peng movement technique, he was still forced to retreat. Boom. Boom, boom. In the end, hundreds of fist shadows enveloped him and hit his body, making thunderous sounds. Lin Xian kept retreating as the blood and qi in his body churned. However, the strength of the 9-yang divine body allowed him to forcefully block such a terrifying divine fist. Roar! The dragon sword spirit roared and let out an extremely terrifying dragon roar. It shook the desolate dragon fist. The people in the distance were stunned. What was going on? A dragon roar. Was it the sage of the Dragon Valley? It didn't look like it. They heard that the sage of the Dragon Valley didn't sound like this. Could it be that there were experts from the Dragon Valley? 2 experts from the Dragon Valley fighting against the enemy? No. Could it be that the sage of the Dragon Valley was also a dragon? They were all stunned. Desolate dragon fist? Well, I'll let you see what I'm capable of. Lin Xian's black hair fluttered. He stepped on the ground and waved the great destruction spear in his hand crazily. The great dragon sword spirit roared incessantly. The surrounding seawater of the void ocean was stirred up by him. The seawater within tens of millions of miles gathered toward him. It formed the essence of water in his hand. I'll let you see the strongest weapon of the dragon race, the 10,000 dragons portrait. All around him, the seawater surged. Countless amounts of essence of the sea gathered together rapidly as Lin Xian waved his hands, forming one after another gigantic blue dragons. It seemed to have become the birthplace of the dragon race. The dragons appeared out of thin air, bringing with them great power. Terrifying dragon roars resounded through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Damn it, what happened? The people in the distance were all stunned. They had heard 2 dragon roars before, but now, they heard thousands of dragons roaring. It was as if many dragons had appeared at the bottom of the sea. What was going on? Could it be that all the powerhouses of the Dragon Valley had moved out? They were too shocked. Although they were curious, no one dared to go forward. They all retreated. When he heard Lin Xian's words, the Dragon Valley sage sneered. The 10,000 dragons portrait? What a joke! That was the supreme weapon of the dragon clan, and no one knew which world it was in. However, it was impossible for the person in front of him to have it. But soon, he was stunned because he realized that the countless blue dragons in front of him were quickly condensing into a picture. The aura emitted by this pattern was too terrifying, causing his body to tremble slightly. His heart was beating violently as if it had been struck by lightning. How was this possible? The Dragon Valley sage was about to go crazy. The 10,000 dragons portrait was condensed. Although he had never seen the emperor weapon of the dragon race, when he saw the scene in front of him, he had no doubt that it was the real 10,000 dragons portrait. But how was this possible? Could it be that the other party really had the 10,000 dragons portrait? No. Soon, the Dragon Valley sage came back to his senses, and an extremely cold light burst out from his eyes. It was definitely not an ultimate weapon. How terrifying was an ultimate weapon? It was the weapon of a great emperor. Once the Supreme Emperor's might was released, even a First Heaven sage would not be able to control it. He would definitely be pressed to the ground. But now, although the aura in front of him was incomparably terrifying, it did not make him kneel on the ground. This meant that it was not an ultimate weapon, but something that the other party had created with some kind of divine ability. However, the scene was too realistic. He could not react for a moment. This kid must have seen the real 10,000 dragons illustration. I must capture him and force him to tell me where the 10,000 dragons illustration is. He was truly too shocked. That was the supreme weapon of their dragon clan. He had to find it. Desolate dragon fist, dragon shakes the 9 heavens. It was the same for the Dragon Valley saint, who used his most powerful fist technique. The aura on his body continued to erupt. 9 huge dragon shadows coiled around his body, and all the dragon heads gathered in his fist. Die for me. A terrifying fist blasted out. At the same time, on the other side, Lin Xian also pushed out the 10,000 dragons picture. Boom. Boom. Although it was just an evolved diagram, Lin Xian had seen the real 10,000 dragon diagram before. Coupled with the great dragon sword soul, it was unparalleled. Therefore, this attack was definitely beyond the imagination of a saint. When the 10,000 dragons picture attacked, the desolate dragon fist was immediately crushed by it. The dragon head roared and unleashed supreme laws, wanting to pierce through. However, they couldn't do it at all. The blue dragon seemed to carry the power of the entire void ocean. In an instant, the desolated dragon fist was suppressed. The 9 dragon heads were also completely sealed. Meanwhile, the blue 10,000 dragons illustration was still pushing toward the Saint of the Dragon Valley. How was this possible? How could it be so powerful? The Saint of the Dragon Valley was stunned. His dragon shocks the 9 heavens was shattered in an instant. He retreated crazily, but the 10,000 dragons illustration suddenly erupted with endless light, completely enveloping him. In the next moment, a shocking sound rang out. Thousands of dragon roars erupted at the same time. The entire bottom of the sea sank into darkness. No one dared to approach. Yanryu unleashed the green light on her body to the extreme. It seemed to have turned into a green lotus that completely enveloped them. They were like small boats in the raging storm, constantly tumbling about. However, the cyan light was extremely powerful. It actually managed to forcibly block the attack. This made the Crimson Dragon and the North Demon secretly heave a sigh of relief. It took a long time for the raging energy between heaven and earth to gradually dissipate. The figure of the Dragon Valley Saint appeared. His armor was shattered, and many parts of his body were pierced. Blood flowed. Dark golden blood dyed the surrounding seawater red. How was this possible? The saint's entire body was in pain, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. The attack just now was too powerful. If he hadn't activated his bloodline at the last moment, he would have been killed by now. He didn't die? The physique of the dragon tribe was indeed strong. Lin Xian said coldly. He was very surprised that this attack didn't kill the other party. But so what? The other party was already at the end of his rope. He could easily kill him next. Therefore, he held the great spear of destruction and walked forward with a cold expression. Tap, tap, tap. Lin Xian's footsteps echoed between heaven and earth like thunder. The Dragon Valley Saint's expression became uglier and uglier. Was he going to die at the hands of this junior today? He was unwilling to accept this. However, at this moment, the crisp sound of applause drifted over. Not bad, not bad. As expected of the successor of the 9 sons and the successor of the dragon tribe. He could actually beat a first heaven saint into such a sorry state. This is really an eye-opener. As soon as this voice came out, Lin Xian stopped in his tracks and frowned. The Dragon Valley Saint was also shocked. Was there someone else? Great. A glimmer of hope appeared in his eyes. There was indeed someone hiding here. I didn't expect you to appear at this time. Lin Xian looked into the distance. He had long felt uneasy, as if someone was watching him. However, he didn't dare to split himself too much in the battle with the Dragon Valley Saint, so he couldn't use his full strength to investigate. Oh, you actually knew of my existence in advance? Humph, kid, since you know that I'm here, hurry up and kneel down and hand over all your treasures. A figure jumped out of the endless seawater. It was a middle-aged man wearing blue battle armor and carrying a blue spear on his back. The laws on his body were dancing, exuding a powerful force. A saint. Another saint. Moreover, what surprised Lin Xian was that the aura on this person was familiar. Could it be one of the 3 clones of the saints that he killed earlier? It seemed that the other party's main body was here. You're one of the 3 clones, right? How dare you come here? Haven't I killed enough of your clones? Since you dare to come here, you can stay here. Lin Xian's voice was cold as he said arrogantly. Kid, you're arrogant. I know that all geniuses are arrogant. It's normal for you to have such an attitude. But you're too confident. How dare you kill my clones? I'll torture you to death later. Also, do you think I came here by myself? Come out, you guys. How long are you going to hide? The saint in blue armor said coldly to the void. Hearing this, Lin Xian frowned. Yanryu and the others in the distance also changed their expressions. Oh no, could there be other saints? Hee, looks like you're quite sharp. You actually discovered our presence. I originally wanted to reap the benefits, but it seems like I can't do that. But forget it, this kid dared to kill my clone. I'll deal with him personally. Two more voices were heard. Following it, two sages walked out from the crowd. As soon as they appeared, a part of the sea was frozen. The entire space was filled with Saint aura. Lin Xian also felt a great pressure on his body. It was as if four sacred mountains were pressing down on him. Two more sages, and from the looks of it, they should be the true bodies of the three sages. One of the saints had two colors on his body, green and red. The red was the light of fire, but it seemed that the power of fire was suppressed in this void sea. So it wasn't very strong. The other green light was the power of wind. It was the law of wind. This person had comprehended two laws. The other person had a zither on his back. It was made of the tendons of a flood dragon and the bones of a tiger. From the looks of it, they should be related to the law of sound. The Wind Demon Saint, Tianyin Shangren, and Nanhai Saint. The Dragon Valley Saint was shocked. He didn't expect three more saints to come. And it seemed that they were all here for the kid in front of him. It's over. Three saints are attacking, and all of them are in a powerful state. The kid is definitely dead. However, he probably couldn't get the kid. In that case, he wouldn't be able to get the kid's secrets. No, damn it. It's fine if I don't know anything else, but I have to get the whereabouts of the 10,000 dragons diagram. The Dragon Valley Saint said hurriedly. The three of you, how about we work together to take him down? I know this kid has a lot of treasures and secrets, but I don't want them. I only want one. I want him to tell me the whereabouts of the 10,000 dragons diagram. Okay. The Wind Demon Saint smiled and nodded. If he only told them the whereabouts of the 10,000 dragons diagram, it wouldn't affect them. After all, the 10,000 dragons portrait was an extreme weapon of the dragon clan. The Heavenly Sound Saint looked at the Dragon Valley Saint and said indifferently, you don't have to do anything. Wait until the three of us catch that kid, and we'll tell you about the 10,000 dragon picture. How about that? From the looks of it, he was doing the Dragon Valley a favor. Thank you. However, since this kid dared to injure me so severely, I definitely want to do it myself. Don't worry, today's matter can be considered as a favor to the three of you. If I need help in the future, I will definitely return it. Alright, we can talk about these things after the battle. Let's deal with this kid first. The South Sea Saint pulled out the long spear on his back with a flip of his hand. Immediately, the surrounding seawater surged along with him. It looked like the four sages were about to make a move. Lin Xian was surrounded by the four sages and felt an immense pressure. Fortunately, he had a divine body, and his physique was comparable to a saint's, so he was able to resist. Otherwise, any other half-saint would have collapsed long ago. Even so, he still felt pressured. After all, it was not a problem for him to kill one saint, but if four saints attacked together, it would be too troublesome. To be honest, with his current strength, he was still unable to fight four saints at the same time. Fighting two saints was already his limit. However, this time, it was not just him. Indeed, in the distance, Yan Ruyu and the Crimson Dragon flew over. Oh, there were also companions. However, they were all half-saints and would not be able to withstand a single blow. The South Sea Saint glanced at them and snorted in disdain. The other sages nodded in agreement. After all, not everyone could defeat someone of a higher level than Lin Xian and Yan Nantian. Ordinary saints, even the top half-saints, could not be compared to them at all. Lin Xian looked at Yan Ruyu and the others. Yan Ruyu already knew what Lin Xian meant, so Yan Ruyu said in a low voice, I can help you block one. The Crimson Dragon said, I can block one too. I have already set up the heaven-crippled chessboard. I am still unable to fight a saint alone, but I can help the Crimson Dragon and heal the three of you at the same time. The North Devil said in a low voice. Okay, leave the Dragon Valley Saint and the other saints to me. You guys hold back the other two. When the time comes, we will kill them together. Lin Xian laughed. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and he was not afraid at all. As they spoke, the four of them assigned the tasks. The four saints opposite them were stunned. After hearing this, they all laughed out loud. What did these people say? These people can fight against us alone? What a joke. Lin Xian could fight saints above his level. They had seen it with their own eyes. But what about that woman and that dragon? Those two might be half-saints. What was even more despicable was that Lin Xian said that he could fight against two saints alone. What a joke, even geniuses have their limits. Confidence was a good thing, but overconfidence would make one an idiot. What a bunch of ignorant ants. Did they really think that they were the chosen ones? Could they go against mortals and kill saints? Stop talking nonsense with them. Just kill them directly. Talking to such trash is a waste of time. Buzz, among them, Heavenly Sound Sage clenched his fingers and flicked them out. Suddenly, a terrifying sound wave spread between heaven and earth. The sound wave was too strange and powerful. It was the law of sound. The North Devil and the Crimson Dragon felt the violent collision and many cracks appeared on their bodies. Yanryu shouted and the green light on her body surged. It turned into a green lotus and was held in her hand. Then, she swept it forward. Suddenly, the sound wave in the sky was blocked. Yanryu charged towards Heavenly Sound Sage. The immortal shadow that descended from the sky like a green lotus made Tianyin Sage's face change color instantly. He quickly retreated and dodged the attack. Then, his expression turned ugly. At the same time, the northern monster coldly shouted. He activated his 10,000 monster body and a heavenly tree appeared behind him. The two branches on the tree supported him and the dark red dragon, providing them with powerful recovery abilities. The cracks on his and the Crimson Dragon's bodies healed instantly. The Crimson Dragon roared and a black and white chessboard appeared in its hand. It threw it forward. In an instant, it enveloped Heavenly Sound Sage. An array? Blue Sea Sage sneered. He waved his spear and the law of the sea exploded. Terrifying seawater surged and hit the array, causing it to tremble. But it did not break. The black and white chess pieces on the heaven-crippling chessboard turned into streams of black and white chi and began to attack, surrounding him. Humph, do you think Benhuang's array is so easy to break? I'll let you experience Benhuang's heaven-crippling chessboard. The Crimson Dragon was an expert, and he had obtained the heaven-crippling chessboard game. The heaven-crippling chessboard game that he had set up was too terrifying. It would definitely be able to trap a saint. In fact, it might even be able to slaughter a saint after a long period of time. On the other side, the Heavenly Sound Saint was also roaring. Terrifying sound waves swept across the 9 heavens and 10 lands, but there was nothing he could do. The green light on Yanryu's body was too strange. It suppressed everything. The green lotus in her hand had endless power. It was like a sacred weapon that posed a great threat to the Heavenly Sound Saint. For a moment, the two of them really stopped the two saints. The Northern Demon stood beside the Crimson Dragon, ready to help at any time. How about it, you two? Now you believe that my companions have the strength to stop the saints. Lin Xian sneered. On the other side, the Wind Demon Saint and the Dragon Valley Saint were stunned. To be honest, their minds were blank at this moment. What was going on? Apart from the kid in front of them, that woman and that dragon all had the combat power of a saint. It was unbelievable. When did so many geniuses of this level appear? There were so many geniuses in the past. The Abyss Leaderboard, the Vermilion Bird Leaderboard, and the top half-saints of the various stars were very famous. But now, it seemed that only Lin Xian and Yan Nantian could fight a saint. Other than them, perhaps the Great Demon was one, but Great Demon was already dead. The others, like Long Zhao Tian and Zhao Wuliang, couldn't be compared to a saint no matter how strong they were. But now, there was a mysterious woman and a dragon who had the strength to go against the heavens and kill a saint. Moreover, these two were Lin Xian's companions. It was too shocking. I didn't expect you to have such a powerful companion. It's really beyond my expectations. The Wind Demon Saint spoke. But so what? Do you think you can stop us two sages by yourself? The law of wind on his body became stronger and stronger. His robe fluttered, bringing about a powerful storm. The next moment, his body suddenly disappeared. Buzz, in an instant, he appeared in front of Lin Xian. The powerful storm swept through the 9 heavens and blasted on Lin Xian, making crackling sounds. His aura was simply too powerful. Furthermore, his speed was simply too fast. It had reached the pinnacle of speed. He was even faster than the Dragon Valley Saint. Buzz, the wind demon saint kicked out his right leg, stirring in the sky, and aimed to kill Lin Xian's heart. This kick stirred the wind, and could kick everything over. At the same time, the Dragon Valley sage made his move as well. He struck out with the Desolation Dragon Fist once again. The dragon blood in his body surged as the power of his bloodline burst out. No matter how strong the saint was, they were confident that they could kill the opponent. The seawater around Lin Xian was torn apart, revealing his body. At the moment, he had suffered too many attacks. The power of the Desolation Dragon Fist, the Law of Fire, and the Law of Wind were all trying to pierce through him. "Get lost," he roared into the sky. His voice was like thunder, and it rolled forward. At the same time, the Great Destruction Spear in his hand danced wildly. The Great Dragon Sword Spirit also roared. Boom! Boom! The Great Dragon Sword Spirit slammed into the desolate dragon spring, directly sending it flying. However, the storm god retreated and kicked Lin Xian's shoulder with all his might. Lin Xian was sent flying backward in an instant. His entire arm was numb, and the Spear of Destruction was almost sent flying. Kill! The two saints attacked again. Dragon Spring Fist and Storm God Kick. Their terrifying killing moves were fatal. Even a First Heaven Sage would probably be blown up by them. Lin Xian was in an extremely dangerous situation. Yan Ruyu, the Crimson Dragon, and the others were anxious. However, the two of them were fighting a saint each, and couldn't attack at the same time. The Northern Demon was stunned. He couldn't keep up with their speed. Cracks appeared on Lin Xian's body after withstanding the mystiques of the two saints. However, his eyes were filled with a piercing killing intent. The Great Destruction Spear stirred again, and two Annihilation Fire Lotuses flew forward. The two Annihilation Fire Lotuses forced the two saints back. Bloody holes appeared on the Dragon Valley saint's body again. The Wind Demon Saint was also torn open, and blood flowed out. "Damn it, how dare you hurt me? I'll kill you." The two of them were completely enraged, especially the Wind Demon Saint, whose eyes were bloodshot. "Kill, kill," Lin Xian roared as well. The murderous aura on his body soared into the sky. Terrifying sword chi stirred up the surroundings. The Great Destruction Spear was even sharper. Instantly, the Dragon Valley Saint's heart was pierced. Golden blood splattered. Lin Xian's body and the Wind Demon Saint's feet cracked. However, Lin Xian endured the pain. Golden light appeared in his eyes. "Soul stab!" The Wind Demon Saint shrieked. Then, his fist turned into a big black fish and rushed over. It broke one of the Wind Demon Saint's legs. The battle was intense. Every move was accompanied by the power of laws. Lin Xian fought against two saints alone. Although he was at a disadvantage at first, he was gradually on par with them. In the end, Lin Xian felt his blood boiling. The Great Dragon Sword Spirit roared. Lin Xian's combat strength could continue to increase. The two saints were suppressed. However, more cracks appeared on Lin Xian's body. At this time, the Northern Demon also made his move. He controlled the myriad wood divine tree and began to provide Lin Xian with the Law of Wood. This greatly increased Lin Xian's recovery ability. "Damn it, what's wrong with that kid?" The Sky Sound Saint and the South Sea Saint were equally shocked. The two saints couldn't take down their opponent. This was too despicable. At the same time, they were even more shocked. Their opponent was able to trap them for such a long time. With the Annihilation Fire Lotus in his left hand and the Great Destruction in his right, he swept out. In an instant, the power of annihilation flew out. At the same time, Lin Xian seemed to have turned into a Kuan Peng, spinning in the sea. Each time, there was a terrifying power. The Dragon Valley Saint's body was torn apart by the Annihilation Fire Lotus. On the other side, the Wind Demon Saint's legs that had just recovered were turned into ashes again in an instant. Both of them screamed, but they didn't stop. The Dragon Valley Saint spat out a pearl. It was a dark golden pearl. The moment it was spat out, it emitted an unparalleled golden light that spread in all directions. Instantly, 13 cracks appeared on Lin Xian's body. Each crack revealed his bones. The Wind Demon Saint put his hands together. He struck out with the Law of Wind. the law of wind directly chopped off one of Lin Xian's arms. Lin Xian was also covered in blood, but he became more and more courageous as he fought. With just one hand, the Dragon Valley Saint exploded into pieces once again. On the other side, Lin Xian kicked out. His light technique was even more terrifying than the Wind Demon Saint's. The ocean of millions of miles was controlled by him, directly splitting the Wind Demon Saint in half. Meanwhile, the flames on his body burned, evaporating all the surrounding seawater. Nirvana rebirth, Lin Xian was reborn from the flames, instantly becoming as good as new. Damn it, this is a law ability. The two saints' scalps went numb. They hurriedly consumed heavenly treasures to recover from their injuries. However, their recovery speed was far inferior to Lin Xian's. After Lin Xian recovered, he directly used the Kuan-Pung movement technique and arrived in front of the Dragon Valley Saint. Die for me. The Great Destruction Spear and the power of the Dragon Sword Soul directly pierced through the Dragon Sword Soul. This time, there were many law fragments on the Dragon Sword Soul. It was as if it had transformed into a true dragon, constantly tearing the Dragon Valley Saint's body apart. He realized that the sword chi on it was too cold, and he couldn't heal it at all. Lin Xian used his eye technique to attack the Dragon Valley Saint's soul. Suddenly, Lin Xian's figure flashed and quickly dodged, but a bloody line appeared on his back. It turned out that the Wind Demon Saint had made his move. The Wind Demon Saint's legs became incomparably sharp. This attack was a fatal blow. Although Lin Xian had the Kuan-Pung movement technique, he was still affected. However, this wasn't the most fatal blow. The most fatal blow landed on the Dragon Valley Saint's body. The Dragon Valley Saint screamed and was seriously injured. At this moment, Lin Xian erupted again, summoning the 10,000 Dragons picture and locking it on the Dragon Valley Saint's body. No, the Dragon Valley Saint screamed crazily. He was injured previously and had not fully recovered. In addition, the Wind Demon Saint had accidentally injured him, and now he had to face the 10,000 Dragons picture. He fled as if he had gone mad. The dragon blood in his body was burning. Lin Xian threw out the Great Destruction Spear, nailing him into the sea. Then, the 10,000 Dragons picture completely enveloped him. Tens of thousands of dragons attacked, roaring non-stop. The terrifying power caused the Dragon Valley Saint to cry out in pain. In the end, the Dragon Valley Saint was destroyed in both body and soul. Dead, the Saint of the Dragon Clan was dead. This scene caused the other three sages to be extremely shocked. Too scary. This person is really too scary. I have to get out of here quickly. You two, quickly break out and help me get rid of this brat. The Wind Demon Saint roared like a madman. Previously, when it was 2 against 1, he was no match for his opponent. Now that it was a one-on-one fight, he was very likely to be killed by his opponent. Hearing these words, the heavenly toned sage played her zither continuously. Terrifying sound waves and killing aura rushed out. Unfortunately, the azure lotus on Yan Ryu's body was too mysterious. It directly froze a part of the world and formed a special domain. It was as if the saint domain was invulnerable to all spells. On the other side, the heaven-crippling chessboard shook violently. The South Sea Saint was supported by the power of the void, so the law of water was abnormally violent. Even though the heaven-crippling chessboard was mysterious, the Crimson Dragon had not been comprehending it for too long. There were cracks on it. However, the Crimson Dragon took out a few sets of supreme killing formations and stacked them on top of each other, immediately making up for the gap between the cracks. For a moment, the South Sea Saint was blocked again. Damn it, how is this possible? I'm going crazy. Do you really think Ben Huang is a pushover? Let me show you a few of Ben Huang's supreme abilities. The dragon blood on the Crimson Dragon surged, and mysterious blood-red patterns appeared, making him look extraordinarily mighty. With a roar, the boundless sea of void started to spin, forming a huge vortex. Within it, there were terrifying lightning bolts. The Dragon Clan's supreme ability, Thunder Lake. This was to turn a part of the world into a sea of lightning. The South Sea Saint's expression changed when he saw this. Damn it, how is this possible? He seemed to feel that the dragon's bloodline in front of him was even stronger than the ancient dragon saint. How is this possible? What is this? He was about to go crazy. The surrounding Thunder Lake quickly surged towards him, and the South Sea Saint fought back crazily. On the other side, the Heavenly Toned Saint was also anxious. He had no choice but to use his supreme secret technique, the Heavenly Demon Sound. His fingers flicked on the guqin, and the roars of dragons and tigers rang out. At the same time, what was even more terrifying was that endless illusions appeared around him. Those were the extraterritorial heavenly demons, which were extremely terrifying and could affect one's soul. Not good. Suddenly, Yan Ryu fell into a dangerous situation. Even Lin Xian frowned. He had heard of the power of the heavenly demons. He wanted to help, but he was blocked by the Wind Demon Saint. At this moment, in addition to the law of wind, the Wind Demon Saint also activated the law of fire. Although the law of fire was suppressed here, he could not care less. Flames filled the sky, and the terrifying power of wind and fire stirred. The other party's leg technique became even stronger than before, and its power multiplied. Lin Xian could not step forward for a moment, and the surrounding heavenly demons rushed towards Yan Ryu quickly. In an instant, they enveloped her. Humph, die. The heavenly demon, can even affect a second heaven saint, let alone a little girl like you. The heavenly toned saint revealed a sinister smile. This battle was over, and he could join forces with the Wind Demon Saint. However, he decided to get rid of the dragon first, and when the three saints attacked together, the other party would definitely die. Boom, Yan Ryu was enveloped by the endless heavenly demon illusions, and suddenly, she let out a shocked cry. An aura spread out from her body, and immediately, the heavenly demons in all directions fled crazily. It was as if they had seen a ghost. However, as soon as they fled, their bodies shattered instantly, and scattered in the sea like glass shards. Yan Ryu's aura was extremely strange at this moment, and her eyes were filled with green runes, which were extremely mysterious. The green lotus in her hand was even more terrifying, as if it had turned into a part of the world, and blasted forward. Suddenly, an extremely terrifying aura surged out, covering heaven and earth. The heavenly toned saint instantly knelt on the ground, his body trembling. His face was full of horror. What kind of aura was this? It was too terrifying. This aura had completely surpassed his? The heavenly demon zither in his hand actually broke into two halves with a crack. No, the heavenly toned saint screamed. The other party was too strange. This aura had completely surpassed his. It had even surpassed a third heaven saint. Could it be? There was something extremely terrifying in the other party's body. He wanted to escape, but a green light instantly streaked across his forehead. In the next moment, his body fell. Then, the body turned into ashes, and not even a drop of blood was left. How was this possible? The Wind Demon Sage was stunned. The South Sea Sage was also trembling in fear. The Heavenly Sound Sage was dead, and in such a strange way. After all, this was the second sage that had fallen. Previously, they were also shocked by the death of the ancient dragon sage, but that was done by Lin Xian with his own strength. Because Lin Xian was also severely injured. If not for the law of fire rebirth, Lin Xian would probably be dead by now. But now, the Heavenly Sound Sage was different. She was killed in a single move by the other party. Her soul was destroyed, and even her sage blood was wiped out. It was easy to defeat a sage, but it was extremely difficult to kill one. A sage could be reborn from a single drop of blood. If not for Lin Xian having two great legacies and the offensive aura of the great dragon sword soul, it would be impossible to completely kill the Dragon Valley sage. But now, that mysterious woman had done it so easily. What was in her body? And that aura made their hair stand on end. They almost knelt on the ground just now. That attack had already surpassed the aura of a sage. Could it be? They did not dare to think further. This group of people in front of them was too strange. Hurry up and leave. The two of them wanted to escape immediately. Seeing this, the clear light in Yan Ryu's eyes surged again. But just as she raised her finger, she put it down weakly. Obviously, using that power just now was a huge burden on her. She would not be able to use that attack again in a short period of time. However, Lin Xian would not let the Wind Demon Sage escape. He used the Kuanpeng movement technique and chased after him at extreme speed. He blocked the other party in an instant. Damn brat, get lost. The Wind Demon Sage was not in the mood to fight now. That woman might be weak now, but who knew if she would recover after eating some spiritual medicine. If he were to strike again, he would be instantly killed. He was not willing to bear the consequences. Therefore, he rushed towards Lin Xian like a madman. Flames of war raged. His legs moved, and a storm swept out. Flames filled the sky, completely shattering the void in front of him. Lin Xian brandished the Great Destruction Spear and used the 9-yang sword technique. In his left hand, he gathered 9 sea dragons, bit his fist, and punched out. Damn it, desolate dragon fist, how do you know it? The Wind Demon Sage was about to go crazy. This lad before him was just as bizarre. He was sent flying with a single punch, and his leg was broken. As expected, in a one-on-one fight, it was very difficult for him to be a match for the other party. After a few more punches, the Wind Demon Saint was smashed into pieces by the fists of Extreme Yang. But soon, the body of the Wind Demon Saint reformed as his face turned cold. Lad, you can defeat me, but it won't be that easy for you to kill me. Was it that easy? Humph, you're too naive. I've already killed 2 saints. Killing one more won't make any difference. You will be the 3rd saint that I have killed, what? He had killed 2 sages. Hearing this, the Wind Demon Saint's heart thumped wildly. How could this be? Wasn't Saint Longu the only one who died? Although the Heavenly Note Sage was also dead, she was not killed by this brat. What did this kid mean? Could it be that he had killed a sage before? Thinking of this, the Wind Demon Saint felt his scalp go numb. But if he wanted to kill him, he would have to pay a price. Murderous aura rushed out of his body as terrifying wind and flames surged around him. At this moment, the Wind Demon Saint seemed to have transformed into a supreme immortal king as he turned around and attacked again. It seemed that he wanted to fight Lin Xian to the death. Because he knew that he could not escape. He could only fight with his back to the wall and get rid of the person in front of him as quickly as possible. Only then would he be able to escape. Good timing. Lin Xian shouted as he brandished the Great Destruction Spear in his hand and charged forward in large strides. With every step he took, the aura on his body became stronger. In the end, the weapon in his hand seemed to have transformed into a black dragon that kept roaring. Along with his sword technique, he swung it out. Boom, the Great Destruction Spear landed on the other party's leg technique, making a loud sound. The endless light was so blinding that everyone could not open their eyes. However, to everyone's surprise, the Wind Demon Saint was sent flying. His leg was split open again. But at this moment, he was wearing a pair of green shoes that shone with unparalleled radiance. The power was even more terrifying than a half-step sacred tool. Although it was not comparable to a real sacred tool, its power was still unparalleled. Boom! Boom, the Wind Demon Saint made his move. The war boots on his feet quickly charged back. His combat strength was rapidly increasing. Kick after kick, it was as if mountains were flying out. It was so terrifying that it could make a saint of the same realm crumble. However, Lin Xian was simply too powerful. Especially when he was standing there, the blood in his body was boiling. The great dragon sword spirit was influenced by him as it let out a loud dragon roar. Its attack power was even more terrifying than the Wind Demon Saint's. The spear swept out, the aura it carried was enough to make people tremble. 9 suns opening sky, this strike seemed to have split the entire sky into 2 halves. With a pft, the Wind Demon Saint's body was split open. Lin Xian did not dodge, so the pair of green shoes hit him, causing cracks to appear on his body. However, he did not care. Because the Northern Demon was helping him recover from afar. He only needed to do his best to kill the enemy. As expected, he had the branches of the Universal Sacred Tree on him, providing him with strong vitality. He charged out again. Another 2 spears pierced the other party again. This time, the Wind Demon Saint was really mad. He realized that he could not heal himself this time. The sword chi on his body was too terrifying, and could not be erased. Another destruction fire lotus. The Great Destruction Spear carried with it the power to destroy everything, tearing the other party's body into pieces. Next, in an instant, the remaining flesh of the other party began to disintegrate. Even the saint's blood was almost destroyed. Damn it! Seeing this, the wind demon saint screamed like a madman. Everything happened too quickly, and he could not react at all. The other party's attack was too fierce, causing his body to shatter and his soul to escape. Want to escape? Can you escape? Lin Xian held the great destruction spear in his hand, and the great dragon sword spirit coiled around it. This aura was enough to destroy everything. Even the soul of a saint could be destroyed. As expected, his attack penetrated the other party's soul. As he moved, the other party's soul was shattered. At the same time, he used the heavenly secret God Eye. The golden eye formed a vortex, igniting the shattered soul. Arg, a tragic cry rang out. In the end, the wind demon saint's soul collapsed and was burned to ashes. Another saint had been killed. If there were other experts here, they would be scared out of their wits. Saints were above heaven and earth, and were very difficult to kill. But now, they were falling one after another. 3 sages had already fallen. Including the child sage from before, there were 4 sages now. The last one, the South Sea Saint, was so scared that his scalp went numb. He looked at Lin Xian, his body trembling. Was he still human? He was simply a god of death. South Sea Saint trembled. This was simply a killing god. It was so terrifying that he almost fainted. Lin Xian's nerves were cold and his face was calm. He didn't seem to be affected much. He no longer had the excitement of killing for the first time. Therefore, after he dealt with Wind Demon Saint, he immediately turned his head and stared at South Sea Saint. South Sea Saint was so scared that his scalp went numb. He was the only one left and the people around him were so powerful. Wait, don't kill me. South Sea Saint quickly begged for mercy. I was tricked into coming here by them. Please spare my life and I will never be your enemy again. Spare your life? Lin Xian walked over with a cold smile on his face. The Crimson Dragon also sneered. Why didn't you say that just now? Weren't you very powerful just now? You even wanted to kill us ants, now you know how to beg for mercy? It's over. Let's see how I kill you. He activated the heaven-crippling chessboard. The terrifying black and white chess pieces turned into peerless killing intent. Damn it, I'll give it my all. South Sea Saint knew that he was in a dangerous situation, so he burnt his life force in an instant. This method was similar to Lu Mu's. It could obtain powerful combat strength, but it would consume his lifespan. However, he couldn't care less. If he fought, there was still a chance of survival. If he didn't, he would probably be killed immediately. With a boom, after he obtained powerful strength, he blasted the heaven-crippling chessboard and fled into the distance. Where are you going? Lin Xian used the Kuanpeng movement technique and rushed over quickly. He waved the great destruction spear in his hand and turned into a black dragon. Everywhere it passed, the endless void was torn apart and a terrifying vacuum zone appeared. Sword Chi rushed into the sky. South Sea Saint's scalp went numb. South Sea Saint used the law of water with all his strength. It stirred up the surrounding waters, forming terrifying whirlpools one after another to resist the Sword Chi. Stop, what do you want? I'll give it all to you. South Sea Saint ran and screamed crazily. Unfortunately, Lin Xian didn't care at all. Lin Xian kept waving the weapon in his hand, turning it into a black shadow that filled the sky. These sword chis were too terrifying. They pierced through all the seawater, and the water laws trembled from the impact. The South Sea Saint's expression was one of terror. He felt the other party's sword energy and his entire body went cold. It was too terrifying. Were the Dragon Valley Saint and the Wind Demon Saint fighting against such beings? No wonder he was killed. There was nothing he could do about it. He could only burn his life force once more and resist like a madman. As for Lin Xian, he activated the Great Dragon Sword Spirit and once again fused with the Great Destruction Spear, causing a terrifying power to surge out. The Annihilation Fiery Lotus flew out. Its destructive aura could destroy everything in the world. Pung pung pung, the South Sea Saint was sent flying. He spat out large mouthfuls of blood, and a lot of blood appeared on his body. However, a trace of madness appeared in his eyes. You forced me to do this. At worst, we'll just die together. A blue bottle flew out from between his eyebrows. This bottle was very small, only the size of a thumb. However, it was indeed very exquisite, and there were many Dao runes on it. At this moment, under the South Sea Saint's control, it quickly grew in size, forming a blue bottle. If one looked carefully, they would find that although the blue bottle was exquisite, the mouth of the bottle was sealed. Dao runes intertwined, forming a seal that sealed it. An extremely terrifying aura was emitted from the sealed mouth. One could imagine that the thing that was sealed was definitely not ordinary. The seal was broken. The South Sea Saint roared. Immediately, the seal formed by the runes on it quickly disappeared. Then, an extremely cold aura flowed out. It caused the North Demon, the Crimson Dragon, and the others to tremble, revealing a trace of fear. "Kid, be careful. This aura is too strange," the Crimson Dragon warned. Yan Ryu also frowned. The green aura on his body circulated again, and he was ready to attack at any time. Lin Xian's eyes burst out with a golden light. He stared at the blue bottle and saw that there seemed to be a black liquid flowing in the blue bottle. Black seawater? He frowned. This aura made him very uncomfortable. Therefore, he quickly attacked. He waved the great spear of destruction and a terrifying sword chi flew out. "Kid, have a taste of the moon blood." Ha 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 ha. The South Sea Saint laughed arrogantly. He had gone crazy. At this moment, he threw out the blue bottle without holding back. Immediately, the black seawater in the bottle poured out. A terrifying aura filled the air as if an ancient monster beast had been resurrected. This aura caused everyone's expression to change. The Crimson Dragon screamed. "What? Moon blood? Damn it, it's actually such a thing. Please don't let it touch you." This thing is very strange. After Lin Xian heard this, his 9-yang divine body bloomed with light, forming a terrifying domain that blocked everything. The sword light in his hand was even less. He also burned all the blood in his body. The great dragon sword soul roared as if it was injected with blood essence. It came to life, causing Lin Xian's combat strength to soar again. 9 suns split the sky. A ray of sword chi split the sky and the earth, splitting the black blood water in front of him into two. This sword directly sent the South Sea Saint flying. The bottle in his hand also fell to the side. The Crimson Dragon quickly controlled the heaven-crippling chessboard and attacked the bottle. The South Sea Saint roared. Damn it, he wanted to recall the heavenly Een bottle again, but Lin Xian directly cut off his path. Another fierce battle ensued. However, in the end, the South Sea Saint was still swept away. His body was cut in half at the waist and his heart was shattered. His soul also hurriedly ran out. "Damn kid, I won't forgive you." As soon as he finished speaking, his soul was penetrated. A sword chi took the shape of a dragon and firmly pierced his soul. "Do you think I will give you a chance?" Lin Xian's voice was cold. The great dragon sword soul erupted and directly destroyed the other party's soul. Dead. Another saint had died. The 4 saints who came were all killed. One of them was killed by Yan Ryu, and the other 3 all died at the hands of Lin Xian. If this news were to spread, it would definitely cause a huge commotion in the entire ancient path of the starry sky. Going against the mortal and killing a saint, this kind of battle was originally something that only the top geniuses could do. Moreover, it was already very difficult to defeat a saint. But now, Lin Xian had killed 3 saints in a row in one day. This kind of battle record was too dazzling and too shocking. After killing the South Sea Saint, Lin Xian also kept vomiting blood. His blood was golden, and at this moment, it was abnormally shocking. There were many more cracks on his body. Although rising from the ashes was powerful, using it too many times would also damage the bloodline and the body. Fortunately, he had a divine body. Otherwise, if it were any other bloodline, it would probably be a lamp that had run out of oil. The Northern Demon and the Crimson Dragon were not injured. On the other side, Yan Ryu also flew over. Her pale face was now rosy. She had not been injured in the battle with the sages. However, she had used more power than she could handle, so her body was a little weak. She could recover with a little rest. However, Lin Xian was different. Lin Xian had fought with the sages again and again. He had narrowly escaped death and was heavily injured. Although he had rising from the ashes, if he was not careful, his foundation would be damaged. If his foundation was damaged, it would be serious. It would affect his future path of martial arts. Therefore, the Crimson Dragon said, "Kid, don't worry about anything now. Hurry up and recover. We'll protect you." Yan Ryu nodded. The Northern Demon said, "I'll help you recover." As he spoke, he used the 10,000 demon body. His palms formed seals, and the law of wood danced. The heavenly tree floated behind Lin Xian. The leaves on the tree all covered Lin Xian. They shone with a green light and were crystal clear. That was an extremely strong life force. Lin Xian quickly sat down cross-legged. He swallowed the spiritual treasures and the pills he had refined. Then, he formed seals with his palms and absorbed the life force that the Northern Demon gave him. At the same time, he secretly used the immortality incantation and his own law of wood to quickly recover. Just like that, Lin Xian entered a state of recovery. Yan Ryu protected him while the Northern Demon controlled the 10,000 wood divine tree. The Crimson Dragon farmer began to clean up the battlefield. 4 sages had died. Some of them had died without a corpse, while others had been torn apart. The Crimson Dragon took their treasures, storage rings, and everything else that could be used. The items of the sages were very useful to them. Therefore, he would not waste any of it. He even kept all the sages. He even obtained the heavenly Een treasure bottle. He could not help but grin. 10 days later, Lin Xian opened his eyes. With the help of the Northern Demon and a large number of treasures, Lin Xian had completely recovered. There were no hidden injuries left. This way, he wouldn't have to worry about the problem of his foundation. "You're finally awake." Yan Ryu heaved a sigh of relief. The Northern Goblin also took back the heaven-reaching divine tree. The Crimson Dragon said, Come, let's split the spoils. I've already divided the treasures of these 4 saints. Everyone had a share, so it was absolutely fair." The Crimson Dragon hugged the heavenly Een Aquarius and grinned. Lin Xian took a look. Indeed, it was pretty much the same. Other than the heavenly Een Aquarius, everything else was pretty fair. Lin Xian didn't object to this. Yan Ryu and North Yao didn't say anything either. This was because the sage's storage ring contained elixirs, cultivation techniques, weapons, and elixirs, which were all very useful to them. There were even some insights into the Great Tao. "Let's go. It's about time we leave and explore other places," Lin Xian suggested. The others also rose into the air, and the group left once again. Void Ocean. Ever since these people came in, there had been fighting everywhere. However, it was extremely rare for Lin Xian's side to lose 4 saints at once. The other battles were also very tragic. The weakest among them was a half-saint. Countless half-saints had died here, and their blood had dyed the sea red. There was a place where the battle was very intense. This was because there was also a cave abode at the bottom of the sea. The battle in the cave at the bottom of the sea was also very tragic. There were about a dozen figures around. They were all injured, and their eyes were filled with fear as they stared ahead. There were also a dozen corpses on the ground around them. Each of them had died very miserably. A figure stood in front of these people. It was a man with a tall and sturdy figure. The phantoms of the 4 divine beasts appeared on his body. There were also terrifying emperor runes flickering on his body. Yan Nantian. Yes, it was him. Yan Nantian, you're too arrogant. That cave abode is so big. Why do you want to take it all for yourself? That's right. Can't you share some with us? The other half-saints roared like they had gone mad. Among them, there was a saint. This saint's face was also cold. Yan Nantian, you won't even let me in. To be honest, he was really mad. It was fine if these half-saints couldn't enter because they were all ants in his eyes. But what was he? He was a saint who had transcended heaven and earth. How could the other party not even let him in? Other than Yan Nantian, no one here had entered the cave abode. The other party was too arrogant. Did he really think that he could show off in front of a saint just because he was the successor of a great emperor? You can force your way in, but the price is death. If you don't believe me, you can try. Yan Nantian's voice was as cold as ever as he faced the saint. There was even a strong sense of threat in his voice. A saint? He was very powerful, but he was nothing in front of Yan Nantian. He was the successor of a great emperor. Although he was only a half-saint, he definitely had the strength to kill a saint. Fine, I'll see what's so special about you as the successor of a great emperor. That sage rushed over quickly, and a terrifying law rushed out. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Lin Fan thought to himself. Yan Nantian's eyes also burst with a piercing light. Ever since the Battle of the Vermilion Bird List, he had been in seclusion, and his strength had improved recently. Moreover, he had obtained some treasures in the Void Ocean, so he didn't care about facing a saint at all. At the end of the battle, the saint fled miserably, but Yan Nantian wouldn't let him leave. I've said it before. There's only one outcome for those who dare to provoke me, and that's death. Sky-destroying finger. With a point of his finger, the saint's body was torn into pieces, and only his soul escaped. Stay here. Sun and moon split open the sky. A terrifying scene appeared. Like a millstone that could destroy the world, the saint's soul was obliterated. The saint's body fell, shocking everyone. The surrounding half-saints were all stunned. They couldn't believe it at all. What happened in front of them? How could a saint die just like that? Heavens, had Yan Nantian broken through to the saint realm? No, he was still using the nomological fragments, but he already had the strength to kill a saint. Damn it, these people retreated crazily. Although the previous battle was tragic, they still had hope. However, how could they fight now? Even a saint was no match for Yan Nantian. Run, run quickly. Someone finally couldn't help but break down and flee crazily. As soon as he fled, the surrounding people also fled. For a time, only corpses were left except for Yan Nantian. Humph, a bunch of ants. Yan Nantian sneered, then entered the cave below. A few days later, he came out with a smug look on his face. With one palm strike, the underwater world below was smashed into pieces. Countless cracks appeared on the huge rocks and swallowed up the cave. Not long after Yan Nantian left, another group of people arrived. The aura of this group of people was also incomparably powerful. The leader was a young man. The robe on his body was very strange. It was as if a starry sky was draped over his body, shining with a demonic light. They were from the Sikong family. After they arrived, they looked at the people around them and said that there was a tragic battle around them. Wait, this is the corpse of a saint. They made a shocking discovery. Who was it that could kill even a sage? Who was the opponent? It was probably a powerful sect, but they didn't know which faction it belonged to. There should be treasures here. Hurry up and find them. They searched like crazy. There was a cave here, but it was covered by stones, but we still found it. They blasted the rocks away, revealing the cave at the bottom of the sea. However, they found that they couldn't enter. Damn it. We can't force our way into the cave left behind by a saint. It seems that we can only look for the key. But that person must have already entered and taken the treasure. Forget it, let's find something else. The people from the Sikong family rose into the air and quickly left. A few days later, 4 figures appeared again. It was Lin Xian and the others. They looked at the battle around them and frowned. The Crimson Dragon said that a saint had fallen. I wonder who did it. They went down to take a look around and found the cave abode. However, they couldn't enter the cave abode. Let's go and look for other opportunities. The Crimson Dragon and the others said. Lin Xian frowned and sensed carefully. Then, he snorted. Yan Nantian did it. I sensed his aura. There was the aura of Emperor runes and the sky-destroying finger. What? Yan Nantian, damn it, I wonder how many saints the Vermilion Bird Palace sent this time. However, Lin Xian said that it was probably Yan Nantian who did it himself. He should have the strength to kill a saint. However, what did he obtain in this cave? Kid, be careful. Yan Nantian is not simple. He was only ranked 4th on the Abyss leaderboard. However, he improved by leaps and bounds in a few years and reached such an unbelievable level. Don't forget that he has the inheritance of a great emperor and the full support of the Vermilion Bird Palace. His strength is increasing every day. He's definitely not weaker than you. Don't be careless. Don't worry. If I can kill him once, I can kill him a second time. I wonder how many monarch regeneration talismans this guy has. Even if he was the successor of a great emperor, he wouldn't have much of it. Yan Ryu also opened her red lips slightly. It would be great if he could meet him in the void ocean. Even if he couldn't kill him, he could use up all the great emperor regeneration talismans in his hands. Lin Xian nodded, then waved his hand, and the group left again. The void ocean was extremely vast and it was filled with dangers. In addition to the fights between the foreign experts, there were also some who died in the mouths of the terrifying sea demons. There were even some who didn't know what was good for them, and ended up barging into Saint Seahorse's resting area. A single roar from Saint Seahorse instantly wiped out the dozen or so half-saints. Since then, that place had become a forbidden area. Everyone else had to take a detour around it. Deep in the sea, in the deep blue sea, a group of people quickly appeared. There weren't many of them, only 6 in total. Moreover, they were all very young. The leader of the group had a burly figure and a sharp gaze. It was as if he didn't put the world in his eyes. These people were the experts of the Eight-Wind Palace. The Eight-Wind Palace wasn't any weaker than the Vermilion Bird Palace. The leader of the group was a top young genius from the Eight-Wind Palace. His name was Huang Jiu. At this moment, Huang Jiu and the others had also arrived at the deep blue sea. They immediately became vigilant. This was because the sea water here was much bluer than other places. Moreover, the heavy pressure was even more terrifying. Be careful. There might be some terrifying sea demons hiding here. Huang Jiu warned. The disciples of the Eight-Wind Palace were also on high alert. The armor on their bodies flickered. They continued to move forward. Suddenly, they stopped in front of an underwater canyon. This was because they saw a figure standing in front of them. He was like an emperor, and he emitted a powerful aura. Even Huang Jiu frowned. Yan Nantian, he was shocked. The people of the Eight-Wind Palace narrowed their eyes. Their hearts were in their mouths. These were the most powerful people of the younger generation. Yan Nantian, the successor of a great emperor. They had only heard of him before. Now, they finally saw him in person. To be honest, they didn't know Yan Nantian before. However, the 9 great emperor marks on Yan Nantian's body were too dazzling. The oppressive energy was so powerful that they could recognize him at a glance. Seeing that there were people behind him, Yan Nantian turned his head. His eyes were like stars as they swept across them. Other than Huang Jiu, the other experts of the Eight-Wind Palace behind him felt their scalps go numb. The people of the Eight-Wind Palace. A faint smile appeared on Yan Nantian's face. Seeing the smile on his face, the people of the Eight-Wind Palace became nervous. Would Yan Nantian attack them? It would be difficult for them to resist. Huang Jiu also said that since you're here, we'll look for you elsewhere. However, Yan Nantian said, there's no need. I've already searched this place. There's nothing to miss. If you want to search, go ahead. After saying that, his body swayed. The Emperor Marks carried him and flew into the distance. He left. The people of the Eight-Wind Palace were stunned. They didn't expect that he didn't attack them. Could it be that there were really no treasures here? However, Huang Jiu said, that's not necessarily true. Although Yan Nantian is powerful, he's still of the younger generation. There might be times when he makes a mistake. This sea is obviously different from other places. So, we'd better search carefully. These people began to spread out and search. At the same time, a few more people came from the deep blue sea. Among them, Lin Xian and the others came as well. When they saw that the blue sea was different, they became interested. Most importantly, Little White in Yan Ryu's arms. Its big black gem-like eyes were blinking. It sensed the aura of a treasure in front of it. Hearing that there was a treasure, everyone became interested. Little White was an expert at finding treasures. Yan Ryu smiled and took out many top-grade spirit fruits from the storage room and stuffed them into Little White's hands. While eating, Little White pointed the way for everyone. However, after walking for a long time, everyone frowned. This deep blue sea was too strange. There didn't seem to be any demonic beasts, and marine plants were useless. Was there really a treasure here? The Crimson Dragon also thought. Kid, this place is too strange. Could there be a saint-level sea monster hidden here? After all, other sea monsters wouldn't dare to come to the territory of a saint. Indeed, along the way, they were attacked by sea monsters everywhere they passed, but they didn't encounter any here. That didn't make them puzzled. They looked at Little White. Hey, no, big stupid dragon, there's no sea monster. Go down and take a look. Little White pointed at the bottom of the sea. Below, the dark rainbow divine dragon said. Little guy, did you secretly drink the spiritual wine these 2 days and become stupid? There's nothing below. On the other hand, Lin Xian's heart stirred as he floated downwards. This was because he could sense that the few Dao stones he had obtained had undergone a strange change. They were even more resplendent than before. Suddenly, Lin Xian remembered the whereabouts of the water Dao stone. He came to the Void Sea for 2 purposes. The first was to help the Xianxia star obtain the statue of the great sage. The second was to find the water Dao stone. However, he seemed to have almost forgotten about this matter during the continuous battle with the great sage. However, now that he saw the changes in the other Dao stones, Lin Xian remembered the information that the Xianxia star had given him. The Dao stone was nearby. Therefore, he was wild with joy. What's wrong, kid? What did you find? The Crimson Dragon asked. Yan Ryu and the North Demon also had puzzled expressions. Lin Xian said to them. The water Dao stone I want should be nearby. Help me find it. What? It's nearby? When the 3 of them heard this, they also helped to search. Lin Xian followed the information that the Xianxia star had given him and combined it with the reaction of the Dao stone in his hand. Therefore, he quickly descended. Finally, she arrived at a place. With a burst of strength, the earth immediately began to rumble and tremble, and a large crack was created by her strike. The dark blue sea water shook violently. It formed a whirlpool, and a cave abode appeared in the middle of the whirlpool. A terrifying aura of water came from the cave abode. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. He knew that the water Dao stone should be inside. He found it. He let out a low cry. The Crimson Dragon and the other 2 also quickly rushed over. They looked at the blue cave abode in front of them, their eyes flickering. What a magical aura! At the entrance of the cave abode, there was a ball of blue water that seemed to be sealed. Lin Xian directly waved his sword energy and slashed forward. This attack caused the entire deep blue sea to shake. However, Lin Xian didn't care about anything. He quickly waved his sword a few times, and on the 6th strike, he split open the blue seal. Then, the few of them quickly rushed in. The vibration of the deep blue sea region naturally attracted the attention of many people. Among them, the faces of the people from the 8-Wind Palace changed. There was a vibration. Could it be that a treasure had appeared? Huang Jiu's eyes shone with an extremely cold light that shot out in all directions. Over there. Follow me. With a wave of his hand, he led the experts of the 8-Wind Hall and flew over quickly. Lin Xian and his group entered the cave and discovered that there was a blue water platform inside. It was completely formed by the condensation of seawater. On top of it was a fist-sized crystal. The crystal was sparkling and translucent. It was ocean blue in color and had countless Dao patterns on it. Those were natural Dao patterns. Water Dao stone. Lin Xian's eyes burned with passion. Great, I finally found it. Lin Xian was too excited. After finding the water Dao stone, the 5 elements Dao stone in his hand would be complete. At the thought of this, he stretched out a golden hand and grabbed in front of him. Buzz buzz buzz, the Dao patterns in the surroundings reacted and quickly attacked, blocking Lin Xian's huge hand. However, Lin Xian didn't care. If he wanted to take the treasure, there was nothing that could stop him. However, at this moment, the Crimson Dragon exclaimed. Oh no, someone is coming. Kid, if you want to take the treasure, we'll help you stop them. The Northern Demon, Yan Ryu, and the Crimson Dragon turned around and stood in front of Lin Xian to protect him. Indeed, not long after, many figures flashed near the cave. Among them, a group of figures was extremely powerful and directly stepped in. After that group of people entered, it caused the world to shake. Many people were sent flying. There was indeed a treasure. After those people entered, they looked around and then stared straight ahead. That aura, that was the Tao stone. They were too excited. They didn't expect that there would be a Tao stone here. The Tao stone was the Tao stone of heaven and earth. Even saints would be jealous of it, let alone them. However, soon, the people of the Eight-Direction Palace roared. Damn it, stop! They realized that a figure was using all his strength to break the surrounding Tao patterns, trying to take it by force. Suddenly, 2 disciples of the Eight-Direction Palace rushed out. Eight-Direction Fist, they threw out terrifying punches. These people of the Eight-Direction Palace were very powerful. Moreover, the Eight-Direction Fist carried an aura that looked down on the world. Their arms were like giant dragons, carrying a powerful force. With a single strike, the surrounding space was shattered. 2 terrifying fists blasted forward. Humph! The Crimson Dragon sneered and waved the heavenly dragon divine claw, which turned into countless dragon claws and clawed forward. Shocking collision sounds and screams were heard. The 2 Eight-Direction Fists were shattered. The 2 Eight-Direction Palace elites groaned as their arms bled and they retreated. Damn it! The faces of the people of the Eight-Direction Palace changed. Even Huangjiu frowned. Which faction are you from? Get lost if you don't want to die. His voice was like 1,000 claps of thunder, causing the blood of the people around the cave to boil. Song Tian was from the Eight-Direction Palace. Originally, the people around wanted to enter, but now they hesitated. The Eight-Direction Palace was very powerful. Moreover, they recognized that the leader was the top genius of the Eight-Direction Palace, Huangjiu. Such a person was very powerful. It would be difficult for them to fight against him. Therefore, they lingered around the entrance of the cave and didn't enter directly. Get lost, the Crimson Dragon roared. The dragon's roar reverberated through the world. Instantly, the blood of the people in the desolate hall boiled. The people outside the cave were scared silly. A dragon's roar, Song Tianya. Are they from the dragon tribe? Could they be from the Dragon Valley? As expected, Huangjiu frowned. Are you from the Dragon Valley? He stared at the Crimson Dragon. The Crimson Dragon didn't deny it. Because it was very useful to use the tiger's skin now. Therefore, he snorted coldly. Since you know, why don't you get lost? At this point, the dragon blood in his body boiled even more. Humph, so what if you're from the Dragon Valley? The Eight-Direction Palace isn't afraid. Huangjiu snorted coldly. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Although the dragon tribe was powerful, the Eight-Direction Palace wasn't afraid. In the Eight-Direction Palace, only I am supreme. The fact that the Eight-Direction Palace was called that meant that they were very powerful. Buzz Huangjiu attacked. The Eight-Direction palm. His palm pushed out. A terrifying power swept in all directions. Everyone's blood froze. It was too terrifying. Huangjiu was indeed terrifying. The people outside the cave were terrified. The Crimson Dragon snorted coldly and was about to attack. However, the Northern Demon was faster than him. He struck out with his palm. A green light flashed like lightning from the sky and blocked the opponent's palm. The two collided in the sky. The power swept in all directions. After the attack, the Northern Demon retracted his palm. Huangjiu's face darkened. Damn it, who is this person? How can he be compared to me? When did the Dragon Valley have so many experts? Huangjiu's face was incomparably cold. However, at that moment, a sneer came from outside the cave. They're not from Dragon Valley, so you don't have to worry about anything. Just kill them. Yan Ryu and the others' faces changed, while the people outside exclaimed. They all stepped aside to make a path. Then, a figure walked over like an emperor. The members of the Eight Desolate Hall also turned their heads to look. In the next moment, they screamed. Huangjiu frowned. He didn't expect Yan Nantian to come back. Could it be that he didn't leave? However, what shocked him even more was that these people weren't from Dragon Valley. But just now, he clearly felt the dragon blood and the aura of the dragon clan. I can guarantee that they're not from Dragon Bone. Yan Nantian glanced at Huangjiu, then looked forward. His gaze swept across the Crimson Dragon and the others, then stared at the figure in front of him who was snatching the Tao stone. His eyes were filled with killing intent. "I've finally found you, not good." Crimson Shenong and the others' faces changed. They didn't expect to meet Yan Nantian under such circumstances. However, at that moment, Lin Xian, who was snatching the Dao stone, said, "I'll be able to snatch it in half an incense's time. Then, I'll take his life." Hearing this, the people from Eight Wind Palace and the others' faces changed. Who was this person? He was so arrogant that he dared to take Yan Nantian's life. Huang Jiu seemed to have thought of someone, but before he could think about it, Yan Nantian said, "I'll kill the person in front. You bring people to help me stop them. Once it's done, the Dao stone will belong to you." "I don't want anything." "How about it, I can stop two at most." Huang Jiu thought about it and said. Indeed, he had seen the strength of the Crimson Dragon and the North Devil. He believed that the beautiful woman in the middle wouldn't be weak either. Two of them were enough. The rest of them were no match for me. After saying that, Yan Nantian made his move. The 4 divine beast phantoms and 9 emperor patterns rushed out and flew forward. Wherever they passed, nothing could stop them. Courting death, the Crimson Dragon roared and attacked with the Heavenly Dragon Divine Claw. The North Yao also sent out one longevity blade beam after another. Boom, a violent explosion sounded, and both of them took a few steps back. Their arms were numb from the impact. "Wow, this guy's strength is too terrifying." The Crimson Dragon frowned. Even with the two of them working together, they were still sent flying. At this moment, Yan Ruyu spoke. "Leave him to me, you guys deal with the other people from the 8 Desolate Palace." A green light rose from her body, and an extremely terrifying power burst forth, directly blocking Yan Nantian's path. On the other side, the people of the desolate 9 Greats 8 Wind Hall also rushed over, wanting to break through the encirclement. However, he was stopped by the Crimson Dragon. For a moment, the two sides began to fight. Yan Nantian frowned and looked at Yan Ruyu in front of him. His expression was gloomy. "Go away, this has nothing to do with you." He originally disdained Yan Ruyu, but after meeting her a few times, he realized that this woman was not simple. The other party seemed to have grasped some kind of terrifying power. Especially now, the green aura on the other party's body made his hair stand on end. However, he still had to make a move. Even if his opponent had a trump card, could he defeat him? He was the successor of a great emperor. At the thought of this, he pointed his finger forward. Sky-destroying finger. With a point of finger, everything was destroyed. Skyfrost palm, Yan Ruyu's palm was enveloped by a green light. She pushed out, and countless ice rose, trying to freeze the other party's finger. An earth-shattering explosion sounded, and the violent power in the entire cave lit up the surrounding Dao runes. The martial artists who were watching the battle outside were directly sent flying. It was too terrifying. So many experts were attacking together, they retreated crazily, hiding in the distance and watching secretly. The battle was extremely shocking. The people of the 8 Desolate Palace roared, and the more they fought, the more frightened they became. The two people in front of them were too powerful. Even Huang Jiu was beaten until he vomited blood, not to mention the other people of the 8 Desolate Palace. The battle between Yan Ruyu and Yan Nantian was even more intense. In the battle, Yan Nantian displayed the lightning god's physique. His speed and power became incomparably violent, and the sun and moon split open the sky, shattering all the surrounding ice. He was extremely powerful, like a reborn great emperor, and sent Yan Ruyu flying. Yan Ruyu's face was pale, but she glanced at Lin Xian, who was deciphering the Dao runes. Then, a shocking rune burst out from her eyes. Then, an extremely terrifying power burst out. In her hand, a green lotus appeared. She held it and then threw it forward. With a swoosh, the terrifying attack was all sent flying. Yan Nantian was hit by the green light and was sent flying, spitting out a mouthful of blood. This scene was too shocking. Huang Jiu and the people of the 8 Desolate Palace, who had been fighting, all stopped. When they saw this scene, their faces were filled with horror, and they quickly retreated. Damn it, what was wrong with this woman? How could she send Yan Nantian flying? Yan Nantian was someone who could kill a saint. Didn't this mean that this woman had the combat strength of a saint? Thinking of this, their scalps turned cold. Fortunately, Yan Nantian was here. Otherwise, they would have been killed by now. Damn it. Yan Nantian also stood up, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. His face was extremely ugly. He didn't expect that other than Lin Xian, there was someone who could injure him, and this person wasn't even a saint. You really hid your strength well. Yan Nantian stared fixedly at Yan Ruyu, especially at the lotus in her hand. Her combat strength was too strong, definitely not weaker than his, but before this, she didn't show it at all. Although she was also a genius, compared to his and Lin Xian's reputation, she was indeed much worse. However, he didn't expect that her strength was not inferior to theirs at all. Why did she hide it? If it weren't for the fact that Lin Xian couldn't fight now, he probably still didn't know how terrifying Yan Ruyu was. Since that was the case, he would play with her seriously. Yan Nantian's eyes were cold. He took out the vermilion bird divine feather, enlarged it, and turned it into a flaming divine sword. Then, he slashed out. Boom boom boom, this sword was extremely terrifying. It was as if a vermilion bird had been resurrected, and the terrifying aura made it hard for everyone to breathe. The biting cold sword chi slashed forward, as if it could split everything in half. The Crimson Dragon and the North Demon both frowned. The people of the Yellow Heron were trembling in fear. Boom, Yan Ruyu snorted coldly, waving the green lotus in her hand quickly. The lotus flower gave off a hazy radiance. It lost a portion of its radiance and flew out like a sword chi. The two of them clashed again, but not long after, Yan Nantian was sent flying again. He was furious. You forced me to do this. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Yan Nantian was really angry. This was his best chance to kill Lin Xian, and he couldn't let it go. Therefore, he didn't hesitate to use his ultimate skill. The sky-destroying finger was countered by the 9 Emperor runes. Then, the 9 Emperor runes in the sky combined to form a starry sky. Then, a pagoda flew out from the starry sky. When the pagoda appeared, large cracks appeared in all directions. The people of the 8-Wind Hall knelt on the ground, trembling. Even Huang Jiu's face turned pale. He didn't have the strength to resist at all. Oh no, the hidden immortal pagoda's illusion. This guy was really a lunatic. The Crimson Dragon cursed. Only Lin Xian with his great dragon sword soul would be able to block such an illusion. They couldn't block it at all. He wondered if Yan Ruyu would be able to block it. The two of them looked at Yan Ruyu. Her face was a little pale. Obviously, she couldn't bear using some of her power. However, when she saw the illusion of the hidden immortal pagoda, she seemed to have made a decision. You two, get behind me. I'm going to activate it. At this point, the green light on Yan Ruyu's body became thicker. Extremely terrifying and mysterious runes appeared in her eyes. Suddenly, a hazy figure appeared on her body. Then, she waved the green lotus in her hand and blasted it forward. It swept over fiercely. Boom. Boom, boom. The hidden immortal pagoda, the mysterious green figure, and the green lotus collided, and a chaotic light burst out. The entire cave dwelling was torn apart and collapsed instantly. The people of the 8-Wind Hall were also sent flying, vomiting blood. A few of them were directly killed and turned into a bloody mist. Everyone thought that nothing could block the illusion of the hidden immortal pagoda. However, this scene surprised them. The hidden immortal pagoda was blocked in front of them. How was this possible? Huang Jiu and the people who were watching in the dark all screamed. Yan Nantian's pupils shrank, and his face was full of shock. Someone else blocked his hidden immortal pagoda. This was simply too unbelievable. Lin Xian relied on the great dragon sword soul. What did the woman in front of him rely on? Why did he feel that the green figure and the green lotus on the other party's body gave him a fatal sense of danger? It was as if he was facing the hidden immortal pagoda. Could it be? Yan Nantian thought of a possibility, but he quickly shook his head. Impossible, he didn't even get that kind of thing. Not to mention the woman in front of him. In the sky, the two powerful phantoms gradually disappeared. The terrifying aura was still surging, and no one dared to approach. Yan Nantian did not attack again. Even the welcome of the hidden immortal pagoda could not do anything to the other party. He reckoned that continuing to fight would be futile. Yan Nantian didn't expect something like this to happen today. He was prepared to stop and look for another opportunity. He turned to leave. However, at this moment, a cold voice rang out. You want to leave? Did I allow you to leave? When this voice came out, Huang Jiao and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. Yan Ryu and the others revealed a smile. Great, this was Lin Xian's voice. Lin Xian was now able to speak, which meant that he had succeeded in obtaining the treasure. Sure enough, they turned to look. In front of them, the water Dao stone was held in Lin Xian's hand, and then he put it away. Damn it, you dare to stop me? Yan Nantian turned his head, and a terrifying killing intent erupted from his eyes. Why wouldn't I dare? Not only will I stop you, but I will also kill you. Lin Xian walked to Yan Ryu's side, took out a bottle of spirit medicine, and let her consume it. He knew that Yan Ryu had a powerful trump card, but this power could not be used easily. Once it was used, Yan Ryu would fall into a weakened state. Sure enough, the current Yan Ryu's face was pale without a trace of blood. Don't worry, leave the rest to me. Lin Xian said softly, and then walked up. Yan Ryu nodded, looking at the other party's back. She felt very at ease. Yan Nantian, I didn't expect you to be so reckless. I originally wanted to find you, but you actually delivered yourself to me. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being impolite. Lin Xian pulled out the Great Destruction Spear, and an extremely terrifying and fierce aura spread out. That was the Great Destruction Spear. He was Lin Wuti. A scream rang out. After hearing this, the people from Eight Wind Palace felt their scalps go numb, and they were about to faint from fright. Lin Wuti, the person in front of them, was the first on the Vermilion Bird list, the powerful existence who defeated Yan Nantian. Previously, they had actually wanted to make a move against such a person. Thinking of this, they felt a lingering fear, and their bodies were drenched in cold sweat. Fortunately, Yan Nantian had come midway, otherwise, they would probably be dead by now. Kid, my strength has increased greatly now, so I'm not afraid of you. If you have the ability, don't let that woman make a move. Let's fight alone. Yan Nantian was now very afraid of Yan Ryu. Lin Xian smiled. Don't worry, they won't make a move when we fight. However, I'm curious, where did you get the confidence to fight against me now? I've killed you more than once. If you didn't have the Emperor Regeneration Talisman, you would have been killed by now. I want to see how many of them you have in your hands, Lin Xian said as he pushed the Great Destruction Spear. Terrifying sword chi flew out, and each of them was extremely shocking, as if they were struck by lightning. In an instant, the area in front of them was drowned by countless sword chi, forming a chaotic scene. In the distance, Huang Jiao and the others were terrified. The sword chi was too terrifying. Even though they were so far away, the power of the sword chi made their hearts tremble. They probably couldn't block even one of them. Humph, Yan Nantian snorted coldly, and his face darkened. The four seraphic speed phantoms suddenly expanded, as if they had turned into four divine mountains, surrounding him and suppressing everything. They blocked the terrifying sword chi. The defense was extremely strong, and it carried a heavy force that suppressed everyone until they couldn't breathe. Even the North Demon and the Crimson Dragon's expressions changed drastically. Damn it, compared to half a year ago, the other party's strength was much stronger. Yan Nantian's improvement speed was too fast. The four divine beasts collided with the endless sword chi, piercing through everything. I've said it before, the current me is no longer the same as before. I lost to you back then, but I definitely won't lose again. Yan Nantian took a step forward, and the four divine beasts on his body roared at the sky. He took out the Saint Chariot, stood on it, and charged over. Everywhere he passed, the sword chi was sent flying in all directions. It was too terrifying. That aura was probably enough to crush even a saint. Lin Xian snorted coldly and continued to wave the Great Destruction Spear. The sword chi that was sent flying continuously returned. It was as if they had turned into sea dragons, circling in the water, trying to restrain the other party. Get lost, Yan Nantian let out a long roar, and the 9 heavens and 10 lands shook. The cave that was already damaged completely collapsed at that moment. The energy continued to spread in all directions. Not good. The people who were watching the battle from afar screamed in fear. Some of their ears exploded, and blood gushed out. Many of them had cracks in their ears. Run! They quickly retreated. At that moment, Yan Nantian was too powerful. The 9 emperor runes on his body rushed out and circled above his head, forming stars that flickered with incomparably bright light. An extremely terrifying wave circulated between heaven and earth. The sun, the moon, and the stars split heaven and earth. This was an extremely terrifying supreme mystique. It was the ultimate technique of the great emperor's inheritance. At that moment, it was extremely powerful and could destroy everything. Even Lin Xian frowned, and a piercing light burst out from his eyes as he quickly rushed into the clouds. Every beam of sword chi was as thick as a mountain. One after another, they danced with the great spear of destruction and rushed into the 9 heavens. After thinking about it, he shot down the 9 stars in the sky. This scene was too shocking. The 2 supreme mystiques were competing to see who was better. The Crimson Dragon and the others also quickly retreated. Boom, with one strike, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The surroundings were completely turned into chaos, and nothing could be left behind. Yan Nantian and Lin Xian's figures were also drowned out. They could not be seen clearly at all. Damn it, what was the battle situation like? Those who escaped in the distance were bewildered. Yan Ryu and the others were also nervous. Boom, suddenly, an angry roar sounded. Then, the wind and clouds in the sky changed, and a figure appeared. Yan Nantian. However, at that moment, Yan Nantian's body was covered in blood. 2 of his 4 divine beasts had been pierced and were terrifyingly transparent. On his body, there were 13 sword scars. They were densely packed and crisscrossed all over his body. Blood flowed from them and dyed his body red. Heavens, Yan Nantian was injured. They were shocked and in disbelief. That Lin Wudi was too powerful. Not necessarily. Maybe he was injured as well. Everyone looked carefully. Not long after, another figure appeared. It was Lin Wudi. Those people exclaimed. They realized that Lin Wudi was also injured, but his injuries were not serious. Furthermore, at that moment, that wound was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. What a strong recovery ability. Everyone was shocked. Lin Xian, on the other hand, looked ahead and sneered. What do you think? Didn't I say that you're no match for me? If I can kill you once, I can kill you a second time. Damn it. Yan Nantian had really gone crazy. He knew that the other party was powerful, but in the past half a year, his strength had also improved by leaps and bounds. Initially, he thought that he would be able to suppress the other party. He even managed to kill the other party. But now, it seemed like that wasn't the case at all. The other party's rate of improvement was also very fast. In fact, he wasn't any weaker than Zhang Xian. He was even stronger than him. But now, in such an intense battle, his injuries were actually more serious than his opponents. This meant that he was being suppressed again. As the successor of a great emperor, this was a disgrace, a humiliation. Damn it, I'll let you have a taste of my new treasure. Yan Nantian roared. Chaotic chi quickly spread out from his palm. It was a strange stone. The aura on it was way too scary. The moment it appeared, countless people screamed. Even Yan Ryu and the rest exclaimed. Chaotic chi? Could it be a chaotic stone? Yan Ryu and the rest exclaimed. Where did this guy get this? The Crimson Dragon said. Didn't he prove that he was the one who entered the cave? Perhaps he found a chaotic stone in there. Chaotic stone was an extremely unique stone that was born from chaotic chi. Chaotic chi was an extremely primitive aura between heaven and earth. It had a mysterious power. At this moment, Yan Nantian held the chaotic stone in his hand. If he borrowed the chaotic chi, his power would definitely increase once again. Indeed, Yan Nantian held the chaotic stone in his hand and stretched out his palm. The chaotic chi formed a huge palm that covered the sky and covered the earth. Those who were watching from afar felt their bodies cracking. This chaotic chi was way too scary. It could crush everything. Not good, retreat. Yan Ryu and the rest retreated quickly as well. Only Lin Xian was left in the field. In an instant, Lin Xian felt an immense pressure. Was this the chaotic chi? His body also emitted the sound of bones rubbing against each other. It was as if his body would break at any moment. Lin Xian shouted and a mysterious light appeared on his body. Then, he used the extreme speed of the Kuanping movement technique. It's useless. You can't escape. Yan Nantian sneered. This is something I obtained in the void ocean. You didn't expect it, did you? Ha 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 ha. Today is the day you die. Yan Nantian's eyes shone with a cold light. But soon, he frowned. His chaotic chi could crush an area. Even a sage would be crushed into a bloody mist. So what if Lin Xian dodged? Could he escape from his palm? His palm had turned into a world of its own. But soon, they realized that something was wrong. Lin Xian's speed was way too fast. It was so fast that it had surpassed his power. Damn it, what kind of movement technique is that? Why haven't I seen him use it before? Yan Nantian frowned. He couldn't even capture Lin Xian's figure and could only see some blurry afterimages. At this moment, Lin Xian's voice sounded. Humph, did you get a treasure in the void ocean? Do you think I didn't? Today, I'll show you my movement technique. With that, Lin Xian increased his speed again. In the end, the sky was filled with afterimages and it was impossible to tell which one was real. However, at this moment, Lin Xian attacked. The spear of destruction turned into streaks of sword chi and charged towards Yan Nantian. Yan Nantian's body trembled and the chaotic stone in his hand almost fell out. Damn it! Yan Nantian used the Thunder God's body and the Hongwu fist to block it quickly. However, he knew that his plan to use the chaotic stone to kill Lin Xian had failed. Lin Xian had indeed obtained a treasure. Moreover, it was a divine ability movement technique. This made him extremely jealous. Lin Xian's talent was not inferior to his, and he was also very lucky. Such a person was the most terrifying. Lin Xian had no choice but to use that move. Yan Nantian summoned the phantom of the hidden immortal pagoda again. This time, the hidden immortal pagoda was surrounded by chaotic chi and its power was even more terrifying than when he fought Yan Ruyu. Lin Xian used the dragon sword soul to form the ancient desolate pagoda. Together with the power of the Kuanping, its power was also terrifying. The two clashed again. Lin Xian roared and absorbed the power of the 9 heavens and 10 lands. The golden blood in his body burned and provided the dragon sword soul with power. In the end, the phantom of the hidden immortal pagoda was broken. Yan Nantian screamed again and was split in half. Let's attack and kill him in one go. The crimson dragon played the heaven-crippling chessboard. The northern demon used the longevity saber. Yan Ruyu was even more direct. He summoned the mysterious figure and the green lotus. The power of this attack was not inferior to the hidden immortal pagoda. Yan Nantian was beaten into a bloody mist. His soul was injured and could be destroyed at any time. He screamed like a madman, like an evil spirit. Lin Xian. Yan Ruyu. I will remember you. There will be a day when I will destroy both your bodies and souls, he roared madly, and then his body turned into a stream of light and disappeared. This time, he should be able to use up an Emperor Regeneration Talisman. Lin Xian looked at the fleeing figure. His eyes flashed, but he did not chase after him. Next time, he should be able to kill him, right? In the distance, those who saw this scene felt their bodies turn cold. It was too shocking. They had seen a peerless battle. The successor of an emperor had been killed. Moreover, he had fled in panic. No one knew if he had died in the end. These people were too terrifying. Now that we have the Dao Stone, let's go. Lin Xian waved his hand. The Crimson Dragon said, sure, but before we leave, we have to take care of some people. He looked at the people from the 8-Direction Palace. Because these people had attacked them twice before. Oh, people from the 8-Direction Palace? Alright, let's take care of them. Lin Xian nodded and walked forward. The people from the 8-Direction Palace were scared out of their wits. Huang Jiu also screamed, stop, we are from the 8-Direction Palace. Do you want to be enemies with the 8-Direction Palace? As soon as he finished speaking, his body was pierced by a black spear. Ah! Then, there was a miserable cry. The people from the 8-Direction Palace were stunned. Their top genius couldn't even take a single blow from the opponent, the difference was too great. Boom, Lin Xian used his strength and the Great Destruction Spear killed the opponent completely. His soul did not even have time to escape. Then, he attacked again and killed the remaining people from the Eight-Direction Palace. There were some spectators around. When they saw this scene, they immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed, begging for mercy. Lin Xian did not kill these people because they had no conflict with him. He was not a bloodthirsty person. Therefore, he left quickly with the Crimson Dragon and the others. After Lin Xian and the others left, those who were still alive sat on the ground. Until now, their souls had not returned to their bodies. On the other side, in an empty sea region, a ray of light flew over. That ray of light was a bloody mist at first. However, it gradually condensed into a human figure. It was Yan Nantian. Yan Nantian was forced to use another Great Emperor Rebirth blessing to heal himself. However, his eyes were bleeding. The Great Emperor Regeneration Talisman was a life-saving item. Under normal circumstances, he probably wouldn't even need one in a few hundred years. But now, he was using it again and again. In the past half a year, he had used 3 Great Emperor Regeneration Talismans. In addition to the one he had used in Heaven Flame City, he now had 4 Great Emperor Regeneration Talismans. Even though he was the successor of a Great Emperor, he only had 5 Regeneration Talismans. Now that he had used 4 of them, there was only one left. This last one was different from the previous ones, as it was a complete Martial Monarch Regeneration Talisman. It was a treasure that could allow him to instantly recover to his original state. It was also the treasure that he was most reluctant to use. In other words, he still had a chance to be reborn. If he were to die in the future, his soul would truly be destroyed. Lin Xian, he clenched his teeth at the mention of this name, as it was this person who had killed him 3 times, forcing him to use 3 Monarch Regeneration Talismans. But now, he was no match for the other party, so he did not plan to attack again. It was better to wait until he completely became a saint. At that time, he would be able to open up more Great Emperor inheritances. But he would not let the other party have it easy. He remembered that the Cloud Sky Saint had a grudge with this guy. It just so happened that the Cloud Sky Saint was also here, so he could join forces with the Cloud Sky Saint. Also, he could send out the people from the Vermilion Bird Palace. Huangjiao and the others who had stayed there had probably been killed, right? He could also tell the 8-Wind Palace. Then, he could spread the news that the other party had obtained the Dao Stone. Basically, he could gather some people to attack the other party. Even if he could not kill the other party, he had to injure the other party. At the very least, he would not let the other party feel so comfortable. Thinking of this, a vicious look appeared in his eyes. On the other side, Lin Xian and the others had also left. They continued on their way. The Void Sea was really vast. They had flown for so long, but they had not reached the end. However, after flying for about half a month, Lin Xian and the others discovered that there was a great battle ahead. And the battle was very intense. The Crimson Dragon and the North Demon were also excited. They felt a force calling out to them. It should be the Sea Demon's treasure. It should be the sages. The Crimson Dragon was a little excited. Lin Xian and the others increased their speed. As soon as they got closer, they saw a bloody light. The terrifying killing intent made many people's hearts skip a beat. It was so terrifying. It was the blood of a demon saint, and there was a lot of it. From afar, they saw a corpse that was like a small mountain. The white bones were hideous, like a mountain of bones standing there. In the middle of the mountain of bones, there was a huge bloody vortex. It was the blood of a demon saint. After death, it did not dissipate. Instead, it gathered on the white bones. At this moment, the surrounding people were all attacking, as if they wanted to fight for the bloody vortex. What pure demon blood, kid, this is good stuff. It's very useful to me. The Crimson Dragon was very excited. Beside him, the North Demon's eyes were shining. He also had the 10,000 demon body. The blood of a demon saint was also useful to him. Since that was the case, let's do it. Lin Xian and the others rushed forward. The battle ahead was very intense. Many forces were fighting, so the arrival of Lin Xian and the others did not attract much attention. That was because the teams usually had about 10 people. 4 people were too few. Sure enough, when Lin Xian and the others got closer, someone sneered, "Die, ants." The terrifying saber light rushed towards them. The Crimson Dragon sneered. "There are really people who don't know what's good for them. They dare to attack us?" His dragon roar resounded through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. The blade light in front of him shattered continuously, and the half-saint who had attacked also exploded into a mist of blood. Seeing this, the others' faces changed. Heavens, who is this person? It's too scary. He killed a half-saint with a roar. Could it be that the powerful cultivators of the Dragon Valley had arrived? No one answered them. Lin Xian said, "Let's do it." He waved his golden fist and sent 6 half-saints flying in an instant. On the other side, Yan Ryu used the Skyfrost Palm and instantly froze 5 half-saints. The North Demon and the Crimson Dragon also attacked. In an instant, the half-saints around them were sent flying. This scene was simply too shocking. The experts who were still fighting in the surroundings all stopped and looked at the 4 people in shock and bewilderment. Who are they? It's too scary. Are they saints? They could not believe it. The half-saints were like paper in front of them. They were sent flying easily. The group arrived in front of the blood-colored vortex in an imposing manner. Ruzalong, the North Demon, you two go in. Ryu, you go in too. Lin Xian looked at the 3 of them. The Crimson Dragon and the North Demon could not wait. However, Yan Ryu shook her head. I don't need it. Thinking about it, Yan Ryu had a mysterious power in her body. As long as she could control this power, it would be stronger than any demon blood. Therefore, she should not need it. Lin Xian wasn't a monster. If he wanted to absorb it, he would have to spend a lot of time tempering the baleful aura within it. Therefore, he didn't plan to absorb it. The Crimson Dragon and the North Monster were the leaders of the monster race and the 10,000 monster body. It was most suitable for them to absorb it. However, just as the 2 were about to enter, a cold snort rang out. If you want to enter, ask the sword in my hand first. Do you agree? This voice was too terrifying. Countless strands of sword chi surrounded the blood-red vortex, causing many cracks to appear around it. The Crimson Dragon and the North Monster stopped. They frowned and turned around. Lin Xian said, "You two can go in. Ryu and I will protect you. No one can disturb you." The North Demon and the Dark Red Divine Dragon entered the blood-red vortex. Yan Ryu leaned to the side and summoned her green lotus, which froze in the void. "You're courting death. How dare you not listen to me?" The person who spoke in the distance was furious. How dare someone ignore him? Between heaven and earth, countless strands of sword chi slashed forward like a rain of swords. This aura was too terrifying. The surrounding half-saints felt their bodies turn cold. Many of them even screamed that the little sword saint had made his move. Faced with this terrifying rain of swords, Lin Xian turned his head, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. With a turn of his palm, a huge golden hand sucked in all the surrounding seawater, forming a water qilin that charged forward. Wherever it passed, it brought about endless waves that clashed with the sword chi that filled the sky. Boom! Boom! Earth-shattering sounds rang out. The water qilin roared and blasted away many strands of sword chi. However, there were still some sword chi that pierced through the water qilin's body. Then, the sword chi rushed over at an extremely fast speed. Eh? Lin Xian was extremely shocked. This person's sword chi was unusual. It could actually pierce through his water qilin. The surrounding people exclaimed. That kid was dead for sure. How dare he ignore the little sword saint? He would probably go to hell today. The little sword saint sneered. There was actually someone who dared to ignore his sword chi. That person was truly reckless. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of sword chi arrived before Lin Xian. These sword chi carried a sharp light that could cut through anything in the world. Lin Xian's eyes flashed with a cold light. His lips curled into a smile. Interesting. He reached out with his golden hand and grabbed forward. That hand was capable of capturing even a true dragon. Thus, it was able to instantly capture over 100 strands of sword aura. Over 100 streaks of sword chi clashed, releasing a biting cold killing intent. They wanted to break free, but they couldn't. He was firmly pressed into the void by the golden hand. Then, Lin Xian grabbed over 100 sword chis and threw them out with all his might. Over 100 sword chis flew out and all of them stabbed towards the figure in the distance. The little sword saint's body went cold. His pupils shrank as he felt a great sense of danger. With a sway of his body, he used his movement technique and quickly dodged the sword chi. At the same time, he looked ahead with a gloomy expression. The other party was actually able to receive his sword chi with his bare hands. Just who was this person? He really couldn't believe it. Although he was still a half-saint, his sword chi was so terrifying that it could already contend with a saint. That was why he was called the Little Sword Saint. In the past, when he attacked, no one could stop him. A half-saint of the same level couldn't even block one of his attacks. It could be said that he was arrogant, but today, he had met his match. "Who are you?" the Little Sword Saint asked coldly. Lin Xian raised his head and carefully sized up the other party. In the distant sky, there was a young man wearing battle armor. He had a cold expression and his black hair fluttered in the wind. The sword chi on his body was constantly circling around him, making him look like a sword god. What was even more surprising was that the other party's sword chi also contained many laws. The fragments were like small rune swords that made one feel cold just by looking at them. Sword law. Lin Xian was surprised. He didn't expect that the other party had comprehended the sword law. It was really incredible. There were thousands of laws, and the sword law was one of them. However, it was very rare. Those who could comprehend the sword law were very rare. Now, he actually met one. Moreover, the other party was also a top-notch swordsman. This made Lin Xian somewhat happy. The sword law? I didn't expect that I couldn't comprehend the sword law. Interesting. The Little Sword Saint's face sank. Seeing the other party talking to himself and not answering his question made him go crazy. Was he ignored by the other party again? He roared, and the sword law fragments that filled the sky danced, piercing through everything and sending them flying. A terrifying black hole formed in the void ocean. I asked you, who are you? Me, my name is Lin Xian. Lin Xian? I've never heard of you. Which sect are you from? The Little Sword Saint asked again. He felt that the other party was very unusual because no one could catch his sword chi with their bare hands. Beat me and I'll tell you. Lin Xian also walked out. He was very interested in the other party, so he wanted to fight with him. You're courting death. I'll fulfill your wish. The Little Sword Saint rushed out and waved his hand. Countless sword law fragments slashed forward. In an instant, the void in front of him shattered. Lin Xian didn't dodge at all. He waved his arm. A sword chi also flew out. Was he also a swordsman? The Little Sword Saint saw that the other party also shot out sword chi. The Little Sword Saint was stunned, but soon, he sneered. They were both swordsmen. So what? He was different from ordinary half-saints because he had comprehended the law of the sword. In terms of sword chi, even a saint might not be able to beat him, therefore, at this moment, when he saw that the other party also shot out sword chi, he immediately sneered. The surrounding people were also discussing. They didn't expect that this person was also a swordsman. However, he was too stupid to compete with the Little Sword Saint in sword chi. Yes, if he used other divine abilities, he might be able to block it. However, in terms of sword chi, he had no chance of winning. Everyone was optimistic about the Little Sword Saint because the Little Sword Saint's reputation was too strong. Especially when he used the sword law, it was unparalleled. But soon, those people were stunned because they realized that the two sword chis in the sky were in a stalemate. Lin Xian shot out metal sword chi. The terrifying golden sword light was extremely sharp and could tear everything apart. How is this possible? How can it compete with my sword chi? The Little Sword Saint was also stunned. In his opinion, he could easily break the other party's sword chi and even break the other party's head. But now, he was extremely surprised. It's actually the metal law? It's really sharp. However, no matter how sharp it is, how can it compare to my sword law, sword controlling technique, kill? he roared angrily and waved his hand. The sword law around him formed 13 sword laws and charged forward. In an instant, the green sword light in front of him was split apart. The 13 sword laws weaved between heaven and earth. They were extremely strange and agile as they stabbed toward Lin Xian's 13 vital points. The little sword saint unleashed 13 swords of the laws, which swept across heaven and earth. Those sword shadows were extremely strange, and they quickly pierced towards Lin Xian's 13 vital points. Sword controlling technique? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and waved his arm again. This time, he unleashed the swords of water. These swords of water were extremely soft, and they were like poisonous snakes that quickly coiled around the swords of the laws. The swords of the laws seemed to have fallen into a quagmire. They slowed down, and the light on them dimmed. It was as if they were about to be obliterated by this soft force. The surrounding people were already stunned, but the little sword saint was surprised. His opponent was so strange. First, he had such a strong sword technique, and now he unleashed such a soft sword chi. His opponent's sword style was so strange and ever-changing. It was really rare for him. One had to know that a person's fighting style was usually either violent, soft, or vicious. It was rare to use both strong and soft. He didn't expect the person in front of him to be so strange. However, he snorted coldly. So what if it was strange? He was very confident in his sword controlling technique. Sword controlling technique, selfless sword. As the voice sounded, the 13 swords of the laws became even more terrifying. They were like peerless sword chi that shone brightly. Lin Xian also waved his hand, and the swords of water were even softer. The two completely opposite forces collided in the sky. Suddenly, the surrounding sea was constantly shattered, and a vacuum zone appeared. It was like a river of space, making people tremble. In the end, the 13 swords of the laws were forcibly entangled and fixed in the void, unable to move forward. Sword controlling technique? Not bad, the laws of the sword are not bad, but do you have any other techniques? Lin Xian raised his head and looked forward, asking indifferently. Damn it, what's wrong with this guy? His opponent's tone made him very unhappy, so the little sword saint snorted coldly. He formed a seal with his fingers and shouted coldly. Sword controlling technique, Heavenly Dipper Sword. The 13 swords of the laws seemed to be summoned, and suddenly broke free, turning into 13 dense sword chi. It enveloped Lin Xian, and it looked like it wanted to use a sword array. Terrifying sword laws danced non-stop. The place where Lin Xian was at formed a world of sword chi. Lin Xian used the green lotus sword to fight. Astonishing sword chi collided in the air, and the two were locked in a fierce battle. The Big Dipper sword formation was extremely terrifying and mysterious. However, Lin Xian was not only a sword expert, he was also a formation master. Therefore, he was able to easily block the attack of the sword array. On the other side, the little sword saint was indeed stunned. Even the Heavenly Dipper sword formation couldn't do anything to him. In that case, the other divine abilities that were similar to the Big Dipper sword formation shouldn't be able to harm him. Thinking of this, a cold look appeared in his eyes. Looks like I can only use that one. Brat, you should be proud to be able to witness my ultimate technique. Now, give me hell. His hands continued to form hand seals, and sword seals appeared in the sky. The 13 swords of the laws were also waved non-stop, and then scattered, turning into small rune swords. Each of them carried a law, and they were densely packed. The entire sea was completely enveloped. Sword controlling technique, myriad sword art. Following the order, thousands of small rune swords, carrying nomological fragments, rushed over like dragons. The area in front of him was completely engulfed. The surrounding people were all stunned. Myriad sword art? That was the little sword saint's ultimate technique. Once the myriad sword art was used, it was said that even saints had to retreat. No matter how strong that person was, he shouldn't be able to block it, right? That was for sure, unless he was a saint. The little sword saint also revealed a cold smile. Once he used his strongest ultimate technique, his opponent would definitely die. However, soon, his smile froze, because he saw a fiery red light suddenly lit up in the sky. It was a flame. How was it possible that the other party was going to use a fire divine ability in the sea, but it would be suppressed here? The little sword saint was surprised, and the surrounding people were also stunned. They didn't expect the other party to use the 13th flame at this time. Shouldn't he use the Sword of Water? What an idiot. Many people shook their heads and sneered. But soon, they were all stunned because the fiery sword chi was getting bigger and bigger. It brought with it a destructive aura, which was also very terrifying. Then, everyone was completely stunned. Countless sword chi was shot up into the sky by the fiery sword light. It could cut through the 9 heavens, and it directly slashed forward. Wherever it passed, everything was shattered. With a boom, the rune swords of the myriad sword art were all swept away and shattered into pieces. Not good. The little sword saint's pupils shrank, and he dodged crazily. But he was still swept by the sword chi. Suddenly, half of his body split open. Blood also flowed out of his mouth uncontrollably. Everyone was stunned. Was the little sword saint defeated? Moreover, he was in such a sorry state. The person in front of them only used a sword chi to break the myriad sword art. Who was this person? Lin Xian looked at the other party and said indifferently. Your strength is not bad, and the law of sword is very rare. According to my estimate, you should be stronger than Long Zhao Tian. Among the half-saints, you are considered the top. But unfortunately, you met me. Indeed, if the other party's strength was on the Abyss leaderboard, his ranking would definitely be higher than Long Zhaotian's. He would be ranked behind him and Di Ling. However, Lin Xian was no longer comparable to a half-saint. He had killed 3 saints. Even the descendants of the great emperors were no match for him. Not to mention the little sword saint in front of him. Unless the other party became a true sword saint, perhaps he would be able to fight with him. Hearing the words of an elder criticizing a junior, the little sword saint was about to go crazy. He gritted his teeth and roared, "Damn it, who are you? Who are you? I said that my name is Lin Xian. You may be unfamiliar with this name, but perhaps you should know my other title. They all call me Lin Wudi." What, Lin Wudi? The little sword saint was stupefied. Everyone else was also stupefied. These 3 words were like thunder that struck their hearts, causing them to tremble. Soon, they gasped. The little sword saint's body also trembled slightly. Lin Wudi. These 3 words were like a mountain, resounding through the ancient path of the stars. This was the first on the Vermilion Bird list, the peerless genius who killed the great demon and defeated Yan Nantian, so it was him. Everyone exclaimed. No wonder he could defeat the little sword saint so easily. That's right. He was probably the only one who could do that. Exclamations sounded one after another. The little sword saint also seemed to have been drained of all his strength. He was a sword genius and powerful. He even had the qualifications to compete with saints. However, in front of his opponent, he felt powerless. He could not resist his opponent's methods. Who else wants to give it a try? Lin Xian's gaze swept across his surroundings. Suddenly, the surrounding experts all retreated and lowered their heads. No one dared to look at Lin Xian. Even the little sword saint had been defeated by him. They probably wouldn't be able to defeat him. What a bunch of trash. Even if they can't defeat him one-on-one, they should be able to find an opportunity to attack him as a group. A disdainful sneer came from afar. When the experts heard it, their faces turned red and they trembled with anger. Damn it, who dares to insult us? Who is it? Come out. I'll kill you with my axe. A hot-tempered half-saint snorted and his terrifying voice resounded like thunder. The others also snorted. What right does a sneaky person have to talk about us? Bang bang bang. However, as soon as these people finished speaking, they were hit in the face and directly fell into the void. Their faces had been smashed, and their bodies were trembling. A figure appeared. How dare you talk back to me? There's no need for you to live. As he spoke, the heads of those people were instantly cut off. The half-saint's blood dyed the sea red. Suddenly, the surrounding people gasped and shrank their necks in fear. They quickly retreated like crazy. Who is this person? He's too terrifying. They originally thought that the person who mocked them was nothing, but now it seemed that they were wrong. This person was very powerful. The little sword saint's pupils shrank and his face turned pale. It seems that someone powerful has come. However, this method is a little too bloody. Lin Xian and Yan Ryu also frowned. Who's so arrogant? Killing people just because of a few words? One had to know that he didn't kill any half-saints when he fought with these people. The person who came is probably not a kind person. I said that you're trash, but you didn't agree. Now, who dares to refute me? The figure appeared. He stood in the void with his hands behind his back and asked faintly. No one dared to talk back to him because the 3 half-saints who talked back were all killed instantly. It's you. You Lingzi. The little sword saint exclaimed. Yes, it's me. That person stood with his hands behind his back. His body was translucent, which was very strange. When the others heard this, their scalps went numb. Was it you Lingzi? No wonder he was so powerful and his methods were so vicious. Yu Lingzi was an extremely terrifying expert in the Dark Knight Divine Palace and his methods were extremely cruel. He was good at assassination. He had taken the life of a half-saint with a single strike. It was even rumored that Yu Lingzi had killed a saint-level expert before. Although it was an assassination, and it was said that the saint was injured, this was a clear indication of Yu Lingzi's strength. Yu Lingzi glanced at the little sword saint and coldly snorted. To think that you were called the little sword saint. Who would have thought that you would lose so miserably? The little sword saint's face darkened as well. Yu Lingzi, don't be so arrogant. Do you know who I'm facing? He is Lin Wudi. Can you compete with him, invincible Lin? Yu Lingzi's eyes shone with a black light as he stared straight ahead. The corners of his mouth curled up into a cold smile. Like I said, if we can't fight one-on-one, then let's attack together. He could always find an opportunity to kill him. Attack together? The little sword saint sneered. Against such a person, the human wave tactic was useless. That was indeed the case. For example, once he used the 10,000 sword art, tens of thousands of sword chi would be unleashed. No matter how many people there were, they couldn't block it. This was absolute strength. However, Yu Lingzi laughed. An ordinary half-saint couldn't do it, but if it was someone like me, even if it were a group of sages attacking together, do you think Lin Wudi would be able to withstand it? He was just called invincible. He wasn't really invincible. What? Hearing this, the little sword saint's pupils constricted. The surrounding people were also frightened. Could it be that Yu Lingzi wasn't the only one who came this time? Was there another group of people who were on par with Yu Lingzi? Heavens, was there really such a team? Yan Ryu whispered, be careful. They seemed to have come prepared. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and looked around with a cold expression. But now, he couldn't leave. Because the Crimson Dragon and the North Demon were still absorbing the power of the Saint Blood in the blood-colored vortex. He had promised the 2 of them that he would protect them, so he had to do it. I want to see who dares to come and go against me. He snorted coldly. Is that so? You're too confident, a cold voice sounded. The Tao patterns between heaven and earth were natural and unrestrained. The surrounding seawater surged, and a terrifying vacuum appeared. It was a complete law. A saint had come, the surrounding people retreated crazily, their bodies trembling non-stop. They didn't expect a saint to descend. Moreover, he was working together with Yu Lingzi. Cloud Saint? Cloud Saint? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and frowned. The other party's appearance surprised him. Because back in the Demon Cultivation Valley, he used a trap to lure the other party into the demonic pool and suppressed him. He originally thought that it would take at least a few hundred years for the other party to come out. He didn't expect the other party to come out so early. You're quite lucky. Even the demonic pool couldn't drown you. But you still dare to provoke me? Fine, I'll kill you with my own hands. Lin Xian glanced at Cloud Saint and didn't pay attention to him. The surrounding people spat. Was this the normal tone of a half-saint and a saint? What kind of joke was this? A normal half-saint would tremble in front of a saint like them. However, Lin Xian didn't seem to be trembling at all. He even threatened to kill the saint. Cunning brat, you dared to set me up last time and let me enter such a dangerous place. Do you think you can kill me like this? You underestimate a saint too much. Not only did I come out, but I also profited from the disaster and obtained a treasure from the demonic pool. I'll use that treasure to torture you to death later. Everything you have will be mine. The law divine chains on Cloud Saint's body kept swaying, forming a sacred domain that shrouded the area in front of him. You? You can't catch me. Who else is there? Come out. A golden light flashed in Lin Xian's eyes. He realized that there were a few powerful auras around him. That's right. Cloud Saint isn't the only one here. There are a few others who want to meet you. Yu Lingzi sneered. Please come out. The little sword saint frowned. The other party used the word please, which meant that the following people were not ordinary. At least, they weren't comparable to Yu Lingzi's tea. It was even possible that there were other saints. In the distance, a few more figures appeared. Their auras were incomparably powerful. The little sword saint was shocked. The surrounding people were so frightened that they knelt on the ground and even trembled. Oh heavens, who are these people? These people were all top-notch experts. Who was it? Who was it that gathered them together? Could it be that they came for the same purpose? To kill Lin Wuti, but why is it so coincidental? Among the three newcomers, the one in the north was a huge man. He was covered in dragon scales and had dragon horns on his head. He looked mighty and extraordinary. The dragon blood surged, causing the hearts of countless half-saints to beat wildly. His name was Long Shan. On the west side, there was also a domineering man. His aura caused the world to tremble. He was an expert from the Eight-Wind Hall. Desolate Overlord. The man on the east side was slender and had a scholarly face. He was dressed like a scholar and even had a book in his hand. He had a strong scholarly aura. He looked like a scholar who had come to the capital for the imperial examination. No one wanted to snatch him away. His name was Sikong Jing. Although he looked like a scholar, he was able to stand beside Cloud Sky Saint. It was enough to show that his strength was extraordinary. There was another person standing far away with a cold smile on his face, not daring to approach. The surrounding half-saints sucked in a breath of cold air. Oh my heavens, these are all top-notch experts. With Cloud Sky Saint, even the other saints would not be able to escape from such a lineup, let alone Lin Wuti. Lin Wuti was probably going to die. The little sword saint was also very nervous. If such a lineup was to fight him, even if he had 10 lives, it would not be enough. Little sword saint, do you want to join forces? Yu Lingzi looked forward. The little sword saint's face was gloomy, but then he said, if you don't join forces, I won't interfere. He quickly retreated. Forget it, it's okay to lose you. The few of us will be enough. These people were very strong and confident. If they joined forces, Lin Wuti would not be able to escape death. It seemed that there was going to be another big battle. Yan Ryu took a deep breath. Her beautiful eyes shone with seriousness. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He did not forget to look at these people. Instead, he looked at the figure in the distance. Yan Nantian. He snorted coldly. It was indeed the other party's doing. However, what surprised him was that he saw that it was not Yan Nantian's real body, but a clone. It seemed that this guy was afraid of dying again, so he only dared to send a clone to watch the battle. You guys were called over by Yan Nantian, right? I wonder what benefits he gave you guys to actually make you guys attack at the same time. However, you have been deceived by him. He has already been killed by me several times. Even if you join forces, how can you be my opponent? I'll give you a chance. Get out of my sight and I'll spare your lives. Otherwise, once we start fighting, don't blame me for being impolite. Impolite to us, Long Shan sneered, his eyes filled with disdain. On the other side, Desolate Overlord scoffed coldly. You are too naive. You killed Yan Nantian and we admit that you are strong, but so what? Every single one of us here is basically capable of contending with Yan Nan's heaven. Even if he couldn't beat him, he wouldn't be too far off. With so many of us working together, even Yan Nantian was defeated by us. You are no exception. The heavens have a good life. As long as you give me the Dao stone you obtained, I can consider leaving. Right at this moment, Sikong Jing also spoke. His gaze was steady, his voice was steady, and his body still did not carry any terrifying aura. However, Lin Xian furrowed his brows when he heard those words. You want my Dao stone? Are you kidding me? I won't give it to others. Since we can't come to an agreement, then let's fight. I want to see what kind of ability you have to dare to kill me. He took a step forward, and the aura on his body became violent and terrifying. His 9-yang divine body shone brightly, and rays of sword chi shot into the sky. At this moment, Lin Xian seemed to have become a peerless god of war. Beside him, Yan Ruyu also walked out, her body emitting a terrifying aura. She did not touch Zhu Qinglian. Instead, she placed it near the blood-colored vortex to ensure the safety of the Crimson Dragon and the Northern Demon. This kid's life is mine. Cloud Sky Saint stood out and stared coldly at Lin Xian. Hee, then I will play with this beauty. Yu Lingzi had his eyes on Yan Ruyu. Long Shan, Desolate Overlord, and Xikong Jing stood there without moving. Their eyes flickered as they looked at the two with a cold smile. The scalps of the surrounding people went numb. How could they fight? There were too many of them. Cloud Sky Saint alone could restrain Lin Xian. No matter how strong the peerless beauty beside him was, could she block the attacks of the other experts? It was impossible. She would probably be defeated in an instant. Seeing this, Lin Xian was not worried. He turned his head to look at Yan Ruyu. She would use her doppelganger, she could create a few doppelganger. At this point, his eyes shone with a piercing cold light. With a wave of his hand, endless fragments of the law of water gathered and absorbed the essence of the void sea around him, forming a water doppelganger. On the other side, he once again formed a metal doppelganger and an earth doppelganger. Lin Xian formed 3 doppelganger in an instant. The 3 doppelganger were surrounded by the law of water, and it was piercingly cold. Yan Ruyu also formed a blue doppelganger that was covered in ice. It was an ice doppelganger. Lin Xian fought Cloud Sky Saint, the metal doppelganger fought Desolate Overlord, and the earth doppelganger fought Long Shan. On the other side, Yan Ruyu's ice doppelganger fought Xikong Jing, while Yan Ruyu targeted Yu Lingzi. In an instant, almost everyone had found their opponents. At this time only Lin Xian's water doppelganger was left. The water doppelganger merged into the void sea and quickly charged forward. He was very fast. His target was Yan Nanchan's doppelganger in the distance. He wanted to kill him first. In an instant, the water doppelganger rushed forward. Humph, Cloud Sky Saint, Long Shan, and the others frowned. How dare he send so many doppelganger to deal with them? Was he looking down on them? They thought that even if Yan Nanchan's real body came, they would not be afraid. But now, Yan Nantian had only sent his doppelganger, which made them feel humiliated. Damn brat, I'll destroy your doppelganger in an instant, then capture you and make you suffer a fate worse than death. Their faces were extremely cold. They were all peerless experts who could laugh proudly in a region. When had they ever been looked down upon like this? Cut the crap, let's do it. Cloud Sky Saint made the first move. He did not care how many doppelganger Yan Nantian had, his target was Yan Nanchan's real body. So in an instant, Cloud Sky Saint rushed out and shrouded Yan Nantian. A terrifying aura spread between heaven and earth. This was a true law. The terrifying aura instantly shattered the surrounding seawater, and the terrifying aura made the hearts of the experts in the distance beat wildly. They quickly retreated. Once these people started fighting, it would definitely be earth-shattering. Kill, Lin Xian roared, and the other doppelganger moved quickly. His real body was like an overlord, and his voice was like thunder, shattering the surrounding space. Sword chi rushed out of his body like a heavenly sword, sweeping in all directions. At this moment, he was extremely powerful. What a terrifying sword chi. The little sword saint retreated far away. He was extremely shocked when he felt the aura. It seemed that Yan Nantian had not used his full strength when fighting with him previously, because he could not block the sword chi now. This person was really too terrifying. Although he did not comprehend the law of sword, his sword principle was not inferior to his at all. Moreover, his strength far surpassed his. In front of him, a violent collision sound rang out. Lin Xian was extremely powerful. The great destruction spear in his hand was constantly brandishing, colliding with the Sky Saint domain. The entire underwater world shook violently. He was like a peerless sword god, splitting the world apart. Sky Saint's expression changed. He realized that his saint domain was actually shaking, as if it could not suppress the other party. This was too unbelievable. Because when he fought with the other party in the demon cultivation valley, the other party seemed to be afraid of him. Therefore, he used a trap to lure him into the demon altar. At that time, he thought that the other party was not his match at all. But now, it seemed that the other party's strength had become so strong that he was almost unable to suppress the other party. Damn it, what happened to the other party? Why did his strength change so drastically? Thinking of this, his expression became even more gloomy. The other party was too terrifying. Why did his talent seem even more terrifying than Yan Nanshan's? He estimated that in a few years, the other party would surpass him. At that time, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens to kill the other party. Therefore, this was almost his last chance. The laws on Sky Saint's body became more and more biting cold. He quickly waved his Saint Domain. In the Saint Domain, there were countless clouds surrounding it, bringing with it an unparalleled pressure. Those clouds might look ethereal, but they all contained killing intent, formed by laws. Lin Xian fought with it, shaking the world. This power was too terrifying. The two fought fiercely, and the people in the distance were all stunned. Heavens, this Lin Wuti could actually fight with a saint. It was unbelievable. The other battles were equally shocking. Yan Ruyu was fighting against Yu Lingzi. Yu Lingzi appeared and disappeared mysteriously, but Yan Ruyu's sky frost palm caused the surroundings to be covered in ice. Anyone who approached her was frozen. For a moment, Yu Lingzi could not get close. The other people's performance was equally terrifying. Desolate Overlord was like a peerless overlord, swallowing mountains and rivers with his palms. The one fighting against him was Lin Xian's metal avatar. The metal law on his body was extremely sharp, like a peerless divine sword. He continued to charge around violently, and it was hard to tell who had the upper hand. Courting death. Long Shan was incomparably berserk. With a long roar, the dragon's roar shook the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The powerful force could destroy everything. The physical bodies of the dragon clan were strong to begin with, and this Long Shan was an expert of the dragon clan. It could be said that his life and death were astonishing. However, Lin Xian's law of earth was also incomparably powerful. The body formed by the law of earth carried a heavy power. Every punch was powerful enough to crush mountains and rivers. The two sides were also in a deadlock. This scene stunned everyone. How could this be? Long Shan and Desolate Overlord were both at the peak of the half-saints. Their strength and power were enormous. If he was only able to fight to a draw with his opponent's clone, how terrifying would his opponent's true body be? However, there were also experts who frowned. No, that wasn't an ordinary clone. Didn't you all notice? Lin Wuti's avatar represented a single law. Clearly, he had mastered many laws. What was condensed now was a body of laws, and its power was unparalleled. It was probably not much weaker than his main body. The only drawback was that it could not be condensed for a long time. What? That was terrifying. Thinking of this, they sucked in a breath of cold air. Currently, Lin Wuti had displayed the law of metal, the law of water, and the law of earth. Then, the other party had at least one law in his hands because he was fighting with Cloud Firmament Saint. Didn't this mean that the other party had comprehended at least 4 laws? Moreover, there might be more. Thinking of this, they were extremely shocked. This Lin Wuti was too amazing. One had to know that laws were very difficult to comprehend. It was already very difficult for them to comprehend one. Moreover, to comprehend the depths of the Tao, it would take a lot of time and energy. Therefore, very few people could comprehend multiple laws. Even if they did, it would be in 2 complementary formats. There were also some who comprehended multiple laws, but they focused on one law while the others were supplementary. However, looking at Lin Wuti, it seemed that every law was very powerful. Damn it, was the other party still human? Where did the other party get so much energy to comprehend so many laws at the same time? Tao Stone, it must be the Tao Stone. Didn't the other party seize a Tao Stone? I guess that he might have other Tao Stones in his hands. Otherwise, his other laws wouldn't be so powerful, right? When these words came out, the others were shocked and their eyes burned. However, when they saw the intense battle in front of them, they all sighed. So what if the other party had more treasures on him? They didn't dare to seize them. Didn't they see that Cloud Firmament Saint was almost unable to suppress the other party? Lin Xian's sword energy was really too terrifying. It was like a vast sea that rushed into the sky. Every strike caused the sacred domain to tremble. There was no other way. Lin Xian didn't hold back at all now. The great dragon sword soul increased the power of the spear of destruction, and the power of the divine body went all out. As he waved his sword, there was supreme divine power. Cloud Firmament Saint's face was ashen. He also used the law of clouds to the extreme. In the sacred domain, every inch of space was filled with peerless killing intent. Anyone below the half-saint level would be instantly killed. Even if it was a saint, Cloud Firmament Saint was confident that he wouldn't be able to walk out. However, he still underestimated Lin Xian. After 300 moves, Lin Xian used 9 suns open the sky to directly open the sacred domain and flew out. Sword energy fluttered all over his body. He was like a peerless sword god. The great spear of destruction in his hand pointed forward. "Old man Cloud Firmament, you're still too inexperienced to kill me," his voice resounded throughout the 9 heavens and 10 lands. In the distance, Long Shan, Desolate Overlord, Xikong Jing, and the others' expressions all changed. Did the other party rush out of the sacred domain? He was too powerful. Although they were confident that they could contend with a saint, they were directly enveloped in the sacred domain. They probably couldn't come out and would very likely die. But now, Lin Xian had forcefully opened up his saint region. This shocked them. And what made them even more angry was that they couldn't kill these clones in a short time. These bodies of laws were really too strange. They could actually contend with them. "Die," Cloud Firmament Saint roared. The other party actually pierced his sacred domain. It was really unforgivable. He waved his palm, and the clouds in the sky pressed down like a mountain. The palm hit the great spear of destruction and made a loud sound. Lin Xian's arm was shaken until it went numb. But soon, it was offset by a powerful force. Lin Xian's black hair fluttered, and his eyes were like divine swords. "Old man Cloud Firmament, you miscalculated. I've already killed 3 saints. Today, you'll be the 4th, I'll use your blood as a sacrifice to this weapon." At this point, he stabbed out with his spear. It flew out in an instant, and the cloud palm was instantly disintegrated and dissipated. Not only that, but this mysterious force also swept towards Cloud Firmament Saint. Cloud Firmament Saint's expression changed. He felt a fatal danger, so his body gradually faded and turned into clouds, covering heaven and earth. At this moment, he seemed to have turned into a cloud in the sky, moving without a trace. No attack could hurt him at all. Clouds have no form and are incomparably ethereal. "How can you hurt me?" A loud voice floated down from the sky. Everyone trembled from the shock. Lin Xian sneered. "You think I can't kill you just because you don't have a form? Even if you turn into a black hole, I'll still destroy you." The great destruction spear rushed out, and the power of the great dragon sword soul erupted. The clouds in the sky were actually dispersing. Seeing this, everyone exclaimed in fear. "What kind of power is this? It's so strange. Even the formless clouds can be disintegrated." Cloud Sky Saint roared and rushed out instantly. More than half of his robe was gone, and one of his arms was gone as well. "Damn Junior, how dare you hurt me?" He was too angry. He had the body of a saint with a complete set of laws. How could he not be able to block an attack from his opponent? How can a half-saint be so strong? "Old man Cloud Sky, didn't you get a treasure from the demonic pool? Take it out and let me see it. Otherwise, you won't have a chance. You'll die without a doubt." Lin Xian's voice was sonorous. He could be said to be extremely powerful now. At this moment, he could kill anyone who stood in his way. Cloud Sky Saint's face was gloomy. His sacred region had been destroyed. He reckoned that it would be difficult to subdue his opponent even if he used other means. Thinking of this, he snorted. "All right, since you want to see it, I'll let you see it." Speaking of this, he took out an item. It was a pitch-black palm. It was very strange. As soon as it appeared, it carried a terrifying aura. The surrounding people were all sent flying. So terrifying. "What is that?" They screamed crazily. Long Shan, Desolate Overlord, and the others who were fighting were also shocked. They felt threatened. That thing can destroy them in an instant. Kid, I got this thing called the demon's left hand. It was left behind by a demon saint. Do you think you can still fight against me now? Speaking of this, his palm and the demon's left hand quickly merged. The demon's left hand seemed to have turned into a black glove, perfectly fusing with Cloud Sky Saint's hand. After that, Cloud Sky Saint's aura increased tremendously. He threw out a palm strike, and the surroundings instantly turned pitch black. The terrifying power instantly engulfed Lin Xian. With a bang, Lin Xian was sent flying. Many cracks appeared on his body. Ha 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 ha, are you still a match for me? The Cloud Sky Saint laughed out loud. He was too excited. Previously, he had used all his strength but was unable to injure his opponent. He did not expect that after taking out the demon's left hand, he would be able to injure his opponent. If this continued, he estimated that he would be able to kill his opponent in less than 10 moves. The surrounding people were also stupefied. What was going on? That left hand was too terrifying. Yan Ryu, who was fighting, also frowned. She felt a chill run down her spine. The left hand of the devil was indeed very powerful. Lin Xian stood up. His god body radiated a blinding light that healed his wounds. His expression was somewhat cold. He did not expect that the other party had actually obtained such a treasure. But so what? He unleashed the 13 green lotus swords, which produced a terrifying sword light that swept forward. Its power was stronger than before, but it didn't matter what effect it had. The Cloud Sky Saint sneered. The power of the demon's left hand is not something you can imagine. This thing has an extraordinary origin, so you can die in peace now. The Cloud Sky Saint raised his left hand again. His hand was pitch black like a devil's, and there were strange demonic runes on it. When he slammed his palm down, the energy was extremely terrifying. With a boom, he shattered all the sword chi and charged towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian executed the Kuanpeng movement technique and quickly dodged the attack. However, his aura was still tumbling. Indeed, the left hand of the devil was very terrifying. You actually managed to dodge it. But how many more moves can you make? The Cloud Sky Saint revealed a sinister smile. He was like a cat playing with a mouse. He did not attack directly. Instead, he turned around and attacked Lin Xian's bodies of laws. Boom! Boom! The Golden Dharma body and the Earth Dharma body were both shattered. In fact, even the water clone in the distance started to split apart. However, at the final moment, the water clone self-detonated. The energy also destroyed Yan Nanshan's clone. It could be said that both of them perished together. Not only that, but the Cloud Sky Saint also slammed his palm down. The left hand of the demon also shattered Yan Ryu's ice clone. At this moment, all the clones were destroyed. The Cloud Sky Saint looked at Long Shan, Desolate Overlord, and the others. His cold voice rang out. All of you, attack together and capture that woman. I want him to see with his own eyes that the woman he loves dies for him. His voice was too cold. Long Shan and the others also had a cold expression. Previously, they did not care about the Cloud Sky Saint and thought that they could fight against him. But now, the Cloud Sky Saint had used the left hand of the demon. This power was too terrifying. They had no choice but to move towards him. Otherwise, the other party would kill them with a single slap. Therefore, they joined forces and surrounded Yan Ryu. Long Shan, Desolate Overlord, Yu Lingzi, and Si Kongjing surrounded Yan Ryu. This scene made the people in the distance break out in cold sweat. They knew that this beautiful woman was probably going to die because no one could escape the siege of these 4 experts. Yan Ryu was in an extremely dangerous situation. Long Shan sneered. Little girl, we did not want to bully you. But unfortunately, since you are with Lin Wudi, you can die. Heavenly Dragon Fist. Long Shan roared. A terrifying power surged from his body as if a giant dragon was attacking. 8 Desolation Palms. Desolate Overlord also made his move. His attack carried an indomitable aura. This palm strike was basically able to shatter everything. Hee hee, a fatal blow? Well, I'll kill you in one move. Yu Lingzi slammed out a purple dagger. It was like a ghost. It disappeared in an instant. He had used an assassination technique. The last one, Sikong Jing, also sighed. He gently closed the scroll in his hand and said loudly, Milky Way 9 heavens. Suddenly, the void split open and 9 Milky Ways rolled down. Each of them could easily kill a half-saint. The 9 Milky Ways roared and rushed towards Yanryu. The 4 of them actually used their ultimate moves in an instant. Obviously, they wanted to kill Yanryu in one move. It's over. The people in the distance did not dare to watch anymore. This was definitely a scene of death. Kid, I'll let you see your woman die in front of you with your own eyes. Cloud Sky Saint's expression was cold as he stared at Lin Xian to prevent him from saving Yanryu. Lin Xian did not make a move at all. Instead, he sneered. Die in front of me? Humph, the ones who will die will be you. He was not worried at all. Yanryu could even kill a saint, let alone 4 people working together. Sure enough, with a boom, the 4 people's terrifying abilities were about to devour Yanryu in an instant. Just as everyone thought that Yanryu was going to be torn apart, a terrifying azure light rushed out from within Yanryu's body. Then, a silhouette appeared on her body. The silhouette split open the sky and shattered all the energy. As for the 4 great powerhouses, they were sent flying while coughing up blood. Each of them was torn into pieces. This shocking change left everyone dumbfounded. What was going on? The 4 experts surrounded Yanryu. The one who should have been killed was Yanryu. But where was she now? Yanryu was unharmed while the 4 experts were sent flying. Each of them was split in half and were severely injured. I'm not dreaming, am I? The surrounding people were dumbfounded. Cloud Sky Saint's eyelids were twitching while the little sword saint gasped. What was wrong with this woman? How could she be so terrifying? Could it be that the most powerful one was not Lin Wuti, but this woman? At this moment, Lin Xian laughed. Haha, I said it before. How could it be so easy to kill my woman? Since you dare to kill us today, you will definitely die. Damn it. Cloud Sky Saint's face darkened. Fortunately, they came together this time. Otherwise, if he came alone, he would be the one injured right now. Why did he feel a terrifying aura coming from that woman? It made him shudder with fear. What treasure did this woman have? Buzz, he launched a surprise attack. The left hand of the MO moved and turned into a mountain, blasting forward. Its target was Yanryu. It seemed like Cloud Sky Saint was afraid of Yanryu's strength and wanted to kill her by surprise. However, how could Yanryu be so easy to kill? Her strength was extremely terrifying. With a boom, a cyan light soared from Yanryu's body and transformed into a cyan palm, which also blasted over. It directly shattered the light shot out by the left hand of the MO. How was this possible? Everyone was stunned. Yanryu was actually able to fight against the left hand of the MO. It was too unbelievable. Cloud Sky Saint's face changed. His left hand of the MO was extremely terrifying. In his opinion, he could use it to fight against a second heaven saint. But now, it was blocked by a sage-to-be. Moreover, it seemed like she was doing it with ease. Damn it. What the hell is going on? What was that green light on her body? After that attack, Yanryu did not attack again. He did not even look at Cloud Sky Saint. Instead, he looked at Long Shan and the other 3. Clearly, she had left Cloud Sky Saint to Lin Xian. When the others saw this scene, they sucked in a breath of cold air. What was going on? Did he think that Lin Wuti had the strength to kill Cloud Saint? How could this be? Damn it, I was actually underestimated. Cloud Sky Saint's face darkened. Alright, I'll kill this brat first. In any case, his goal this time was to kill Lin Xian. He originally thought that Yanryu's strength was strong and would make a move to stop him. However, he didn't expect the other party to ignore him. This way, he could get rid of Lin Xian first. After he got rid of Lin Xian, he would study Yanryu and see what was so special about her. Brat, it seems like your woman won't help you. Since it's like this, go to hell. Cloud Sky Saint stretched out his left hand. He slapped forward, and a terrifying demonic light spread out. The entire sea region was enveloped by the demonic light. It was a scene of destruction. It's over. That Lin Wudy is dead for sure. That's right. That beautiful woman could block it, but it didn't mean that Lin Wudy could block it. The demon's left hand was too terrifying. Even a stage 1 saint couldn't block it. That Lin Xian definitely couldn't block it either. Cries of surprise could be heard. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes, and a cold light burst out from his eyes. He waved his hand, and the great dragon sword soul roared. It turned into the 10,000 dragons picture and charged forward. Boom, in the next moment, the two collided. The shocking collision caused the entire sea region to split open. In all directions, there were terrifying cracks everywhere. Many people were even sent flying by this force. What? He blocked it. The remaining experts screamed. Long Shan and the Little Sword Saint's eyelids twitched. Because they realized that the 10,000 dragons picture had blocked the demon's left hand. The two were in a stalemate in the void, and terrifying black holes appeared around them. This Lin Wudy was too terrifying. He actually had a way to block such a terrifying demon's left hand. Many people gasped. However, Long Shan screamed. This was the 10,000 dragons picture. Damn it, he could actually summon the 10,000 dragons picture. This was an extreme weapon. Could it be that he had seen the 10,000 dragons picture before? He was really crazy. When the others heard this, they were even more shocked. Indeed, Lin Wudy was too mysterious. Cloud Sky Saint's expression also became extremely ugly. He blocked it? How was this possible? Die for me. With a roar, he mobilized all the power in his body and used it on the demon's left hand. Instantly, the 10,000 dragons picture shook violently. Many cracks appeared on it, and it suddenly split open. However, the cracked 10,000 dragons picture released a sword chi that completely destroyed the energy of the demon's left hand. Lin Xian took 2 steps back. However, this time, he wasn't injured. He looked at the other party and smiled. Your trump card is indeed powerful, but unfortunately, it can't do anything to me. Can't do anything to you? You're too naive. Now, die for me. I don't believe that you can use that kind of divine ability again. Cloud Sky Saint revealed a sinister expression. He could still use the demon's left hand many times, but the other party's 10,000 dragons picture, he didn't believe that the other party could use the 10,000 dragons picture repeatedly. That kind of illusion wasn't an ordinary divine ability. Even if a saint created it, it would be very difficult. Not to mention, the other party was a half-step saint. Hearing this, the surrounding people fell silent. The demon's left hand was terrifying, and Cloud Sky Saint was a true saint. His strength definitely surpassed the other party. This time, Lin Wudy was most likely going to be in big trouble. Sure enough, when the demon's left hand slapped out again, everyone was horrified. They discovered that the demon's left hand's power didn't weaken at all. Lin Xian shouted coldly and summoned the 10,000 dragons picture again to fight against the demon's left hand. A shocking collision occurred, and countless black holes appeared. 2 times, 3 times, the two of them collided a total of 5 times. In the end, cracks appeared on Lin Xian's body again. He spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Golden blood dyed the surrounding sea red. It couldn't be helped. The demon's left hand was really too strong. It was really heaven-defying for him to be able to block it. Haha, kid, let's see how long you can last. Cloud Sky Saint attacked crazily. He swallowed large amounts of pills and natural treasures to maintain his strength. Do you think you're the only one with natural treasures? Lin Xian took out 2 king herbs and ate them. They were both 10,000-year-old king herbs. The moment he ate them, the blood in his body rumbled. It was like a furnace of heaven and earth, like a volcano. His strength rose again. The sword chi on his body continued to explode. Do you think that I only have the 10,000 dragons picture? Lin Xian sneered. He used the 10,000 dragons diagram with one hand. With the other hand, he waved the great spear of destruction and pointed it upwards. The seawater kept surging, and a black hole appeared. Sword chi interweaved, forming a sword chi sky. What's that? Everyone looked up at the sky, not understanding what Lin Xian was going to do. But soon, they screamed. Could it be? Their hearts were trembling. What's wrong with Lin Wudy? How can he evolve such a divine ability? The sword chi trembled, and a crack suddenly appeared. Then, countless sword chi interweaved, forming a pagoda. That pagoda was too mysterious and terrifying. It made people feel like it was not something from the human world. That's the hidden immortal pagoda. Isn't that Yan Nanshan's peerless divine ability? Why is he using it too? Long Shan and the others screamed crazily. They were no longer in the mood to fight. They all retreated into the distance and stared blankly at the scene. Cloud Sky Saint's pupils constricted. How is this possible? It must be an illusion, he must be deceiving me. He wanted to use the demonic left hand to dispel the illusion in the sky, but at that moment, Lin Xian's 10,000 dragons diagram was pushed out. The 10,000 dragons diagram was also extremely terrifying. Other than the demonic left hand, Cloud Sky Saint could not resist it at all. Even his sacred domain could not block the 10,000 dragons diagram. Therefore, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and attack the 10,000 dragons diagram first. In his opinion, Lin Xian was already barely able to evolve the 10,000 dragons diagram. How could he also evolve the hidden immortal pagoda? Therefore, he did not believe it. However, when the hidden immortal pagoda descended, Cloud Sky Saint's expression changed. He knew that he had guessed wrong. He could actually evolve the hidden immortal pagoda. He wanted to retreat, but it was too late. The hidden immortal pagoda hit him hard. A bloody hole appeared on his body, and his internal organs were all shattered. Ah! Cloud Sky Saint screamed crazily. His flesh and blood regenerated again, and he was as good as new. However, his face was a little pale. At that moment, the hidden immortal pagoda's second attack came. With a boom, half of Cloud Sky Saint's body, including his head, was directly blasted into pieces. Only a pair of legs stood there. Of course, his left hand was also there, emitting a pitch-black light. When the surrounding experts saw this scene, they gasped in shock. The phantom of the hidden immortal pagoda was too terrifying. Even the body of a sage could not withstand it. It couldn't be helped. Both the 10,000 dragons portrait and the hidden immortal pagoda were extreme weapons that belonged to emperors. Furthermore, the other party had used some kind of powerful means to conjure it up. Judging from how lifelike it was definitely no ordinary illusion. It was normal for a First Heaven sage to not be able to block it. The little sword saint muttered to himself. His eyes were filled with shock. Long Shan and the others also became frightened. Was this the kind of person they wanted to kill? This was too terrifying. No, he had to act quickly. He had to kill the other party. Otherwise, the consequences would be endless. The four of them looked at each other and immediately attacked. Long Shan transformed into a huge dragon and stretched out his dragon claws. Desolate Overlord struck out with his 8 desolate 6 closed palms, his powerful aura looking down on everything. Yulingzi directly concealed himself in the void, sneaking in to assassinate. Xikong Jing shouted from above the sea. The Milky Way descends from the 9 heavens, the bright moon above the sea. The surrounding people exclaimed again. They had seen the Milky Way descends from the 9 heavens before, but they were also very familiar with the bright moon above the sea. Legend had it that this was the sacred domain of a very powerful sage. Why would it be conjured by the other party? Could it be that this Xikong Jing was also like Lin Wudi and could conjure all kinds of strange phenomena? They were really shocked. However, the little sword saint said that the sage's sacred domain was indeed the bright moon above the sea. However, it was different from Xikong Jing's. Xikong Jing cultivated the righteous chi of heaven and earth, so he could naturally conjure some strange phenomena. So that was how it was. The surrounding experts suddenly understood. However, at this moment, there was a shocking change in front of him. The 4 experts had joined forces to launch a sneak attack. Lin Xian had just used 2 of his ultimate techniques and didn't have any power to follow up. Boom! 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 A monstrous light enveloped Lin Xian. Everyone held their breaths. Would Lin Wudi be injured? Perhaps he would be killed. Could it be that Lin Wudi had blocked the Cloud Sky Saint's attack and died at the hands of these 4 people? Everyone was looking forward to it. Even the little sword saint's heart was in his mouth. Hee hee, you're dead now, aren't you? Yulingzi sneered. Humph, you're too confident. You didn't die at the hands of the sage, but at least you're worthy of your reputation. Long Shan sneered as well. Xikong Jing and Huang Badian also secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Lin Wudi was still alive, which was a huge pressure for them. The four of you are really despicable. It seems like you've mastered the art of sneak attacks. However, do you think that the four of you can kill me with a sneak attack? Suddenly, a cold voice rang out. What? Yu Lingzi screamed. Long Shan and the others' eyelids twitched wildly. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. What's going on? That's Lin Wudi's voice. Damn it, could it be that he's not dead? But how is that possible? Even a sage would be seriously injured if he was ambushed by them. If he's not dead, he might be seriously injured. They comforted themselves. However, when all the energy disappeared, they were completely dumbfounded because they realized that there were no cracks on Lin Xian's body. How is that possible? Is he really not injured? At this moment, Yu Lingzi raised his hand and looked at his dagger. In the next moment, he was scared out of his wits. Because there was not a single drop of blood on his dagger. Not only that, there were a few cracks on it. Although it was small, it was like a bolt out of the blue in his eyes. Not good, retreat quickly. This person is a monster. His physique is probably stronger than an ordinary sage's. The four of them quickly retreated. Boom, however, it was too late. The 10,000 Dragons portrait directly blasted the four of them away. The four of them were instantly torn into pieces, their bodies turning into a bloody mist. Some of the bloody mist was even destroyed by the 10,000 Dragons portrait. No, damn it, stop, you can't kill me, I was wrong, the four of them screamed crazily. However, at this moment, the hidden immortal pagoda in the sky fell and was about to destroy the four of them. However, at this moment, Cloud Sky Saint made his move. He snorted coldly and attacked with the left hand of the demon again, blocking the hidden immortal pagoda. The remaining four of them were wrapped in the remaining blood and fled into the distance. Although they were seriously injured, they could still recover with their strength. The four of them directly tore through the void and fled into the distance, not daring to stay any longer. Lin Xian did not chase after the four of them. Instead, he stared at Cloud Sky Saint. Because in his opinion, the four of them were weak. They were just ants. Cloud Sky Saint's face turned green because he realized that Yan Ryu was also looking at him. Damn it, I can't even defeat one Lin Xian, and now I have to add Yan Ryu to the mix, he said. Kid, if you have the guts, let's fight one-on-one. Lin Xian laughed loudly. What did you say? You want to fight one-on-one with me? Do you have the guts to say that? I'm a half-saint and I'm very young. What about you? You've lived for 1,000 or 2,000 years and you're a saint. Where did you get the guts to say that? The surrounding people's mouths twitched. Indeed, if a saint said to a half-saint, let's fight one-on-one, it would be bullying. Wasn't this bullying? He reckoned that the saints would lose all their face. As expected, Cloud Sky Saint's face darkened when he heard that. However, at that moment, Lin Xian laughed loudly. Don't worry, I'll be merciful and fulfill your wish. I can still kill you one-on-one. You're courting death. Arrogant kid. Go and die. Cloud Sky Saint was completely enraged. To tell the truth, saying that he wanted to fight one-on-one made him lose face. However, compared to his life, he didn't care about losing face. As long as he could kill Yan Ryu, he would still be a saint and Yan Ryu would be a lonely ghost. The demon's left hand struck out fiercely while Lin Xian controlled the illusions of the two extreme Dao Emperor weapons to fight against it. In the end, after 36 moves, Cloud Sky Saint's body was smashed apart again. Only the demon's left hand was still intact. At that moment, Lin Xian directly waved the 10,000 dragons diagram and rushed forward. The dragon sword soul roared and transformed into countless sword lights. This time, it went all out and quickly wiped out Cloud Sky Saint's blood. Cloud Sky Saint was so scared that he peed his pants. If it was anything else, he wouldn't be afraid because he was a saint. However, when the dragon sword soul appeared, he was so scared that he peed his pants. The piercingly cold sword chi caused his saint's blood to be constantly wiped out and disappeared. If all of his blood was wiped out, he would really die. Hence, he fled like a madman. His blood scattered into countless pieces and flew in all directions like a rain of blood. However, the great dragon sword spirit was even more powerful. It transformed into countless beams of sword chi. In the end, Lin Xian formed a seal with his fingers, and a sword seal was imprinted in the void. This scene was the same as the little sword saint's 10,000 sword art. Countless sword chi trash rushed out together with the seawater of the void sea. Cloud Sky Saint screamed. Most of his saint blood had been destroyed. The remaining saint blood would not be able to escape. However, before Lin Xian could do anything, Cloud Sky Saint screamed. His remaining blood was absorbed. No, damn it, what's going on? He screamed like a madman, and the people around him were stunned. Did Lin Wudi use some powerful means again? Lin Xian also stopped and frowned. He did not use any techniques, so what was going on with Cloud Sky Saint? It was the devil's left hand. He finally discovered that terrifying demonic runes had appeared on the left hand of the devil. He sucked the rest of the sacred blood into his body. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Even Cloud Sky Saint let out an angry roar. Damn it, how could this happen? He was really shocked. After he obtained the devil's left hand from the devil altar, he was overjoyed. With his strength, he could continue attacking continuously. Moreover, he had many treasures on him that could restore his strength at any time. Hence, the devil's left hand was like a sacred weapon to him. As long as he was not dead, he could use it. However, he realized that he did not understand the devil's left hand at all. At the last moment, the devil's left hand had absorbed his blood. What was he trying to do? Was he trying to come back to life, or was he trying to do something else, or was it something that was controlled by someone else? Cloud Sky Saint did not know that the last of his blood had been absorbed by the devil's left hand. As for him, he had disappeared into thin air. In the end, he did not die in the hands of Lin Xian. Instead, he died in the hands of his own weapon. Looking at this scene, the surrounding people were stunned. Previously, they were envious of the devil's left hand. But now, the devil's left hand was floating quietly in the void sea. However, no one dared to step forward. Buzz, Lin Xian raised his golden hand and grabbed the devil's left hand. Then, he pulled it in front of him and looked at it carefully. What a magical item. It could even kill a saint. He cast a few seals and sealed the devil's left hand. He felt that this was a treasure. He had seen it before. Cloud Sky Saint was not as strong as him. But after taking out the devil's left hand, he could injure him. This was definitely a godly weapon. If used well, it would not be weaker than a sacred weapon. Yan Ryu frowned. This item is weird. Are you sure you want to use it? Lin Xian smiled. It's fine. I'll study it first. Anyway, I can't leave this good item to others. He kept the devil's left hand. After that, Lin Xian and Yan Ryu started to wait. The surrounding people also started to move away from them. They were all watching from afar with bewilderment. Nobody dared to move forward. Even the little sword saint had left, because he had suffered a huge blow after watching this battle. After about half a month, the blood-red whirlpool slowly disappeared. The dark red divine dragon and the North Beast's figure also appeared. The two of them laughed excitedly when they came out. The crimson dragon roared. This is great. The demon saint's blood is indeed useful to Ben Huang. Ben Huang is almost at the saint realm now. The dragon blood in his body is unusually strong. On the other side, the North Beast smiled satisfactorily. His thousand beast body was even more mysterious. Obviously, the blood-red whirlpool had given the two of them great rewards. The group left again. Everyone had gained something. Lin Xian also obtained the water Taoist stone. So, he was left with one last target. That was the statue of the great saint. However, Lin Xian did not know where it was at the moment. But thinking about it, the statue of the great saint could suppress the terrifying demonic qi. Even the Langus star wanted it. It was definitely an extremely precious treasure. If there was one, it must be in the deepest part of the void ocean. So, the group identified the direction and set off towards the depths of the void ocean. On the other side, Long Shan, Huang Badian, and the others fled quickly. They only heaved a sigh of relief when they realized that no one was chasing after them. Then, they used their trump cards and treasures to recover their bodies. The four of them were extremely pale, without a trace of blood. The recovery this time had damaged their foundation. It seemed that after returning, they would have to go into seclusion for hundreds of years to completely recover. Damn it. How could that guy be so powerful? Long Shan gritted his teeth. Huang Badian and the others also looked gloomy. Xikong Jing's expression was cold. However, at this moment, his eyebrows twitched. Because his family's sound transmission array rang. After hearing the sound transmission, Xikong Jing's expression changed. Everyone, I have something to do. I'll take my leave first. Then, without waiting for their response, he controlled a few Milky Ways and quickly shuttled through the sea. Soon, he disappeared. What's wrong with this guy? Yu Lingzi frowned. Could something have happened? Long Shan also said coldly. What could have happened? It was probably something related to their family. Huang Badian said. The Xikong family was not ordinary. It was rumored that the Spacetime family had come this time to find their family's saint's relic. It was rumored that a very powerful saint of the Xikong family had entered the void ocean and even opened up a space. It was said that he had left behind countless treasures. This legend had been circulating in the Xikong family. Therefore, every time the void ocean opened up, the Xikong family would send a large number of powerhouses to explore. This time was no exception. Looking at Xikong Jing's expression, could it be that his family had discovered some breakthrough? It's really possible. Why don't we follow them and take a look? Yu Lingzi suggested. Long Shan and Huang Badian also nodded. The three of them hid their auras and flew into the distance. Xikong Jing flew very fast because he was extremely excited. Just now, the formation sound transmission was indeed given to him by his family. Moreover, the content made his blood boil because they had finally found the relic left behind by their saint. He was too excited because there was a legend that had been circulating in his family since he was born. Basically, Xikong Jing would hear the elders of his family mention this legend every few years. Therefore, Xikong Jing was very familiar with this legend. It was said that the Xikong family used to be very powerful and was a top family. There was a saint in the family who had cultivated to the great saint realm. A great saint was the pinnacle of the saint realm. He was only one step away from the great emperor realm. Such combat strength was enough to laugh at the starry sky. However, for some reason, this great saint had suddenly gone to the void ocean when he was at his peak and never returned. Since then, the Xikong family had suffered a disastrous decline. Although it was still a big force now, it was not comparable to its heyday. Later, it was rumored that their great saint did not die but opened up an independent space in the void ocean. It was rumored that he had established his own force. Therefore, the Xikong family had been searching for the spatial treasure left behind by the great saint for so many years. This time, they had found an important clue, so they hurriedly summoned Xikong Jing. Thinking of this, Xikong Jing's speed increased. Finally, after flying for about 3 days, Xikong Jing finally arrived at his destination. In front of him, there were many people standing there. Those people were the powerhouses of the Xikong clan. They were gathered together at this moment, and there was an array beneath their feet. Everyone was trembling with excitement, as if they were waiting for something. When Xikong arrived, they raised their heads. He was here. Everyone looked at Xikong Jing. Xikong Jing also asked, Elder, have you already found the clues? Why haven't you started? I was just waiting for you. Your bloodline is purer. We need your blood, plus ours, to activate the spell formation and connect to the clues left behind by us great sages. Okay. Xikong Jing didn't refuse. He directly cut his palm and dripped his purest blood onto the formation. The surrounding powerhouses of the Xikong clan also cut their palms, and all the blood dripped down. The formation beneath his feet also lit up with a crimson light. The surrounding sea started to tremble violently. In the next moment, a shocking muffled sound rang out and almost overturned all the powerhouses from the Xikong clan. What happened? Xikong Jing's eyes widened, and his face was pale. The eyes of those experienced powerhouses lit up. It was done. They finally found the clue. Before they finished speaking, more and more rumbling sounds rang out and spread out in all directions. "Oh no, it's too loud." Xikong Jing's expression changed. However, those experienced powerhouses said, "It's okay. We've already set up the formation to cover the sky." But before they finished speaking, the surrounding formation shattered with a bang, and an increasingly violent aura swept out in all directions. "Damn it, this force is too strong. It's destroying our preparations and the formation we set up. It'll probably attract others. What should we do? Should we stop it? Or should we set up a new formation and try again?" Someone suggested. However, those powerhouses said, "There's no other way. Once this thing is activated, it's out of our control. We can only resign ourselves to fate. Besides, even if other people are attracted, so what? Our Xikong clan isn't afraid of anyone. This belongs to our clan. Would others dare to take it?" Speaking of this, a cold murderous intent burst out from their eyes. The surrounding Xikong clan martial artists all calmed down and waited patiently. Behind them, Long Shan and the other two stopped, looking bewildered because they felt an extremely terrifying aura in front of them. There seemed to be an illusion between heaven and earth. "What's that?" They widened their eyes because they found that a pagoda had appeared in the sea. It was a blue pagoda, and it looked very similar to the illusion of the hidden immortal pagoda. At first, they thought that it was Lin Wudi or Yan Nantian fighting there. However, after careful identification, they found that it wasn't them. That blue pagoda wasn't the hidden immortal pagoda, which made them sigh in relief. What kind of pagoda is this? Could it be that the treasure in the Void Sea has been discovered? It was very likely that it had something to do with the Xikong clan. Thinking of this, Long Shan and the other two were ecstatic. They sped up, lurked more carefully, and rushed forward. At the same time, the people in the surrounding sea also felt it. They felt a violent fluctuation and thought that there was an underwater earthquake. However, in the next moment, they saw an illusion of a pagoda in the endless distance. It was indomitable, as if it was going to pierce through the entire sea. Heavens, what's that? The aura is too terrifying. Is it the hidden immortal pagoda? No, it's not the aura of a battle. It's a majestic aura of righteousness. A rare treasure of heaven and earth must have appeared. Hurry up and charge. Such a treasure is definitely at the level of a sage. Not only that, it's definitely not left behind by an ordinary sage. Even though sages would be jealous if they saw it. At this moment, the Vermilion Bird Palace, Dark Moon Temple, Dragon Valley, Eight Wind Palace, and all the other major forces moved out. The surrounding families and powerhouses also moved out. They had no choice. They had been here for so long, but they had never seen such a phenomenon in the Void Sea. Lin Xian and the others naturally saw it as well. Instantly, their faces were filled with shock. What a powerful energy wave and aura fluctuation. And this phantom, it's too frightening. They could see it from so far away. The North Demon and the others were just right. Lin Xian was overjoyed. Wasn't this direction the depths of the Void Sea? Moreover, looking at this scene, it was very likely to be related to the great sage statue. He said, "Let's speed up and take a look. Perhaps we can find some unexpected clues." By the time Lin Xian and the rest arrived, 5 days had already passed. Countless experts and family clans had already appeared. Their gazes were all fixed on the blue pagoda in front of them. And in front of them stood a group of people, staring coldly in all directions. Those people were from the Xikong family. They looked as if they were facing a great enemy. To be honest, they didn't expect the great sage pagoda's illusion to attract so many people's attention. And there were too many people. They had been full of confidence before, but now they were full of bitterness. If it were just 1 or 2 forces, they would definitely be able to hold them off. But there were too many people now. A single smear could drown them. But they weren't too worried because if there really was a treasure, these people wouldn't gather together to form a force. They would definitely fight for themselves. And when that time came, the Xikong family would still have a huge advantage. More importantly, this was a treasure left behind by their ancestor. They had the power of their bloodline. This advantage was too great. Thinking of this, they all calmed down. Between heaven and earth, the blue pagoda became more and more solid. In the end, it really seemed to appear. That majestic aura made everyone feel that they weren't facing a pagoda, but a supreme immortal mountain. They couldn't help but want to tremble and worship it. What was going on? Some of the newcomers were baffled, but there were also some experts from the big families who looked solemn. One of them said, "I think it's very likely that this is a great sage pagoda." The people around the great sage pagoda gasped. The title of great sage wasn't just for show. Only an extremely powerful sage could become a great god. Every great sage was an earth-shattering figure. They were all candidates who had the potential to become great emperors. But a great sage pagoda had appeared. The surrounding people's eyes instantly burned with passion. The Crimson Dragon, the North Demon, and Yan Ryu were also very surprised. Lin Xian took a deep breath. Could it be that the statue of the great sage was in there? Was that what he was looking for? What an unexpected surprise. But what was going on with the Xikong family? How could they be so close and not be affected? The surrounding people also wanted to go forward, but when they felt the majestic power of heaven and earth, they didn't dare to go forward. If he tried to break through, he would probably be torn to pieces. This was because another strong cultivator from the Xikong family's great sage tower had spoken. What? As soon as these words came out, the surrounding people immediately went crazy. How was it possible that the Xikong clan had a great saint? The Xikong clan had a supreme saint. Would they still be with them? The Xikong clan had indeed produced a great sage. Moreover, it was a very terrifying great sage. However, that great sage had disappeared for hundreds of thousands of years. That was why the Xikong family had declined. Even so, it was still a very terrifying family. One could only imagine how terrifying their clan's foundation was. Yes, I've also heard rumors that the great sage of the Xikong family disappeared after entering the Void Ocean. The Xikong clan had always wanted to enter the Void Ocean to investigate for tens of thousands of years. Every time the Void Sea opened, they would frantically search for it. Who would have thought that they would finally find it this time? Lin Xian and the others were shocked. They didn't expect there to be such a secret. It seemed that the statue he was looking for was the statue of the great sage of the Xikong family. After all, it was impossible for the Void Ocean to have two great sages. That would be too shocking. Kid, it seems that this is the target you're looking for. However, the situation isn't good. There are too many people here. The Dark Rainbow Divine Dragon muttered softly. Lin Xian shook his head slightly. With their strength, they wouldn't be afraid of anyone. Besides, they only wanted a statue and not their great sage inheritance. They probably wouldn't care. There were probably many treasures inside. When the time came, there would definitely be a big fight. At this point, Lin Xian looked around. He saw Xikong Jing, Long Shan, Huang Badian, Yu Lingzi, and the others. However, he frowned slightly. He didn't see Yan Nantian. How could it be? How could Yan Nantian not appear in such a scene, or was it that Yan Nantian had already arrived? However, Yan Nantian had used a secret technique of the Great Emperor to disguise himself and appear near him. Thinking of this, his gaze turned gloomy. Did Yan Nantian also know how to hide? Previously, Yan Nantian was incomparably strong. He didn't hide his strength and directly used the Divine Beast Phantom and the 9 Great Emperor runes. The aura that he emitted made it obvious that he was the successor of the Great Emperor. However, Yan Nantian was hiding his strength. Perhaps he was traumatized after being killed a few times. Humph. Lin Xian snorted. Whether it was a sneak attack or a head-on confrontation, Lin Xian wasn't afraid of Yan Nantian. Yan Nantian was probably terrified of him, so he didn't care. The most important thing now was how to enter the Great Sage Tower and obtain the Great Sage statue. Everyone waited for another 7 days. During these 7 days, the phantom of the Great Sage Tower became more and more solid. On the 7th day, it finally appeared in front of everyone. It was no longer a phantom, but a real existence. The Great Sage Tower's terrifying sage aura was even more terrifying. Everyone retreated far away and frantically resisted. This was a great sage, a powerful existence at the 9th heaven of the sage realm. Even a first heaven sage would be scared to death. let alone a ninth heaven sage. However, the aura of the Great Sage Tower gradually retracted. Although it was still terrifying, it was much better than before. This made everyone heave a sigh of relief. If it had been like before, no one would have been able to enter. Perhaps it was because the Seacombe family was here. The Great Sage Tower had probably sensed the aura of the Seacombe family, so it didn't release the power of heaven and earth so violently. The Seacombe family members stood at the front, bewildered. Although some of the younger disciples wanted to enter, they were firmly held back by the experienced powerhouses. They knew that now wasn't the time. However, while the Seacombe family members didn't move, someone else did. Among them, a half-sage with mountain-like strength said coldly, "Hee, why aren't you going in? They were really a bunch of cowards." Now that the Great Sage Tower's aura had disappeared, it was the best time to enter. As he spoke, he stomped his foot and rushed forward like a small mountain. His target was the entrance of the Great Sage Tower. The entrance was very majestic. It was at least 100 meters tall and 50 meters wide. There were ripples on it, and it was abnormally simple and mysterious. When they saw someone barge in, everyone's eyes focused on it. It was a half-sage with a tempered body. It looked like he was very strong. Would he be able to enter? Everyone became nervous. The tall half-sage looked at the entrance in front of him and shouted, "Then I won't be polite." Countless law fragments appeared on his body. They were like shields that firmly covered his body. This was a half-sage with the law of earth. In an instant, he arrived at the entrance and stepped in with one foot. However, in the next moment, he screamed. That was because the foot he had used to enter was instantly turned into ashes. Not only that, but his entire body was also cut into a bloody mist. Then, it dissipated between heaven and earth. A semi-sage expert had been killed in a matter of seconds. It had happened in the blink of an eye. This astonishing scene had made many people hold their breaths. However, there were also some powerhouses who sneered. How could it be so easy to enter a great sage's pagoda? Everyone waited patiently. In fact, many people didn't know what they were waiting for, but no one dared to try. However, after a day, the Seacombe clan made their move. They were using their own blood. Outside the Great Sage Pagoda. Especially the edge of the entrance, which was smeared with blood. It seemed that they wanted to use their own blood to gain the Patriarch's approval. So that they could enter. Seeing this scene, the others felt uneasy. If only the Seacombe clan went in, and the others could only watch from the outside, it would be really awkward. When that happened, they would be jealous to death. The Crimson Dragon was also a little worried. Damn it, can't we try again? He was also a little impatient, but Lin Xian held him back. Don't be anxious, wait and see. There are so many people who want to make a move, we'll just watch. He wouldn't force himself. However, at this moment, when the Seacombe clan's blood dyed the entrance red, a shocking change occurred. Suddenly, a vortex appeared at the entrance, and a terrifying fluctuation spread out in all directions. Everyone thought that it was some kind of attack, so they all retreated. However, Lin Xian's eyes lit up. It turned out that what appeared from the vortex wasn't an attack, but pills. One pill after another, densely packed together, there were more than 100 of them. Every single one of them was crystal clear. This was a sage's pill, possibly a pill refined by a great sage. Someone screamed, and the others all looked up at the sky. Their eyes turned blood red. Pills, what a pleasant surprise. They originally thought that there was no hope of entering, but they didn't expect the Seacombe clan to cause such a change. So many pills had been spat out. More than 100 saint pills. If he were to obtain one and consume it, his fighting prowess would increase tremendously. Even if he didn't consume it himself, he could still bring it back to the elders of his clan. Thinking about how they would be heavily groomed by their families in the future and how they would soar into the sky, they all trembled with excitement. Hurry up and snatch it. These people were crazily trying to snatch it. Heavenly Dragon Divine Claw. The Crimson Dragon couldn't wait any longer. When he knew that this was a sacred pill, he attacked decisively. Countless dragon claws appeared in the sky. Damn it, get out of here. Many people attacked madly, but the Crimson Dragon roared and blasted them away. At this moment, the Crimson Dragon's strength had greatly increased after the cultivation of the demon blood. Lin Xian, Yan Ruyu, the North Demon, and the others all took action as well. However, when they got 20 of them, they stopped decisively. He didn't attack again. Because if they snatched it all away, it would definitely lead to a group attack. With so many experts around, it would not do them any good to continue fighting. They might as well quit while they were ahead. More than 20 pills were equivalent to getting 1/5 of the total. They were already satisfied. As expected, although some people were unwilling, they still gave up when they saw Lin Xian's lineup. Moreover, there were more than 80 pills around. If they fought with all their might, they might still have a chance. In an instant, the others attacked crazily. The people from the Xikong family also roared. Damn it, stop. This is our item. They were truly infuriated. They had used their own blood to create this. The Great Sage Tower was originally their Xikong family's private property. But now, who cared if it belonged to their family? The surrounding people were already jealous. It was already good enough that they didn't attack the Xikong family directly. In the end, the remaining sacred pills were divided among the people from the Xikong family: Vermilion Bird Palace, Dragon Valley, Dark Moon Temple, and 8 Wind Palace. Only a dozen pills were left, and they were scattered in the hands of the others. They couldn't accept it, they couldn't accept it. Many people roared crazily. How could there be enough to go around? They stared ahead with greedy faces. At this moment, the people from the Xikong family were about to enter. Because they didn't get much before, it wasn't enough to go around. So they decided to go in. Many people surrounded them when they saw this scene. The people from the Xikong family sneered. Can you enter? If you can't, stay here. If you dare to come out, we'll kill you. The people from Dragon Valley said coldly. The people from 8 Wind Palace also said, yes, you'd better cooperate and find a way to let us in. Otherwise, none of you will be able to leave the Void Ocean. His voice was extremely domineering. The people from Dark Moon Temple and Vermilion Bird Palace also looked unfriendly. The surrounding people were also eyeing them covetously. It seemed that if they couldn't enter, they would really stay here until the end of time. Seeing this scene, the young disciples of the Xikong family looked extremely upset. The powerhouses had said that they didn't need to care about them. Just let them in. So what if these people went in? The other party wasn't from the Xikong family, so they definitely wouldn't have an advantage over them. Therefore, the people from the Xikong family ignored them and walked straight ahead. The people behind him followed closely behind. Lin Xian and the others were also following closely behind. However, after walking for a while, they stopped. Many people behind them shouted angrily, damn it. What's going on? Is the Xikong family going back on their word? They were afraid that the other party would shake them off. However, the voice of the Xikong family came from the front. 3 paths have appeared in front of us. Which path should we take? What? 3 paths? Some people were shocked. Could they be lying to us? However, at this time, the people from Dragon Valley and 8 Wind Palace also said that there were indeed 3 paths. Damn it. Shut up. Otherwise, we'll kill all of you. As soon as these words were said, everyone fell silent. The people from the Xikong family also frowned. 3 paths had appeared in front of them. Which path should they take? They sensed it carefully and even used their bloodline power to test it. However, they found that the 3 paths were exactly the same. They couldn't tell which path was which. This scene surprised them. However, in the end, the people from the Xikong family decided to split into 3 paths. One group would be able to enter. This was the safest way. Seeing that the Xikong family had split into 3 paths, the surrounding people hurriedly discussed. Soon, the people from Vermilion Bird Palace, Dark Moon Temple, and Dragon Valley also decided to split into 3 paths and followed closely. They wouldn't let go of any possibility. Boy, what should we do? The Crimson Dragon asked. Lin Xian looked at Little White. Little White also shook its head. It couldn't see clearly. It was too chaotic. Lin Xian sighed. It couldn't be helped. Even Little White couldn't see clearly. One could imagine how powerful the great saint was. He said, "Looks like we have to split into 3 groups. How about this? I'll take one, Ryu will take one, and you and the North Demon will take one. This way, we won't be left empty-handed." Just as the Crimson Dragon and the North Demon were about to leave, Lin Xian was stunned. He said, "Come here." Hearing this, the Crimson Dragon was stunned. They returned to Lin Xian's side again. "What's going on? What happened? Didn't they say they would each take one path?" "Kid, what did you find?" they asked. Lin Xian said, "Something's wrong. Look at Xikong Jing." He looked up at Xikong Jing and found that he was surrounded by many strong cultivators of the Xikong family. They seemed to be protecting him. "What's going on? Didn't you notice? Previously, Xikong Jing was the one who drew blood first, and then the other families did it. This meant that Xikong Jing's bloodline might be very pure in his family." Hearing this, the North Demon and the other 2 took a deep breath. They knew this situation. Even in the same family, there were differences in bloodlines. Obviously, Xikong Jing's identity was very special. "Kid, do you mean we should follow that guy?" the Crimson Dragon asked. Lin Xian nodded. "Yes, we should follow them." Although the Xikong family was divided into 3 groups, it was obvious that Xikong Jing's path was the most likely to reach the destination. "He's taking the east path. Let's follow him." Speaking of this, Lin Xian strode forward. Yan Ryu and the other 2 also took a deep breath and followed. Originally, every road was very crowded. At the moment, Lin Xian and the others were heading east, which immediately caused many people to be dissatisfied. "Damn it, get out of here!" one of the half-saints roared. He didn't even look back. He just slapped back. In this place, it didn't matter who they killed. They wouldn't show any mercy. This palm strike was extremely terrifying. The 5 fingers seemed to have turned into 5 stars, blooming with extremely dazzling light. This was the 5-star fist. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. This was an expert. Who was it that dared to provoke such a person? In the next instant, they were stunned because they discovered that the 5-star fist was being held by a large golden hand. Crack, the fist turned into a bloody mist, and the half-saint who used the 5 elements boxing was sent flying by the slap. "Get lost," his voice was cold and domineering. Who was it? Many people sucked in a breath of cold air and turned their heads. They saw a young man in a red robe with a cold expression. Beside him, there were a few figures with equally powerful auras. When they saw Lin Xian, many people's expressions immediately changed, as if they had seen a ghost. They turned around and left. "Hey, where are you going?" some of his companions exclaimed. "The men were so frightened that I didn't go in." They did not even turn their heads. Some of the others were also stunned. What was going on? Could it be that these people were very powerful? Not everyone had seen the faces of Lin Xian and the others, so some people were still puzzled at this moment. Lin Xian didn't say anything, but the Crimson Dragon next to him jumped out and roared. Those who didn't want to die made way for Benhuang. This move could be said to be extremely arrogant. Everyone present was a half-saint expert. Who would be willing to make way for someone else? Immediately, some people sneered. "Make way? Do you believe that I won't skin you and make you into a boot? Boot your ass." 8 styles of the heavenly dragon. The Crimson Dragon roared, and 8 dragon shadows appeared from its body, instantly sending those who sneered flying. Those people were blasted into pieces, and blood dyed the area red. The others were also so scared that their scalps went numb. "Damn, this method is too powerful, isn't it?" The half-saint who used the 5-star fist earlier also gritted his teeth. "Boy, which family are you from? Do you dare to tell me your name?" Around him, 3 more experts from the 5-star sect appeared. Each of them had an unfriendly look on their faces. Countless stars appeared on their bodies, causing everyone's expression to change. 5-star alignment. The light on their bodies actually gathered together, forming a terrifying array. The 5 of them roared. The 5-star alignment was like a sharp knife, rushing over. Many people around were sent flying by this force. Boom! Lin Xian opened the sky with his left hand. His golden fist was like a sun, and it quickly blasted over. It collided with the 5-star alignment. Suddenly, a terrifying force swept out, causing the surrounding people's expressions to change. Previously, they only wanted to enter the Great Sage Tower. Although there were conflicts, they didn't fight. However, this sudden surge of energy caused everyone's expression to change. They all looked over. In the sky, the golden sun directly smashed the 5-star alignment. Not only that, those experts were also sent flying while vomiting blood. Their faces were filled with horror. Not only them, but the people around them also fell down, creating a vacuum. Lin Xian led the group forward. Soon, they reached the front. In front, the Xikong family members also frowned, but they didn't care. They let the people behind them fight. It would be best if they killed each other and died together. Only the Xikong family was left. But at this time, Xikong Jing's body trembled as if he was being stared at by a pair of eyes. The next time he turned around, he was so scared that his scalp went numb. "Damn it, it's you!" He screamed like a madman. "What's going on? Jing who is he? Why is Xikong Jing so scared?" The experts of the Xikong family also frowned. It shouldn't be. Xikong Jing's strength was very strong. He was definitely at the top of the half-saints. Even if he encountered a saint, he could deal with them. But now, this person made him so scared. They also turned around and saw that the other party was a very young man. Was this Yan Nantian? Could it be that this great emperor's successor was already so terrifying, or was he a saint? They couldn't understand. However, Xikong Jing's voice trembled. "Elder, hurry up and leave. He's Lin Wudi." "What? He's Lin Wudi?" The elders of the Xikong family also twitched their eyelids. They had heard of his name long ago. This was the first time they saw him. Now that they saw him, he was indeed powerful. Ordinary half-saints couldn't even withstand a single blow from him. Looking at Xikong's fearful expression, could it be that their genius had actually been defeated by the other party? Thinking of this, their faces darkened. But now was not the time for them to think too much. "Let's go." They supported Xikong Jing and sped up. "Let's follow." Lin Xian and the others followed closely behind. Soon, they all rushed forward. The people behind were stunned. God, Lin Wudi. Was that person Lin Wudi? If he entered that passage, could it be that he knew where the real passage was? Quickly go to that passage. In an instant, many people rushed over, and the battle erupted once again. "Get lost, damn it, I'll go in first, damn it, if anyone dares to enter, I'll cut them in half." The crazy battle sounded behind them, but it had nothing to do with Lin Xian and the others. Lin Xian and the others followed Xikong Jing and entered the eastern passage first. After flying for about half a day, they felt that the area in front of them was wide, and there seemed to be a blue light screen. When they passed through the light screen, they found that there was no passage ahead. Instead, it was a vast hall. Was this the inside of the Great Sage Tower? After entering, the Crimson Dragon and the others looked around in amazement. The inside was much wider than what they saw from the outside. As expected of the Great Sage's work, there was a space inside. Lin Xian frowned. Was there a natural law here? He had experienced the Devil Cultivation Valley. He naturally knew that the natural law in the Devil Cultivation Valley made some of the powers outside unable to be used. Was the inside of the Great Sage Tower that terrifying? He silently sensed. The experts of the Xikong clan in front of him were trembling with excitement. "Ha ha ha ha, I feel it. I feel the same bloodline power as our clan. This must be left behind by our great sage." As he spoke, he turned his head and looked at Lin Xian and the others who came in later. He sneered. "What do you have to fight us here? A mere Xikong clan dares to be arrogant in front of me." The Crimson Dragon sneered. Lin Xian opened his eyes and frowned. He had already felt that he was being suppressed. His power had been reduced by 30%. But was it a natural law? There were no restrictions. Anyone could use it. Immediately, Lin Xian reminded them to be careful. Their power had been reduced by 30%. He didn't know if the Xikong clan had any restrictions, so they shouldn't rashly start a fight. Hearing this, the Crimson Dragon, Yan Ruyu, and the others frowned. This wasn't a good thing, but they quickly shook their heads. This was because everyone would be suppressed, not just them. Sure enough, the people who came in later also cried out in surprise. They naturally felt that the power was weaker than before and were extremely surprised. The members of the Sikong clan all laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha, we weren't suppressed. We weren't suppressed. Instead, we felt that our strength had increased, me too. As expected of a great saint of our Sikong clan. He's so protective of us. They're really too happy. Looking at the people around him, he laughed coldly. Damn dance, I'll let you know what despair is in a while. In this place, they seemed to be the masters as they laughed heartily. When the surrounding people heard this, their expressions changed. But soon, their eyes lit up. That row of bookshelves, were those divine ability manuals, someone said. He rushed over like a gust of wind. On the other side, someone asked, where are the weapons? Divine weapons? They flew to the other side. In an instant, everyone who came in went crazy. The reason for that was because they discovered that it was simply a treasure trove. Damn it, stop. This is all ours. The powerhouses of the Sikong family roared madly and rushed over, wanting to stop them. In an instant, the battle started again. It was very intense. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He looked up at the sky because he was looking for the statue of the great saint. However, the void here was very strange. He could only see the third level. He didn't know if there was anything above the third level. It seemed that he had to go to the third level first and then look at what was above. Thinking of this, he said, are you guys going to collect treasures here or go to the upper levels to take a look? Let's go to the other levels. There are so many good things on the first level. The other levels will definitely have better things. The Crimson Dragon said. The others also nodded. Lin Xian and the others prepared to go to the other levels. They weren't the only ones. The powerhouses of the Vermilion Bird Palace, Dragon Valley, and Eight Wind Palace were also not satisfied with the treasures on the first level. Along the way, they saw that the entire ground was made of top-grade metal. Even the surroundings were carved out of huge pieces of divine crystals. It was really extravagant. One had to know that divine crystals were cultivation resources in their hands. However, they were actually decorative items here. It had to be said that this state of mind was different. Just as Lin Xian and the others were about to enter the second level, the little white monkey suddenly pointed to a dark place behind the stairs. There seemed to be a strange energy fluctuation there. Hearing this, Lin Xian and the others frowned. He said, let's go in and take a look. Anything that could attract the little white monkey's attention was definitely not ordinary. They rushed in and found a secret door in the darkness of the stairs. The door was dim and hidden in the shadows of the stairs. No one noticed it at all. Lin Xian and the others turned their heads and found that no one was paying attention to them. It seemed that those people were crazily fighting for treasures. They were all in a frenzy. Let's go. Lin Xian and the others were very fast. They entered the secret door in an instant. Then, the Crimson Dragon cast a few seals. After entering, they heaved a sigh of relief. Then, they looked around. There was a room inside. The whole room was dark green. There was no light, but it gave off a very simple aura. There were no treasures? The Crimson Dragon lost a circle. He found that there were no pills, weapons, or manuals. He was a little disappointed. However, Yan Ruyu said, how can there be no treasures? There are circles on the walls. The Crimson Dragon glanced and found that there was a painting on all four walls. It was a landscape painting. This aura was not ordinary. It carried the aura of Tao and an extremely shocking power. Could it be that this was the work of the great sage? Thinking of this, they gasped. They could actually see the great sage's notes in person. It was definitely not a small matter. No wonder it could attract Little White's attention. It was so messy here. Let's put it away first and look at it when it was safe. The Crimson Dragon waved its claws and wanted to grab one of the paintings. However, it was bounced away by a force. Damn, it hurts Ben Huang. The Crimson Dragon gasped. Lin Xian said, since we can't take it away, let's study it. Lin Xian looked at the 4 paintings. These 4 paintings were all different. One of them was an endless mountain range. It was densely packed and hidden in the clouds. At the right end of the painting, there were words carved with Dao runes. The mountains were small at a glance. The second painting was of countless flowers. They were as bright as blood and had an indescribable aura. It made people uncomfortable at first glance. That painting was also carved with Dao runes. The chaotic flowers were mesmerizing. The third painting was a vast expanse of green. It seemed to be a painting of the sky. The words formed by the Dao runes were difficult to reach. The fourth painting was of 2 rows of mountains that stretched into the sky. Among the mountains, there was a river flowing down from the sky. The river flowed into the great desolate current. When Lin Xian and the others saw these 4 paintings, they gasped and looked at each other. These 4 paintings depicted the natural scenery of heaven and earth, but why did they feel that there was an evil aura? It should be the handwriting of a great sage. Why don't we study it? Yan Ruyu said after looking at it for a while. She looked at the river flowing into the great desolate current. Then I'll look at this. The Crimson Dragon looked at the sky. The Northern Demon chose to use flowers to dazzle the eyes. Lin Xian took a deep breath and stood in front of the painting. He felt as if his soul had been sucked into the painting. He didn't seem to see that there was a brush gently touching him. In front of him was a vast expanse of white and mountains suddenly appeared. Lin Xian seemed to be standing at the peak of the mountain. He now felt that his state of mind had changed. In his eyes, everything became tiny and insignificant like an ant. He was like a high and mighty god who could control everything. This change was really magical. It made him a little greedy and lost in it. However, at this moment, the great dragon sword soul in his body roared, causing Lin Xian to instantly wake up. What a strange painting. Although it had endless power and made people yearn for it, there was also a force that seemed to want to lock people in the mountains. Indeed, there was a hint of strangeness. However, so what if it was strange? A great sage was not someone they could understand. This ability to see how small all the mountains are really was a type of divine ability. This divine power didn't directly attack people. Instead, it used one's aura to change. Once it was used, it would be like an ant meeting a dragon. It would make the enemy tremble and unable to resist. The people of the Situ family cultivated the righteous qi. The Xianxia star also said that the great sage of the void ocean was a great sage who cultivated the righteous qi. He could use the righteous qi of heaven and earth to suppress the demonic qi of the Xianxia star. It seemed that this was the painting of the great sage. Lin Xian began to comprehend this realm with all his might. However, he remained vigilant and prepared to use the great dragon sword soul at any time. The evil aura just now was really too strange, but fortunately, under the calmness of the great dragon sword spirit, Lin Xian did not lose his mind. After an unknown amount of time, he came back to his senses and took a deep breath. Was the view of all mountains small? It was indeed magical and terrifying. As expected of the great sage's generosity, he looked at the other 3 and discovered that they were also infatuated. He coldly snorted, and the great dragon sword spirit circled around them. Suddenly, the 3 of them woke up. Among them, Yan Ruyu didn't seem to be affected too much. However, the Crimson Dragon and the North Demon both looked terrified. His back was drenched in cold sweat. Damn it, what's going on? What just happened? They felt a lingering fear. It was as if their souls had fallen into the abyss and would never be able to escape. Fortunately, Lin Xian had intervened. At this moment, Yan Ruyu spoke up. There was something wrong with these paintings, even though they were the work of the mysterious great sage. Although they were created by the great sage, there was an evil power in them. Fortunately, as long as we can carefully overcome this evil power, the rest can still be used by us. At this point, Yan Ruyu's lips curled into a smile. I've indeed obtained some good things. They're different from the previous ones. You don't say, me too. The Crimson Dragon and the North Demon also nodded. They were also extremely excited. It could be considered a mystique, but it was more like a kind of artistic conception. Once it was used, it would definitely be extremely powerful. Crack, at this moment, the paintings on the wall rolled up on their own, as if they were not allowed to look at them. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian and the others did not mind. The great sage's mechanisms were so ingenious. If they were not allowed to look at them, they would not even be able to look at them. Therefore, Lin Xian said, "Let's go." When they came out, they happened to meet a few people who wanted to go to the second level. Immediately, they stared at Lin Xian and the others. Damn it, how did they get to that place? Was there anything there? These people instantly surrounded them. Many of them endured it and found that there were only a few paintings around, but they were hung up. They tried for a long time, but they could not open them. Instead, they were sent flying by a force. Other than that, there was nothing else. Damn it, they must have taken the treasures. The surrounding people roared crazily. One of the sages had an extremely cold expression. Damn brat, speak, what did you get? Hand it over, and I'll spare your lives. There were also 2 clones of the sages who laughed sinisterly. Why waste time talking nonsense with them? Just capture them, collect their souls, take their bodies, and take away their storage rings. There were more than 10 figures around them, and they pressed forward together. Among them were the sages and their clones. This aura was too powerful. However, at this moment, Lin Xian took a step forward, and an extremely cold light burst out from his eyes. The mountains were small, countless mountains seemed to have appeared under his feet, and these mountains directly enveloped the sages in front of him. Immediately, the sages' expressions changed. Damn it, what was that? The sages roared crazily, and the surrounding people were even more terrified and trembling. They seemed to be standing at the foot of the mountains and looking up at the gods. At that moment, Lin Xian's aura was rising infinitely. Lin Xian's eyes were so domineering that it was as if he was a supreme king looking down on ants. Plop, plop. The surrounding experts all knelt on the ground and trembled. This aura was simply unstoppable. The clones of the sages felt their scalps go numb. Even the sages were sweating profusely, and their robes were all wet. He had seen such a situation before, but that was only when facing extremely terrifying sages. The brat in front of him was a half-step sage. No matter how powerful he was, he should not be able to suppress him in terms of aura. But now, his entire body was trembling, and he did not dare to resist at all. Was this what it meant to see the mountains were small? The Crimson Dragon and the others were also extremely surprised. At this moment, Yan Ryu made a move. Then try my river flows into the great wilderness. As she spoke, countless mountains appeared on both sides of her, and there was only one large river under her feet. The river water was too violent, and it swept toward those experts in an instant. With a boom, the surrounding half-step sages were all swept into the water, and they let out miserable cries. The sages' bodies also trembled. Damn it! They gritted their teeth and roared crazily. However, the river was too terrifying, and it kept retreating toward them. They had to run. These people were too strange. The sages took the lead to escape, and the others were scared out of their wits. Trying to escape was harder than ascending to the heavens. The Crimson Dragon roared and soared into the sky. A blue sky appeared below it, as if it was the firmament that enveloped these people. These people found it difficult to move. Damn it, why couldn't they move? They were all stunned. What kind of method were these people using? Could it be that this was the treasure they obtained in that room? Haha, look at my mesmerizing flowers. The North Demon also walked out. His 1,000-demon body shone brightly. With a wave of his hand, countless beautiful flowers bloomed around him. The petals danced in the air, forming an illusory formation. The half-saints inside were all stunned. They seemed to be lost in it. Some of them even laughed foolishly. However, behind the illusory formation was a terrifying murderous intent. The petals suddenly turned into peerless hidden weapons that pierced through their foreheads. Even the saint was hit and let out a miserable cry. He desperately burned his saint blood and rushed out of these strange scenes before escaping without a trace. One of the 2 saint avatars exploded and escaped with the power of self-destruction. However, the other one was left behind. It was surrounded by countless beautiful flowers and couldn't escape at all. The remaining powerhouses were either dead or injured. The 4 of them used their new ultimate moves. The power was extraordinarily terrifying. Ha 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 ha, this feels so good. The Crimson Dragon kept roaring. He was too excited. Lin Xian was also shocked. Although he knew that it was powerful, he was still shocked when he used it against someone. Even a saint couldn't resist it. The great saint's work was too powerful. He didn't know if it was carved or drawn casually. If it was drawn casually, it was definitely extraordinary. Let's go. Lin Xian and the others retracted the vision and walked towards the second level. They didn't know if there were any treasures left behind by the great saint. When they reached the second level, they stopped. They found that the second level was filled with seawater. It wasn't ordinary seawater. It should be the essence of the void ocean that had been refined by the great saint. Therefore, it was abnormally terrifying. At this moment, it was like a heavenly river that blocked their path. It was the water of the Milky Way that blocked everyone's path. For a moment, no one dared to go forward. However, after Lin Xian and the others arrived, many others arrived. When they saw the Milky Way in front of them, they sneered. What's the big deal? Let me do it. 2 water-type half-saints came out. They moved quickly, and fragments of the law of water rose from their bodies. Then, they laughed loudly and walked forward. In an instant, they seemed to have turned into water gods. They were extremely agile as they entered the Milky Way. However, as soon as they entered, they let out miserable screams. The Milky Way water stirred and swallowed the 2 water-based half-saints. Then, there was no more sound. Everyone was so scared that their hair stood on end. The newcomers felt their scalps go numb. 2 half-saints died just like that? Moreover, he was a half-saint who was proficient in water. Heavens, what kind of water is this? Someone in front sneered. Do you think we won't go if it's so easy? This is something refined by the great sage. How can you imagine it? The person who spoke was a sage. After the others heard this, they didn't dare to be arrogant anymore. They all waited silently. However, at that moment, the people from the Sikong clan moved. It's almost done. We can go now. They used the blood to surround themselves and then walked forward. Sure enough, he was fine. On the other side, the experts from Vermilion Bird Palace, Dragon Valley, 8 Wind Palace, and Dark Moon Temple also made their moves. They didn't have the bloodline of the Sikong clan, but they seemed to have found a flaw. Everyone's path was very winding. It was as if the Milky Way in front of them was an array. As long as they passed through it cleverly, they wouldn't be injured. The people behind also tried to enter, but most of them didn't know the mystery inside at all. So, they were swallowed up in minutes. Of course, there were also a few sages who relied on powerful weapons and strength to forcefully resist. The remaining people had extremely ugly expressions. Those who could pass were all powerful sages or top sects like Vermilion Bird Palace. The others didn't have such strength. Could it be that they would be trapped here for the rest of their lives and could only watch those people fight for the treasure? They were unwilling to accept this. However, at that moment, a few people said, "Get out of the way. We want to pass through the Milky Way." Hearing this, the others all turned their heads. 4 figures walked out. The 4 of them had their backs to them, but they all looked very young. Such people dared to cross the Milky Way? What kind of joke was this? Who were these people? Did they have a death wish? Yes, they weren't sages at all. Moreover, if they were disciples of a top sect like Vermilion Bird Palace, they would have followed them. The people in front of them were obviously itinerant cultivators. Everyone sneered. They looked at the backs of the 4 people, ready to see how they would die. However, the 4 people ignored them. Among them, Lin Xian said, "What do you think? Did you see it clearly? We have a rough idea, but it'll take some time to study it carefully. I think with our strength, we can still resist it for a while." Lin Xian nodded and said, "Rizalong, use the heaven-crippling chessboard as a formation. We'll support you in battle and force our way through." The Crimson Dragon instantly played the heaven-crippling chessboard. Immediately, Lin Xian and the other 2 jumped on it and flew towards the Milky Way. There are really people who don't know what's good for them. The people behind sneered. Soon, they were stunned because they discovered that the person could block the Milky Way's water and was quickly crossing the Milky Way. That was an array formation. They were using an array formation. Get on that array formation quickly. We can follow them. Suddenly, hope rose in everyone's heart. Previously, whether it was Dragon Valley, Ba Huangdong, or the Sage, they did not dare to talk to them. But now, there were only 4 of them, and they were using an ingenious array formation. That made them tempted. In an instant, many people rose into the air. Kid, take me over and I'll give you a weapon. Let me go up and I'll teach you a superpower for free. Kid, you'd better let us go up obediently. Otherwise, we'll pull out your tendons and rip your bones out. Some of them were trying to lure him, but most of them were threatening him. In their opinion, with so many of them, it would be easy to threaten him. Hearing those voices, Lin Xian did not even turn his head. Come up if you want to die. Scram if you don't want to die. Oh my, what an arrogant tone. The people behind were furious. Although they could not cross the Milky Way, it did not mean that they were weak. Those who could enter this place were all powerhouses with tricks up their sleeves. At that moment, they were being berated by a young man who did not even turn his head. Was he looking down on them? In an instant. Those people were furious. Damn it, let's join forces and capture this kid. Let's make them use the array formation to help us cross the Milky Way. Immediately, 8 powerhouses jumped out. Their bodies emitted rays of light that swept across the entire space. The 8 of them cast 8 seals and sealed the entire space. They wanted to seal Lin Xian and the others. Humph, do you want to die? Lin Xian snorted and turned his head. His chi and blood were like dragons, and an extremely terrifying sword will gushed out and swept in all directions. That aura was so terrifying that everyone's expression changed. They seemed to have an illusion that they were not facing a young man, but a saint. At that moment, Lin Xian had truly unleashed his power. His black hair danced wildly, and his eyes were like divine swords. The sword aura on his body was like a dragon. It let out a terrifying roar and directly shattered his seal. The 8 experts who were about to attack immediately stopped. Their hearts were filled with shock, and their bodies were trembling. He was too strong. He was actually able to shatter the seal that they had formed together in an instant. The others screamed. What? It's him, Lin Wudi. That person is Lin Wudi. The surrounding people sucked in a breath of cold air. The 8 experts who attacked were about to cry. They dared to cause trouble for Lin Wudi. Were they tired of living? They quickly shook their heads. Lin Gongzi, we were wrong. Please spare us, Lin Gongzi. 2 of them even knelt on the ground and kept kowtowing. When the other 6 saw this scene, they also knelt in the void. Their hearts twitched. If Lin Xian wanted to kill them, it would be a piece of cake. They could avoid death, but they could not escape punishment. They would lose 100 years of cultivation. Lin Xian flicked his finger. A sword wave rushed out and hit the 8 of them. The 8 of them screamed and retreated. Every one of them was injured, and there was a terrifying sword mark on their bodies. That sword had seriously injured them, and even damaged their foundation. They would not be able to recover without 100 years of cultivation. Lin Xian was too decisive, and they could not resist at all. However, the 4 of them did not dare to have any thoughts of revenge. Because their opponent was Lin Wudi, they could only thank the young master for sparing their lives. Lin Xian snorted coldly, turned his head, and put his hands behind his back. They controlled the heaven-crippling chessboard and quickly crossed the Milky Way. The people behind them were all stunned. He was too strong. He suppressed all of them with a raise of his hand. Children should be invincible like Lin Wudi. Those experts were envious. The others were also silent for a while. Yes, if any family had a genius like Lin Wudi, that family would definitely soar to the sky. Lin Xian and the others used the heavenly crippled chessboard to cross the Milky Way and head inside. Soon, they passed through the 2nd level and arrived at the 3rd level. From the looks of it, there was only one Milky Way on the 2nd level, which blocked everyone's path. After reaching the 3rd floor, Lin Xian's group stopped. The Sikong clan and those powerhouses who had gone there before were also here. These people were all looking around, and many of them were even looking up. Lin Xian also raised his head and looked up. When he was on the 1st floor, he could only see the 3rd floor. He couldn't see anything beyond the third floor. Now that he had arrived at the third level, he naturally wanted to take a look. What was above the third level, however, after taking a look, he sucked in a breath of cold air. Above the third level, there was actually a passageway. The surrounding walls were all flickering with light. They were completely made of divine crystals. There were also some rare metals, which were excellent materials for refining half-saint artifacts. It could be said that they were precious treasures in the eyes of a half-saint. But here, they were casually made into walls. The method was very extravagant. The engraved patterns on the walls were also very profound, flickering with incomparably mysterious power. Even on the walls, there were sunken holes, and each of them had an item placed on top. Some were weapons, some were bottles of elixirs. Some were scrolls of paintings or jade slips. It was obvious that these were all treasures stored here. Each treasure was sealed and could not be taken. Only by breaking the seal could one obtain it. The crimson dragon next to him also looked up and exclaimed. The carvings were magnificent, and the light made it seem like the sky was full of gods and Buddhas. Indeed, there was something at the top. Yan Ryu was also surprised. Lin Xian activated the heavenly secret godly eyes and looked carefully. The next moment, his pupils shrank. Did he find it? He saw that on the 7th level, which was the top of the pagoda, there was a statue floating in the void. It seemed to be suppressing the entire pagoda. The statue was blue all over, but it was very simple and unadorned. From this angle, Lin Xian could only see the lower half of the statue. But with just a glance, he felt the vastness of heaven and earth, as if that person could suppress all things in the universe. The statue of the Supreme Saint, yes, it must be the statue of the Supreme Saint. Lin Xian clenched his fists. It seemed that that thing was his ultimate goal. He had to find a way to get it. However, before he could do anything, the people in front turned their heads. They did not expect that there would be someone behind them. For a moment, they looked at him. Many people's expressions changed. Lin Wuti! They exclaimed. Among them, the faces of Long Shan, Yu Lingzi, and the others became incomparably ugly. However, the experts of their sex snorted coldly, and their eyes were gloomy. Was this person Lin Wuti? He was much younger than they had imagined. At this moment, a young figure walked out from the Xikong family at the front. It was Xikong Jing. Xikong Jing said. The Xikong family is willing to join forces with the major sects and the sages. However, other than the sages and sects that are on par with our Xikong family, I don't want anyone else to appear here. When he said this, he stared at Lin Xian and the others. Immediately, everyone turned their heads to look, and a cold smile appeared on their faces. They knew that Xikong Jing's words were directed at Lin Wuti. However, they were very puzzled. With Xikong Jing's status and strength, shouldn't he join forces with all of them to deal with Lin Wuti? Could it be that there was a secret behind this? Before they could figure it out, Long Shan, Huang Badian, and Yu Lingzi also walked out. That's right, I agree. We are all the top forces. Why should we let a few insignificant itinerant cultivators come here to share the treasures with us? Why don't we join forces and get rid of them? Yes, these people are all treasures, especially Lin Wuti, who is the successor of two great legacies. A fiery light also burst out from Long Shan's eyes. The experts of the major sects all frowned. What was going on? These 4 young people wanted to join forces, and they wanted to join forces with all of them? It shouldn't be. After all, whether it was Long Shan, Huang Badian, Yu Lingzi, or Xikong Jing, each of them was an unruly peerless genius. They even thought that they were not inferior to Yan Nantian. Why would such a person join forces with others? This was an extremely shameful thing, but now, not only did the 4 top prodigies want to join forces, but they also wanted to join forces with the veteran experts. Could it be that Lin Wuti was already this terrifying? When Lin Xian heard this, he burst into laughter. Although your excuses are dignified, you still can't hide the fear in your hearts. You 4 pieces of trash escaped from my hands last time, so I didn't continue to pursue you. Why, you still dare to find trouble with me now? Do you think that the elites of your family are here? Do you think that I don't dare to kill you? Lin Xian looked around, and a cold murderous intent burst out from his eyes. Long Shan and the others were so frightened that they took a few steps back, and their faces turned ugly. The elites around them sucked in a breath of cold air. What was going on? Could it be that they had all suffered at the hands of the other party? At the thought of this, their scalps went numb. This Lin Wuti, how much has he grown? What nonsense! An elite from the Dragon Valley stood out and shouted coldly. Lin Wuti, you think too highly of yourself. Do you think that the elites of the Dragon Valley can't beat you? We just don't want to waste our energy. That's right. The elites from the Eight-Wind Hall also stepped out. There was no need to fight one-on-one against you. We have the absolute advantage. Just kill him, why bother talking to him? The elites from the Dark Moon Temple also stepped out. They also did not believe that their elites would lose to the other party. They were also unwilling to admit this fact. Lin Xian sneered. Why? Are you wavering in your heart? You still want to kill me? Ask yourselves, do you dare to fight one-on-one with me? I can crush them to death with just one hand. Lin Xian looked at Long Shan and the others with a look of disdain. The elites from the Eight-Wind Hall were so angry that they vomited blood. But soon, their expressions became extremely ugly. At this point, their elites did not refute. It was unbelievable, unless their elites were really defeated by the other party, and it was a crushing defeat that left an indelible shadow. What was going on? The elites from the Eight-Wind Hall looked at Long Shan, Huang Tianba, Xikong Jing, and the others. Long Shan and Huang Baishan's faces were ugly, and their lips were trembling. Could it be that they had to admit it in public? They weren't a match for the other party, and they were even torn apart by the other party's single move. Were they almost killed? They could not bring themselves to say such words. However, at that moment, Xikong Jing stepped forward and let out a cold laugh. Kid, I'll fight you. Last time, we were careless and suffered at your hands. This time, I will prove in front of all the elders and experts that you are no match for me. Hearing this, the crowd gasped. Was Xikong Jing going to come out? Long Shan, Huang Badian, and Yu Lingzi exchanged glances. Where did this guy get his confidence from? However, they soon recalled that this place was no ordinary place. Inside the Great Sage Tower, there was a bloodline bonus for the Xikong clan, while there was a power suppression for everyone else. In this way, the gap between the two sides would be very obvious. If no one was from the Xikong family, then it was fine. However, if they were to fight against someone from the Xikong family, they would be at a disadvantage. This was probably why Xikong Jing dared to come out at this time. Lin Xian looked ahead and sneered. Oh, you want to fight me? You don't have such courage outside. What? Do you think you can challenge me in your family's Great Sage Tower? Do you think you are a match for me just because my power is suppressed by 30% and you have a bloodline bonus? Let me tell you, even in the Great Sage Tower, you are still no match for me. Lin Xian's words were quite arrogant. This was equivalent to directly provoking the Xikong family. The Xikong family was furious. Damn it, how dare this kid be so arrogant in front of them? They might not be able to deal with him outside, but in the Great Sage Tower, who would dare to go against them? As long as it wasn't a group attack from so many large sects, the Xikong family had never feared anyone. They did not care about a mere Lin Wuti. Jing fight him. Let him know the power of the Xikong family. An elder of the Xikong family said. Xikong Jing's lips curled into a smile. Elder, don't worry. I have the same idea. He is definitely no match for me. Well, I'll take this opportunity to see what Lin Wuti is capable of. Around them, the elites of the Dark Moon Temple and Dragon Valley also looked unfriendly. They all looked at the two people in the arena. Dragon Valley and the others narrowed their eyes. This might be a chance to use the space-time mirror to kill the other party. Thinking of this, they all looked forward to it. Damn it, this guy is too despicable and shameless. He is like a coward outside, but he dares to show off in front of me here. I really want to slap him to death. The Crimson Dragon snorted. Yan Ryu and the North Demon also frowned. Lin Xian smiled. It's okay, let him do it. An ant will always be an ant. No matter where he goes, he will never be able to make a comeback. Does he really think that he can be bullied by shrimp soldiers and crab generals just because he is a dragon? I will prove it to him with my strength. Come on, let me see what gives you the right to be arrogant here. Lin Xian looked forward. Humph, Xikong Jing snorted. He didn't say anything. Instead, he took a step forward. Light burst out from his body and engulfed the entire space. At this moment, he was like a ruler, bringing with him a powerful force. Even the surrounding Great Sage Tower became brighter. Seeing the reaction of the Great Sage Tower, the elders of the Xikong family all laughed. In their opinion, how could they lose in their territory, Milky Way fall? Xikong Jing roared. The void split open, and 9 Milky Ways descended. Each one was like a silver dragon, bringing with it a powerful aura. There was even a trace of blood-red light on the silver dragons. That was the power of the bloodline. Long Shan and the others frowned. The power of the Milky Way fall was much stronger than outside. That's right. Coupled with the suppression here, Lin Wudi might really be in trouble. Yu Lingzi sneered. Lin Wudi's power was suppressed by 30%. If Xikong Jing's bloodline power was increased by 30%, then, the difference between the two would be 6 levels. No matter how strong Lin Wudi was, he wouldn't be able to make up for the difference of 6 levels. He would definitely die this time. Oh, his power is stronger than before? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. No wonder the other party dared to be so arrogant. However, it was still not enough. Even if the other party's bloodline increased by 30%, so what? It was still not enough. He roared, and the power in his body surged. His 9-yang divine body released billions of rays of light. He waved his arm, and the powerful force turned into countless blue rays of light, forming a huge wave vortex that spun around him. The law of water? Many people frowned. The other party didn't use the 10,000 dragons diagram to attack, but the law of water. Wasn't that too careless? The Xikong family sneered. Let's see how you die later. In the sky, 9 huge cloud dragons rushed over and collided with the black vortex in an instant. They let out a loud dragon roar as if they wanted to tear the vortex apart. However, the vortex was extremely terrifying. There was a trace of black aura in the blue light. When the black aura came into contact with the silver dragons shrunk rapidly as if they had come into contact with lightning. It was as if the vortex had swallowed up the Milky Way. In the end, the sea vortex was still spinning, but the waterfall of 9 silver dragons had disappeared, leaving only a trace of aura between heaven and earth. It was still not enough. Lin Xian shook his head with a hint of mockery. Damn it, how could it be? The surrounding people were stunned. Xikong Jing's expression also changed. His expression became extremely ugly. He gritted his teeth and said, I don't believe it. I can increase my strength by 30% here. I don't believe you can withstand it. Bright moon above the sea, he roared and activated the power of his bloodline. A bright moon appeared in the vortex of the sea. As soon as the bright moon appeared, it brought with it a powerful force that kept crushing Lin Xian. It wanted to crush Lin Xian into a bloody mist. Boom, in an instant, the terrifying moon jumped out of the sea and collided with Lin Xian. Instantly, there was a violent roar. The front was shrouded in an endless flow of energy. He hit him, that's great, everyone exclaimed. The people of the Xikong clan even smiled. At such a close distance, he was hit by the bright moon above the sea. Even if he did not die, he would be torn apart. Let's see how arrogant this kid is this time. Is that all he has? Is this the effect of increasing his strength by 30%? How pitifully weak. At this moment, a faint voice was heard. Everyone saw a huge golden hand tearing apart all the energy. Lin Xian's body only shook in the violent collision. Then, it stabilized as usual. This scene caused everyone to scream like they had gone crazy. That's impossible. Xikong Jing was flustered and could not believe it. If such a scene had occurred outside, he would have to admit that his strength was indeed inferior to the other parties. But now, they were in the Great Sage Tower. He had a 30% bloodline bonus, while his opponent's strength was suppressed by 30%. There was a difference of 6 levels of strength between the two of them. Could it be that he couldn't defeat the other party? This was absolutely impossible. Had the other party already surpassed him by so much? He didn't dare accept it. The others were stupefied as well. The great sex experts and elders sucked in cold breaths of air. How could it be like this? They had thought of countless possibilities before, but they had never thought of such a possibility. This was simply too unbelievable. No wonder their geniuses, such as Longshan and Huang Badian, didn't dare say anything. It seemed they really had been defeated by invincible Lin. Furthermore, it should be a crushing defeat. Right at this moment, Lin Xian spoke. Is this the power of your augmentation? How pitifully weak. Do you intend to use such a trump card against me? No. Damn it. I don't believe it, Si Kongjing roared as if he had gone mad. The wind and clouds shook the 9 heavens. He waved his hands, and suddenly, the wind and clouds in the void changed as if they were going to sweep through the 9 heavens. This power was too terrifying. It could split the heavens and earth. Go to hell for me. The terrifying wind and clouds shook the 9 heavens, completely enveloping Lin Xian. This was a great mystique. It was even more terrifying than the previous 2 phenomenons. Humph, Lin Xian snorted. He directly used his fist to transform into a Kuan-pung. The Kuan-pung was incomparably majestic. One side was as black as ink, while the other side was as golden as light. It soared through the 9 heavens and tore the wind and clouds apart. Bang! Bang, bang! Bang! Si Kongjing also took 3 steps back. His face was pale, and his hands were trembling uncontrollably. An ant would be an ant. Even if they were in another place, they still wouldn't be able to shake the giant dragon. I'll show you how big the gap between us is. Lin Xian took a step forward and looked down at the mountains. Endless mountains appeared around him, like a bottomless abyss. Lin Xian was like a god on top of the mountain, looking down at the bottom. Si Kongjing was shrouded by this mysterious power. He looked at the phenomenons and couldn't help but tremble. He finally couldn't help but kneel on the ground. What? Si Kongjing is kneeling? The surrounding people went crazy. They would believe it if Si Kongjing was defeated. But kneeling? How could that be? Si Kongjing was a peerless genius and he had his own pride. Even if he died, he wouldn't kneel. However, it was too strange for him to do so. The people of Si Kongjing's family were even more shocked. A few of them roared. Damn it, Jing what are you doing? Why are you asking him to kneel? Stand up. 2 of them quickly walked forward, wanting to take Si Kongjing away. However, they were shrouded by this strange phenomenon as soon as they came forward. In the next moment, they felt the world spinning. The power made them float. They could hear the same sound in their ears. Damn it, this power, they were too shocked. Now they finally knew why Si Kongjing was kneeling on the ground. This kind of floating power was simply irresistible. Bang bang, the 2 of them also unconsciously knelt on the ground and trembled. This scene was like a clap of thunder, causing the surrounding people to be stunned. The members of the Si Kong clan were even more shocked. Even their other 2 powerhouses had knelt down. What kind of spell was this? It was too strange. This brat is too strange. I suggest that we work together and take him down. An elder of the Si Kong family shouted coldly. The surrounding people also nodded. The people of the Vermilion Bird Palace were the first to express their opinion. They couldn't help but want to take action. They had a strong hatred for Lin Xian. After all, he was a member of the Vermilion Bird Palace. As for Lin Xian, he had slapped the Vermilion Bird Palace hard in the face back on planet Suzaku. Now that they had a chance to hit him while he was down, they naturally had to do their part. After receiving the support of the Vermilion Bird Palace, the people of the Si Kong family calmed down a bit. It looked like they really had to capture this brat. They also wanted to know what kind of secret this brat had. The powerhouses of the Dragon Valley, the 8-Wind Palace, and the Dark Moon Temple all walked over. At this moment, the atmosphere was extremely tense. Do you want to fight? Then come at me. Lin Xian laughed loudly. His aura became even more violent. It was as if the Celestial Emperor had descended. We won't bully you. Each sect will only send 1 person. If you can survive, then consider yourself lucky. The person from the Vermilion Bird Palace sneered. Hearing this, the Crimson Dragon was enraged. Bah, you shameless people. You still say you're not bullying? You've all lived for thousands of years, right? In total, you're almost 7,000 to 8,000 years old. You're almost 10,000 years old. You still have the nerve to attack a young junior? Also, how many of you are there? The 5 of you joined forces and you still say you're not bullying, since you're already so shameless, then admit it. The North Demon also snorted. His expression was filled with disdain. He had seen shameless people before, but he had never seen such shameless people. Lin Xian laughed loudly. Don't worry, I won't bully you. I'll give you 3 moves. Lin Xian's words were like a painful slap to the faces of the 5 powerhouses. What could they do? They were so shameless. Junior, go to hell. The 5 of them were furious. Since they had decided to act shamelessly, they didn't need to worry about anything. Bzzz, that expert from the 8 Desolation Hall raised his hand and took out an ancient mirror. That ancient mirror was incomparably simple and bronze in color. It was extremely terrifying. It was a terrifying weapon in the Bahuang province. The 8 Desolation mirror carried a terrifying desolation aura. As it flowed, the surrounding void shattered continuously. Boom, Lin Xian didn't say anything, he raised his fist and punched. His golden fist was like a sun as it collided with the light from the Bahuang province. An earth-shattering sound could be heard. A terrifying energy swept in all directions. At that moment, Lin Xian heard a terrifying voice behind him. Dark clouds covered the city. It was the strong cultivator from the Xikong clan. A dark cloud appeared above his head and it contained a strange qi. It was also the strength of the earth and sky. Lin Xian smiled coldly. According to the legends, the Xikong clan practiced the qi of the earth and sky. Surprisingly, the Xikong clan practiced the qi of the earth and sky. What a disgrace to the Xikong clan's reputation. Today, I'll help the Xikong clan get rid of you. As he spoke, Lin Xian struck out with his palm, which transformed into a piercingly cold sword aura. With an insufferably arrogant aura, it slashed towards the black cloud. Boom, an earth-shattering sound spread in the air as the dark cloud was cut in half. However, Lin Xian's sword qi was also swallowed. What a strong physique, but you should try my strength, a loud shout rang out, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. Then, a fist that resembled a dragon head flew towards Lin Xian. Obviously, the person who had such a strong body was a strong cultivator from the Dragon Valley. You think I'm afraid of you? Lin Xian clapped his hands and blasted out another attack. This time, there wasn't any special light. It was the power of his body being used to the extreme. Boom boom boom. A deep voice rang out, like a muffled thunder exploding on the ground. Then, the 2 figures retreated. Lin Xian swung his arms, and the aura on his body grew even stronger. On the other side, the powerful beings of the Dragon Valley found it hard to believe. His arms were trembling and he couldn't lift them. He was very strong and a peerless genius, but a genius who survived was a true genius. If he died, he would be nothing. At this moment, a shadow silently appeared behind Lin Xian. Like a grim reaper, the dagger in his hand slashed across the back of Lin Xian's neck. The Dark Moon Temple would definitely kill. Lin Xian also felt a chill run down his spine. He had to admit that this expert from the Dark Moon Palace was very good at assassination. However, it was still impossible to kill him. With a cold snort, Lin Xian did not even turn his head around. Incomparable sword aura burst out from his body, densely packed together. In particular, a golden light rushed out from the back of his head. It was piercingly cold and roared like a giant dragon. With a loud boom, the dagger was sent flying. The Dark Moon Temple expert was also pierced by the sword qi. Blood splattered everywhere. In the blink of an eye, the experts of the 4 great sects and families had all made their moves. However, they were unable to do anything to the other party. Instead, some of them were injured. This scene caused the expert from the Vermilion Bird Palace to be dumbfounded. He didn't even have time to attack when he saw this frightening scene. Now, it's your turn. Lin Xian took the initiative to attack. Using the Kuan-Pung movement technique, he attacked the Vermilion Bird Palace expert in an instant. The Vermilion Bird Palace expert trembled all over. A sense of fear enveloped his heart. However, he soon gritted his teeth and roared. Divine red blood palm, his palm turned blood red. It was the blood of the Vermilion Bird. The blood was incomparably terrifying. When he sent out his palm, it turned into a small blood-red world and directly engulfed Lin Xian, this was also a powerful ability. The divine red blood palm could forcibly refine a person's chi and blood. It could be said to be incomparably vicious. Let's see how you block it, kid. The Vermilion Bird Palace expert sneered. Even a saint would be injured when he sent out his palm. Those below the saint level would definitely turn into a bloody mist in an instant. They would not be able to escape. Roar, the blood-red world spread. However, a terrifying dragon's roar came from inside. Immediately, the entire blood-red world shook violently. Many terrifying cracks appeared on it. Finally, it split open with a boom. Lin Xian charged over with a sword light in his hand. With one strike, he shattered the other party's small blood-red world. Not only that, the other party's palms were also split in half. Ah, the Vermilion Bird Palace expert screamed and retreated. His face was extremely pale. He stared straight ahead. How was this possible? The other party broke his divine red blood palm so easily. In the next moment, when he saw the weapon in the other party's hand, he was stunned. The Great Spear of Destruction, he finally screamed. The 5 of you are only SOSO. You want to kill me? You're too naive. Damn it, all of you, attack and kill him. The Vermilion Bird Palace expert roared crazily. 2 more figures stepped forward beside him. Their auras were not any weaker than the first one. Not only the Vermilion Bird Palace, but the Dragon Valley, the Dark Moon Palace, the 8-Wind Palace, and the Xikong family also stepped forward. This time, there were more than a dozen experts. A group battle? The Crimson Dragon roared. Its body turned into a giant dragon and coiled in the air. The North Beast activated the body of 10,000 beasts. The sky-reaching divine tree appeared behind him. On the other side, Yan Ruyu's eyes also shone with a cold light. Kill, someone roared. A great battle instantly broke out. More than a dozen experts fought with Lin Xian and the other 3. The commotion was extremely frightening. In fact, there were even saints who were secretly making their moves. Obviously, their main goal was to capture Lin Xian. This was because Lin Xian had the most treasures on him. The 2 great inheritances made the saints jealous. Terrifying energy fluctuations spread down from the 3rd floor. Fortunately, this was the Great Sage Tower. Everything was a Supreme Saint's relic. Therefore, even if these people attacked with all their might, they wouldn't damage it at all. However, the space inside the Great Sage Tower was torn apart. Those on the 2nd floor and even the 1st floor could feel the terrifying fluctuations from above. The fluctuations almost made their scalps split open. It was terrifying. They were now somewhat glad that they didn't go up. Otherwise, the energy shockwaves would have destroyed them. Lin Xian was very powerful. He held the Spear of Destruction and swept it in all directions. Any theurgy that came close was directly shattered by him. However, at that moment, the gloomy laws struck his arm, causing it to tremble. The Spear of Destruction almost flew out of his hand. Damn it, a saint had made a move, and it was done in secret. Lin Xian looked around and looked at the remaining saints in the distance. There was a cold smile in the saint's eyes. At this moment, the sky split open. Another law palm directly grabbed at the Spear of Destruction. The Crimson Dragon and the other 2 also roared angrily. Obviously, they had also been ambushed by the saints. If they hadn't cultivated the great sage's painting and learned these heaven and earth phenomenons, they would have been seriously injured by now. A group attack? Well then, I will make you pay a painful price today. An extremely cold light burst out from Lin Xian's eyes. He was really angry, so he didn't hold back at all. He used the Kuanpeng movement technique and dodged more than a dozen attacks in an instant. In the next moment, he appeared in front of Xikong Jing with a murderous look in his eyes. You provoked me time and time again, and you even let the experts of your family hunt me down. You deserve to die. Lin Xian waved the Great Spear of Destruction in his hand. Xikong Jing screamed like a madman, his face extremely pale. To be honest, he had already walked out of the heaven and earth phenomenon and regained his composure. At this moment, he saw more than a dozen people attacking him, including a saint. They knew that no matter how powerful Lin Wudi was, he was doomed. This made him calm down a lot, and he even sneered. he still didn't expect Lin Wudi to be so powerful. His movement technique was so strange that he actually dodged all the attacks and arrived in front of him. "Damn it, how dare you attack Jing Er?" A person roared and pounced forward. It was a powerhouse of the Xikong family. However, he was kicked away by Lin Xian, and blood mist filled the air. Run. That was Xikong Jing's only thought. He didn't dare to compete with Lin Xian now, because Lin Xian's aura was too strong. Therefore, he turned into a stream of light, tore through the void, and was about to escape. However, how could he be faster than Lin Xian? The great spear of destruction slid and directly pierced through the void. It blasted Xikong Jing out. Then, it pierced through Xikong Jing's heart. Ah! A miserable cry was heard, and blood flowed, dyeing the great spear of destruction red. "Damn it, put it in, or I'll tear you into pieces. Kill your entire family." The people of the Xikong family roared crazily and pounced one after another. However, Lin Xian merely sneered and didn't take it head-on. He executed the Kuan-Pung body movement technique and swam among these divine arts. Once again, he quickly flew to the other side. In an instant, he arrived in front of Long Shan. Not good, Long Shan was scared out of his wits. He turned around and ran. Damn it, the other party had actually found him and attacked him. Similarly, he did not dare to fight head-on. Damn it, you dare! The powerhouses of the Dragon Valley were also stunned. They did not expect the other party to be so powerful after piercing through Xikong Jing. How dare he kill the prodigies of the Dragon Valley? If you dare to touch him, I'll tear you to pieces. His heart and soul were destroyed. However, this kind of threat was completely useless. Lin Xian attacked again, piercing through Long Shan's heart. Long Shan flew into the air, and a miserable cry rang out. Lin Xian dodged the dragon shadows that filled the sky and turned around again. Not good, hurry up and protect our prodigies. The remaining experts from the 8 Desolation Palace and the Dark Moon Divine Hall also came to their senses. They retreated one after another, no longer surrounding Lin Xian. They had no choice. They could now see that Lin Xian was specifically targeting their top prodigies. Despicable, shameless. They roared crazily. If you have the ability, fight head-on. Lin Xian laughed loudly. I'm despicable? I'm shameless? You people still have the cheek to say that. You people are thousands of years old, and a dozen of you besieged a young junior like me. Now it's my turn to be despicable and shameless. Don't you like to suppress others with your strength? I'll let you juniors suffer this kind of fear. As he spoke, Lin Xian directly charged toward the people of the Dark Moon Divine Hall. These powerhouses moved out one after another. They protected Yu Lingzi as they retreated while assassinating Lin Xian. Every move was aimed at a vital point. All mountains looked small. Lin Xian struck out with the illusion of mountains, and his aura rose infinitely. This kind of heaven and earth phenomenon caused the people near him to stiffen and kneel in midair. Lin Xian punched out again, and the 10,000 dragons picture sent the remaining people flying. There was no one around Lin Xian anymore. Yu Lingzi's face was extremely pale. Stop, I didn't attack you. You can't. Before he could finish his words, he was also pierced through. His heart was split open, and his body was lifted into the Great Destruction Spear. Now, Lin Xian's body was stained with the blood of his enemies. The Great Destruction Spear in his hand flickered with a bright red light. There were 3 figures on it. They were 3 peerless prodigies. They let out miserable cries, but they didn't die. That was because Lin Xian didn't kill them. Instead, he still carried the 3 of them and charged toward the 4th prodigy. 8 Desolation Palace, Huang Batian. The people of the 8 Desolation Palace frantically blocked, but it was useless. Huang Ba was also pierced through by the spear. Finally, a prodigy of the Vermilion Bird Palace was also pierced through. Lin Xian pierced through 5 people with the Great Destruction Spear in his hand. He stood in the void like a stick of candied haws. Blood continued to drip, dyeing the surrounding void red. This scene was simply too shocking. Damn brat, let go of our people. You're dead meat, I definitely won't let you out alive. The surrounding sects and families all surrounded him with ferocious expressions. Lin Xian stood there like a god fiend. His gaze swept in all directions. You won't let me go, alright, let's see if I can let your people go first. His palms shook, and an extremely cold sword intent immediately spread out from the great destruction spear. In an instant, the 5 of them were all shattered, and even their souls were instantly destroyed. No, damn it, the surrounding powerhouses had all gone crazy. Dead, Xikong Jing, Huang Badian, Long Shan, and Yu Lingzi were all top prodigies. They were all people who could become saints and shine on the path of the great emperor in the future. But now, they were all killed together. Their hearts were bleeding. Kill him. Tear this brat into 1,000 pieces. Otherwise, it would be difficult to relieve the hatred in their hearts. These people attacked crazily. Lin Xian directly used the 10,000 dragons picture and swept in all directions. At the same time, he used the hidden immortal pagoda and kept attacking. The battle was very tragic. In the end, even the saints could not help but attack. Lin Xian was directly sent flying, and the powerhouses of the Xikong family were also sent flying with him. They directly crashed into the wall of the Great Sage Tower in the distance. With a loud boom, the entire Great Sage Tower began to shake. Kid, are you alright? The Crimson Dragon and the others were worried. The scene was too chaotic. I'm fine. Lin Xian stood up. Golden blood flowed from his body, but he did not care. However, at this moment, he was surprised. Was the seal broken? He crashed into the wall and actually broke a seal, revealing a bottle of pills. Supreme Sage pills, and the quality should be very good. Lin Xian instantly grabbed it. Damn it, let go. On the side, the eyes of the 2 powerhouses of the Xikong family instantly turned red. Their prodigy was dead, and now, the pills left behind by their patriarch were also going to be taken away by the other party? Damn you! Leave the pills behind. The Xikong clan powerhouse roared like a madman. His words attracted the attention of the people around them. Suddenly, countless eyes looked over. What's going on? Did someone get the pills? They turned their heads and stared at Lin Wudi and the elder of the Xikong family. It was this brat who had broken the seal and acquired a bottle of medicinal pills from a great sage. The 2 Xikong clan elders pointed at Lin Xian and gritted their teeth. Supreme Saint pills, the people around them all stopped and turned their heads to look. In the next moment, they saw that the seal in one place had broken. The medicinal pills inside had disappeared. In an instant, these people looked at Lin Xian again. Kid, hand over the pills. Damn you, kid. You dared to kill our sex genius powerhouse. Today, I'll tear you into pieces. They hadn't suffered the pain of their genius being killed just now, but now, their eyes turned red again. It's this kid again. Oh no. The Crimson Dragon and the others' hearts suddenly shrank. The previous incident hadn't ended yet, and now there was a new one. This time, it would be difficult to let it go. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up into a cold smile. Oh, you want to snatch the pills, don't you? He took out the pill bottle and threw it in front of him. It was in the direction of the Xikong clan. The Xikong clan elders thought that the other party was going to throw some hidden weapon, but when they saw that it was a pill bottle, they subconsciously caught it. Lin Xian said. I've already given the Supreme Saint pills to the Xikong clan. It's considered returning to its rightful owner, so don't come looking for me again. As he spoke, he retreated backwards. The eyes of the surrounding people all shifted away from him and landed on the 2 Xikong clan powerhouses. The Xikong clan elders were stunned. The surrounding powerhouses of the other clans gathered together. They all gathered together. Did they get what they wanted? That brat was indeed more sensible than others. However, even if he handed over the pills, they wouldn't let him go. Quick, take a look. What pills are these? Asked the Xikong clan elders who rushed over. The 2 Xikong clan elders opened the pills, and their expressions changed instantly. Damn it, I've been tricked. It was just an ordinary pill. In an instant, their faces became incomparably dark as they stared straight ahead. Brat, you actually dared to switch? How despicable, hurry up and hand over the real Great Sage pills. Angry roars could be heard. Lin Xian sneered. The Xikong clan was so arrogant. They actually dared to say that he had swapped them. Was there no Great Sage aura on the pill bottle? Do you dare say that it wasn't taken out from the seal? You're spouting nonsense. You must have swapped it out just now. The members of the Xikong family shouted angrily. Lin Xian laughed and said, Is that so? I just got that bottle of elixir and was called out by you. Then, I became the target of countless experts. Why don't you ask the people around you, have they noticed anything I did? Instead, it's your Xikong clan that's being protected by countless powerhouses now. It's probably very easy for you to do something in secret. Don't forget, this is your own great sage tower. You are the masters here. Now, you're wrongly accusing me, a junior. Are you shameless? At first, everyone was very suspicious of Lin Xian, but when they heard these words, they all stared at the Xikong clan again. Yes, in terms of combat, Lin Xian was definitely super strong. But in terms of other things, Lin Xian was no good. Of course, the Xikong clan was the most familiar with this place. This was because previously, whether it was breaking the array or crossing the Milky Way, it was very simple for the Xikong clan. They could do it easily with their own blood. Now that they had obtained a great sage pill, it was very easy for them to secretly exchange it for other elixirs. Therefore, everyone else froze. The Xikong clan looked unfriendly. The Xikong clan had better cooperate obediently. Since you have a way to open the seal, then you have a way to open the other seals as well. Hurry up and work together to share the treasures and live in peace. Otherwise, don't blame us for taking action. The experts of Vermilion Bird Palace, Eight Wind Palace, and Dragon Valley all said coldly. The surrounding saints were also glaring. Damn it, you've been deceived. The Xikong clan experts were so angry that they vomited blood. Their bodies were trembling with anger. Why didn't anyone believe them? He pointed at Lin Xian in the distance and said, It's him. It's this kid who did it. It has nothing to do with us. Oh, is that so? Then do you dare to let these experts search your storage ring? Lin Xian said coldly. When he said that, the Xikong clan members' expressions changed again. The eyes of the surrounding experts lit up. Brother Xikong, why don't you let us check it out? Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll really wrongly accuse you. Yes, even if you have a clear conscience, let us check it out. Or rather, we can work together to seize the other seals. Damn it, what are you doing? Let's go catch that kid together. He's our common enemy. Why are you listening to him? Don't you want revenge? Humph, of course we have to take revenge. Since he dared to kill our prodigies, he'll definitely die. However, he won't be able to escape anytime soon in the Great Sage Tower, so I'll let him live for a while longer. The most important thing now is to seize the treasure and open the seal. Many of the experts' eyes shone with a cold light. Indeed, their prodigies were already dead. Even if they killed Lin Xian, their prodigies wouldn't be able to be revived. In that case, their thoughts would still be on them. They would obtain the treasure and increase their strength. When the time came, they would kill Lin Xian. That way, they would be able to take revenge, and they wouldn't be left behind. After all, it was every man for himself. I advise you to cooperate obediently. Yes, otherwise, it won't look good for anyone if we fall out. A few of the experts said. The Xikong clan members were so angry that they vomited blood. They pointed at Lin Xian and trembled. Damn kid, how dare you trick me? Trick you? Lin Xian sneered. What did they do before? They had teamed up with the experts of the various clans and sects to besiege him. Now, he wanted these people to have a taste of being besieged. Isn't the Xikong clan powerful? Aren't you high and mighty? Didn't you always think that the Great Sage Tower is your territory? Alright, I'll let you have a taste of what it feels like to be besieged by the Vermilion Bird Palace and other top sects. The Xikong clan members naturally knew that they couldn't become enemies with sects like the Dragon Valley. However, they wouldn't be willing to be searched even if they were beaten to death. Because just now, they had indeed used their bloodline to obtain many treasures on the first level. Moreover, before entering the Great Sage Tower, they had also obtained many benefits. How could they let these people search them now? At this moment, Lin Xian spoke again. I'm afraid you still don't know? On the first level, even before the Great Sage Tower appeared, the Xikong clan had already conquered many secret underwater caves. The treasures inside were all taken by the Sikong clan. The expressions of the Sikong family members changed when they heard this. The people from the Dragon Valley frowned when they saw this scene. It seemed that they had indeed obtained something good. They cooperated obediently and opened the remaining seals. They were thoroughly enraged. They had been here for so long but had not obtained many treasures. Instead, it seemed that the Sikong family had reaped a bountiful harvest. How could they feel at ease now? How could this be? The Sikong family members were shocked. Could this kid have seen it before? But they had discovered that someone had peeked at it before. The Crimson Dragon and the others also flew to Lin Xian's side and asked softly, "Kid, what's going on?" Lin Xian replied telepathically. He had guessed that the Sikong family knew that there was a great sage tower here. Moreover, it was said that every time the great sage tower opened the void ocean, countless powerhouses would be sent in. They must be the most familiar with the situation in the void ocean. Therefore, their chances of obtaining treasures were also the highest. Su Chen's guess was right. The Sikong family had indeed obtained many treasures before, so they would not let the great sage tower explore them now. At this moment, a powerhouse from the Sikong family said, "This kid is trying to trick us. He's trying to sow discord between us. He wants to reap the benefits without doing anything." "That's right, I'm trying to sow discord. Besides, I lied before. The Sikong family did not obtain anything. Let's not make things difficult for the Sikong family." Lin Xian shrugged. The expressions of the surrounding powerhouses darkened when they heard this. How could this be? When they saw the changes in the faces of the Spacetime family members, they knew that something was wrong. Therefore, these people's expressions turned cold and their auras became stronger. No matter what happened before, they had to work together to break the remaining seals and split the treasures. Otherwise, don't blame them for being rude. Don't go too far, this is our great sage tower. So what if it's your great sage tower? If you're not convinced, then let's fight. The powerhouses of the Dragon Valley were the most hot-tempered and attacked directly. With a boom, a great battle broke out. The Sikong family members were also furious. Did they think they were afraid of them? They unleashed all kinds of heaven and earth vision to contend with the physical body of the Dragon clan. A shocking collision occurred, and a terrifying force swept in all directions. Since that's the case, I won't hold back. The Eight-Wind Palace, the Dark Moon Palace, the Vermilion Bird Palace, and the surrounding sages had all made their moves. For a time, the Sikong clan received an extremely severe blow. Although these people's strength had been suppressed by 30%, and they had the bonus of their bloodline, there were simply too many experts around. For a time, they were beaten back repeatedly and vomited blood. "Ah, damn it, let's fight," the members of the Sikong clan roared madly, while Lin Xian and the others retreated into the distance. Looking at this scene, they sneered again and again. The Sikong clan would probably vomit blood from anger this time. Serves them right. Who told them to join hands to deal with us earlier? Now, let them have a taste of being beaten up by a crowd. Since the battle had already started, it probably wouldn't stop for a while. Therefore, Lin Xian didn't pay attention to it and let these people fight each other. He still had his own goals. He raised his head and looked at the statue of the great sage at the very top. His next step was to seize the statue of the great god. Thinking of this, Lin Xian retracted his aura. His figure flashed, and he directly rushed to the top. The Crimson Dragon and the others also quickly followed. Soon, they left the battle area below and came to the top. Here, the statue of the great sage seemed to suppress everything. There weren't any terrifying energy fluctuations in the surroundings. When they arrived here, they all felt their hearts sink. They finally arrived near the statue and looked at it carefully. This statue wasn't very big. It looked like it was carved from a real person. Although they didn't know who carved it, the aura made everyone know that all of this wasn't simple. The statue had the appearance of a man. He had a burly figure, a square face, and long hair that reached his shoulders. At a glance, he looked like an unparalleled god of war. Was this the great sage of the Sikong clan? Lin Xian and the others were shocked. Looking at the other party's disdainful appearance, he indeed cultivated the righteous Qi of heaven and earth. Should I take this thing? Lin Xian stretched out his hand and grabbed in front of him. Soon, he enveloped the statue of the great sage with light. However, he didn't succeed. This was because the statue of the great sage was abnormally heavy. No matter how much power he exerted, he couldn't move it at all. Lin Xian furrowed his brows while the people around him sucked in a breath of cold air. This statue of the great sage was really too mysterious. At that moment, they heard a scream from below. It was the people of the Xikong clan. They were covered in blood. Many of them were seriously injured. Some of them even turned into human form from the blood mist. Their expressions were extremely ugly. The battle just now had caused them to suffer heavy losses. Therefore, an elder said, "All right, let's stop fighting. I'm going to hand over some of the treasures." As he said that, he took off his storage ring and threw out all the things inside. In an instant, many treasures appeared. Pills, weapons, spirit herbs, and crystals appeared in the surroundings. Those people's eyes instantly turned red. The Crimson Dragon also exclaimed. His eyes were burning. Damn it, the people of the Xikong clan really have good things. Lin Xian sneered. Idiot. Yan Ryu also sighed. Yes, if they didn't hand over the treasures, there would be no evidence. Perhaps the fight would end in the end. However, these people were probably in a killing frenzy now. Indeed, the surrounding powerhouses instantly divided up the treasures. However, they didn't leave. Instead, their eyes were red. They stared at the people of the Xikong clan. An elder actually had so many things in a storage ring. You have so many storage rings. Hurry up and hand them all over, they were really too greedy. Damn it, don't push your luck. The people of the Xikong clan were also angry. They had originally thought that they would take a step back. If they took out a portion of the treasures and gave them away, these people would stop. However, they didn't expect these people to be so greedy. No matter how strong these people were, even if they were sages, they were still humans. Although their strength transcended the heavens and earth, humans were greedy creatures. Now that they had tasted the sweetness, how could they stop? As expected, the people of the Dragon Valley and Eight Wind Hall attacked even more fiercely. Every move was fatal. They wanted to kill the people of the Xikong clan and seize all the treasures of the Xikong clan. As expected, the battle that followed was even more terrifying. The people of the Xikong clan were injured even more severely. They were about to be wiped out. At this moment, the people of the Xikong clan roared crazily. Damn it, you've gone too far, since you want to kill us, don't blame me for being merciless. At worst, we'll all die together. After saying that, he waved his hand and the blood of countless powerhouses flew out and merged into the surrounding Great Sage Tower. Many of them knelt down respectfully and shouted loudly. Please show your spirit and destroy these strong enemies. They directly knelt down in the sky. End of chapter 3390. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.